"Good afternoon. Please accept the delivery," said the courier, driving up to a dilapidated village yard on the outskirts of the city. He carefully removed several heavy cardboard boxes from the electric tricycle. Su Wu took a pen and carefully examined the packages, making sure they were intact, and then signed the receipt. "Are you planning on building a bunker here?" the delivery man asked, watching the recipient check the packages. "We bought so many tools." "Have you also heard these rumors about the end of the world?" Su Wu raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Of course. Our work chat is full of people talking about this all day long," the courier replied. "Many goods have become expensive and hard to find. Something is obviously going on, since the government is secretly introducing restrictions. Maybe the apocalypse really is on the doorstep." The delivery man's voice was filled with alarm. The end of the world was no child's play. Ordinary people simply wouldn't be able to resist it. "That makes sense," Su Wu nodded seriously. "However, there's no need to worry too much. If something happens, the government won't abandon us. We'll survive somehow." "I would like to hope," the courier sighed, but his expression remained gloomy. The state might intervene, but what life will be like after that is a big question. Parallel Earth, all continents are united under a single federal government. The technology was far superior to what existed in the world before Su Wu's transfer. Even controlled thermonuclear fusion was close to a breakthrough. It seemed that humanity was on the threshold of an era of interstellar travel and colonization. However, all the bright prospects faded in the face of the approaching end of the world. The future of human civilization is in great question. After carrying the boxes into the courtyard, Su Wu carefully locked the gate and looked around. It was in a spacious courtyard. Apart from a 2-story old house in the eastern corner, cement, sand, rebar, steel beams, aluminum cans, plastic bottles, various old equipment and tires were piled up everywhere. An outsider would probably think that this was a recycling center, a regular dump, and that was not far from the truth. Su Wu had purchased most of this junk in bulk from various secondary materials warehouses in the city over the past 2 weeks. Spent a whopping $6 million in cash on this. And don't think it's expensive. Not to mention the other thing, just 3,000 tons of scrap metal was worth the money. Even the cheapest scrap metal cost 60 to 70 kopecks per kilogram. High-quality reinforcement reached a ruble or more per kilo. Acquiring all of this for $6 million was the result of Su Wu's careful calculations and several days of diligent searching. An entire apartment was exchanged for all this junk, Su Wu thought sadly, not knowing whether to regret it or just be sad. Half a month ago, when he came to this world, he lived in the center of a coastal metropolis in a residential complex. This was the only inheritance left to him by the parents of the previous owner of the body, plus $2 million in compensation for their death in a car accident. If it weren't for the end of the world, Su Wu could have lived a carefree life without working, something he could only dream of in his past life. But the subjunctive mood is inappropriate here. After activating the end-of-the-world survival system, which moved along with him upon learning of the coming apocalypse, Su Wu decisively sold his apartment. With the money he had earned and the compensation, he hurried to an ordinary city on a hill in the central part of the continent, Jianghe City. In the suburbs, he rented what is now a village yard, planning to build a shelter there for the coming disaster. It's still too late, Su Wu thought. If I had moved earlier, maybe I could have found an abandoned underground bomb shelter. That would be much better. The current yard did not suit him very well. The ideal place to build a shelter were underground bomb shelters or caves in the mountains, spacious and saving most of the construction costs. Unfortunately, when Su Wu started looking for such places, they had either already been requisitioned by the government or sold long ago. After more than 10 hours of continuous searching on the internet, he did not find a single suitable place. In the end, he had to settle for this yard and build a shelter from scratch. It wasn't cheap, but the surroundings were safe and the prices were low. Much better than in a coastal metropolis. The phone rang. Su Wu took it out of his pocket. "Mr. Su, your application for the basement has been approved," the middleman happily said. "I sent you the permits via messenger." "Thank you. As soon as I check, I will transfer the rest of the payment," Su Wu answered calmly. Now, order still remained. Even in a remote suburb, You couldn't just dig up the ground to build an underground shelter without government permission. To get approval, Su Wu signed a 20-year lease for the yard and paid the broker $50,000. Luckily, everything went smoothly and without any unnecessary delays. Just in time. An excellent client, the broker said contentedly. After finishing the conversation, Su Wu continued to carry the boxes into the house. In the living room on the first floor, on a cleaned wooden table, he carefully opened one of the packages. From the multi-layered foam protection, he pulled out a pair of 70-centimeter mechanical arms. High-quality materials, movable joints, Su Wu noted, having examined them with satisfaction. It was worth paying $16,000 for a piece. The work is top-notch. True, despite his satisfaction, he was still a little upset by the price. A month ago, such mechanical hands cost a maximum of $8,000. Now the price has doubled, and they have also introduced purchase limits. Having bought these few sets, it was impossible to get more. However, now is not the time to think about it. Su Wu concentrated and directed his gaze towards the mechanical arm. A light screen, visible only to him, appeared in his field of vision. High-quality ordinary mechanical arm. Compatibility 90%. Evaluation. This is a functional mechanical arm suitable for simple manufacturing operations. Improvement directions. Industrial army. General purpose manipulator. 1 survival point. Industrial arm 2. High frequency vibration cutter. 1 point. Industrial arm 3. High energy melting laser emitter. 2 points. Paused his gaze on the third option and made his choice. I choose the upgrade. Industrial arm 3. High energy melting laser emitter. A faint glow flashed across the mechanical arm. It instantly transformed, becoming shinier and more massive. At the end, instead of humanoid fingers, a transparent crystal the size of a fist appeared. Su Wu understood that this crystal was the main innovation of the enhancement. A high-energy melting laser emitter. After checking the system panel and seeing that he had 14 points left after spending, he didn't hesitate to open another box and upgrade the 2 new mechanical arms in other directions. Now the complete set is ready. This should be enough to create a universal engineering robot. He ran his fingers over the hard body, feeling the cold of the metal. An uncontrollable wave of excitement and anticipation rose in Su Wu's chest, mixed with the unreality of what was happening. Half a month of hard work finally bore fruit. The first high-tech tool that surpasses the capabilities of modern times. From that moment on, his fate was radically different from the fate of ordinary people on this planet. Now, he had the opportunity to gradually turn the shelter from a dream into reality. After a thorough check, Su Wu carefully installed all 3 advanced mechanical arms onto the robot standing against the wall. Had no head, only a body and legs, crudely assembled from metal rods and steel plates. Calling it a robot was an exaggeration, more like a crudely made model. After installing 3 heavy mechanical arms, the structure began to sway noticeably. It seemed that a light push from a finger was enough to make it fall apart. "It'll do," thought Su Wu, pleased that at least the robot hadn't fallen apart. To save money, and also because you can't find anything like it on sale, he painstakingly assembled this model by hand a few days ago. There was no reason to expect much quality. Homemade defective engineering robot. Compatibility, 40%. Evaluation, a motionless imitation that, despite having high-quality mechanical arms, is unable to perform engineering work. Improvement direction, general-purpose light engineering robot, 15 points in survival. Compatibility of 40% is still far from acceptable. But everything is known in comparison. Before installing 3 improved arms, compatibility was only 1%, a difference of 40 times. And the points needed to improve were in the triple digits. Now, only 15 points were needed to improve. An amazing result. This confirmed the correctness of Su Wu's strategy. First improve the mechanical arms to increase compatibility. However, 15 points was still too much for him. Concentrated and studied the compatibility bar. The panel showed more detailed information. 100 kilograms of materials were missing. Nonsense. With a budget of several million and a half-month supply of scrap metal, the raw materials were what he had most of all. Going out into the yard, He collected a cart of old fittings, wires, and several electronic boards, dumping everything next to the robot. Compatibility increased to 55%, and the required points decreased by 3. Realizing that this was the maximum savings, Su Wu launched the upgrade. After a flash of light, the materials and model disappeared. In their place appeared a 2-meter robot covered in silver metal, with 3 precise mechanical arms, the embodiment of technological aesthetics. "Make an M3 screw from scrap materials," Su Wu ordered. The robot responded with a signal. Using a high-frequency vibration cutter, it cut off a piece of metal angle lying nearby. The universal manipulator picked up the scrap, suspended it in the air with a magnetic field, and a high-energy laser emitter directed a dark red beam at it, beginning precision processing. Later, the standard screw was ready. Watching the robot's smooth movements, Su Wu nodded with satisfaction. Without taking into account the speed and quality of materials, this engineering robot could manufacture most industrial parts and perform assembly and welding work. It combined the functions of a machine tool and an assembly shop. Finally, liberation. I won't have to do everything with my own hands anymore, Su Wu thought with relief, remembering the torment of manually assembling the robot model. My fingers still ached. For someone who couldn't work with his hands, even assembling a primitive model was an incredibly difficult challenge. He absolutely did not want to repeat this. After confirming that the robot was working, Su Wu enthusiastically opened his laptop and took out the pre-prepared drawings of the drilling rig and geothermal generator. This was the next equipment to be manufactured. The construction of the shelter required, first of all, a stable power supply. Relying on external sources was unreliable. A fortnight ago, the federal government imposed strict restrictions on residential and commercial electricity. The limit for households barely covered the cost of running one air conditioner. Commercial rates had increased tenfold, and the requirements for obtaining status had become prohibitive. In Su Wu's current situation, obtaining a permit was unrealistic. As for own generation, the cheapest was a diesel generator. But diesel and gasoline also became controlled goods. They were not sold to private individuals. Even when filling up a car, the license alone allowed for filling up twice a month at most. This was barely enough for travel, let alone generating electricity. Wind, water, and solar installations required huge investments or provided little energy. Moreover, in the conditions of the apocalypse, they were extremely unreliable. After all the calculations, the geothermal generator turned out to be the best. But there was a problem here too. Due to restrictions on materials, such high-tech equipment was unavailable even for money. The drilling rigs were sold, but at prices hundreds of times higher than usual. All the funds remaining at Su Wu would not have been enough to buy even a small part. The only way out is to make it himself. That's why he spent so long preparing and only now started working. Without an engineering robot capable of replacing machines and equipment, all plans would remain a fantasy. After handing over the blueprints to the robot and sending it to work in the yard, Su Wu settled comfortably in the chair. Looking at the laptop screen with progress indicators, the robot moving to the worksite, cutting materials, he felt an indescribable relief and lightness. Ever since the end of the world survival system had announced the coming apocalypse half a month ago, he had been living in constant tension. At the same time, feeling anxious and constantly choosing a place for shelter, collecting materials, establishing connections. Every minute was difficult. He was afraid of making a mistake at some stage, losing precious time and failing at the very last moment. Now, this sense of urgency has completely dissipated with the advent of the first fully automated engineering robot. Professional skills and efficiency were incomparable to those of an ordinary person. Even in the middle of the night, while Su Wu was sleeping, the robot could work tirelessly without interruption or failure. With enough materials and a robot assistant, I've hit the expressway, Su Wu thought. The shelter will definitely be built successfully. If something goes wrong, it won't be my problem anymore. Freed from the hustle and bustle of life, he was able to think about the future, about the specific details of the apocalypse. Only vague information from the survival system about the connection with extreme climatic conditions. Could be extreme heat or freezing cold. It could be viruses, radiation, earthquakes, or floods. But whatever the disaster, it was aimed at destroying all life on the surface of the planet. A frivolous attitude threatened to turn into ashes under the blows of the elements. As for when the end of the world would come, Suwoo only knew that it would happen within half a year. Whether it would be 6 months, a month, or even a week or two was anyone's guess. This uncertainty weighed heavily on him for a long time. It was good that now he didn't have to work with his own hands. Otherwise, his body could have broken down from anxiety even before the apocalypse. The government probably knows something about the end of the world by now, he thought. Perhaps even more than I do. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such strict restrictions on goods. Even to buy a little sugar and rice, you have to sign letters of guarantee. Recalling his first shopping experience, when online shopping failed and he had to buy groceries en masse from supermarkets and grocery stores, Suwoo's face couldn't help but darken. Just because he bought more than 40 pounds of sugar and 10 bags of rice at once, a law enforcement officer came to his home. This simply left no chance for ordinary people to survive. Even with advance information and the desire to stock up on food for shelter, ordinary citizens will not save much. There's no problem with rice. 10 50-kilogram bags will last a long time, he reasoned. When the soilless farm starts working in the shelter, there won't be a shortage. But sugar is more difficult. It is very useful at the end of the world. We need to find a way to get a few more batches. Suwoo has already worked on this. Although sugar was sold with restricted passports, ordinary people do not consume that much. By hiring several people to make purchases in different lots through middlemen, it was possible to get several hundred pounds. Besides, high sugar foods aren't just granulated sugar. No one will pay attention to stale candy. In addition to sugar, salt, vitamin tablets, various medications, tobacco, alcohol, spices, all of this will become expensive hard currency in the future. Control over them is less strict, but the prices are not small. Limited funds did not allow for the purchase of much, but for personal needs and minimal foreign trade, there was more than enough. Thinking about his own shelter, Suwoo couldn't help but sigh. The authorities control so many resources. I hope their shelters are well prepared. Otherwise, who knows how many people will die? He was not overly sentimental, but the grief of such people did not leave him indifferent. If in the future there was only him left in the whole world, it would not be a good outcome. Man is a social being. The importance of spiritual food is not much less than physical food, gradually falling. In the deserted suburban courtyard, except for the noise from the work of the engineering robot, everything was calm as usual. As the clock struck midnight, a series of new information quietly updated on Suwoo's system panel. Daily survival points calculation. Successfully survived the day. Survival points +1. Successfully manufactured the general-purpose light engineering robot. Survival ability increased slightly. Survival points +2. Obtained the first automatic tool, switched from manual labor to machine processing. The probability of surviving the end of the world has increased significantly. Survival points +75. Current remaining survival points 78. 75 points? That's a reward? Suwoo's eye twitched, and for a moment he doubted whether he had made a mistake. Although he had previously vaguely expected to receive a generous additional reward when studying the rules of the Doomsday System, the one-time 75 points exceeded his expectations. Before that, he received a maximum of 1 point daily, the guaranteed minimum. I guess I underestimated the importance of the engineering robot. After the surprise, Suwoo was again pleased with his choice of making the robot as a priority. With this huge, unexpected wealth, the construction of the shelter would surely accelerate. A wonderful future was almost within reach. The night passed without incident. By midday the next day, after more than 20 hours of work, a small drilling rig and geothermal generator emerged from the hands of an engineering robot. Suwoo went over to check. Externally, they almost completely corresponded to the drawings, neat as if they came off the assembly line. Incomplete drilling rig, compatibility 85%. Evaluation. Drilling rig without some key components cannot function normally. Upgrade directions, 1 km class. Small drill, 3 survival points. 5 km class, large drill, 20 points. 10 km class, ultimate drill, 60 points. Unfinished geothermal generator. Compatibility, 75%. Evaluation: semi-finished generator without many important internal components, little different from the model. Improvement direction: small geothermal generator 300 kilowatts per hour, 13 survival points. Both devices were either incomplete or unfinished. Neither worked properly. This was not surprising, since it was Su Wu's conscious choice. Although the engineering robot could theoretically produce most parts, the production time was not guaranteed. The more precise the part, the longer it took. In the pursuit of perfection, it would take half a month or a month to create a full-fledged drilling rig and generator. And by that time, the end of the world could have already arrived. Better to make a semi-finished product and finish it with survival points. This approach saved time and significantly reduced the cost of points. The king of value for money. After studying the reference data, Su Wu, after some hesitation, decided to spend money on a 10-kilometer drilling rig. It was not a waste. He had no choice. In the central continental region of Zhenghe City, it was not a traditional geothermal area. To operate the geothermal generator, the pipes had to be laid to extreme depths. Such a large-scale project could not be handled by a conventional drilling rig. I hope that's enough. Su Wu winced, painfully looking at his dwindling survival points. But he understood the inevitability of this step. Electricity is the basis of construction and survival. Without it, everything will turn into a mirage. The improved 10-kilometer ultimate drilling rig was the size of a bus when folded and covered almost half a football field when unfolded. A real giant. Luckily, it was highly automated, even had wheels and its own drive, and Su Wu got it up and running without much effort. True, due to the lack of experience in such work, after the start of construction, his actions looked fussy and clumsy. Working until the evening of the next day, excluding breaks for rest, he spent more than 20 hours laying pipes to a depth of over 9,000 meters. Based on the data from the end sensor, this depth was sufficient for the normal operation of the geothermal generator. Without aiming for the 10-kilometer limit, Su Wu stopped in time and began to install the generator. Upgraded for 13 survival points, exceeded the design specifications, reaching world class with very user-friendly interfaces. Installation was easy. Later, a row of green lights on the generator lit up. Su Wu's own power plant was officially operational. Excellent. The power has reached the nominal value, 300 kilowatt hours. You cannot worry about the power supply for a long time. Looking at the generator's display showing the actual power, Su Wu shook off the fatigue from long concentration, and his mood became exceptionally good. 300 kilowatt hours is the capacity of a small hydroelectric power station worth about 20 million. Enough to simultaneously power 10,000 ordinary household lamps, capable of lighting up half a city at night. With this, he had a limitless future. At this moment, a drop of rain fell from the sky onto Su Wu's face, bringing with it a cold moisture. He raised his head, looking at the sky that had darkened imperceptibly, and frowned slightly. It seemed he had overlooked some problems. We need to urgently build a canopy for the generator to protect it from the rain, he thought. And we also need to raise the foundation under the canopy for the cement bags and prepare drainage. Had some waterproofing, but the probability of failure during a downpour was still higher than usual. The shelter was absolutely necessary. There was nothing to say about cement. For the current Su Wu, this task was quite simple. At his command, the engineering robot began to pick materials from the pile of scrap metal, using a sharp cutter and a laser beam capable of melting metal, gradually erecting the frame of the canopy. In the dead of night, the long accumulating clouds finally poured down a torrential rain. Su Wu took refuge in a bedroom on the second floor. Looking out the window into the courtyard, he could see a temporary shelter bathed in bright light. The geothermal generator was running smoothly. A row of dark green lights signaling an abundant supply of electricity was an unusually calming sight. Next to the generator, the engineering robot continued to work tirelessly. According to Su Wu's plan, it was supposed to build a mini excavator and a mini transporter, creating a simple construction crew to dig out an underground space large enough for a small shelter. Progress is going faster than planned, Su Wu noted, watching the tracks and chassis already taking shape in the robot's hands. When I finish building it, I'll see if it requires a few survival points to upgrade. We can think about selling a few units in the future. After calculating the materials and production time, he found the result acceptable, and his thoughts involuntarily perked up. It was not a matter of greed, but of incredibly high profits. A mini excavator at the previous normal prices cost about 30,000 yuan. When Su Wu tried to buy one after the transfer, the price increased 50 times. Moreover, the product was not on sale. To actually buy it, you needed at least 2 million. With such a huge difference in prices, selling just 2 cars could increase Su Wu's stock several times, turning him into a doomsday rich man. Of course, for now, selling was just an idea. The shadow of the apocalypse could fall at any moment. The shelter was Su Wu's lifeblood. Any trade could only be carried out without compromising the construction of the shelter. He understood the priorities very well. After watching the robot work and not finding anything to help, Su Wu looked away and opened his laptop, starting to look at the news. The main online media still covered minor everyday events. However, some bloggers mentioned in one way or another the strengthening of market control in recent days. However, since prices for basic products changed little and did not affect everyday life, ordinary people did not particularly notice this. Views of such materials were low, supposedly shut down completely, and the workers were mobilized by the government into construction teams. One piece of news caught Su Wu's attention. When he tried to open it, he found that the link was invalid. Here we go again, Su Wu thought with annoyance. The federal government of this world controlled the internet even more strictly. Many events that the authorities did not want to make public remained in the shadows, even if they happened in a neighboring area and affected thousands of people. It was impossible to find useful information on the internet. At most, fragmentary rumors leaked out in closed chats. But there were so many incredible rumors that ordinary people could not distinguish truth from lies. To know or not to know, there was almost no difference. If Su Wu didn't have the end of the world survival system, he might still be living like ordinary people in a cage of false information woven by the internet, unaware of the impending disaster. The lack of a source for the news indirectly confirmed its authenticity. Su Wu recalled the title carefully, and his mood became heavy again. The shutdown of toy factories seemed like a small thing, but behind it were serious problems in the functioning of society. The system could no longer support unimportant industries that wasted human resources and limited materials. In other words, there was only one step left to complete control: an official announcement. If this continues, we will really have to switch to barter soon. Su Wu thought anxiously about the gloomy future. Fortunately, he was almost out of money. The reserves are small, but everything necessary is prepared. Enough for 3 to 5 years. And in 3 to 5 years, having survival points, this almost magical cheat that allows you to create from nothing. With favorable development, he will already be able to ensure complete self-sufficiency and not worry about resources. Early in the morning, a new day began, and the system panel summed up the results. Calculating survival points for the day. Successfully survived the day. Survival points +1. Successfully made a geothermal generator. The ability to survive increased slightly. Points +3. Received first personal power plant. Industrial era opened. Points +25. Current survival points. Remaining 34. The number of survival points is increasing, Su Wu noted, seeing that even after completing such a large-scale project as installing a geothermal generator, he still had more than 30 points left in his soul. These survival points would guarantee his future existence. The next morning, bright sunlight broke through the clouds into the bedroom. Su Wu got up, washed himself, and went out to check on the progress of things. It turned out that the engineering robot had already completed a mini excavator and was halfway through building a mini transporter. Focusing on the excavator, he saw an upgrade panel pop up. Mini excavator. Without engine compatibility, 90% rating. Except for some minor flaws in the engine and materials, the workmanship is impeccable. Upgrade directions. Mini excavator. Diesel version 2 survival points. Mini excavator battery version 5 survival points. Mini excavator unmanned version 7 survival points. The 3 upgrade options made Su Wu's eyes sparkle. The diesel version, of course, was about the same as the regular mini excavator on the market, but it was cheap. Just 2 survival points and used parts worth a few thousand at most, you could get a brand new mini excavator with a market value of over $1 million. If used skillfully, it was a ladder to riches. A pity that in the context of the impending apocalypse, the title of rich is not so attractive. We can't hurry, Su Wu reasoned. The currency has almost turned into coupons. You don't need a lot of money. With barter, the value will not go anywhere. You can exchange it whenever you want. Restrained himself and switched to the other 2 options. Compared to the diesel version, the electric and unmanned version suited his current needs better. There was no spare diesel, and there was plenty of electricity after the geothermal generator started up. The driverless version was a complete package. Electric power plus autonomous driving and automated construction. The new autonomous driving and construction features were extremely important to Su Wu. After all, he was alone. And for reasons of cost and secrecy, hiring workers to dig an underground shelter was impossible. The unmanned version solved the pressing problem. I'm upgrading to an unmanned version, Su Wu decided without further hesitation. Yesterday's 29 survival points gave him confidence and the opportunity to spend a little. After an instant upgrade, a mini excavator without a driver's cabin, with tracks and a chassis no more than 1.5 meters long, appeared in front of him, looking quite futuristic. As he got closer, Su Wu discovered that his laptop could wirelessly connect to the excavator's onboard computer. Laptop could be used to remotely issue commands and assign tasks. Total weight 1.5 tons. At full power, it consumes 2 kilowatt-hours per hour. The capacity of the onboard battery is 40 kilowatt-hours. The maximum charging time is 2 hours. The data is not bad. Compared to market analogues, this is at least a half-generation improvement. Without rushing to start the excavator, Su Yu first studied the basic characteristics through the survival system prompts. It turned out that both the battery capacity and the charging speed were twice as high as market analogues. It wasn't mind-blowing black technology, but the level of engineering was worthy of being rated cutting edge and justified the triple cost of upgrading over the diesel version. In a stable social environment, just reverse engineering this battery would be enough to make you a regional rich man. Unfortunately, after fiddling around and satisfying his curiosity, Su Wu returned to the bedroom and connected his laptop to the mini excavator. Then he downloaded the plans for the shelter he had bought at the second-hand market and transferred them to the onboard computer. After a 10-second data comparison, the computer sent a notification of a successful match. The mini excavator in the yard started its engine and began digging the ground according to plan. At the same time, a virtual diagram of the underground shelter appeared on Su Wu's laptop screen, with the contours of the above-ground yard, underground geology, the position of the excavator, and even the stage of work with the estimated completion time. Detailed and extremely clear. What a high level of automation! Not finding a place to intervene, Su Wu felt like he was playing a computer game for a moment. Turning his head toward the bedroom window, he watched from above as the mini excavator slowly dug a slanted path in the flat ground of the yard. It was only after a long time that I came to my senses. Now was not the time to waste time. He went down to the yard, walked around the excavator's worksite, estimated the position, and, taking an electric hammer, began to hammer the yard wall. This suburban yard was located so that the main gate opened onto the road, and behind it there was a deserted rocky plain. The area was medium-sized, not big, but not small either. To get from the main gate to the back rocky plain, you had to go quite a way. So Su Wu decided to make a new exit in the back wall to allow transport to move soil and rocks. This was one of the few tasks where he could help in building the shelter. The plan was good, but the execution failed. The seemingly simple work turned out to be extremely exhausting. By the time Su Wu, out of breath, had barely made a hole in the wall 2 or 3 meters wide, 3 hours had already passed. By this point, he had almost no strength left to lift the hammer. "I'll never do this again," Su Wu thought regretfully, underestimating the difficulty of the work. He leaned against the wall to rest, wiped his sweat, drank a can of cola to replenish his fluids, cleaned up the area a bit, and returned to the yard. Meanwhile, the engineering robot had almost finished building the mini-transporter. Su Wu decided to wait, and immediately after finishing it, he spent 5 survival points on upgrading it. The upgraded mini-transporter looked like a big toy, less than 2 meters long. Since it was unmanned, there was no cabin, only a tracked chassis with a body that could hold a maximum of 2 to 3 cubic meters of soil and rocks. Maximum speed, 20 kilometers per hour. Load capacity, 5 tons onboard battery capacity, 40 kilowatt hours. Maximum continuous operating time, 40 hours. As a means of transport, it was ridiculously slow, somewhere between a tool and a large toy. But Su Wu was quite happy. He specifically ordered a tracked chassis, not chasing speed. It was enough to be able to drive on mud and rocks, performing short hauls of soil. As for the load capacity, perhaps thanks to the robust tracked chassis and powerful engine, it reached 5 tons. Even with the body fully loaded with stones, the transporter could move normally without strain. For the construction of the shelter, this transporter had practically no shortcomings. Without hesitation, Su Wu quickly included the newly manufactured transporter in the construction team. Immediately, to the sound of metal bearings turning, he slowly made his way to the construction site, coordinating with a mini excavator to remove the mounds of earth and rubble that had accumulated in the yard to the rocky plain at the back. Now the team could begin full-fledged work. Although there was only 1 excavator and 1 truck, they were already enough to start the initial cycle of work. This was enough to begin the continuous deepening and arrangement of the underground shelter. However, this was still not enough for complete confidence. The site Su Wu had chosen for the shelter had loose soil. This made digging easier, but increased the risk of collapse. So the reinforcement of the tunnel walls had to go hand in hand with the excavation, without the slightest delay. He looked at the slope dug by the mini-excavator. So far, it was only a small excavation, but Su Wu knew that if the excavator went any deeper, he might very well be buried by his own work. Back in the bedroom, he opened his laptop again and assigned new tasks to his construction AI, a construction robot, and a small concrete mixer. These projects didn't require much investment. A few hours passed. After investing another 5 survival points, Su Wu was presented with a new assistant, a humanoid construction robot. It was much cheaper than the engineering one, only a third of the cost. Outwardly, he looked more like a man, and his 2 mechanical arms ended in flexible fingers capable of handling ordinary construction tools. In addition to construction tasks, he could pick up loads or even act as a security guard. A real universal worker. With his appearance, the entire technical chain was completed. Now Su Wu could completely exit the physical process and engage in coordination. At least now, in order to punch a hole in the wall, there was no need to pick up tools. It was enough to give the command. "Start strengthening the tunnel," he ordered. During the day, the mini-excavator had already managed to make a fairly deep entrance into the ground. It was high time to start strengthening it. Wood would be ideal for temporary strengthening, cheap and fast. But since it was difficult to buy in the city, Su Wu decided to use steel angles. This was more expensive and required the engineering robot to be diverted to cutting and welding, which slowed down the implementation of other tasks. "It's a pity that you can't just go to the mountains and cut down trees," he muttered. The hills outside the city were abandoned, but with the order still in place, cutting down the forest would be illegal, even if the end of the world was almost at his door. He sighed a little and collected his thoughts. He was already luckier than most. He had a whole team of tireless machines working around the clock and his own plot of land to build a shelter. Unlike ordinary citizens who were unaware of the impending apocalypse and hoped to get into government shelters. But even if they were lucky, what kind of standard of living would they have there? It was getting dark. Spotlights were burning brightly in the yard. 2 machines and 2 robots were tirelessly deepening and strengthening the passage into the earth. It all looked like a full-scale construction site. In order not to disturb the process, Su-woo went up to the second floor and settled in his bedroom. He monitored the progress remotely via his laptop, while playing and watching the news online. Antarctica is breaking temperature records. Millions of cubic kilometers of ice could melt. More than 100 coastal towns are at risk of flooding. The most powerful typhoon in history is heading for the East Coast. Work and production have been suspended in Awakening since 8 p.m. Emergency preparations have begun for the typhoon. Su-woo's gaze scanned the headlines. Like this used to come out every year. As long as the disaster didn't affect people personally, most people treated it like a noisy weather report. But now there was something alarming about the reports. The words most exceeded, record-breaking were heard too often. As if someone was trying to warn of a threat without being noticed. It seemed that the signs of the end of the world were becoming more and more obvious. Could the first wave of disasters be a heat wave? He opened a video of ice blocks falling into the ocean. Even on the other side of the screen, there was a cold anxiety. He chose the area in the central part of the continent to build the shelter. Far from the coast, away from the threat of tsunamis and rising sea levels. Geology and prices were secondary. Safety was more important. Against the background of the news, this decision looked more than justified. At least he would have more time to prepare. As for the people living in the coastal cities, who knows how many of them will be saved? The latest news is a photo of children playing on the embankment, with a giant wave crashing against the dam behind them. Su-woo felt a strange premonition, as if this picture were a death sentence. But what could he do? If it weren't for the survival system, he would still be living on the coast, unsuspecting. He closed the news feed and switched to the messenger. Recently, he joined several chats where shelter-building enthusiasts communicated. From there, and now one of the dialogues especially interested him. The participant named Chen Xing was clearly scared by the news about Antarctica. She was seriously considering transferring to a university located deep in the continent. But in response, she was showered with jokes and persuasion to stay. Even among the fans of the apocalypse, few truly believed in the imminent end of the world. Changing everything for the sake of a distant hypothetical threat seemed stupid to them. Su-woo decided to intervene. Look how many goods have already become scarce. Leaving the coast now is very reasonable. He left 2 short messages. He didn't care what they would write next. He closed the chat and returned to the game. If his words save at least one life, good. But if a person decides not to see the obvious, no one is to blame. When the fate of all mankind is in question, the disappearance of one fool is unlikely to touch anyone. It was getting dark. Su-woo, tired from the long game, decided to treat himself to a delicious dinner. Before closing the laptop, his gaze accidentally caught the chat window. It was the same user named Chen Xing who sent him a private message of gratitude. Apparently, he finally decided to move thanks to his advice. Su-woo smiled. His heart felt good. In the following days, work on the underground shelter construction proceeded at an accelerated pace. He added a universal mixer to the construction team, which combined the functions of mixing and pouring concrete. Thanks to this, it was soon possible to completely complete the entrance tunnel to a depth of 10 meters. Also dug about 50 to 60 square meters. According to the drawing, the first level of the shelter was to be a rectangular hall 30 meters long, 20 meters wide, and 6 meters high. The ceiling and external walls were planned to be 1 meter thick, filled with reinforced concrete. The floor was supposed to be the second level ceiling, so it was enough to make it 30 centimeters thick. After all, it was inside the structure, not on the outer contour. At first glance, it seemed that the area was small. But considering that Su-woo's 6 million yuan apartment in the coastal city was only 100 square meters and a little over 2 meters high, the new shelter was dozens of times larger. For one person, there was more than enough space. Even 10 people would not feel cramped. However, with each passing day, problems began to emerge that could not be foreseen in advance. Until you start building it yourself, you won't understand what you've gotten yourself into, Su Wu muttered. This is not a homemade country house. It is a gluttonous concrete creature. On May 15th, in the middle of the day, he watched on the monitor as bags of cement one after another went into the concrete mixer. Thoughts began to press. Despite the ability to use the bonuses of the survival system, he still tried to save money, as when creating the first models of robots. The shell of the shelter was mainly laid out of construction waste. Old metal, broken cement, gravel. Real cement was used only in the top layer, for fixation and minimal protection. However, the consumption of cement and sand quickly exceeded all expectations. At the current pace, there may not be enough building materials even before the first level is completed. It's easier with sand, but with cement, it's already a disaster. To buy through official channels, everything was sold out or requisitioned. Su Wu had no connections in the region. He was from the coast. But that didn't mean he would give up. Opening the internet, he began to comb through secondary sales sites, entering keywords, cement, building materials. He weeded out the scammers, sorted through a bunch of ads, and finally came across a supplier with leftovers. 300 yen per bag, he exclaimed, reading the price. And that's without delivery? Even taking inflation and shortages into account, the price was extortionate, almost 15 times higher than usual. Besides, the seller's warehouse was more than 400 kilometers away. He would have to deliver the cargo himself. The seller answered politely, but with a hint. If you want, take it. If you don't want it, don't bother me. Cement is now under state control, he wrote. Everything that was there has already been given to the needs of the government. I managed to hide a little, but I won't give you much. You can't risk it. Su Wu sighed heavily. Okay, you have 1,000 bags there. I'll take them all. Now I'll find someone to take them. There was no point in thinking about it. The money would soon lose its value completely. He decided to spend the rest of the funds on something without which the construction would stop. In the future, it will be possible to exchange something for equipment or services. He agreed to buy the entire batch of cement, and then found 2 large trucks through a logistics platform to pick up the goods. Yes, it was more expensive than through connections, but it was fast and reliable. If only everything went smoothly along the way. He understood that the route was not short, and it was unknown what other obstacles might arise. May 16th. Clouds covered the sky, and soon a heavy downpour began. The cement trucks were inevitably delayed, and the arrival time became uncertain. Su Wu, sitting in his room on the 2nd floor, looked out the window, feeling the warm, damp dampness on his face. Anxiety was growing inside. He opened the map, checked the location of the drivers, and calculated the approximate remaining distance. He hoped that the cars would get to him as soon as possible. However, the first call was not from the driver at all. An unknown city number appeared on the screen. Do you want to confiscate the cement? He asked gloomily after hearing the gist of it. It was a call from local authorities. We don't insist, a polite voice answered. There is a construction project in the city that is being urgently built, and we really need cement. If you can help, we will be grateful. The voice was calm, without pressure. Su Wu even noted to himself that the speaker was clearly reasonable and was not going to be pushed by threats. Sorry, Su Wu sighed. I myself need this cement to survive. We are not asking for free, of course, the official continued. After the project is completed, you will receive valuable contribution points in return. This will open up special opportunities for you, including improved conditions in official shelters. Su Wu shook his head. I understand. But without this party, I will not complete the construction. I cannot give in. There was silence on the other end of the line. Understood. We wish you success. I hope everything will work out for you. The official replied and ended the call himself. Su Wu lowered the phone and thoughtfully twisted it in his hands. A complex feeling was growing inside him. Perhaps his act seemed selfish, but he was an ordinary man, not a hero. And in this chaos, the only thing he could do was try to save himself. Up and turned his attention back to the laptop screen, where the real-time image of the construction site outside the window was being broadcast. Neither the pouring rain nor the gusty wind could stop the construction team from working. The excavators continued to dig, the robots continued to strengthen, and the equipment continued to remove soil. Everything was moving strictly according to plan, gradually giving the underground shelter real outlines. A notification suddenly popped up on the screen. Production complete. A large battery module has been created. Su Wu stood up, went downstairs, grabbed an umbrella, and stepped into the downpour. In the courtyard, the wind cut his face, and cold moisture crept under the collar of his jacket. He hunched over and, overcoming the resistance of the bad weather, reached the temporary shelter where the newly assembled battery was placed his hand on it and mentally activated the upgrade command. A flicker of white light, and in place of the usual body, a new version appeared. A silver-colored metal cube the size of a suitcase. High-capacity battery pack. Capacity, up to 10,000 kilowatt-hours. Supports wireless charging within 100 meters. Purpose, mobile mini-power station. The system notified that the upgrade cost only 5 survival points, less than expected. "We'll have to get some more old batteries if we can," he muttered. "The more of these units, the more reliable." This upgrade wasn't part of the original plan. The decision was spontaneous but timely. With the high-capacity battery, the shelter now has additional backup power. Even if the main geothermal generator fails, the energy supply will not stop immediately. In addition, the unit allowed the accumulation of excess energy. Now it will not be wasted. The earlier such things are implemented, the more benefit in the long term. After connecting the battery to the generator, Su Wu left it to recharge and returned to the house. After a quick shower and change of clothes, he found himself back in the bedroom on the second floor. Seeing that he still had enough survival points, he finally decided to do what he had long planned: upgrade his laptop. The update required 15 points and was delayed for a long time. There were always more urgent tasks. A flash, and the previous black case was replaced by a futuristic silver design. He turned on the device. The new hard drive turned out to be gigantic. 1,000 petabytes, 100,000 times more than the previous volume. Power now rivaled the capabilities of small supercomputers. But at the same time, energy consumption also increased. In full load mode, the laptop burned 100 kilowatt-hours per hour. The built-in battery was enough for only an hour of work. However, the most important bonus was the built-in basic AI. He could take on simple tasks, freeing Su Wu from routine. Su Wu activated the interface, gave the new AI a name, Luo Tianyi, and handed over control of the entire construction team to her. And almost immediately, something similar to a miracle happened at the construction site. The machine's actions became precise, coordinated, as if they were controlled by a living entity. Efficiency increased noticeably. Automation, it turns out, also comes in different levels, he chuckled. The higher the computing power, the higher the return. Looking at the load indicators, he realized that managing the construction site hardly loaded the system. Why not give Luo Tianyi another task? He launched an additional long-term process, collecting and downloading all text data available on the internet. The task was simple in words, but it would have been almost impossible to do manually. Too much interference, filters, inaccessible sources. And I would do a much better job. The only limitation was the connection speed. In the afternoon, the rain finally began to subside. And almost immediately after that, the long-awaited cement trucks arrived at Su Wu's house. He stopped the construction machines for a while, and then, under the astonished gaze of the drivers, directed the robots to unload the goods. "Wow, brother, you got the future here," said one of the drivers. "They work better than a team of 5. "It's hard to find people now," Su Wu shrugged. He didn't specify that it was possible to hire them, but there would be little benefit from it. Cars are more reliable anyway. "It's the same with us, by the way. The government took all the smart workers. They're digging something, they say, building civil defense, the driver shared. I wouldn't be surprised if the rumors about the end of the world aren't so far from the truth, added the second. Prices are rising. The deficit is growing. Who knows where this will lead? Maybe, Su Wu answered evasively, neither confirming nor denying. When the cars left, the sun was already setting. He carefully ordered the cement to be covered with a waterproof film. Such reserves would become real currency in the future. May 22nd. Having collected the required number of points in a week, Su Wu bought another mini excavator, a transport cart, and a construction robot. His team doubled in size, and the digging efficiency increased significantly. May 28th. The work on the first level of the shelter was completed. About 600 square meters were dug. Su Wu spent another 1 point on the final sealing of the walls. The layers of construction waste, reinforcement, and outer concrete shell were connected into a solid monolithic structure. The equipment began to leave the area. Now everything was ready to begin excavations of the second level. That same day, in the afternoon, on the second floor of a modest country house, Su Wu sat in the bedroom. For the first time in a long time, he was not in a hurry. The work was finished, and he could finally start planning the interior. He opened his laptop, comparing the plans with examples he had found online. Had to be made. What would be the starting functionality of the shelter, and where exactly it would begin its journey? The main part of the shelter is located at a depth of 10 meters underground, Su Wu muttered, continuing to draw a diagram on the laptop screen. An inclined tunnel leads there from the surface. In the upper part of the first underground level, closer to the exit, you can organize a disinfection chamber, a wardrobe, and a garage. All this will make it easier to enter and exit the shelter in the future. Also, a lifting mechanism of about 20 square meters will be installed here, capable of moving transport between the first and second underground levels, and later, even deeper. He methodically distributed each square of the shelter, starting with the most necessary zones. The remaining 500 square meters of the first level haunted him for a long time. He couldn't come to a decision for half an hour until he finally made a final plan. 200 meters to be allocated for rice fields and the remaining 300 for vegetables. In the conditions of the end of the world, besides energy, food becomes the main resource. Without it, any technology loses its meaning. Therefore, the creation of an autonomous agricultural complex became a priority. Indoor plantings were different from ordinary fields. No soil, only hydroponics and artificial lighting simulating solar conditions. To make the most of every meter of space, he decided to plant the crops in tiers. Rice in 4 levels, vegetables in 10. This increased the actual planting area to 800 and 3,000 square meters, respectively. More than 1 mu of land for rice, he calculated. In ideal conditions, the harvest could be collected every 4 months, up to 800 kilograms. This would be enough for at least 10 people. At the same time, the calculation was very modest. Some hybrid varieties could give 1.5 to 2 times more. But Su Wu preferred quality. He didn't want to sacrifice taste for dry statistics. As for vegetables, he chose those that grow quickly. Lettuce, spinach, Chinese cabbage, cabbage. They were complemented by tomatoes, cucumbers, and other familiar varieties. The first were intended for mass deliveries and exchange with other shelters. The second, so as not to forget the taste of normal life. The resources that were available to him allowed him to build only the frame of an autonomous system. In order to go beyond these limits and improve life, he would have to establish trade. Having finished with the vegetables, he unexpectedly decided to add fruits. Strawberries, pineapples, grapes. Why not? A little luxury in this underground world, he grinned. He devoted more than 600 meters of planting area to fruits. In the future, they could even replace currency. That's probably enough, he said to himself, having finished the drawing. The first stage, the first level, was finally taking shape. And although it was still a long way from full autonomy, even this basic complex could already ensure survival in the event of an emergency isolation. The team began building the lifting mechanism, which was immediately upgraded by Su Wu with the system. The group then split up. One part, excavators and transport, went deeper into the second level. The rest, construction robots, worked on the disinfection compartment, wardrobe, and garage. Time to time, they went down to strengthen the new layer. As the depth approached the rock layer, the usual technique lost its effectiveness. Su Wu, using the remaining survival points, added a crushing machine to the team. 24 hours of continuous work passed. The first level was almost complete. Ventilation ducts, pipelines, dividing walls were installed. All that was left was to launch the landing zone. May 31st, the last day of the month. Su Wu spent 5 points and activated the semi-automatic farm management system. He gave this part of the shelter a name, hydroponic farm. And here it is. Everything worked. The plantings went according to plan. Rice, vegetables, fruits. True, he did not think about fruits in advance, and the seeds for them were not prepared. He had to urgently go to the market. Fortunately, the seed store still had the necessary crops. He exchanged some canned goods and cereals and returned with his hands full. There were no delays in the launch. And that same day, through Luo Tianyi's AI, he received disturbing news that had not yet spread through public channels. Somewhere in the heart of the African Rift, in a large settlement, the temperature suddenly rose to a record 155 degrees Celsius. An entire tribe, several thousand people, died of dehydration in a matter of minutes. Not a single survivor. It started, Su Wu whispered, looking at the pictures taken by the rescue team that had arrived. Something inside him tightened. This wasn't just a tragedy. This was a prologue. He knew. An avalanche would follow. June 1st. The pace of disasters exceeded the darkest expectations. In the morning, a second temperature spike was reported, this time over Antarctica. Ice began to evaporate before our eyes. The wind roared over the ocean. The rains lashed down non-stop. A few hours later, the first coastal capital was underwater. More than 200,000 people, without communication, without a trace. And at the same time, on the opposite side of the continent, the eastern ports were on alert. Sirens were sounding in all the cities. Television was constantly broadcasting the message from the federal government. Urgent evacuation of the population inland, as far from the coast as possible. But it was impossible to relocate millions in a couple of hours. 10 hours after the alarm went off, only the first groups of evacuees had reached the high ground. The majority was still in the coastal areas. They were walking in step with death, and they were praying that the finish line would not be theirs. While the world outside and on the internet was seething with panic and news, in the central part of the eastern continent, in the suburb of Jianghe, Su Wu sat quietly in the bedroom of his modest home and browsed forums. It seemed that the evacuation of millions of people and the massive logistics had taken up almost all of the authorities' attention. Information that was censored yesterday was already freely circulating online today. Su Wu even found several supposedly internal reports from the Federation about climate disasters. According to these documents, in a month or a month and a half, the average temperature on the planet should exceed 60 degrees, and in peak zones, it could reach 100. The surface of the Earth will become mortally dangerous for habitation. "So I have at least a month," he muttered. It wasn't exactly good news, but it wasn't the worst either. A definite deadline was better than uncertainty. He figured that if the pace of construction continued, the second and third underground levels would be ready on time. It would be possible to live in the shelter without any problems. His heart calmed down. Knowing that everything was going according to plan, Su Wu felt a strange sense of idleness. AI Luo Tianyi and the engineering team were doing all the work. He himself could only make deals with other survivors or search for useful information. He opened one of the chat rooms, Apocalypse Discussion. It was bustling. Messages poured in by the dozens every second. Participants discussed the shocking news of the evacuation of tens of millions of people from the coast. After the initial noise, the chat began to fill with more useful information. Some wealthy shelter owners tried to urgently barter for scarce resources. Almost no one traded for money anymore. Everything switched to barter. One of the posts caught Su Yu's attention. "We are looking for excavators, jackhammers, drills, barter, metal, rubber, food, parts in PM." He was in the same city, Jianghe, and he had the ability to produce mini excavators. But steel was a strategic resource of which there can never be too much. He immediately wrote, "Will mini excavators suit you?" and immediately sent photos of the models and technical specifications. The answer came almost immediately. "They will do it. 20 tons of processed steel for one machine. We will take as much as you have." At previous prices, a ton of such steel cost 12,000 yuan. It turned out that they were offering 8 times the usual price for one excavator machine. But it was logical. Metal is just raw material. It still needs to be smelted and processed. And an excavator is a working tool with which you can build and survive. In the conditions of an impending catastrophe, such things were worth their weight in gold, especially for those who only now realized that they needed to build a shelter and were ready to pay through the nose. "Do you have scrap?" Su Wu asked slowly. He didn't care what kind of iron it was, recycled or not, but the difference in price was noticeable. "I do, but not much. Just a couple hundred tons. I can give it to you at the rate of 100 tons for one mini excavator. But you will have to pick it up yourself from our warehouses," Su Yu estimated. "A regular vehicle can pull a maximum of 5 tons. To take everything out, you need dozens of trips." This was not a problem before, but now, when both fuel and labor have become scarce, logistics are no longer a joke. "It's working. I'll exchange 3 cars for all your scrap. If anything is missing, you'll make up for it with recycled metal," he concluded. Of course, he wasn't going to use the equipment from his construction team. That would have immediately slowed down the shelter project. Besides, the deal didn't require a cutting-edge model. A cheap diesel version for 2 survival points would do just fine. They agreed to start the transfer tomorrow. Su Wu closed the messenger and opened the control panel. The engineering robot a new priority, to assemble 3 mini excavators. He himself went downstairs and headed for the makeshift garage in the yard. The transport services market had collapsed. Even the rich people who built themselves super expensive bunkers could not find drivers. Su Wu certainly didn't have such means. There was only one way out: to get his own car and haul the cargo himself. There were only 2 means in the garage: an old minivan, once used for draining gasoline, and an antediluvian tractor with a trailer for diesel. Su Wu immediately ruled out the minivan: 1 tonnage and a cramped body. No good. But the tractor looked much more promising. Simple, durable, load-bearing. Agricultural tractor with trailer speed. 32 kilometers per hour consumption. 7 liters per hour. Load capacity, 3 tons. Possible upgrades: diesel-electric van, 3-5 survival points. Additional armor, cross-country ability, speed, cruising range, thermal insulation, radiation protection, filtration, electronics. B. Unlike small objects, a whole list of modifications appeared here. Apparently, the tractor was considered a full-fledged device. Su Wu thought about it and chose the first upgrade: armor. It cost an additional 3 survival points and about 2 tons of steel. But in the conditions of the approaching anarchy, protection could be decisive. The main direction is, without a doubt, the electric drive. It had electricity in abundance. But with diesel and gasoline, it's worse. You can't go far on them, and the consumption is simply insane. With electric traction, it's almost free. The car could drive for days without requiring a drop of fuel. An ideal choice. While operating the construction robot, Su Wu moved a large pile of scrap metal. Su Wu began to formally upgrade. Soon, with the disappearance of 8 survival points on the system panel. The used tractor completed its evolution in a flash of white light. The evolved used tractor. The body widened, and there was no trace of the tractor left. It completely transformed into a medium-sized truck with a heavy metal texture. Compared to what it was before the upgrade, its speed and load capacity increased by about 3 times. At the same time, due to the choice of the armor sub-option, The tires were changed from inflatable to solid. The cabin also became stronger and heavier. Even the inlaid glass on the sides and front of the cabin was converted to a bulletproof style. It was strong enough to withstand attacks from machetes, hammers, and light weapons such as pistols. Now, safety should be guaranteed. The upgraded mid-sized truck gave Su-woo a feeling of complete safety. However, despite this, he still felt that something was wrong. Not enough. There is no ideal passive protection. Only by mastering the power of attack can one become invincible. Su-woo thought for a moment. He ran back to the bedroom. He took out the crossbow blueprint from the notebook and handed it to the engineering robot. He asked it to reconsider the task and give priority to the production of crossbows and crossbow bolts. This crossbow blueprint was a special model downloaded by the main AI from a closed site. It can shoot 3 times in a row. The effective range is 50 meters. According to federal law, this blueprint is prohibited information and cannot be sold or given to the outside world, and the finished product is forbidden to be carried or used. If everything were normal, Su-woo would naturally not even think about the crossbow. But now the news of the approaching end of the world has become almost public knowledge. I think law enforcement should not have time to check the contraband. As long as it is not too noisy, you can just use it for self-defense. The next day, taking a ready-made, metallic-looking hand crossbow and a clip with 30 crossbow bolts, Su-woo drove 3 diesel mini-excavators, retrofitted on site. He then climbed into the cab with a construction robot, one on the left, one on the right. He went to the agreed-upon steel plant, located several dozen kilometers away. The construction robot was taken mainly for porters. There were 200 or 300 tons of scrap metal in total. Su-woo would be exhausted, and it would be impossible to carry out loading and unloading work. Better to let the construction robot go right away. Moreover, the humanoid construction robot can carry heavy objects and, naturally, has a certain strength. In case of a threat, it can temporarily act as a bodyguard. Significantly increases security. Completely electric truck. It runs extremely smoothly and quietly, and when started, it is silent. Su-woo drove the entire road and soon entered the city. In the city, the situation is better than expected. Although after a day of excitement, the news of the end of the world has spread widely among everyone. Most of the shops on the street were closed and most pedestrians had disappeared. Only trucks commandeered by the government were delivering supplies to the various official shelters. The atmosphere seemed a little subdued and tense. But overall, thanks to the government's timely announcement of the shelter relocation plan, order was still under control. No one was seen disturbing the peace. Su-woo's tense nerves calmed down a little. He quietly joined the cargo convoy, crossed the city, and arrived at the steel mill on the outskirts of the city, on the other side. No incidents occurred during the transfer. After delivering 3 mini-excavators, Su-woo successfully obtained the key to a warehouse containing 260 tons of scrap iron and 4 tons of pre-processed steel sheets. It was at this point that Su-woo discovered that he had encountered a big problem. The medium-sized truck he was driving had maximum load capacity of almost 10 tons. But since the scrap iron sold to him was a regularly shaped waste. In fact, even if the cars were full, only about 5 tons could be hauled out at a time. This meant that the efficiency of transportation was cut in half. It took at least 50 or 60 round trips to haul all the steel out of the warehouse. Taking into account the time spent loading and unloading, the cargo would probably not be transported until the end of the world. At a loss, Su-woo could only focus on another sub-option for upgrading the mid-size truck. An electronic information system. The so-called electronic information system is a comprehensive function. It integrates many functions such as automatic driving, remote communication, and terrain scanning using radar. The modification cost is 3 survival points. After completing the modification, Su-woo will be able to use a laptop and basic artificial intelligence to make a mid-sized truck drive itself down the road. Then, After the truck arrives at the steel mill warehouse, it can also be used as a communication tool to remotely control the construction robot mounted on the vehicle to load the goods. This will achieve unmanned automatic control throughout the entire process. In order to avoid having to personally manage the transportation, Su Wu did not hesitate for long and quickly decided to upgrade the electronic information system of the medium-sized truck. In addition, in order to avoid the problems associated with unmanned driving on the road, Su Wu also specially pasted a one-way light filter on the cabin glass, hiding the real situation in the cabin. Of course, this is illegal, but it is the same thing. The end of the world is near. Few people have time to deal with the minutiae unless they are too onerous. So the mid-sized driverless trucks blended into the busy street convoys. They began to shuttle between Su Wu's farm and the steel mill day and night. The scrap metal from the steel mill warehouse was gradually transferred to the farm. In the next few days, except for the tsunami that hit the coastal towns, which suffered heavy losses, nothing important happened. Su Wu remained in his factory building. Every day he read the news, communicated on forums and in groups, and played games. His life was easy and measured. If he hadn't received news about the end of the world from time to time, Su Wu would have even had the illusion of returning to the peaceful times of his former life. Incidentally, it is worth noting that thanks to the deal with the steel mill, Su Wu proved his strength. He also became administrator of the chat dedicated to the Day of Judgment. He was also drawn into a small group called the Doomsday Survival Preparation Group in Jianghe City. This small group, consisting of only 20 people, all members are leaders of several cities around Jianghe, private and corporate shelters. The original purpose. The purpose of the group was to help local small and medium-sized shelters exchange materials and information. Through this special group, Su Wu gradually learned a lot of news that were unknown to ordinary people. For example, at present, in the central cities of the world's main continents, the first group of residents has begun to move into official shelters. Among them, naturally, are mainly politicians and scientists. The number of wealthy people is relatively small. It is not that they do not have the right to move, but most wealthy people prefer to build their own shelters. This is also the reason why the bomb shelters in the mountains were abandoned. For quite a long time, this was one of the main reasons why the goods were in demand in the market. Compared to these rich people, it is not surprising that Su Wu could not find a suitable place in the mountains. We have several official shelters in Jianghe City. Almost all of them have are ready. They connected most of the city's underground parking lots and underground shopping centers, and also united the metro crossings. Whole space looks very large, almost forming a small underground city. But Ski-Tik Wang Jiangguo, the director of the steel factory who pulled Su Wu into the survival training group in Jianghe City, revealed some of the official circumstances of the city in a casual conversation. Jianghe. The official shelters in the city are huge, but they must accommodate 3 to 4 million people and maintain a certain production capacity. Living space per person is catastrophically small. Dormitories for 6 or even 10 people may become the norm. Compared to this, no matter how bad the private shelters are, they are as beautiful as heaven. It should have been completed long ago. It is already the 9th. Any later, and something serious could happen. A member of the group with the online nickname Heavy Night took control of the conversation, and there was alarm in his voice. Mobilize 3 to 4 million people and move their families from their homes to underground shelters. It seems simple. In fact, anyone who has ever driven knows how difficult the situation is. If you hesitate a bit, the remaining 20 days may not be enough. Not quite. There are plenty of places up and down. If it's really late, the worst thing to do is to leave your things and run faster. Usually, it takes a few minutes to reach the shelter. Another member of the group, Tiancheng Architecture, casually consoled. His words seem reasonable, but in fact they ignore the mobility of the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. If you actually do what he says, and you don't care. If you do it wrong, tens of thousands of elderly and disabled people with relatively slow movements could die. Of course, it's the end of the world. It's normal to have the idea of survival of the fittest. After all, even in times of peace, the rich may not take the lives of ordinary people seriously. In the end, the gap between the rich who own private shelters and ordinary citizens will only widen. By the way, is the official intelligence reliable? In fact, at least 20 days are given for preparation. But now it is almost 40 degrees outside. Our whole family was forced, moved to the shelter in advance, and we can only hide inside and remotely manage the work of the employees outside. Not everyone cares about the lives of civilians outside. The user named Zhuang Gongzi, who is suspected of being held by a rich man in the second generation, did not even bother. Cover up and complained in the group. No matter how well a private shelter is built, the space is still limited. For a rich kid who is used to a free life, it is a little offensive and sad not to be able to participate in car racing. 40 degrees of owls. Su Wu's heart trembled slightly. He raised his head and looked at the thermometer hanging outside the bedroom window. At that moment, it showed the actual temperature of 42 degrees, 2 degrees higher than what the rich second-generation representative had said. This violated the local historical value of Jianghe City. And yesterday, if Su Wu was not mistaken, the maximum temperature reached 34 degrees. In one night. The climate changed from early summer to midsummer. Su Wu got up and opened the window. Waves of heat washed over him too. In an instant, the originally cool temperature in the room rose several degrees. It was no longer suitable for a person to work outside for a long time. Carefully feeling the change in temperature, Su Wu turned his gaze to the small courtyard below and the mountains in the distance. A faint flame, accompanied by clouds of grey. White smoke rushing straight into the clouds. This was clearly reflected in his pupils. This was a sign of a forest fire. The fire was about to go out. However, in normal times, forest fires are put out by forest firefighters, and the government is still busy building shelters and relocating residents, not to mention releasing energy to fight this fire. It seems that there is a bomb shelter in this mountain. It seems that some rich person bought it along with the mountain. I don't know if it will survive this fire. Su Wu gave such a clear explanation, because the place he originally chose for resettlement included this place. It's a pity I didn't have enough money and was late. Couldn't compete with others. Now it seems good that I didn't choose this place. As the forest fire spread, high temperatures and heat of hundreds of degrees, endless smoke and poisonous gas, all of these are nightmarish experiences for the shelters there. If the preparations are insufficient, the ventilation and air purification systems inside the shelter will fail. It may not survive this disaster. Su Wu looked away and looked toward the exit of his shelter in the small courtyard. The vehicle loaded with gravel and soil slowly drove out. Even in this severe heat, the engineering team, controlled by the primary artificial intelligence, still maintains its original ultra-high efficiency, constantly expanding the underground space of the shelter. This evening at the latest, the second underground floor of the shelter will also be completed. Then the repairs will take 2 days. I can move at any time. The second underground floor. The total area is 650 square meters. 50 square meters of space, which is larger than the first floor, is mainly used for construction of a power plant and water storage facility. The power plant will be equipped with a new geothermal generator that will use the same underground pipeline as the old geothermal generator on the ground. At the same time, there is enough space next to the geothermal generator. If necessary, 2 more geothermal generators can be installed, with a pump and a clean water tank. The pump is responsible for continuously collecting groundwater, then filtering and cleaning it in the clean water tank to supply it to the hydroponic farm on the first floor of the shelter and to the living area on the second floor. As for the main area of the second floor, Su Wu divided it into a living area, a control center, a mechanical production center, a warehouse for daily needs, and a water tower. The living area includes 3 bedrooms, a restroom, a living room, a dining room, a bathroom, a toilet, and a kitchen. This is the place where Future will be where Suwoo's main daily activities will take place. The space allocated is quite large. In fact, it can be compared to a large apartment or townhouse in the city. There are 3 bedrooms. One is the main one, and the other 2 are in case other rooms are added in the future. Participants. Humans are social animals. Living in the city centre, you may not notice it. But in a quiet refuge, such loneliness will accumulate over time, until it becomes heavier than Mount Taishan. Therefore, even though there are certain risks, Suwoo will sooner or later accept outsiders into the shelter. The rest room is a place where Suwoo can relax and unwind, and the interior is completely in line with his hobbies. There are gaming consoles, high-performance computers, big-screen TVs, speakers, treadmills, etc. It meets a range of needs, from gaming and watching movies to running and fitness. If it weren't for the fact that the internet might be down after Judgment Day, the game room's equipment practically allows Suwoo to play for years. As for other rooms, like the living room and dining room, there is nothing special to say here. They are quite standard and correspond to their purpose. In addition to the living area, the control center is the central brain of the entire shelter. Here are located Suwoo's upgraded high-energy battery, a laptop comparable to a small supercomputer, and the control terminals for monitoring the entire shelter and barnyard. From the control center, Suwoo can monitor the environment at any time, situation, and precisely control the engineering team and all network equipment in the shelter. When enough survival points are accumulated in the future, Suwoo will further strengthen the defense of the control center, just in case. Next to the control center, in addition to the living area, there is a mechanical production center. According to the plan, in the future, it will house a small processing machine, a 3D printer, a full-time engineering robot, and a warehouse of rare materials. It is capable of handling most small mechanical equipment. Currently, although Suwoo can upgrade any mechanical equipment using survival points, such an upgrade is similar to manual work. Not only is the cost high, but also the volume is extremely limited. Production Point, a well-equipped mechanical production center, will not have these disadvantages. With blueprints and enough raw materials, cheap finished goods can be continuously produced. At the edge, away from the control center and the mechanical production center, there is a warehouse for essential goods and a water tower. Warehouse for essential goods, responsible for storing all the materials needed for everyday life. For example, food, medicine, sugar, fertilizers, toilet paper, detergents, clothes and shoes, etc. It almost covers all the things that Suwoo currently temporarily stores in a 2-story building on the ground. The water tower is a large reservoir for storing and pumping purified groundwater. It is also used as an emergency water source to prevent emergency situations. If one day the groundwater dries up and there is no water left on the surface, the water tower can at least maintain a normal water supply to the shelter for more than a month. 2 underground floors. This essentially solves most of the problems Suwoo faced during their long-term stay in the shelter. Completion of construction actually means that the main part of the shelter is finished. Further work can be seen at best as an expansion and improvement of the shelter, which is the icing on the cake. Suwoo put his thoughts aside and closed the window. In the short time it was open, his forehead had already been burned by the heat of the outside world and sweat had come out. June 11th, Maine. The 2nd underground floor of the shelter was finished. Almost all the valuables in the 2-story building in the courtyard, including the bedroom where Suwoo originally rested, were moved. Suwoo himself, along with his things, naturally moved to the underground shelter, the shelter's living quarters. Accompanied by a ball of white light stimulated by the survival point, it spread across the ceiling above Suwoo. The humid and stuffy air in the room suddenly became refreshing. It felt like we were in a forest on an early summer morning. This is the result of the advanced system, purification and central air conditioning. They automatically control the quality and temperature of the air inside the shelter and keep it in an optimal condition. In terms of composition, at this time, the air that Suwoo breathes is practically the same as in an unpolluted forest. Of course, if he wants. It can also be set to ocean mode, garden mode, etc. This time. A total of 20 survival points were spent. This is the most expensive item of expenditure since I got the survival system, not counting the upgrade of the extreme drilling rig. Looking at the accumulated survival points during this period, which almost immediately dropped to a minimum, Su-woo couldn't help but feel upset. This implies changing the entire structure of the shelter, even if it's just replacing one of the branches of the system. The flow rate is obviously one level higher than the previous minor changes. However, such changes are extremely necessary. Air circulation and central air conditioning may seem insignificant, but in fact, they determine the quality of life in the shelter and even the ability to survival. For example, the forest fire that Su-woo saw 2 days ago. If a shelter located in a forest fire zone does not have a good air circulation and purification system, there will definitely be poisonous gas inside. If there is no central air conditioning or it has not been properly modified, and the heat-removing devices are placed outside the shelter, then a negative state of extreme heat must also be added inside the shelter. The combination of the two harsh conditions created a closed furnace, full of poisonous gas. Unless a miracle happens, the people in it will inevitably die. After spending a few minutes checking the cleaning and temperature control functions and making sure they were reliable, Su-woo left the living area and headed to the control center. The control center was a hall decorated in the spirit of scientific fantasy, with the main color being silvery white. On the wall facing the gate were 4 large screens taking up the entire wall. These screens were at that moment connected to the power grid and were successfully turned on. They broadcast images from 96 CCTV cameras inside and outside the shelter. At the same time, in front of the CCTV screen, in the center of the room, there was a milky white operating table, made in a simple and bright style. In the center was a 40-inch curved monitor, and below it was a horizontal operating panel that looked like glass. It integrated many functional components such as a keyboard, mouse, fingerprint reader, scanner, emergency switch, etc. Su-woo could connect to an upgraded laptop through this operating table. It controlled all the electronic devices in the shelter. Of course, since the equipment inside the shelter is still imperfect, there are not many places to work. For now, it is more symbolic than practical. The cost of making this operating table is 5 survival points. Judging by the state of the shelter, it is somewhat extravagant and wasteful. But the advantage is that the configuration is complete, and there is no need for future upgrades. He sat down on the chair at the operating table. Su-woo reached out, pressed the control button, and turned on the computer via the fingerprint scanner. Half a second later, the 40-inch screen that occupied almost the entire field of vision was replaced by light, and a 3-dimensional image of the shelter appeared in the center, outlined by dark green lines. Su-woo focused on checking and soon found the corresponding engineering team logo on the picture. Then, based on their movement trajectories, he concluded that it must be a miniature map showing the shelter's status in real time. This is amazing. Su-woo was a little amazed. Regardless of whether the internal principle of its implementation is simple or complex. Watching this performance, you could literally see how it maximized the sci-fi atmosphere and gave the audience a complete visual treat. With a flick of the finger, the 3D image of the shelter shrank and moved to the right side of the screen. Then opened the control program and connected with a medium-sized truck that was driving automatically in the city far away. A street scene filmed by the onboard camera appeared in the center of the screen. Compared to the last time Su-woo went out, the city this time seemed even more deserted. Not only were there no open shops on either side of the road, but even the windows of the houses were closed, and there were no signs of life from the residents. According to the electronic thermometer on the car, the temperature outside was stable at about 52.3 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, most ordinary civilian air conditioners can no longer work properly. Even if they still retain some cooling capacity, the actual effect is minimal. For ordinary people, it must be very painful now. Just thinking about it, Su-woo couldn't help but feel sorry for these people. Moreover, This was just the beginning. Strictly speaking, the end of the world had not yet arrived in Jianghe City. After taking a last look at the temperature screen, Su Wu, who had decided not to go outside the shelter gate, disconnected the video link with the medium-sized truck and turned to check the status. Surface dot. On the surface of the cattle yard, after the construction of 2 successive layers of shelter, about 800 tons of the 3,000 tons of scrap iron were used. In addition to the demands of manufacturing drilling rigs, geothermal generators, vehicles, robots, etc., the warehouse, originally filled with copper scrap and rotten iron, has been significantly emptied. Under normal circumstances, such a quantity of steel would not have been required to build a shelter. Raw materials. But Su Wu couldn't resist the feeling of insecurity in his heart, so he added more materials to the original design. He added an extra layer of thick steel plate to the meter-thick concrete outer wall of the shelter. This ensured its strength, and even in an unprecedented earthquake, the outer wall of the shelter will not collapse. However, the steel consumption has greatly exceeded the original plan. It seems that the batch of steel supplied by the steel mill is clearly insufficient. We need to find a way to find more steel raw materials, Su Wu thought, silently added a new point to his future plan. It's not difficult. Unlike food, steel raw materials require virtually no storage conditions. After the end of the world, there will be many abandoned houses and abandoned cars. There are also several small iron mines that are unsuitable for conversion into shelters. All of them could be a good source of raw materials. The only problem is how to collect them and transport them back. He glanced at the scrap iron and looked at the second largest volume of scrap. Household appliances and rubber in the yard. These things, especially the circuit boards from scrap household appliances, are now more important to Su Wu than steel. Various rare elements extracted from the circuit boards are necessary raw materials for upgrading all the electronic equipment in the shelter. Although there are no raw materials, you can use survival points to speed up the upgrade. But the price difference is so great that Su Wu gives up on the idea after just looking at them. The boards don't take up any space. He could disassemble them all first and store them as valuables in the mechanical manufacturing center on the second floor of the shelter. Then he could store some copper, aluminum, and rubber dot. Remembering the warehouse of rare materials in the mechanical production center, Su Wu thought about how to use them. After all, it was not safe to bring valuable materials to the surface. Perhaps a storm will break out one day and they will disappear without a trace. If conditions allow, it is best to leave them in a shelter. However, disassembling the board is not an easy task. It will delay the construction robot for at least 7 to 8 hours. Su Wu currently has only 2 construction robots. One is involved in the construction of the shelter as part of the engineering team, and the other is transporting purchased steel. Both are unavailable. Add another construction robot. It is impossible to handle the job alone. Seeing that the remaining survival points were barely enough, and considering the growing demand for labor in the shelter, Su Wu simply decided to spend the remaining 5 survival points. He instructed Engineering Robot to first make a model of the construction robot. He continued to inspect the surface through the CCTV camera. There was nothing else to see. Cement, sand, and a nearly empty 2-story building. All of these were large objects that were of no value to ordinary people and not subject to theft. There was no need to worry about storage for now. In the future, one could focus on the inside of the shelter. After taking inventory of the assets remaining on the ground, Su Wu inexplicably felt his shoulders relax a little. The vague sense of urgency and crisis that had been weighing on his heart quietly disappeared. In its place was a sense of stability, support, and shelter. The men and most of the important materials had now been moved inside the shelter. Even if a doomsday disaster were to strike outside, there would be no more security concerns. He had truly transformed from an ordinary person facing death into the owner of a shelter that could withstand risks. Switch the CCTV camera to the inside. Shelters. The hydroponic farm on the first floor is almost 10 days away from being ready for sowing and growing seedlings. Some of the fastest growing vegetables are already turning green. We will soon be able to harvest a small crop. It is time to include professional agricultural robots in the production schedule. Limited to the awkward point of survival, the hydroponic farm has been modernized. Only once, when it was built. It implemented only 3 basic functions: automatic control and replenishment of the nutrient solution, water circulation, and lighting. This was barely enough to ensure normal growth of rice, vegetables, and fruits. As for the finer details, such as adjusting the light, temperature, and nutrients depending on the type of crop, selection, harvesting, care, and so on, there was none of that. And now, vegetables gradually began to ripen in batches. The issue of modernization could no longer be postponed. I secretly made a note of this. Su Wu continued his inspection on the 2nd floor of the shelter. In addition to the living area and the control center, the 2nd floor houses a power station, a reservoir, a warehouse for household materials, and the mechanical production center. There is nothing else to see. The mechanical production center is now a practically empty hall. No lathe, 3D printer, or engineering robot planned. Another place that requires a lot of survival points. Take your time. Su Wu was not in a hurry this time. You can't get fat all at once. Be patient, and sooner or later, you will get what you deserve. The night of the emergency transfer. A system update message appeared in Su Wu's field of vision. The living environment has undergone significant changes. The evaluation parameters are being reset. Update complete. Current. Territory. Standard personal shelter. 27%. Daily fixed survival points plus 3. Completion of standard personal shelter. Survival points plus 20. Upgrading shelter ventilation system. Survival points plus 5. Upgrading shelter. Central air conditioning. Survival points plus 3. Current remaining survival points. 31 updated. Su Wu was surprised and looked at the column with the current territory. The biggest change after the update is the addition of a level system for shelters. The 2 words standard and personal refer to the level. The percentage in brackets at the end is for the experience bar progress. At the same time, the introduction of the shelter level system has tripled the daily fixed income. This change is not small. An additional 2 survival points per day is enough to build a mini diesel excavator. If you save them up over a few days, you can even double the number of engineering team. The main thing in the future, you should work hard to increase the shelter level. I just don't know how the specific rules are calculated. He looked thoughtfully at the shelter level on the panel. Su Wu felt that it seemed caught some hidden mechanisms of the system. Try to dig deeper, maybe you will be able to get a lot of extra survival points. The next day, Su Wu's good mood, caused by a sharp increase in survival points, was broken by sudden and urgent news. The real end of the world has come ahead of time. Federal Government Order. Number 1. All continents, provinces, cities, districts, and counties are to immediately cease all production and life activities on the surface and take refuge in the nearest shelter. I repeat, immediately abandon all tasks and enter into shelter. In just a few hours, one after another, mobilization warnings were sent to every corner of the world via television, radio, the internet, and every other possible channel. Zhanghe City, where Su Wu was. The streets of the city were almost empty, except for official trucks. With the appearance of the order for mobilization, the city became unusually lively. People no longer paid attention to the heat, more than 10 degrees outside. At the insistence of the authorities and under the piercing alarm signals that were heard throughout the city, they moved with their families to the nearest shelters. Even at Su Wu Farm, located in the middle of nowhere, you could occasionally see cars full of people from nearby villages rushing down the road and rushing to shelters in the city or the mountains. It was terrible. 10 minutes, just 10 minutes. Except for the few who had hidden in advance in shelters, everyone within a few hundred kilometers of the African Rift Valley died. That's tens of millions of people. The Doomsday Survival Training Group in Zhanghe City. The Heavy Knight sent a voice message in a trembling voice. He quickly posted several satellite images of cities near Africa's Great Rift Valley. Apparently, the tragic scene above scared him. Suwu clicked on the photo to check and found that all the cities without exception were surrounded by a sea of fire. But strangely enough, there were no signs of human activity, as if they were empty cities without a soul in them. I heard about it too. They say it was because of a sudden heat wave. The temperature during that heat wave reached over 200 degrees. It was hell. The rich Mr. Zhuang of the second generation was also scared. He plunged into a life of luxury, and for the first time clearly realized that the distance between him and the end of the world could be only a few dozen meters from the shelter to the ground. The outside world was no longer the sunny and peaceful one he knew, according to the information I have received. The abnormal heat is still here, and there is a high probability that it will hit other continents within the next 24 hours. That is why the Federation has suddenly declared a state of emergency. The end of the world is indeed coming. A member of the group named Ye Luoshuanghua, who rarely spoke, recounted the information he had received from the official. His heavy mood could be felt between the lines. Su Wu also fell silent. He sighed and closed the group chat. He planned to observe the situation outside. Compared to the Great Rift Valley hanging in the sky, Zhanghai City was more important. However, after completing the last transport mission last night, the medium-sized truck returned to the farm. It could no longer be used for news from the outside world, and it is not advisable to travel on it now. Not to mention safety, competing with those fleeing in the heat for limited road resources was not in line with Su Wu's original plan. But it was not difficult for him. After thinking for a while, Su Wu stood up and took out several boxes of drones from the closet in the bedroom. They were the regular drones he had bought at a mall when he was in a coastal city a few days ago. They were cheap, and the video quality was acceptable. Now they were ready to use. Using 3 survival points, he slightly modified the Andex to form a formation of drones, capable of flying long distances. Su Wu returned to the control center and activated the drone formation via the control panel. Start matching. Matching successful. Enable automatic collision protection. Maintain flight altitude of 1.5 meters and speed of 0.5 meters in second. Carefully watching the real-time image appearing on the remote control screen, Su Wu carefully controlled the 3 drones and flew into the house. He drove slowly towards the exit of the second underground floor of the shelter. It was very hot outside. He did not want to go outside to carry the drones. He would have preferred to be a little more troublesome, replacing manual labor with remote control. Fortunately, thanks to the primary artificial intelligence, even in difficult indoor conditions, accidents are rare. Half a minute later, a group of 3 palm-sized drones arrived to the exit from the second basement floor. When the last isolation door slid open, a group of drones climbed onto a spacious lifting platform, first reached the first basement floor, and then flew out of the shelter along an upward-sloping passage. Once outside, difficulty. Management has dropped sharply. Su Wu immediately let go of himself, increased the speed of the drone group to the maximum, and flew straight into the sky. Soon, most of Zhanghai City was in his field of vision. Fire, looking down from a great height. 2 or 3 buildings engulfed in raging fire were the first to attract Su Wu's attention. Enlarged the image. As expected, no trace of fire trucks or firefighters was found. In this extremely hot weather, at the same time, a large number of ordinary people need to be evacuated to critical shelters. Even urban fires have become less significant. In other words, the authorities have already powerless to cope with this. There is no way to take into account all these details. Should not be distributed. After assessing the situation around the burning building and making sure that the fire would not spread spontaneously, Su Wu stopped paying attention to it and turned his gaze to the street next to him. At this time, a long line of cars with supplies and personnel had formed on the street, which were driving up to entrances and exits of the shelters, thanks to the complete delivery of the order of the official. Despite some confusion and haste, the general order is maintained. The evacuation was going quite efficiently. However, with so many people, accidents were inevitable. At this time, there was a commotion at one of the intersections. Su Wu adjusted the formation of drones, holding one of the communication drones in place, and the other two descended and approached to take pictures. Near the intersection, several young and middle-aged men with bare torsos emerged from a battered van. They vigorously pulled out the driver and passengers of the damaged car, and it was unclear what they were talking about. The street, not very spacious anyway, was immediately closed. After more than half a minute of delay, the cars that were forced to stop formed a long line 6 kilometers. A group of armed soldiers rushed forward and, without asking any reason, shot the violators of the order. Then they pulled the people and cars to the green strip by the road. The road was clear again. It seemed that we had effectively declared martial law. Stability and efficiency above all else. Su Wu thought about it, and from this deliberately straightforward manner of action, he guessed the intentions of some of the higher-ups, leaders of Jianghe City. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, he continued to fly the drone and patrol the skies above the city. Su Wu currently has a group of 3 upgraded drones. 2 of them are relay drones that can temporarily serve as signal transmission stations to increase the transmission range. The second is a professional reconnaissance drone. It is capable of shooting high-definition video and conducting radar scanning of the area. The entire group can reach a target within a radius of 30 kilometers from the shelter. In fact, the entire urban area and suburbs of Jianghe are under surveillance. In a doomsday environment where the internet can be interrupted at any moment, they can be considered indispensable intelligence tools. By going around the city in circles and using the powerful capabilities of data analysis, artificial intelligence, Su Wu gradually formed a general understanding of the situation in Jianghe City. In just half a day, including the portion that had been evacuated in advance, about half of the city's population of over 2 million people had been evacuated to shelters. At the same time, due to the imperfection of protective measures during evacuation, the mortality rate from accidents also increased many times over the normal rate. Many frail elderly people died in evacuation vehicles. As for supplies, food, medicine, and other essential items were mostly evacuated. The remaining large quantities of non-essential cargo are either sealed in place or continue to be delivered piecemeal to the shelter. These actions by officials clearly indicate that they believe that there is a high probability for a significant period of time in the future that industrial production on the ground will not resume. This is a reminder to Su Wu. In the future, the surface must act more carefully. As darkness fell, the sky was covered in night. The operation to evacuate the entire city was still ongoing. On the contrary, at the insistence of the authorities, it was deliberately or unintentionally accelerated. Su Wu, who had received the necessary intelligence, did not continue the surveillance. He recalled the drone group and began to continue rebuilding and upgrading the shelter according to the original plan. No matter how the outside world changes, the shelter always remains its foundation. 10 survival points were spent on upgrading the hydroponic farm. Semi-automatic hydroponic farm, upgraded to fully automatic. Expected farm productivity plus 15%. Added a new multifunctional robot for farm management. Added functions for pollination, pest control, harvesting, as well as low-temperature storage and preservation. Fully automated hydroponic farm has greatly increased the expected productivity of all crops due to better management of nutrition and lighting. At the same time, the advent of a robot to manage the farm has completely freed Su Wu's hands. From now on, he does not even... I had to go into the hydroponic farm. He could use the control center to hand over the entire process from seedling cultivation to crop cultivation and harvesting to the robot. Su Wu only needed to select the types of agricultural products to plant and collect the harvest from the warehouse. We are going to pick a batch of vegetables. No need to continue. Plant vegetables in an empty space. Maybe add a few more varieties of flowers. He looked at the information about the hydroponic farm on the screen. Given the harsh conditions on the surface in the future, it was very likely that all animals and plants would disappear. In an effort to preserve the fire and improve the quality of life in the shelter, Su Wu came up with the idea of growing flowers himself. Fresh bouquets decorating the shelter lift the mood. Not so depressed. After upgrading the hydroponic farm, the next step is to build a mechanical production center. For the mechanical production center, which is now just an empty shell, Su Wu has no better solution yet. He can only modify the engineering robot as a skeleton to suit the current survival requirements. The rest will come gradually. The engineering robot is the most expensive piece of equipment in Su Wu, with the exception of the extreme drill. Before this, only one engineering robot was initially produced in the entire shelter. A small number does not mean that it is unimportant. On the contrary, it can be called the foundation and basis of the shelter. The entire engineering team that built the shelter and almost all the mechanical equipment inside and outside the shelter were made by engineering robots. With the presence of engineering robots in the mechanical production center, without taking into account efficiency, this is equivalent to immediately having a full set of machining capabilities. 16 survival points are spent, and an engineering robot is added. Daily automatic maintenance of shelter equipment, the repairability is improved, and the ability to respond to emergencies and counter risks. After a series of improvements, in the system panel, the shelter experience level has been increased from the initial standard personal shelter 27% to the standard personal shelter 76%. It is not far from the next stage. By spending survival points, Su Wu felt a little tired. He got up and went to the living area to take a shower, and then gradually fell asleep in the comfortable temperature created by the shelter's central air conditioning system. No matter how hectic and restless the outside world was, in this underground shelter that belonged to him, always quiet and calm, the next day, the temperature outside continued to rise. By midday, it had reached about 55 degrees. Su Wu discovered through reconnaissance by a formation of drones that almost all the wild plants and crops in and around Jianghe City had withered and were on the verge of extinction. A massive reduction in grain production on the surface, or even a complete crop failure, was inevitable. The situation outside was not encouraging. Fortunately, it seemed that most people had successfully hidden the shelter, so there would be no serious problems. In the Doomsday chat, Su Wu shared photos, taken by a drone. The abandoned urban area and the scorched farmland inside caused a wave of resonance. Same here. Almost everyone moved to the shelter. It's just that the requirements of the official shelter are very strict. You can't bring too much stuff. In addition, there are 8 people to a room, which is narrower than the dorms when I was a student. Now there is no entertainment except playing with mobile phones all day long. This is the complaint of an ordinary person hiding in an official shelter. His personal safety is not a concern, but the quality, life fell to the very bottom. All the accumulated property, except for a few valuable things that could be carried, could only be left in the house on the surface. If Su Wu had not received the Doomsday survival system, his experience would probably be no different from his own. I am better than you. I snuck into a local little corporate hideaway. There's a private bedroom. You can take whatever you can fit. But everything costs money, and the water and electricity bills are sky high. The salary the company pays is not enough, and I have to barter things. I don't know how long I can hold out. The man who said this was an ordinary employee hiding in a small corporate shelter. From the few photos he posted, it is clear that even in the shelter he had, there are personal appliances such as a washing machine, a refrigerator, and a TV. The quality of life here is obviously an order of magnitude higher than that of ordinary people in official shelters. But official shelters are more or less oriented towards social welfare, and no matter how low quality of life, there will still be a result. In corporate shelters, there are no such problems. Everything is based on profit. The cost of living there is not only higher, but also the security there is not as good as in the official ones. If you encounter a group of bandits, your life may be in danger. Master, you have a great drone. I launched 3 drones today. but all three broke. The connection is completely lost. Compared to the complaints of ordinary people, many are more interested in the photos of the outside world sent by Su Wu. At this time, he can still receive information firsthand. Of course, he must be a rich man. Of course, someone who dares to speak out and establish connections is not simple. Even if he has a drone, ordinary people do not have the right to let him out of the shelter. Those who can do this at least have a certain status in the shelter. You need a drone with better heat dissipation to go outside. The last words caught Su Wu's attention. The high temperature outside seemed to be affecting the electronic equipment. He replied casually and turned to open a 3D map of the shelter. Indeed, it was discovered that the engineering team that dug the third underground floor of the shelter had varying degrees of wear. This is especially true for the microtransporters that have to go out frequently, as some of the precision components inside showed slight signs of overheating and failure. The high temperature is clearly having a negative effect on this automatic mechanical equipment. It looks like a new cooling system needs to be installed on the engineering group's vehicles. And the geothermal generator, which is on the ground, needs to be moved inside as well. Shelters otherwise, if the temperature was too high, something would happen sooner or later. Trouble was coming. Su Wu began to think about how to deal with it. It was not difficult to install a new cooling system. The information downloaded from the internet by the primary artificial intelligence contains a complete set of relevant drawings. Their transfer to the engineering robot will be completed quickly. The difficulty lies in the enormous amount of energy consumed by the new cooling system. The battery of a micro-vehicle needs to be recharged every time it is not used for a long time. If you want to solve this problem, he said, you can use the wireless charging function of the high-energy battery. You just need to add an additional power receiving device to each device of the engineering group for docking. After thinking for a while, Su Wu came up with a solution. Wireless charging technology has already been developed in this world, is quite developed. Although it is not as exaggerated as the wireless transmission radius of 100 meters of the high-energy battery pack upgraded at the survival point. But the operating principles of these two devices are basically the same. There is no problem with using it just to create a terminal energy receiving device. Solved the hidden danger of the engineering team. Thinking that there were no other urgent matters for now, Su Wu began to enlarge the three-dimensional map of the shelter, intending to use his free time to check the presence of loopholes in its macro project. A shelter whose main goal is survival. The most basic needs are water, air, and safety. As for water supply, the shelter has a complete water supply process from the source of water, filtration and purification, storage to delivery. But the water supply is insufficient. Also necessary to add appropriate drainage, wastewater treatment and water quality monitoring to form a complete water circulation system. This requires the creation of an independent drainage pipeline and several separate wastewater treatment basins. It is used for the strict filtration and purification of domestic, industrial, and laboratory wastewater that may be generated in the future. At each stage, from water supply to drainage, appropriate electronic equipment must be installed for regular scanning and monitoring of water quality. This prevents unknown viruses and radioactive substances from the outside world from penetrating the filtration and purification system. As for the air, the shelter has upgraded air purifiers. In theory, there is no problem. But an air purifier is, after all, a passive, a device installed in the ventilation opening of a shelter. The reaction has a certain delay. In the event of an unforeseen situation, for example, if the outer wall of the shelter cracks and toxic and radioactive substances from the outside world get inside, the shelter will probably suffer irreparable huge losses even before the air purifier is used. In this case, as a last resort, a set of early warning equipment is needed that can more accurately monitor abnormal components in the air and react in a timely manner, such as closing off passages around the area of abnormal air. As for security, hidden. Hazards from water and air are eliminated. The biggest threat to a shelter is fire. This is relatively simple. The database downloaded from the internet contains many well-thought-out response plans, whether it is fire source detection or automatic fire suppression. Su Wu didn't even need to spend extra survival points to improve. Su Wu improved the detailed functions and early warning mechanisms of the shelter one by one. Involuntarily, a complete blueprint of a shelter project, almost completely isolated from the outside world, appeared in his hands. He eagerly transferred it to the list of deferred tasks of the main artificial intelligence. Half a second later, Su Wu received an answer that he could carry out these tasks without affecting the process of expanding the shelter. It would take a total of 1,227 hours. This was longer than expected. Why did it take so long? Su Wu paused for a moment after hearing this unexpected blow to the back. He opened the detailed report and found that the main reason was the lack of quality printed boards and sensor components. In addition, there were not enough chips in the warehouse. High-quality printed circuit boards can be selected and modified from the pile of scrap obtained from dismantling old household appliances. The delay is small. The problem was that some of the missing chips were very difficult to make from scratch. Su Wu felt a little uneasy. Although the engineering robot was practically omnipotent in terms of functionality, it was only good at making mechanical components, not electronic ones. Previously, when faced with such problems, it usually had to be upgraded directly with survival points. But this was a useless solution. Now he can only refurbish the less important places into shelters and then rely on survival points to get through, which is too wasteful. Besides, he can't spend so many survival points now. I can only find a way to steal them from others. He wasn't going to, wasting the engineering robot's productivity on such meaningless low-end chips. Su Wu thought about it and went online. Group also has local forums where you can post purchase information. A large number of chips? This demand is quite unpopular. In such circumstances, there are few places where they can be used. Since the materials that Su Wu chose to pay for were very attractive, the information about his purchase quickly attracted the attention of many people. Many began to ask him if he was going to exchange anything else. Su Wu chatted casually with them for a while, but did not find anything urgently needed, so he politely declined. Now, bad time to trade. After all, the apocalypse only started a day or two ago. Even without the occasional extreme hurricane, surface temperatures above 50 degrees Celsius are not a fatal disaster. Even ordinary people who are not prepared for this may not survive long on the surface. Most people have not yet had time to adapt to the apocalypse. As for the transactions, they still adhere to the evaluation system of the past peaceful era. Time passed in brisk trading. Until noon. A small businessman on the local forum of Zhangye City finally brought Su Wu some useful information. Do you have a batch of L3 chips for washing machines? How many are there? Su Wu was excited. Although these are just chips used for washing machines, they are a rare mid to high-end chip among the chips Su Wu has in stock, and their range of applications is quite wide. It can be said that this is a hard currency that can effectively reduce construction time and consumption of survival points. About 10,000 pieces. All these are materials used by a small factory to compensate for the payment for goods. All these are new goods, not unpacked. The interlocutor answered, in detail. If the price is acceptable to you, I can settle everything. What do you want to exchange? Su Wu thought for a moment and asked cautiously, the price of a washing machine chip is not high. The normal market price before the end of the world was about 15 yuan. Now, after the end of the world, since the demand on the market is extremely low, the price is unlikely to fluctuate. 10 kilograms of lettuce, sugar, chocolate, vitamins, as well as hemostatic and painkillers. In addition to the lettuce, you can choose the amount of other products yourself, but you must be at least a little of each. The price can be calculated at twice the market price. The seller's offer was extremely low. Among them, most were fresh vegetables, and the value of Su Wu was close to zero. Other products, although they are valuable on Judgment Day. But considering the double markup, the amount that actually needs to be exchanged is negligible. The price is acceptable. How to exchange? Realizing that he had taken advantage, Su Wu did not insist. He simply moved on to the next stage of the transaction. The chip is stored in a warehouse in the suburbs. I can't leave the official shelter. Can you pick it up yourself? This time, the seller clearly hesitated for a few seconds before typing a reply. Between the lines, as if he was afraid that Su Wu would refuse. Should I deliver it to you later? Thank you. If the delivery is not enough, there are some tools and metal plates in the warehouse. You can take all of this as compensation. After a few simple conversations, Su Wu raised his eyebrows and did not embarrass the other person any further. He had long expected this. Under the current circumstances, most people would find it difficult to even leave the shelter, let alone conduct long-distance transactions between the shelters. In the end, Su Wu would inevitably have to go there in person and act as a courier. His gaze ran over the seller's list of demands once more, in his mind. That's it. I'll deliver what you need to the door of the official shelter. After the conversation ended, he saved the address and unlock code he received from the seller. Su Wu stood up. He went to the cabinet in the corner of the wall and took out a hand crossbow, shining with a dark shine. This metal crossbow with deadly force is the only weapon he has now. Since he was going to leave, he naturally had to take it with him. However, that alone was not enough. Su Wu stood there and thought for a moment. Turning around, he gave the recall order to the construction robot working on the third underground floor via the control panel. A few minutes later, the recalled construction robot arrived at the door of the control center. Take the crossbow and this barrel with crossbow bolts, go to the truck cabin and wait for orders. He personally handed the crossbow to the humanoid robot in front of him. Su Wu watched as it turned and disappeared into the corner of the corridor. He closed the door and returned to the control panel. No one was asking for real people to get out. A medium-sized, self-driving truck, a construction robot capable of replacing most manual labor, plus a suite of communications and monitoring equipment that could control and exchange data in real time. This is quite sufficient for foreign trade tasks. Of course, there are disadvantages. One of them is that the reaction is not as flexible as that of real people. Another is that there are only 3 construction robots in the entire shelter. Almost all of them work around the clock. Occupying one of them will delay some of the construction work. When the repair of the second floor of the shelter is completed, I will be able to accumulate some survival points. Maybe it is worth considering adding another construction robot. Su Wu thought to himself. The cost of a construction robot is only 5 survival points. In addition to performing construction work and field trips, it can also act as a guard, increasing the safety of the shelter. No matter how you look at it, it's a good deal. While Su Wu was thinking, the construction robot arrived on the ground and climbed into the cab of a mid-sized truck parked in the yard. Su Wu straightened up and remotely connected the data to the mid-sized truck via the console. Half a second later, the big screen displayed lines of symbols and a clear image. It was real-time data on the condition of a mid-sized truck and a video taken by a camera on the front of the truck. The temperature in the cabin was 62 degrees Celsius, and outside it was 55 degrees Celsius. Looking at the data on the screen, Su Wu couldn't help but feel a little relieved and scared. In this heat, if he had to go there alone, he would have gotten heat stroke on the spot. It's smarter to control remotely. Activate the control system and start the engine. The medium-sized truck silently drove out of the farmyard and onto the road. 3 reconnaissance drones followed it in the sky. The field of view provided by a mid-sized truck alone is quite limited. Adding to this the drone's field of view at high altitude, the route can be better planned and dangers can be avoided in advance. This time, although Su Wu did not go out in person, the medium-sized truck and the construction robot itself also became a huge advantage that cannot be ignored. Better to be careful if possible. There were no accidents along the way. It was as quiet as if he were driving through a doomsday wasteland. All he saw were withered vegetation and gravel beaches reflecting the scorching sun. Only once he entered the city did he occasionally see vehicles. But there were few of them. By this time, the official evacuation operation was over. Most of the city's residents had already taken shelter. Doomsday. Su-woo silently watched the empty streets on the screen. Amidst this unobscured desolation, he intuitively sensed the approach of doomsday for the first time. He couldn't help but wonder, compared to the official shelters, could his own shelter, built at a depth of only 10 meters, really withstand future extreme heat disasters? The outer layer of the shelter is made of 1 meter thick concrete, and in the middle of the concrete is a 2 millimeter thick iron plate. The insulation efficiency should be higher than that of conventional basements and underground parking lots. In addition, the ventilation and central air conditioning system is reinforced with an emergency shutdown system. The quality should be better than most official shelters. Also, if the ceiling is good enough, perhaps it wouldn't be too difficult to temporarily withstand a surface temperature of 200 to 500 degrees. This conclusion calmed Su-woo down a little. In any case, at least his safety was basically unconcerned. And considering that the shelter is still being dug, constantly expanding its scale and depth, even if an accident does occur at this time, the worst thing to do is continue to evacuate deeper. In terms of size and margin for error, his shelter is on par with some of the best official shelters. More than 20 minutes have passed. A mid-sized truck has driven through the city and drove out onto a small road near a village in the suburbs. Finally, he stopped in front of a 2-story house. The construction robot sitting at the wheel opened the door, holding a crossbow with arrows mounted in one hand, and got out. No signs of life were detected. Switched to the construction robot. SUU directed it around the apartment building and, after making sure there was no danger, he headed to the front door. Unlike the usual appearance of a residential building, the lock on the front door had an unusual electronic password. However, perhaps due to the abnormally high temperature, the password worked with some delay. Su-woo tried to open it several times, but to no avail. What a broken thing! Su-woo, a little annoyed, was about to go back to the car to get a hammer and break the door. The electronic password lock finally responded slowly. A clicking sound was heard, a few seconds after Su-woo, for the last time, pushed the door. The room was empty. Only a pile of scattered tools was piled up in the corner. "He's not here. Go upstairs and take a look," Su-woo muttered, calmed down and patiently directed the construction robot to the second floor along the stairs without railings. Finally, in the bedroom, he found a whole box of neatly stacked chips wrapped in film. It had to be this one. It looks well preserved. Su-woo successfully found the target and his mood improved. He looked around and was about to let the construction robot demolish the chip. Suddenly, he noticed a photo frame on the bedside table. In it was a very beautiful little girl leaning against a middle-aged man, years old, and she looked at the camera with a shy smile. Her clear eyes were full of happiness and anticipation of the future. Perhaps the girl's smile was too surprising. Su-woo hesitated for a moment and asked the robot to remove the photo frame. His intuition told him that this photo could be very important to someone. He took out the chip. Before leaving, Su-woo did not forget to move all the hardware tools and materials from the first floor to the car. These items were his payment for delivering the goods to the door, and he could not miss them. Half an hour later, a medium-sized truck returned to the farmyard. After receiving the goods, Su-woo loaded 10 kilograms of lettuce and other miscellaneous items specified in the deal into the truck. Lettuce spoils quickly at high temperatures. To ensure a certain degree of freshness, Su-woo chose this more troublesome method of delivery, rather than loading it into the car in advance and then delivering it to the seller on the way back with the chips. In any case, for him, it is simply a waste of inexhaustible electricity. He was not the one who carried the load. There were no other tasks, and the delivery was very fast. If you count the loading, then in just 15 minutes, a construction robot riding a medium-sized truck pulled up to the door of the shelter where the salesman was. "Thank you. Thank you for your concern. The salesman who ran out of the shelter was a thin, middle-aged man. He was surprised to be handed over to a robot. But most of all, he was happy and grateful for the goods he had received. Before that, he had doubts about whether Su-woo would fulfill the contract. He was even prepared for deception. The money and goods had been paid. Su-woo looked at him, waved his hand, controlling the robot, and jumped back into the truck. He carefully set off on his way back. Watching Su-woo's medium-sized truck drive away, the middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead and did not dare to stay outside for long. With a bag of salad and other small things. Someone really delivered the goods to you. The guard at the exit of the shelter looked with some surprise at the middle-aged man who had returned and was amazed. Going out at such a time means not only having to endure extremely high temperatures, temperature point, and also face an incredibly hot storm that can hit at any moment. This is a real risk to life. Most people don't have that kind of courage. I was lucky to meet a good buyer. The middle-aged man smiled sincerely, without mentioning that the goods were delivered to him by a robot. By the way, this is the agreed fee for the work. Thank you for your concern. Having delivered several heads of lettuce from a bag, the middle-aged man kindly handed them to his interlocutor. Although most people spent only a day or two in the shelter, but the crop failure and the loss of sewing equipment by ordinary people have already begun to affect everyone. In this case, bringing some fresh vegetables is perhaps a luxury. Even for those who work in government agencies, this is a sincere enough gift. Okay, I will remember you, Wang Xining, right? You'll find me next time if you need anything. The official smiled. The middle-aged man smiled, lowered his head, carefully carrying the remaining things, and returned to his 6-bed dorm room. At this time, the other residents were still working outside, which saved him from much trouble. Salad, sugar, chocolate, medicine, and other things were laid out on the table. Wang Xining found a photo frame in the bag, which seemed to be not included in the purchase price. He picked up the photo frame, and his attention was drawn to a photo of a girl with a slight smile inside. It was his daughter. Thank you. Wang Xining's eyes turned red, and he whispered words of gratitude, but no one heard them. His fingers gently touched the framed photo, then fell on the lettuce leaves on the table, still covered in water. These were the only materials he had now, and they would be his capital to start a business, as well as tickets to a future meeting with his daughter. On the other hand, having reached an agreement, Su-woo no longer paid attention to the returning mid-sized truck. He found several unexpected parts among the donated components. These items, combined with the newly acquired chips, could perfectly fill the gap in materials for the current repairs of the shelter. The original work time of over 1,200 hours was reduced to less than 20. What a great guy! Recalling the photograph that was handed over, Su-woo was full of goodwill towards the middle-aged man who had such a beautiful daughter. He decided that if the opportunity arose, he could help him again, depending on the situation. Next, there is nothing to say about the process of repairing and upgrading the shelter. As if in a game, Su-woo was looking through the messages on the forum and sleeping, unknowingly reaching the end. At the same time, as the update progressed, the experience bar for the shelter level on Su-woo's system panel also began to grow rapidly from 76% to 100%, then upgraded to a livable 0% personal shelter. This upgrade did not increase the fixed daily income of survival points, but it did give Su-woo a one-time additional reward of 50 survival points during the move-in period that night. Let his savings. Again, June 14th. Average surface temperature rose to 57 degrees. The number of people remaining active outside dropped to a rare level. Many ordinary vehicles could no longer move normally on the roads. That day, Su-woo did not go out. He spent the entire day on forums and chat rooms, chatting casually. Although it seemed a little unprofessional, it also helped him better understand the situation outside. At the same time, he met a girl named Chen Xin. This girl was none other than the one who asked for help from the Doomsday Group, and Su-woo inadvertently reminded her of this. She listened to Su-woo's advice. She actually moved from the coastal area to the interior, and, coincidentally, the place of the transfer was also Jianghe City. June 17th. The surface temperature reached 60 degrees. The world, except for the North and South poles, began to burn in a raging fire. A huge amount of toxic smoke rose straight into the sky, turning into thick clouds. In some areas, near the most intense forest fires, the sky turned red like fire. Suburb of Jianghe City, not far from Su Wu's farm. It was around noon, but the sky was grey and dim. Even with the high beams on, it was impossible to see the landscape 100 meters away. No exception. The fire that had spread around the world was also blazing in the mountains near the farm. Unlike the small forest fire that had occurred more than a week ago, this time the fire had engulfed all parts of the mountain area and consumed everything that could burn. And there was a slight tendency for the fire to spread towards the city. The situation was dangerous. Su Wu remained in the control center on the second floor of the shelter, remotely controlling the camera installed on the roof of the second floor of the farm. He watched the scene from outside. The pictures taken by the camera showed the mountains beyond the pebble beach completely engulfed in an orange-red sea of flames. The scale of the fire was so great that even through the thick smoke, it was still shocking. This feeling was similar to a primitive man steering a wooden sailboat and encountering the vast ocean and fierce storm for the first time. In the face of the might of heaven and earth, Su Wu had no doubt that even if an aircraft carrier was thrown in, it would easily burn. The terrible fire continued to rage, more than 10 hours. It raged from morning until night, and then from night until dawn. However, the situation not only did not improve, but became even more serious. The clouds that were gathering in the sky became thicker and thicker. A strong wind, blowing from nowhere, lifted burning dry branches and leaves into the sky and then fell on villages and factories in the distance. Then, from time to time, a swaying spark fell on the city area. Eventually, the fire inevitably broke out in the city limits. At first, 1 or 2 fires appeared, then the fires merged into a line of fire and then expanded over a larger area. In less than half a day, the entire city was engulfed in flames. Warning: toxic gas detected. Begin closing all external doors and activate a more powerful purification system. Thanks to the presence of a pebble beach, the cattle yard above Su Wu's shelter was fortunately not damaged by the fires in the mountains and city. But he still couldn't escape the toxic fog carried by the wind and the ash falling from the sky. The high concentration of toxic substances in the air once put the purification device in the shelter's vents into a state of extreme stress. From the control center, Su Wu sat in the control center, feeling the cool breeze from the central air conditioner. Speed was slightly higher than usual, and a slight anxiety was born in his heart. He knew that the change in the central air conditioner was caused by the pressure of the outside environment. At this moment, the surface outside the shelter was completely unsuitable for human life. The only thing he could rely on was the small space inside the shelter. He waited, holding his breath, for several hours. As the toxic dust from the outside world gradually settled on the ground, the air gradually returned to normal. You are a high-intensity purifier in... The shelter returned to normal. Su Wu's tense nerves finally relaxed. He drank a glass of ice water to calm his slightly frightened emotions. He then asked the engineering team on duty to continue excavating the 3rd floor below ground. Himself went online again to gather intelligence. At that moment, Su Wu realized that in the few hours he had been in danger, others had also had a hard time. First of all, there had been a massive network outage. More than 3/5 of the world's regions were left without internet. In particular, in the city of Jianghe, almost all shelters located within the city limits were left without connection. Only a few people in the remote suburbs still use the internet. And even if they do, it doesn't mean they're doing well in reality. In a shelter in the suburbs of Jianghe, there was a man who was lucky enough to survive thanks to an oxygen generator and enough cylinders. Apart from him, there were no more living people in the shelter. Hundreds of people died from suffocation and gas poisoning, in addition to the network problems. Many chemical plants that had not yet been completely relocated also experienced leaks and explosions. what makes the surface environment even worse. As for more specific information, it is no longer available on the internet. Su Wu switched to the group chat and found that even the small group consisting of the Lords of the Refuge was dead silent at this time. No messages. He sighed and closed the group chat. Continue using the camera on the second floor of the farmyard to monitor the situation outside. Compared to a few hours ago, the light is even darker now. Even the grey-white dust, like goose feathers, began to fall from the sky. It was burning smoke that had condensed in the clouds and then fallen down. The only good news is that there are no traces of fire on the mountains in the distance. It is not known whether it was completely hidden by the dusty rain or whether it burned out. Let's wait. Under the current circumstances, Su Wu couldn't do anything. The drone, of course, couldn't take off, but the medium-sized truck could drive out. However, the information that only the truck's camera could collect was extremely limited. If the fire in the city had not been contained, it would have been too late to leave by the time the danger was discovered. After Su Wu gave up trying to scout the situation outside, the engineering team continued to steadily advance the excavation work on the third underground floor of the shelter. They maintained a steady rhythm, crushing, digging, and transporting underground rock layers around the clock. Space gradually expanded. The high temperature, poisonous gas, ash, and dust falling from the sky could not stop them. In the evening, the continuing ash finally began to show signs of stopping. With the sunset, the temperature dropped a little. It stabilized at around 58 degrees. Su Wu released a reconnaissance formation of drones and headed straight for the city. Soon, the drone's frame showed a devastated city. Fire had burned the high-rise buildings, leaving only the frames of the walls. The doors and windows of the living area, as well as the furniture in the rooms, were not preserved in their original form. They were either twisted or turned into ashes. The flower beds without flowers and plants on the street were torn to shreds, and the cars parked on both sides were turned into empty frames made of iron sheets. Some had burned to the ground or been crushed by falling signs. One could only thank fate that ambulances and fire trucks were still standing at the exits of some shelters. Inside, one could discern the vague traces of human activity. After all, the fire that engulfed the entire city, did not completely destroy the people hiding in underground shelters. Su Wu controlled a group of drones and silently circled over the city for a while. Then he silently returned. The next day, the network, which had initially been working intermittently, completely shut down, and the shelter where Su Wu was located turned into an information island. This was not due to environmental degradation, but because the backup power source of the communication tower servicing the shelter area had run out. It no longer maintains a network connection. However, even without a network, the broadcast continued. Su Wu fiddled with the control panel for a while and soon received a message from a nearby official. The news he received was more than yesterday. During yesterday's fire, the losses of official shelters in the city limits of Zhanghe City were much less than expected. Casualties, and only a few materials were burned. In contrast, some corporate and private shelters experienced alarming levels of death due to inadequate building codes and inadequate emergency equipment. Particularly in the city center, where the fire was, the most serious damage was to several private shelters. They were burned almost from the inside and outside by the fire, and no one survived. In addition, because the power plant on the surface was burned and had no necessary maintenance and backup equipment, the public power supply to Zhanghe City was effectively cut off, at least for the next few days. Water, electricity, and the internet are all out. I think many people will have a hard time in the coming days. Su Wu felt sorry for the small and medium-sized shelters around Zhanghe. Not every shelter can achieve almost complete self-sufficiency like Su Wu. Without the support of city utilities, turning on a light bulb or taking a sip of water is a carefully thought out and calculated matter. It can be predicted that the days will be quite difficult. However, this has little to do with Su Wu. He is just an ordinary person without electricity. It was not his turn to worry about the fate of others. After listening to the official announcement, Su Wu, who had nothing to do, left the control center and went to the restroom in the living room. After turning on the TV to watch a nature movie, he exercised on the treadmill, the edge of the world. The most important thing is to have a healthy body. If conditions allow, Su-woo will try to devote time to training every day. More than an hour passed. After running 8 kilometers, Su-woo stepped off the treadmill, sweating profusely and feeling rested. After taking a shower, Su-woo carried out a plate with sliced fruit and poured himself a glass of fizzy, ice-cold Coke. He huddled on the couch, picked up the controller, and focused on the game. Immersed in the glorious world of single-player games, it flew by. The day flew by. The next day, Su-woo spent half a day reading novels and half a day watching short videos. The novels and videos were downloaded from the internet by artificial intelligence before the internet went down. There was so much content that it would last for several years without breakpoint. The only thing that was a little disappointing was that the works that were not completed before the internet shut down might never be seen again. Day 3. While listening to the songs, Su-woo discovered that the best cover was actually from an internet user named Chen Shin, whom he had never met. It left him feeling unsatisfied, and he couldn't help but want to hear more. Too bad the internet had been cut off long ago, and there was no internet anywhere. That night. System settlement. Current territory. Residential personal shelter. 0%. Fixed survival points +3. Listening. Songs Pillowtail. Spirit healed a little. Survival points +2. Survival points remaining. 67. Are there any rewards for listening to songs? Su-woo was surprised. He had been sitting in the shelter doing nothing for the past few days. Every night, the settlement was essentially guaranteed to give only 3 survival points. He had always considered this the basic rule of the system and could not change it. And now, suddenly, he was being told that there was another way to get it? Vitality, songs, spiritual healing. Because songs increase the shelter's habitability? Su-woo paid attention to the keywords in the clue, and his gaze deepened a little. June 22nd. The fire in the mountains, which could be seen directly from the shelter, had almost died down. But the dark clouds that covered the sky not only did not disperse, but became lower and thicker. Even when the sun reached its zenith at midday, it was as dark as if it were evening. The only good news is that the temperature outside is no longer rising so rapidly. It was always maintained between 18 and 19 degrees, entering a relatively stable period. This happened on this day as well. Thanks to Su-woo, who took advantage of the survival point, the construction waste laid on the ground was replaced with a standard concrete layer, which was combined into a single, whole point. The excavation work of the 3 underground floors of the entire shelter was officially completed. The 3rd underground floor of the shelter. Let's call it the breeding factory. The control center with a cool temperature. Watching the 3-dimensional map of the shelter on the huge screen of the control panel, created in real time by artificial intelligence, it gradually took shape. Su-woo felt satisfied when he saw the saplings he had planted growing vigorously. His shelter was becoming more and more perfect. After admiring the new map of the shelter, Su-woo used the mouse to open the completed document and transferred the project plans to the AI. Add the next stage of work tasks, a new 3rd level. The center will be engaged in breeding and specialize in the production of 3 types of meat products and eggs: chickens, ducks, and fish, which are relatively easy to breed. This plan seems simple. In fact, the complexity of the various processes inside is the most complex in the entire shelter. After all, it is practically equivalent to recreating a closed small ecosystem. From growing food, regulating temperature and lighting, to breeding, feeding, and preventing epidemics of chickens, ducks, and fish, all links are closely connected with each other. Any mistake in any link can lead to the stoppage and collapse of the entire enterprise. This even affects other areas of the farm: the breeding room, the chicken coop, the duck coop, the fish pond, and the slaughter production line. Su-woo's gaze swept over the buildings separated by cement walls on the plan. These functional areas occupy the most important part of the poultry farm. Enterprises. With the exception of the fish pond, which is 100 square meters, all other buildings, including a residential complex that can accommodate up to 2,500 chickens and ducks, also occupy a total of only 100 square meters. The remaining 500 square meters of space are reserved for accommodation, equipment for soilless cultivation, similar to racks, which are responsible for growing barley seedlings and other high-yield, short-cycle feeds for chickens and ducks. Judging by the space it occupies, compared to the hydroponic farm on the ground floor of the shelter, the breeding farm on the third floor looks more like a place intended for farming. And this is also useless. In case of impossibility to buy feed from outside, only construction of such a huge area for planting can ensure normal operation of the entire breeding plant A. There are no live chickens, ducks, and fish now. You need to wait and buy them later from other shelters. No need to rush to repair the third floor. Just transfer the engineering robot from the equipment production center and the construction robot guard to slowly start construction. The initial engineering team can continue digging the fourth underground floor. Although the reconstruction of a breeding farm is a labor-intensive process, with the design drawings and Su Wu's artificial intelligence, there is little to worry about. As a precaution, after checking the design drawings one last time, Su Wu skipped the third floor and allowed the engineering team to begin digging the fourth underground floor. Regardless of the time, it is always right to make efforts to expand the shelter in the direction of reduction. At night, the network showed signs of recovery. Su Wu periodically received news from the outside world. At this time, a large number of officials left the underground shelter to carry out emergency repairs to some important facilities and key transport routes. Some private and corporate shelters are in danger. They may even be provided with official assistance, including, but not limited to, full transfer to official shelters, provision of a certain amount of clean water, emergency medical assistance, etc. However, the power supply in city is still closed, and its restoration in the foreseeable future does not seem possible. Electricity has become one of the most valuable resources in the various shelters. Having collected some information, Su Wu began trying to contact others. In the chat, in the Apocalypse group for ordinary people, the avatars of almost all the participants. Grey Point. However, in a small group made up of private shelter owners in Zhanghe City, most of the members are currently online, and the communication is very active. Brother Su is online. Are you okay? Seeing Su Wu in the group, Wang Jianguo, the director of the Iron Shelter, who was most familiar with him, greeted him. Fortunately, I am in the suburbs, and the shelter is surrounded by pebble beaches. In short, I did not encounter any danger, Su Wu replied. Speaking of safety, the area around his farm is certainly one of the safest places in the Zhanghe City area. Away from the river, the terrain is high and open, and, with the exception of a few abandoned rural makeshift homes, the surrounding area is mostly gravel, which is difficult to ignite. Ignoring the toxic gases emitted by the fire and its high-tech shelter, even ordinary people can dig a vegetable cellar and survive without any problems. You are still lucky. I feel sorry for Lao Li and his friends. The shelter was built in the mountains. They suffocated for several days from fire and poisonous gas. They say that when the rescue team arrived at the scene, they did not find a single living person. Wang Jianguo sighed, and there was a hint of sighing in his words. The aforementioned Lao Li is also a rich man in the group. It is said that he bought a bomb shelter of more than 5,000 square meters in the mountains, which became the core of the shelter, and invested more than 1 billion yuan in its renovation. In terms of layout and luxury, it is among the best in the entire group. It is a pity that fate is unpredictable. This rich man, who theoretically should have survived the longest and most comfortably on Doomsday, couldn't even survive the first wave of disasters after it began. He was extremely unlucky. Su Wu watched this silently, and his heart was filled with relief once again. You know, he once thought that the most ideal shelter was a bomb shelter in the mountains. He had to give up because he had neither the money nor the channels to buy one. Now, it seems that being poor is not necessarily bad. Brother, how are you? I remember there is quite a nice area there too. What good is a good location? The fire still spread to the windbreak outside the factory and burned down several factory buildings. In addition, no measures were taken to prevent the spread of poisonous gas. More than 100 people died immediately. Wang Jianguo sighed. His steel shelter is neither large nor small. It consists mainly of workers from the first steel mill and their families. There are about 2,000 people there. Used to be about the size of a small town. By the way, I remember you once said that your shelter uses a geothermal generator. Is that thing useful? Normal point. It can produce electricity at 300 degrees for an hour stably, enough to power the entire shelter. It's no secret, Su Wu answered quite straightforwardly. His geothermal generator, even the plans, were found for free on the internet. Although it was later upgraded to a level necessary for survival, there is a certain amount of secret technology in it. But the basic principle is there, and it is, at best, an improvement of technology. Let alone reveal it, even if it is sold as a product. Outside observers, at best, will be able to praise it for its advanced technology and will not find anything surprising. So much? 300 kilowatt hours of electricity. Almost like a large, small hydroelectric power station. Su Wu's answer not only startled Wang Jianguo, but also made the other members of the group involuntarily freeze. Although the name of the small hydroelectric power station is inconspicuous, its output in peacetime is already quite a fortune. Now, if used sparingly, it is enough to provide the basic necessities of life for hundreds of small and medium-sized shelters and tens of thousands of people. This is the most typical symbol of local tyrants in our time. Can I buy some electricity from you? My shelter doesn't even have enough lighting right now. There's not enough electricity anywhere. One of the group members, the owner of the shelter named Heavy Night, couldn't help but ask. His shelter, like Su Wu's, is a small private shelter. The shelter is small, and he and his family live in the entire shelter. And small size means low fault tolerance. Due to the failure of the shelter's only diesel generator last night, his shelter is in a state of power shortage. Luckily, the air quality outside is good now, and the toxic gas released by the fire has already dissipated. Otherwise, he would have to move his family to an official shelter. It's okay, but I'm far away from you, and it's impossible to just run a wire there. Su Wu's current shelter can't even use half the energy that a geothermal generator produces under normal conditions. A lot of excess electricity is wasted every day. It would be great if it could be exchanged for something else. But on Judgment Day, the hardest part of exchanging resources is not the resources themselves, but the process of exchanging them. If that problem isn't solved, the so-called transaction is just empty words. It doesn't matter. I have a lot of batteries. The main thing is that they can be charged. The knight in heavy armor quickly answered, has almost enough energy to last until the generator needs repair. As for delivering the battery to Su Wu, he can only take a chance and personally drive it there in the scorching heat and the extremely strong storm that could hit at any moment. Okay, let's talk. Later alone. Su Wu sensed new business opportunities in the heavy armor knight's words. For the heavy armor knight, carrying the battery back and forth would mean risking his life. But he didn't need that. Had a mid-sized autonomous truck and a construction robot, with the mid-sized truck running on electricity rather than gasoline. While he was in the Zhanghe area, the shipping cost was almost zero. The difference was enough to earn him a generous amount for the freight. He made a deal with the heavily armored knight. After that, Su Wu no longer received transaction requests, although many in the group envied his abundance of electricity. But in the end, they didn't have a large number of batteries capable of storing electricity like a heavily armed knight, and their own situation wasn't at its limit yet. Just for the sake of electricity that wouldn't affect elemental survival, it wasn't worth it. On purpose on Judgment Day, survival is the most important thing. Everything else must give way to him. He chatted in the group for more than half an hour. Having collected a lot of useful and useless information and gossip, Su Wu was about to go out and play a little when a group member he didn't know, Ye Luo Shuanghua, wrote him a private message. "Are you selling geothermal there? Generator ? Want to buy." Su Wu raised his eyebrows and he became interested. The geothermal generator is something huge, comparable in characteristics to a small hydroelectric power station. Although after converting it into a survival point, it looks small. But frankly, even a 2,000-person steel shelter may be out of your budget. I checked the database. In recent years, none of the manufacturers or used equipment on the market have geothermal generators of your type. You must have the original drawings of this generator in hand. If possible, I want to buy not only the finished product, but also the drawings, Ye Luo Shuanghua answered sincerely. "Do you even need the drawings?" Su Wu looked a little surprised. This request is not quite ordinary. Wanting to get a drawing means that the other party is confident that they can copy it exactly. That is, it has minimal processing capabilities and a large number of engineers. Ordinary shelters, even if their owners were once billionaires, cannot afford such a professional team. The finished product can be sold. As for the drawing, it is useless for you. Many of its key components are only made by a few companies until the end of the world. After some thought, Su Wu decided to give up on selling the drawing. His drawing for a geothermal generator was originally a publicly available version found on the internet. If it is not subsequently fulfilled, all survival points, even if it is copied one-to-one from the drawing, it will not meet the standards of a small hydroelectric power station. Selling the drawing to another party is like making an enemy. Selling the finished product is fine. I order 2 units, and I include installation in the price. As for transportation, if it is inconvenient for you, I can send a fleet to help. Ye Luo Shuanghua did not waste time and placed an order directly. He was not particularly interested in the drawing. It is not a particularly high-tech device. As long as there is a finished product, it is not difficult to reproduce it. The purchase was made only because Su Wu's installation services were still needed. It is not difficult to make a geothermal generator, but in the installation process, if you need to lay a pipe 10 kilometers underground and actually extract geothermal resources, it is beyond the capabilities of any construction team. How about the price? Looking at Ye Luo Shuanghua's gesture, he almost said 3 words. No money. Su Wu perked up. He had a vague premonition that he seemed to have a chance to take off. As for the price, how about calculating the market price of a 7-month, a year ago? A set of geothermal generators with a capacity of 300 kilowatt-hours of electricity costs about 2.5 million. Considering that your generator is more advanced and difficult to install, we can offer you a price of 3.5 million per unit. You can use this quota of 3.5 million to exchange with us with the relevant materials at the market price of 7 months ago. For example, cement, gasoline, diesel fuel, medicine, food, etc. Ye Luo Shuanghua sent out many messages in one go. From the contents, it seems that he has a well-established method of trading in case of an apocalypse. 7 months ago, Su Wu first. I noticed exactly this time. He carefully recalled it and found nothing special. But since Ye Luo Shuanghua had specifically highlighted this date, it was obvious that it must be a significant time node. After thinking for a while, Su Wu suddenly asked, "Did you know about the end of the world 7 months ago? You didn't know?" Ye Luo Shuanghua looked a little surprised. He paused before continuing to type. "It's no secret. The Federal Academy of Sciences determined 7 months ago that there would be 2 extreme climate events, heat waves and cold waves. It's just that for the sake of social stability, it's not. It is being revealed to ordinary people," Ye Luo Shuanghua replied lightly. But behind the carefree words about not disclosing to ordinary people were hundreds of millions of people who had been left homeless, and their families had been separated along the coasts of several continents around the world. If they had known about it earlier, they wouldn't have even. With the ability to build their own shelter, they could avoid dangerous coastal areas and settle quietly inland, like Su Wu. They wouldn't have to rush to escape when the time came, and their savings accumulated over the past years would turn to ashes. Or they wouldn't even be able to get out. and they would only be left to sleep in the deep, cold sea. Su Wu's lips moved, but in the end, only a sigh escaped. Strictly speaking, although the methods of obtaining information were different, but he was also profitable in that he kept secrets. The initial capital for the construction of the shelter was raised entirely by selling real estate in coastal cities. He had no right to blame others. Give me the price list from 7 months ago. If it's not a big deal, let's do it at this price. Su Wu suddenly lost the desire to bargain. Of course, this is also because Ye Luo Shuanghua's proposal was quite fair. Speaking of shortages, on Doomsday, all materials are in short supply. Although it is impossible to exchange materials at normal time prices, it is better to use this as a guideline than to argue and hoard goods. Good. If you have any questions, please contact us directly. It's best to make a decision before tomorrow morning. Many of our places are experiencing serious power shortages and are waiting for your generator to save the day. Ye Luo Shuanghua sent 2 documents. Su Wu checked them after receiving them. One was the price list, and the other was the purchase limit and price adjustment instructions. This is normal, although the general exchange is based on the market price of 7 months ago. But the content of some goods such as live poultry, pigs, cattle, sheep, etc. Component placement in a shelter, it costs much more than in peacetime. Calculating at the original price is not practical. At the same time, the supplies in the shelter are limited, and it is impossible to take all the supplies out for exchange. The so-called restrictions on the quantity and types of purchases are in fact equivalent to the number of goods that can be displayed on the shelves. In essence, it is still barter. Of course, despite the above seemingly onerous conditions and restrictions, the actual prices listed in the document are still quite reasonable. In fact, the price of a live bird is only 3 times higher than in normal times. The prices for medicines do not differ much from the prices in regular pharmacies. The price of cement is only 20 yuan per bag, almost the same as the factory price. There are also sugar, salt, alcohol, oil, etc., and the prices are also quite low. And the quantity that can be purchased is huge. Is this the official inventory? Amazing. Su Wu looked at the price lines and inventory lists, and his eyes filled with envy. For a moment, he didn't know how to describe his feelings. Unlike the time he bought several dozen kilograms of sugar, he had been warned at home. The amount of sugar that could be purchased was listed in tons in this document. It seemed that there was so much of it that it was impossible to use. It took more than half an hour to carefully read the price list from beginning to end. Su Wu made a decision in his mind. Ye Luo Shuanghua had no intention of deceiving him. This deal was not only feasible, but also far more profitable than the excavator sale he had previously planned. It was a rare opportunity. Let's close this deal tomorrow. 2 geothermal generators, 7 million in total. By exchanging them, we can catch up with the richest batch of small shelters in Jianghe City. Calculating, Su Wu added a new task to the engineering robot in the mechanical production center. Let him stop finishing work on the 3rd underground floor and first make 2 models of geothermal generators. Upgrading 2 geothermal generators requires 26 survival points, a considerable amount. But for Su Wu, this is hardly acceptable, and the resources exchanged for them are enough to exponentially expand the scale of the shelter. At least, for now, it does not deserve this name. Center with 1 engineering robot and an empty animal breeding plant on the 3rd underground floor can indeed be built. Contacted Ye Luo Shuanghua again to discuss the details. Agreed on the time and place of delivery. Su Wu stretched and felt slight fatigue. Seeing that it was already late, he got up and went to the living room to take a shower. He planned to get a good night's sleep and gather strength for tomorrow's affairs. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, Su Wu woke up in the artificial morning light coming from the bedroom ceiling. He sat up, a little dazed. He waited for the rest of his sleepiness to dissipate. Then he picked up the tablet computer from the nightstand and checked the records in the shelter log. The log said that there were still 3 hours left until the completion of the 2nd model of the geothermal generator. It was too early to get up. Su-woo yawned, thought about it, and did not fall asleep again. He used a tablet computer to remotely give commands to the artificial intelligence. Let him control the construction robot, which drives out and takes the medium-sized truck parked on the ground to the Heavy Knight's hideout. Yesterday was too busy, and I almost forgot about the deal with the Heavy Knight. Now, while there is still time, let's solve this issue first. Outside the shelter, the sky is still covered with low black clouds and visibility is extremely poor. The ground on both sides of the road is covered in grey-white embers. As far as the eye can see, people have a feeling of loneliness, as if everything has gone dark. Even the sound of the wind seems to disappear from here. Click, accompanied by the sound of mechanical friction. A robot with a thick skeleton slowly walked out of the inclined ascending passage. Stepping into this dark and hot world, he stood on the ground, turned the eyes with high-definition cameras and night vision functions on his head, and quickly transmitted images of the surrounding environment to the body's intelligent core. Then, within a few milliseconds, the intelligent core responded. Draw a set of simple action routes. Go forward, go around a small pile of scrap metal, enter a temporary shelter, and climb into the cabin of a medium-sized truck parked under the shelter. At the same time, on the second floor of the shelter, in the control center, the display on the remote control. Control, left unattended, automatically lights up. Luo Tianyi's artificial intelligence faithfully updates the information of each task performed on the screen. Construction robot number 04 enters the elevator, exits the shelter, enters the truck cabin. The environment is safe. Start planning the route, destination, Heavy Knight's hideout. When Su-woo finally got out of bed, after a light wash and a fairly hearty breakfast, he came to the control center and found that a medium-sized truck was about to arrive at the door of the Heavy Knight's hideout. "Hello, I'm here. Is it convenient for you to leave now?" Su-woo switched to the chat and sent a voice request to the knight. A few seconds later, a response was received. "Give me half a minute. I'll go up and open the door." The heavyweight knight's answer was laconic and convincing. As he spoke, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. Apparently, he was running towards the exit while talking on the phone. "Then I'll wait for you." Su-woo was very pleased with the heavyweight knight's straightforwardness. He waited patiently for a while and soon saw through the onboard camera a shop without a sign on the street. The closed door opened upward. "Left the cabin. This way." Su-woo honked the horn and jumped out of the cabin of the construction robot. "Are you Su-woo?" The middle-aged man on the forklift looked doubtfully at the approaching robot. Judging from the robot's exposed skeleton, there was no human visible inside. "It's a remote-controlled robot. I'm still in the shelter," Su-woo explained briefly. He also operated a construction robot, helping to load goods from a forklift into the back of a truck. The temperature is now reaching 65 degrees. Every second spent outside increases the risk of heat stroke. Slowly stopping and talking is not appropriate at all. Damn, they are playing with robots. This is amazing. The heavyweight knight was already drenched in sweat as soon as he stepped out of the car. But he did not care about the heat or the discomfort. He looked at the heavyweight robot like a child who sees his favorite toy, in his eyes that he couldn't hide. It was the first time he'd seen such a flexible robot in real life. Were these batteries that needed to be charged? Su-woo, seeing that the heavyweight knight was not going to return yet, simply asked the heavyweight robot to point him in the direction and signal him to follow him into the truck cabin. Like a tram that had been turned into a survival point, the cabin of the medium-sized truck is equipped with a high-quality air conditioner that can work normally even at high temperatures. Of course, due to the large temperature difference, special heat-insulating materials are not used. The atmosphere in the cabin can never compare to the cool and pleasant atmosphere inside the shelter. At best, it makes people feel better than in direct contact with the outside world. "Thank you." The heavy knight was not polite either. He jumped off the forklift with a deft movement and rushed in a few steps to the second pilot's seat of the truck. The cool breeze in the car blew across his forehead, making him take a deep breath, and his face reflected the look of a man who had survived a disaster. The temperature outside was over 60 degrees, which was almost torture. That's all the batteries. And I threw the reward there too. A total of 20 kilograms. Smokeless powder, all military grade. That was the subject of the deal agreed upon last night. The heavily armed knight had originally intended to use a replica of a combat pistol and several boxes of ammunition as a reward for loading and transporting it. However, Su Wu felt that the gun's design was simple and his own engineering robot could also make it. He rejected the proposal and replaced it with a more economical gunpowder raw material. "How powerful is it?" Su Wu asked curiously. As an ordinary person born in peacetime, he did not know military gunpowder and thought of it as something unknown and mysterious. If used wisely, it could probably demolish a building. The effect was simply amazing. The heavy knight described it with some exaggerated expression, and then his tone changed. But using such high-quality gunpowder simply as a bomb is a waste of time. It is better to use it to make bullets. Then the finished product will be both stable and reliable. Su Wu Yivnul. In fact, the heavy knight didn't need reminding. He had already said that the purpose of the smokeless powder trade was to manufacture his own ammunition. "Brother, you are well aware of this? Have you worked in the military industry before? How is that possible?" "You think too highly of me. I am nothing but a scoundrel who makes his living by collecting rent from a few houses in my home. I only know all this because I am bored." The heavy knight shook his head. He pointed to a few 6- and 7-story apartment buildings facing the street outside the taxi window, looking nostalgic and melancholy. This side, and this side are all our homes. When we were collecting rent at first, we thought it would be a hassle to knock on every door and communicate with all sorts of people. Now it seems that it would be great if these lively days lasted forever. Only 10 days after moving to the underground shelter, the knight in heavy armor was already fed up with loneliness. Especially on days when the network was offline, he felt as if he was on an isolated island, abandoned by the world. The discomfort almost choked him. A few buildings. Hearing this, Su Wu didn't know what to say for a while. You know, the initial capital to build his own shelter was only collected from a house of over 100 square meters. If it weren't for this sudden end of the world, perhaps Su Wu would never have been able to reach the level of wealth of a knight in heavy armor in his lifetime. These people who are capable of building shelters on your own is really not easy. The first automatic rifle returned from the heavy knight's shelter. The engineering robot had almost finished assembling the geothermal generator model. Su Wu thought for a moment and was in no hurry to contact Yelor Shuanghua. He ordered the construction robot to take out the heavy knight's battery for charging, and at the same time, he handed over the packaged 20 kilograms of smokeless powder to the center. Mechanical production. New production task. Assault rifle X1 with 500 rounds of 7.62 millimeter. After replenishing the stock of the most essential gunpowder raw materials. Thanks to engineering robots and enough metal, the mechanical production center is already capable of producing real combat, firearms, and ammunition. Considering the need to accompany the materials in the future, Su Wu eventually decided to produce a fully automatic assault rifle. The total amount of this deal with the authorities reaches 7 million. For any person, whether small or medium. Shelter. This is a huge fortune that cannot be ignored. It is difficult to say that there will not be someone who will take a risk and commit a robbery along the way. Assault rifle is the last insurance, but I hope it's not being used. The process of making firearms is simple. More than half an hour later, Su Wu received a brand new assault rifle and 2 boxes of 100 rounds of ammunition. He didn't wait for the rest to come off the assembly line. Su Wu controlled the construction robot and took the rifle and 2 boxes of ammunition to the ground for a simple test. After making sure everything was working fine, he placed them in the cab of the truck. He then drove the truck and backed it up to the exit of the underground floor of the shelter to prepare to transport the upgraded geothermal generator. At this point, another problem arose. After installing a geothermal generator in the compartment of a medium-sized truck, there was not enough space for another one. Upgrade the truck. After thinking about it, Su Wu chose the easiest and most direct route. Break the survival point. Upgrade the medium-sized truck to a large and add additional thermal insulation to it. In the future, temperatures will become even more extreme. Trade between shelters will be more difficult to interrupt. The sooner the vehicles are upgraded, the faster the benefits will be achieved. The upgraded large truck has capacity of 20 tons. It became a whole circle larger and the carriage became longer. It stopped at the gate outside the elevator platform on the first floor of the shelter, blocking the exit passage going upward. To get through the passage, after several construction robots loaded 2 geothermal generators into the wagon, the large truck made a low hum, symbolizing the start, and automatically slowly drove out of the passage onto the ground without human intervention. Let's go. Destination: Jangir City North District, Shelter Number 9. The second underground floor of the shelter. Su Wu returned to the control center, opened the electronic map, found the address given by Ye Luo Shuanghua, and sent a departure order to the large truck that was ready to leave. Under the dim sky, the silent rocky beach of the suburbs was once again illuminated by the dazzling light. On a huge steel truck towing an equally large drilling rig raked the ash and dust that had accumulated on the road like snow. He moved silently toward the distant city. Half an hour later, the truck passed through the charred ruins and stopped in front of the subway station. Several young men in military uniforms, who had been waiting there since early morning, came over to greet him. Ye Luo Shuanghua. Su Wu jumped out of the car, driving. Construction robots sitting behind the wheel, and greeted the young woman who was driving with truly heroic courage. It's me. My name is Ye Shi. Ye Shi nodded with a smile. She looked at the imposing-looking construction robot and looked at it with a little regret. I thought I saw a real person, but I didn't expect it to be a robot. Enough to work. Su Wu didn't care. He glanced at Ye Shi and the others' waists and noticed that each of them was carrying a portable cooler that looked like a waste bag. It's not that this thing is useless, but judging from the beads of sweat running down their foreheads, the effect is clearly unsatisfactory. You guys go and wait for a while. I'll lower the weights. Do you need help? No, I don't. Dong Su Wu was casual. This time, the machine was accompanied by 2 construction robots, and the geothermal generator and drilling rig were equipped with movable universal wheels. Without outside help, all this equipment can be easily carried into the shelter. The only thing to worry about is whether there is enough space inside the official shelter to accommodate huge equipment, such as a drilling rig. Okay, thanks for your hard work. Ye Shi did not insist. To be honest, she didn't want to stay outside. It was uncomfortable to stand on the surface in such high temperatures, and it would be nice to be able to exert less effort. But before she left, she seemed to remember something. She handed Su Wu a password chain. By the way, this is the password for our shelter's wireless network. Pay attention to the switch. Otherwise, you won't be able to contact your robot once you're underground. Su Wu raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised. There is no direct access to the internet? This is really very important for him. Even if it is a large truck modified for survival, the range of reception and transmission of signals is much higher than that of drones and robots, but in terms of communication methods, it still cannot go beyond radio range. It's not so noticeable on the surface, but once it goes deep underground, the thick layer of rock blocks the connection and communication becomes difficult. Currently, Su Wu has to use the internet to control his construction robot. Too many people. Usually, only the management and a few external liaisons issue permits. But inside the shelter, there is also a special intranet. In the shelter, you can still call each other, read announcements, and download publicly available information, Ye Shi explained. At this moment, a drop of sweat fell into her eyes. She wiped it away in disgust, then turned around and walked deeper into the subway, slightly worried. Let's talk about this first. We'll wait for you downstairs. Okay, Su Wu replied. He looked thoughtfully at Ye Shi as she left and called her a spoiled rich girl. It would be fine if she was like that on ordinary days, but she could act so carelessly while serving in the Doomsday Army. It can only be said that her family background is quite unusual, but that has nothing to do with him. He just thought about it for a while, and then threw it out of his mind. Let the AI take care of the unloading. Su Wu took advantage of the free time and stood up to pour himself a glass of ice-cold cola. The boiling cold drink gushed into his mouth, making him feel more energetic. After seeing the dry and hot weather outside, even staying in the centrally air-conditioned control room where the temperature was always maintained at the same level after a light spring rain, he inevitably felt a little depressed and uncomfortable. Su Wu needed a distraction to splash out emotions. Opposite the city metro station, thanks to the tireless efforts of the construction robot, the 2 geothermal generators and the drilling rig were finally delivered to the official shelter via a temporary wooden path. The heavy iron door of the official shelter was completely closed. Su Wu, who was far in the center, control, noticed a brief freeze on the screen, which then returned to normal. This phenomenon means that the connection between Su Wu and the construction robot has added an additional communication channel through the internal network of the official shelter. The speed is fine, there is no interference. It seems that the connection by many people. Su Wu controlled the construction robot and looked around the corridor of the shelter. He was very pleased with the smooth transmission of the image. At this data rate, it would not affect subsequent communication and work with the staff. In addition, he found that on this small intranet of the official shelter, he could actually enter the chat. On the external network, many people lost contact. Su Wu most was that Chen Xin was also on the list. When I have time, I will definitely talk to her. The memories of the past are not the goal. The main thing is to get all of her cover versions. A few days ago, Su Wu got 2 extra survival points thanks to Chen Xin's tale of pillow. No matter how he reproduced it, such rewards did not appear. But Su Wu firmly remembered Chen Xin's exceptionality. Now that he had the opportunity to contact her, he would try to do so, regardless of whether it was beneficial or not. Walking down the corridor. After some time, a hall appeared at the end of the corridor. Noisy voices, accompanied by the roar of machines, rolled in waves. Voice was slightly distorted as he spoke to Su Wu next to the construction robot. Su Wu adjusted the focus of the lens. Soon, he saw a clear line of signs on the wall on one side of the hall. Zhenghe City Shelter, Number 9, Construction Site 055. Why is there a construction site here? Su Wu was a little surprised. Judging by the numbers on the slogan, this construction is not just a small local project. This is a large-scale project that will likely affect the entire city and all official shelters. This is one of the logistics points for digging deep shelters. Responsible for cutting boards, mixing concrete, and other basic processes. Yeshi stopped, dodging a passing forklift, then raised his hand, pointed to the elevator in the corner of the hall, and explained in detail. The products in the hall will be transported to the construction site 270 meters underground using this elevator, to help them create new shelter areas. Su Wu followed Yeshi's finger and looked at the open lift platform that was transporting a truckload of cement mix underground. He vaguely caught some kind of trick. Build a new shelter at this depth. Is this to withstand future disasters? Yes. According to the latest findings from the Academy of Sciences, the climate on the surface may be much more extreme than previously thought. The average temperature will rise to over 100 degrees. Ye Shi nodded and did not hesitate to share confidential information with Su Wu. Only by opening a new living space deep enough underground can we survive this disaster of the day with minimal consumption. Energy. It seems I need to prepare in advance, Su Wu thought. Compared to the official shelter, his own was built at a depth of only 10 meters. At best, it was little better than the cellars dug by some farmers or the underground parking lots of old settlements. In terms of resistance to unexpected risks, it was not as stable and reliable as a deep shelter built at a depth of more than 200 meters. However, thanks to his shelter is not completely useless. At least the 1-meter-thick concrete wall and the world's best central air conditioning and air circulation system are better than most conventional shelters. It is unlikely that there will be any danger in the short term. Not be any serious problems. Make good use of the 7 million supplies you got from this deal. It's enough to build a solid personal fortress. At this point, Ye Shi inevitably showed a little jealousy. 7 million supplies, if they were distributed to anyone now, shelter, would be enough to raise the standard of living of himself, his family and friends to that of the world-class rich. At least for a few years, they would never run out. Hopefully. Su Wu didn't argue. Whatever he said, he would be suspected of bragging about his wealth, so it was better to remain silent. He walked along the corridor and walked some distance along the first subway passage. They arrived at their destination. They found themselves in a place similar to a workshop for preparing materials. Here, an energetic old man in his 50s or 60s handed over his job to Ye Shi. "Is this the generator salesman you found? This is truly unique." The old man looked at the construction robot that Su Wu was operating with a sharpness in his eyes that was uncharacteristic of his age. "Hello, my name is Su Wu." Su Wu stepped forward and introduced himself frankly. "I am the power engineer in charge of this shelter. You can call me Li He." Li He nodded with an expectant and slightly wary smile. "Young man." "You are more accurately called a young man. You sound very young. In our city of Jianghe, geothermal generators have not yet been installed, given the geothermal resources. But will they really be able to generate the 300 kilowatt hours of electricity you mentioned?" As an experienced worker who has worked in the energy sector for decades, he quite naturally has such doubts. 300 kilowatt hours of electricity is a considerable figure. If it is really that simple, then geothermal energy has long been popular in Jianghe City because of its stability, eco-friendliness, and low cost. However, the fact is that before Su Wu came to Jianghe City, there was no geothermal power plant. I'm not sure. We'll find out when we install and test it. Su Wu hesitated for a moment and made no promises. Even with his shelter as an example, he couldn't guarantee that something like this was possible without a preliminary examination. "Then I'll leave everything to you. Just ask what you need. We will do our best to provide everything we can." Li did not receive any promises, but he was not upset. He sighed, stepped aside, and introduced his technical team to Su Wu. Su Wu had a short conversation with them. The construction plan was quickly decided. Then, Su Wu typed a command into the console and handed over the remaining specific work to the artificial intelligence. Geothermal generator, upgraded by the survival point, had a very simple installation process. At first, Su Wu could easily handle it manually. Now that the artificial intelligence has taken over, there will be no more mistakes. After observing the construction site of the construction robot for a while, Su Wu, freed from this, switched to other places that could be seen through monitoring through the internal network of the official shelter, and looked around the surroundings in another place. Su Wu had long been curious about the official shelter designed by countless professionals. Now was a good opportunity to learn more. Jianghe City No. 9 Shelter. The core is made up of 4 subway stations, 2 underground, shopping malls, 2 military bomb shelters, and thousands of civilian underground parking lots, warehouses, etc. They are connected by underground passages of varying sizes. Overall, the shelter resembles an underground city with a complex route system and interweaving. The permanent population of the shelter is about 560,000 people, and it is one of the largest in the city of Jianghe. It is located here. A large underground food production plant, 2 small and medium-sized wastewater treatment plants, and a relatively large warehouse of electronic components. The main source is the relocation of factories from the above-ground industrial park. It seems that the official shelter, "The environment is not very good?" asked, looking around the surveillance area of the official shelter, and came to a conclusion with some uncertainty. In addition to being larger in size, this official shelter is not as perfect in function and structure as Su Wu's own. Even the most basic food and water are not available. Some old, weak, sick and disabled people are not getting enough insects and earthworms to eat and are not showing any obvious signs of hunger. Living area facilities are even worse. It has been only 10 days since the official mass. Relocation to an underground shelter. In many places where people gather, traces of broken pipes and flowing sewage are already visible. Conditions are terrible. In contrast to these poor conditions, almost all the inhabitants of the shelter are forced to do extremely hard work, participate in construction, transport materials, and raise livestock. Suwoo looked around and saw only a few family apartments, obviously belonging to families, middle and upper class, and a few idle people with leisurely faces leading a prosperous life. This is a little outrageous. Suwoo became more and more silent as he looked at this, and in the end, he didn't even know what to say. He had the feeling that he was looking at an old shelter that had been struggling for 2 or 3 years at the end of the world and was battered by the weather, and not a brand new one, just put into operation and with a huge amount of food practically unpacked. What struck him most were several elderly people languishing from hunger. There were also ordinary workers who suffered accidents and industrial injuries, but only moaned in pain due to the lack of medical care. In the end of the world, where everyone is busy taking care of themselves, vulnerable groups, who were initially at the bottom of society, fall into the abyss faster and earlier. The rest? If there had not been large food reserves, this would have been understandable. But there was practically no consumption, and there was so much food in the apartment buildings that it had to be thrown into the trash. As an observer, Suwoo clearly saw the dividing line between the people in the shelter and the leadership. It was not a natural disaster, but a man-made one. Fortunately, I am not one of them. Shaking his head, Suwoo could only sigh. The previous melancholy and envy for the safety and security of official shelters disappeared without a trace. Instead, an inexhaustible motivation to build his own shelter appeared. Even though his own shelter is small and meager, he still has to face the terrifying natural disasters of the outside world alone. But at least everything in the shelter is his. He has enough space, countless opportunities, and time to gradually improve his life. While Suwoo was observing the living conditions of ordinary people in the official shelter, the case of Suwoo's deal with the official was handed over to the desk of Ming Runshan, the director of Shelter Number 9. The brightly lit office. Ming Runshan took out the document and lingered on the title, about the deal to buy geothermal generators at the Huangshi Village Shelter. The Suwoo shelter is located in Huangshi Village. Since Suwoo did not name his shelter, the document temporarily mentioned the village where he was located. After reading the text carefully, Ming Runshan became a little interested. He looked up and asked the secretary next to him, "Is this geothermal generator really as reliable as they say?" Without taking into account the terrain and seasonal fluctuations, stable output is equivalent to the electricity of a small hydroelectric power station. As the top official of the shelter, Min Runshan values stability above all else. A small hydroelectric power station with stable output is enough to affect all aspects of the shelter. In importance, it is second only to the grain plant. The secretary did not dare to neglect this and hastily reminded him of the essence. He answered carefully, "According to the information provided, this is indeed the case. At present, the seller has delivered the generator and is carrying it out. Installation and testing in the logistics warehouse of Area 055. Official production is expected to start tomorrow afternoon." Ming Runshan nodded. He looked at the document and thought about other places. Huangshi Village, I remember. It's not far from here. There's no need to worry too much. About after-sales service. Let's take a look first. After saying this, Ming Runshan signed the document. The application for the sale of materials worth 7 million yuan was approved. The secretary stood respectfully next to him, his head down. He tried not to disturb his boss. He had followed Ming Runshan for 4 or 5 years. Everything was fine before. Although the status of both sides changed, they were essentially equal. But since Ming Runshan became the director of Shelter Number 9 and hundreds of thousands of people moved into the shelter, the growing power of the other side made the secretary become more cautious, for fear that, if he was not careful, Ming Runshan would punish him. Because this punishment could seriously affect the future and fate of the secretary's family, and even the most basic right to life. If I had to use a word, Ming Runshan at that time was like a feudal lord. Antiquity. He actually had the power of life and death over all subjects in his territory, and even if he acted recklessly, there was essentially no one who could stop him. The next day. Official Shelter Number 9. Guarded Warehouse 055. Under the strict supervision of the construction robot, the 2 geothermal generators were successfully launched and smoothly integrated into the shelter's power grid. At this time, Su Wu had just finished talking to a resident of the official shelter. From her hands, he took packed data file, skillfully received and saved. Su Wu immediately began adding all 29 songs to the player and playing them live. A soft female voice instantly dispelled the silence in the control room. It seemed to bring people back to the green, tree-lined, bright and cozy summer. This song is quite pleasant. Su Wu remembered the song and felt a little nostalgia in his heart. Calculating the time, he realized that it must be the beginning of summer. In normal years, there would be ice-sweet and delicious watermelons growing here. Lush, green leaves cutting the sunlight into pieces, and a gentle breeze helping people fall asleep. Unfortunately, all this can now become just a distant and irretrievable dream. All that remains is the temperature, which has doubled to 60 to 70 degrees. At such extreme temperatures, all vegetation will wither. Add to this the superfires and droughts that have plagued the world, and the fog more than 10 kilometers thick. The remaining vegetation on the Earth's surface may be less than 1% of initial period. After a minute of trance, Su Wu noticed that the work on installing the geothermal generator was completed. Yeshi sent him a website address, account number, and password via the internet. He clicked on it and entered the account number and password to log in. Su Wu found that it was an online store with dozens of pages of various products. Limit of the account is 7 million, which is equal to the income from selling the geothermal generator this time. It's time to reap the benefits. Straighten up. Su Wu's spirits were revived, and his gaze became serious. This step would determine to what stage the development of his own shelter could accelerate. After spending some time looking around the entire mall, Su Wu vaguely made a plan. Currently, his hideout is completely built on 3 floors. On the first floor, a hydroponic farm is engaged in the production and supply of rice, vegetables, and fruits. The second floor is responsible for daily needs, water supply, small-scale production, and maintenance of mechanical parts. The infrastructure of the breeding plant on the 3rd floor is completed. That remains is to invest in chickens, ducks, and fish, as well as a certain amount of feed to start production, so that in the future it will be possible to continuously receive fresh meat products. From a functional point of view, the most pressing need now is to officially launch a breeding. Plant the first batch of purchased materials. 5,000 incubating chicken eggs, 2,000 incubating duck eggs, and 2,000 fry of different species. There are also about 5 tons of feed in case of an emergency. Compared to the hatched babies, the cost of chicken and duck eggs below. It takes longer to raise them to the point where they can be released from the cage. But Su Wu can afford it. There are enough frozen and canned meat products in the warehouse at his shelter. There will be no shortage of meat anytime soon. In addition, grass, seaweed, etc. Зрение, которое используется как альтернативное кормление, также требует времени для роста. This is exactly in line with the progress of breeding chickens from eggs. The total cost of this batch of raw materials is about 30,000 yuan. Compared with the quota of 1 million he, this is almost negligible. But this solves the biggest problem that Su Wu is currently facing. Then, a lot of fertilizer will be needed. Whether it is a hydroponic farm or a forage plot in a breeding plant, fertilizer is indispensable. Although Su Wu had some reserves before, they are related to the foundation and vital conditions for the existence of a shelter, and it is impossible to achieve independent production in a short time. More is not too much. In addition, fertilizers can be used to produce weapons and ammunition. Although they may not be used, It is one thing to use them or not, and another to have them or not. It is often the boundary that determines life and death. In any case, it will not be wasted. The chance is rare. Try to get as much as possible. Su Wu made a decision and immediately increased the original. Plan was increased tenfold. An order for 500 tons of fertilizer was placed, and half of the stock in the shopping center was instantly empty. The price for this was that his account balance decreased by $1 million. Next, we need to add the building materials, mostly cement and steel rods. Don't look at the materials Su Wu used to build the shelter. Most of them are practically useless construction waste and stones. Only a thin layer of cement is applied on the outside. But it can't withstand constant consumption. If there is no way to replenish the supplies, the 2 trucks of cement that Su Wu brought last time will only be enough to expand the shelter to a maximum of 5 underground floors. That's about 40 meters from the ground. Such a distance compared to the official project of the second stage shelter with a depth of 270 meters will not satisfy Su Wu. But at this moment, Su Wu discovered that the official shelter was not as financially sound as he imagined. He wanted to buy it, but the cement stock in the shopping center was only 500 tons point. If calculated at 20 yuan per bag, even if the mall is empty, he can only buy 200,000 yuan worth of cement. Not bad. It's already 10 times more than what I bought last time. Don't be so greedy. After feeling a little disappointed, Su Wu felt relieved again. Given the official plan to build the second phase of the shelter, he knew that even these 500 tons of cement could be used by the official shelter if they saved and saved. It was already profitable to buy it. But there was good news. Another building material that Su Wu needed, steel reinforcement, was available at the mall. He placed an order and bought 1,000 tons at once. Still over 1.7 million. Looking at the account balance, I realized that there was still a lot of money. There was no point in drinking this money. Maybe one day the shelter management will change its policy and they will be completely reduced to zero. It is better to cash everything out as soon as possible. Think about it. Su Wu set his sights on the sugar he had been dreaming about for so long. This time there was no warning or purchase restrictions, so he had to buy at least 20 tons to atone for his regrets. He also needed 10 tons of salt, gasoline, and diesel fuel. He also needed to stock up on essentials like toilet paper and soap. If it were to last for several decades, the stockpile would be at least 1,000 boxes. In addition, different types of drones, high-performance and low-performance chips, wires, lamps, and so on would need to be reserved. These were the key consumables for intellectualization of the shelter. After buying all sorts of things, Su Wu's balance quickly dried up. In the end, only about 400,000 remained. Nothing more would be needed. The rest could be exchanged for cigarettes, alcohol, and medicine. Su Wu did not like smoking or drinking, but this did not prevent him from realizing that these things were very attractive to certain groups. In many cases, cigarettes and alcohol could be considered almost universal currency. The same can be said about drugs. Although they are not addictive, they can be used to save lives and relieve severe pain at critical moments. Anyone who has survived the end of the world will not deny the value of medicine. The only thing inferior to alcohol and tobacco is that medicines usually have an expiration date. Expired medicines will have a reduced effect or even be counterproductive. The robbers spent all the money in the account, and when it was time to fill in the delivery address, Su Wu suddenly discovered a problem he had not noticed before. He couldn't afford such a high shipping cost. The total cost of the materials is 7 million. The shipping cost is 14 million. Su Wu sent the shipping invoice to Ye Shi with doubt. I want her to explain why the shipping cost is higher than the price of the goods. No way. Case point. Thousands of tons of your goods will take at least several days to transport a heavy truck crew. You know what it's like outside? Staying here for even a second longer could be life-threatening. The fee is very high, and a large part of it is compensation for the victims. Tong Ye Shi was also a little helpless. She really didn't want to deceive Su Wu. Everything was completely limited by insurmountable objective circumstances. After some confusion, Ye Shi suddenly came up with an idea and found a compromise. Don't you have a truck to transport it? It's an unmanned model. The cost of transportation shouldn't be too high. Otherwise, we'll leave these goods for you for free. You can slowly transport them back on this truck. Transport them yourself? Su Wu thought about it. This is the solution. Compared to expensive cargo, it is not impossible to transport them slowly on your own. It is just that the process may take a little longer. However, given that his shelter is not far from the official one. In addition, the upgraded truck has a load capacity of 20 tons. Even if only one vehicle is used for round-trip transportation, the efficiency is hardly acceptable. Let's do it. In short, a major deal involving a lot of materials has been announced. Completed more than 10 hours later. On the road leading to the suburbs, a large truck drove silently past. The heavy body of the truck crushed the thick dust that had accumulated on the road surface, leaving 2 clear tire tracks in the light of the taillights. The side of the road. In one house, hidden in the darkness, a pair of eyes peered at all this. Boss, this is the 4th trip. Every trip out of town is full, and back empty. There must be something worthwhile inside. The thin figure held the communicator and quietly reported. Can you clarify how many people are there? After the current discharged, a slightly wary voice was heard in the communicator. I can't see the situation in the cabin very well, but according to estimates, there are only 1 or 2 people, no more than 3. The cabin of this car is small, and many people will not fit in it. The younger brother, who watched the wind, learned to fix cars before the end of the world and was quite familiar with the structure of the vehicle. In general, one look is enough to understand what is happening inside. Okay, I'll bring people now. Set a trap and wait until he leaves town next time to get rich. In the basement not far from the house, a strong man with a scar on his face and a furious temperament lowered, "Communicator." He turned his head to look at the brothers surrounding him and said in a low voice, "Xiao Qi has found a good deal. Get ready and follow me." Whether you can live a good life in the future depends on this one voice. The man with the scar is Lu Gaofeng, a serious criminal serving a sentence. A few days ago, he took advantage of the transfer and the turmoil to successfully escape. With a wanted warrant on his back, he naturally couldn't find a proper shelter. With no other choice, he could only gather a few people with similar backgrounds to work together to rob a poorly guarded personal shelter. And by the way, he captured the magpie's nest. He used the robbed shelter as a base for his residence. As for the original owner of the shelter and his family, of course, they were all killed. At the time when most of the official forces moved into the shelter, the cost and complexity of crimes have decreased significantly compared to the past. If it weren't for the harsh environment and lack of supplies, this would be a paradise for people like Lu Gaofeng. Brother, do you want to bring some explosives? The stuff I prepared can even blow up armored vehicles. It'll definitely come in handy in an ambush. Next to Lu Gaofeng stood a young man with a gentle expression, adjusting his glasses and challenging him to a fight. Being a man who was not very good at fighting, he wanted to show himself to good use, and explosives are the technology he is most proud of. Okay, bring everything. The car can be blown up. We only need what's in it. Lu Gaofeng thought for a moment and waved his hand decisively. Don't be fooled by his rough appearance. He is actually very delicate. Otherwise, he couldn't be the leader of a gang of desperate criminals. At this time of year, any force capable of continuously transporting huge amounts of supplies back and forth is easy to miss. Even if it appears to be alone, there's no guarantee that there aren't security personnel hiding inside with guns and a cold weapon. Once you've decided to rob, you can't hold back. The best way was to knock them down with one blow, without giving them a chance to fight back. A group of 7 or 8 bandits like this one were armed with knives, pistols, sticks, homemade earth cannons, and explosives. In addition, each carried a bucket of ice. One by one, they emerged from their hiding place and rushed to find a suitable place for an ambush. Several hours passed. When a large supply truck, leaving the city for the suburbs again, passed a residential building, suddenly there was a powerful explosion accompanied by thunder throwing the large truck, rushing at high speed, off its original route and crashing into a house on the side of the road. "Brothers, follow me!" Lu Gaofeng dropped his cigarette, grabbed the earth cannon, and was the first to come out of hiding, touching the truck that had crashed into the house. But as the distance became shorter, and the smoke from the explosion gradually cleared, and he felt a sense of foreboding, his eyes twitching. The truck looked too intact. Not only was the body undamaged, but even the tires that should have taken the biggest hit and the most fragile glass were virtually undamaged. It was incredibly strong. Was this a military vehicle converted from an armored vehicle? Thought, and he inevitably became more cautious. "Everyone, spread out. Be careful not to get shot. Xiaoqi, talk to them on the loudspeaker. Get out of the car and talk to us. If they don't get out, continue to blow them up with explosives." Lu Gaofeng's voice. It was both an order to his comrades and a threat to the men hiding in the truck's cabin. "Tell them not to think they're safe in the truck." "Okay, boss." Xiaoqi picked up the speaker hanging from his belt and turned it on. He was familiar with this process. These were merely threats and incitement. In this way, he tricked the previous personal hideout into opening the door. At the moment when the bandits surrounded the truck and tried to break down the door, Su Wu, who was far away in the hideout on a farm in the suburbs, also heard the alarm. He immediately abandoned the game and ran from the break room to the control center. It was hit by an explosion. A large truck lost control and crashed into a house on the side of the road. Su Wu quickly understood the overall situation by glancing at the log information on the console screen. It was the robber who blocked the road and committed a robbery. And this is no ordinary bandit. The use of explosives is comparable to that of professionals. After thinking for a while, Su Wu quickly made a decision. He began issuing a series of combat orders. Construction bot number 3, retrieve assault rifle. Load ammo and roll down window. Fire freely at all moving targets outside. Construction bot number 4, equip crossbow. Prepare for secondary support. When confronted with such desperate bandits who used explosives from the very beginning, negotiations were impossible. Killing them would definitely be the right decision. Following Su Wu's order, the power consumption of the supercomputer laptop in the control center, which is the intelligent core of the shelter, instantly, significantly under the control of the primary artificial intelligence, the enormous computing power remotely added a new combat computing module to the 2 construction robots ready for battle. 10 seconds later, everything was ready. The window on the side where the construction robot was located. Robot number 3 slowly began to descend. "Master, there is a reaction." Xiaoqi, who was standing outside the truck, was the first to notice the window moving. He shuddered and involuntarily lowered the horn. Crouching down, he rushed to the bottom of the car door in a few steps, then took a homemade explosive charge out of his backpack. He deftly lit the fuse and threw it through the open window of the car. Judging by his series of decisive and brutal actions, he had no intention of leaving anyone alive. As long as he had the opportunity, he dared to blow people up to death. His movements were too deft and smooth. The explosives thrown. Xiaoqi flew smoothly into the car window. But just when he was about to lie down to avoid the aftermath of the explosion, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed a black gun barrel sticking out of the window. What terrified him even more was that the gun barrel was pointed downwards, straight at his head. "Damn it." Xiaoqi only managed to curse. The next moment, a bullet pierced his forehead. Boom! Almost at the same moment that Xiaoqi died, the explosives he had thrown into the cabin began to explode. A huge amount of fire and smoke raged in the narrow space of the cabin. Then it slowly flew out through the open window. Of course, there is gunpoint Lu Gaofeng, who had been watching the truck from afar, glanced at the dead Xiaoqi and his heart sank. He couldn't help but be glad that he had been careful. But it was all over. In such a narrow space, he was hit by Xiaoqi's explosives. Even fully equipped with a bulletproof vest and heavy helmet, he couldn't expect to survive. Lu Liu, Hongshan, you two, go and break into the cabin. See if there are any keys to the trunk. Lu Gaofeng turned his head and casually pointed to the battlefield for the two younger brothers. It was safe finishing job. The two bandits nodded. Each of them, baseball bat and crowbar in hand, slowly walked toward the smoking truck cabin. But before they could get any closer, the cabin door swung open with a sharp click. A steel robot with a machine gun in his hands staggered out of the cabin. What was that? Blackened by smoke, the explosives construction robot looked very impressive. The robbers, seeing it for the first time, were involuntarily taken aback. Only when the construction robot raised its machine gun and pointed it at them, they came to their senses, but in vain. Be careful, hide, Lu Gaofeng shouted and, without thinking, was the first to lie down and then roll behind the trash can next to him. The others were less lucky. Their reaction was a little slower, and as soon as they managed to make a move, they were caught in a continuous barrage of construction robots. Damn it! Lu Gaofeng's eyes filled with blood. These people were the basis of his existence at the end of time. But now, they were all gone. He took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and, taking advantage of the gap while the construction robot was reloading, turned around, picked up his homemade pistol, and pulled the trigger several times, pointing it at the enemy. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets hit the construction robot, sending sparks flying across its steel body. One of the bullets, by a lucky coincidence, hit the construction robot's finger, which was holding the trigger of an assault rifle. The finger and the rifle were destroyed simultaneously. What a great opportunity. Lu Gaofeng rejoiced. He quickly threw away the homemade pistol, which had no bullets left, picked up the metal bat that had fallen from his comrade's hands, rushed a few steps behind the construction robot and hit it hard on the joints of its legs. No wonder. After all, the construction robot was just a humanoid weighing over 200 kilograms, and the material for it was ordinary steel. Lu Gaofeng swung it with all his might, but immediately lost his balance and fell to the ground. To hell! The construction robot, having lost its weapon and fallen to the ground, was no longer of any use to Lu Gaofeng. Threats? He stepped forward and stomped on the robot with his foot, holding the bat in his hand, trying to smash it with brute force. However, as soon as the bat fell, a crossbow bolt silently pierced his hand. He groaned, and before he could come to his senses, another crossbow bolt pierced his chest from behind, depriving him of his last chance to resist. For now, this short and extremely dangerous fight to the death ended with the robbers being destroyed. In the distance, in the shelter under the farmyard. Su Wu, who had been watching the fight, sighed in relief and calmed down. The intensity of this fight somewhat exceeded his expectations. It almost flipped over. Fortunately, luck was on my side. He inspected the condition of the truck. Even after 2 consecutive explosions and a collision, the large truck loaded with armored equipment was in good condition and did not even require major repairs. After allowing the construction robot to clear the battlefield, Su Wu called up the AI operation log, compared it with recording of the battle, and carefully watched. The behavior of the construction robot in a real battle was not as simple as Su Wu imagined. The design of its body and the materials used are intended mainly to perform the work of builders, to the sensitivity and protective properties for the body. And these 2 moments, as it turned out, are among the most important elements in combat. When the enemy threw a bomb at the beginning, the artificial intelligence detected an anomaly. But the reaction speed of the construction robot was limited by the reaction speed. Even if all the coordinates of the bomb were calculated in advance, the construction robot would not be able to intercept it in time. The bomb exploded in the cabin. Construction robot number 3 received minor damage, and construction robot number 4 was unconscious for more than 10 seconds before returning to normal. The same goes for the subsequent firing of the firearm, from locking the bolt and rotating the barrel to pulling the trigger. Artificial intelligence developed the most precise plan of the operation in milliseconds. But in the process of executing the plan, the construction robot moved only slightly faster than the old lady. As a result, many opportunities were missed. The leader of the most elite gang was released and almost returned. The more Su-woo analyzed the aerial firing platform, the more disappointed he became in the combat capability of the construction robot. But this is a problem of the basic design and equipment. It cannot be solved without a complete redesign. I was lucky this time, but next time I may not be so lucky. This cannot go on any longer. After analyzing, Su-woo took a deep breath. The pressure and sense of crisis caused by this unexpected encounter made him realize the need to build a more professional military. In order to counter threats of the same kind in the face of, gradually, the crumbling order of doomsday. However, how exactly to do this left him a little confused for a while. It is fine to develop the armed forces, but it should not require too many resources and should provide a crushing advantage in combat. Otherwise, there is no development. Meaning, after more than 10 minutes of thought, Su-woo finally turned his attention to the drone industry. This time, among the goods purchased from the official shelter were various models of commercial drones. The most expensive of them is the agricultural drone of the X series, K2. As a mass-produced commercial drone, the K2 series agricultural drone has some obvious shortcomings. Its fuselage is mainly made of plastic and thin metal sheets, and its own protection is almost zero. Even if a fist-sized rock hits the forehead, it can shatter on the spot. The stock engine and weak cooling system allow it to function normally only at temperatures below 19 degrees Celsius, only 3 meters per second, and the maximum flight altitude is less than 200 meters. It is not as fast as an adult, but all these shortcomings cannot cross out its two unique advantages. It is an aerial vehicle with a payload capacity of up to 50 kilograms. These two advantages give the K2 series agricultural drones unlimited and wide potential for modifications. The first allows him to ignore obstacles and terrain and easily reach any battlefield. The latter can carry enough ammunition to dominate the battlefield, possessing absolute firepower. Choose. Su-woo made a decision. He instructed the construction robot to go to the warehouse and deliver the only two K2 series agricultural machines to the production center. Then scan, model, and draw the most accurate 3D model. It is used to simplify modification and design. First of all, from the positioning point of view, it should be a long-range bombing. With a payload of 50 kilograms, at least 40 kilograms should be used to carry explosives. Leader, the flying brick. No matter what kind of enemy he faces, a wave of bombs dropped from above will definitely clear the battlefield. As for the source of the explosives, Su-woo exchanged hundreds of tons of fertilizers and everyday chemicals with an official. Shelter's all that remains is to improve them. Although the quality may not be as high as that of the high-quality gunpowder obtained from the heavy knights, but for bomb making, this is more than enough. With positioning, the rest of the design is greatly simplified. As for the bombing method, Su-woo abandoned the ineffective direct bomb dropping method, which relies heavily on luck. He chose rockets that sacrifice some payload but have greater range and accuracy. The K2 series agricultural drone has a total payload capacity of 50 kilograms and can carry 5 individual rockets with an average weight of 8.5 kilograms. The remaining 7.5 kilograms of payload reserve can be used to load other accessories. For example, a more efficient cooling system allows the drone to fly normally at temperatures of 85 degrees Celsius. For example, a more reliable waterproofing and air filtration system allows the drone to overcome rain curtains and smoke generated by combustion. The fuselage design has also been fine-tuned so that the drone can quickly regain balance and continue to fly and fight, with the help of artificial intelligence, even in the event of an attack, provided that the main components are not damaged. Su-woo constantly develops a series of modifications. Then, through modeling and calculations with the help of artificial intelligence, it is converted into a practical blueprint for the modification. Then, with the help of engineering robots, it is installed on a K2 series agricultural drone. More than 10 hours later, Two K2 series agricultural drones equipped with missile launchers appeared on the production table of the shelter's production center. They were officially have been integrated into the shelter's combat control system. Now we finally have a real military force. Looking at the icons representing the two K2 series agricultural drones on the console screen, Su-woo felt a sense of satisfaction and peace of mind. And this is just the beginning. There is still much more to come. Expansion possibilities. Think about it. Su-woo added a drawing of a folding gun platform and asked the engineering robot to build 10 of them from this drawing. This gun platform has a very simple design. It consists of an assault rifle, a large compartment, for ammunition, a camera with infrared function, a base that can rotate freely 360 degrees, and a microcomputer. Its total weight is 40 kilograms, and when folded, it folds into a metal box. It can be carried by the K2 series agricultural drone with empty missiles and parachute to any designated location. Once deployed, it automatically switches to combat mode and attacks targets marked as enemies, either autonomously or remotely, controlled by artificial intelligence in cover. At the same time, in addition to combat, they can be deployed on farms on the surface and at key points, underground shelters as conventional defensive structures. The K2 series of agricultural drone missiles are the first line of defense. The folding firing platform is the second line of defense. Finally, construction robots equipped with automatic rifles and engineering robots can form a third line of defense. With such a composition, unless they were facing a regular army, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to break into the shelter. Commanding modified K2 series agricultural drones, they trained outside. On the screen, I watched as the missile they were carrying successfully launched and accurately hit a small hill at a distance of more than 200 meters. Su-woo completed his work with satisfaction. For the next few days, everything went smoothly. Large trucks continued to deliver supplies purchased at the official shelter to the farm during the day and at night. Then the construction robots picked them up and placed them in the production center warehouse on the second underground floor of the shelter, in the household materials warehouse, and in the feed growing area on the third underground floor, depending on their type. Some environmentally friendly and durable materials, such as cement, are stored directly in simple sheds on the ground, or even in two-story buildings where people originally lived. With extensive material support, Su-woo quickly completed the final reconstruction of the nursery on the third underground floor. The purchased fish fry, eggs and duck eggs for incubation, etc., were successfully placed there. At the same time, hundreds of soilless growing racks in the feed-growing area were planted with seeds. That was left was to wait for them to sprout and grow. During this period, due to the significant increase in the workload of the shelter, Su-woo had to spend another 15 survival points and add 3 construction robots to compensate for the lack of manpower. For now. By the end of the second month, construction of Su-woo's shelter, the number of his construction robots reached 7. The shelter began to show signs of prosperity. Current territory: habitable personal shelter 55%, daily fixed survival points +3. Current remaining survival points 45. A new day. Looking at the experience bar for the shelter level, which has advanced to halfway. Su-woo is in a very good mood. At this rate, it won't take long for the shelter to advance to the next level. By then, not to mention opening new system functions. At the very least, the daily income of fixed survival points will definitely increase a little. Life will noticeably become better and better. After washing his face, holding a piece of toasted soft bread, Su-woo, as usual, walked to the operation table of the control center and carried out routine checkups, shelter, and its surroundings. Over the past night, inside the shelter, almost nothing had changed. Only the engineering team was still on the 4th floor underground, continuously digging and excavating. Space was constantly expanding. Outside the shelter, some movement was suddenly detected. In addition, large trucks carrying cargo passed by from time to time. Overhead, and 1 or 2 small animals appeared on a rocky beach in the distance. At such a high temperature, the animals on the surface did not die out completely. What vitality, Su Wu was a little surprised. Perhaps the so-called life will find a way out. Not only humans, but also other animals struggle to survive in extreme conditions. After checking the log, it was found that the environment around the shelter was temporarily safe. Su Wu began to look through the list of consumables in the shelter. It turned out that the axis was the most commonly used to build the shelter. Rocks and construction waste, that is, concrete blocks, was almost exhausted. It seems that a special team should be formed to extract minerals, Su Wu thought. Although rocks are everywhere outside the farm, most of them are oddly shaped and large sizes. In addition, most of them are buried deep in the ground. Out is no easy task. As for the construction waste, it is even more difficult. According to the information Su Wu had, he had to go to an abandoned village 2 kilometers away from the farm and dismantle the houses himself in order to get enough construction waste. Garbage. Given this distance, the risk was at least 2 orders of magnitude higher than when working on a farm. For the precious engineering team, working part-time was not practical. After skillfully opening the design program, Su Wu began to think about how to create such a team specializing in excavation and transportation of building materials. First of all, according to the generally accepted standards, its scale could not be too large. The team of engineers working on the expansion of the shelter had only a few microtransporters and construction equipment. As one of the auxiliary means that provided them with raw materials, it was even less likely. And if you consider the limitations of scale. In fact, there is no need to produce separate units for excavators, electric picks necessary for demolishing houses and moving too large. Stones. They can be integrated into a single vehicle, which reduces production costs. The only drawback is the reduction in collection efficiency. But this drawback can essentially be ignored in comparison with mechanical units that can operate continuously 24 hours a day. Hours after a long working time, even the lowest productivity can give quite significant results. Guided by the drawings, Su Wu soon placed the entire team for excavation and transportation of soil in a separate special vehicle. Outwardly, the special vehicle is somewhat reminiscent of a mini vehicle. It has no cabin, only a tank-like tracked chassis, and an open body. At the rear of the vehicle is a metal cabin, which is only 1/5 the size of the body. The cabin is equipped with electric picks, mechanical buckets, and other power tools that can be used independently after arriving at the destination. Given the need to work over long distances, increasing the lifting capacity can significantly improve overall efficiency, without significantly increasing the cost. The dimensions of the special vehicle are a whole circle larger than those of the mini vehicle. The length of the entire vehicle is about 5 meters, which is not much different from the length of an ordinary family car. At the same time, the load capacity is the same as that of a large truck and reaches 20 tons. One machine is a mining and transport team. This deserves the prefix special. Looking at the drawings he drew himself, Su Wu beamed with pleasure. More importantly, at the same time as the drawings were released, the artificial intelligence simultaneously listed a specific production plan and a list of necessary materials. With the help of engineering robots and some raw materials purchased from official shelters, 97% of the special vehicle's spare parts can be manufactured independently, and the total production time does not exceed 10 hours. This high degree of readiness means that Su Wu is likely to takes 5 to 6 survival points to get a finished special vehicle. Compared with the original production of micro vehicles and micro excavators, the cost has been greatly reduced. There were no delays. After the design was completed, Su Wu added it to the list of objects to be produced in the production center. This necessary work was done. Su Wu did not leave the control center. On the control panel, he switched the large screen to another interface and pressed the start button. 8 to 9 seconds later, the screen appeared. This was a drone photo. During the transportation of official supplies for the shelter, Su Wu did not remain idle. Relying on the abundance of supplies in his hands, he made some changes to the inside and outside of the shelter. One of the most important changes was the construction of a vertical passage connecting the inside of the shelter with the roof of a two-story residential building on the farm. This passage is about 1 meter in diameter and is equipped with a lifting platform and several blast-proof and insulated doors that can close automatically. Ensuring the absolute safety of the shelter itself, all types of drones located in the shelter, including the K2 agricultural drone, can be quickly released. In case of emergency, if necessary, this vertical passage can even be converted into a missile silo for direct missile launch from the shelter. Reconnaissance drone group is ready. Environmental monitoring is normal. The current temperature in real time is 67.5 degrees. The start of takeoff. In a dim and silent world, 3 palm-sized drones, blinking dim lights, slowly rose from the roof of the farm. After making several circles in the air, they gradually headed towards the distant mountains. Su-woo had long been interested in the mountains that had survived the unprecedented fire. Now that he had some free time, he naturally wanted to explore them. After a few minutes of sleep, the reconnaissance drone entered the mountain. Terrain point. By this time, the mountains were no longer covered with the once lush forest. Dark wasteland reigned everywhere. Only occasionally, 1 or 2 trees, charred to the ground, still stood stubbornly. From time to time, wisps of grey-black smoke rose from everywhere. It was a mountain fire that had not yet completely died out, dormant in the ashes. A strong current of air rushed in. The reconnaissance drone in the air shook up and down. Artificial intelligence sensed danger and immediately took control of the drone. He was ordered to descend urgently to avoid turbulence in the sky. After more than 10 seconds, the reconnaissance drone regained its balance. At this moment, it was only 10 meters above the ground. At this altitude, everything on the ground became clear. Is there a shelter here? Su-woo, watching the events in front of the remote control screen, looked away. Noticing an abnormality in the image, he decided to investigate the area. He immediately picked up the drone and flew there. The distance of hundreds of meters flew by in the blink of an eye. Soon, a shelter with a door bent by blazing fire appeared on the screen. Su-woo watched carefully for a while and found that there was a crack about 10 centimeters wide on the edge of the door. It was just wide enough to let a reconnaissance drone through. Go in and take a look. Without thinking, Su-woo made a decision on the spot. If he were there in person, he might not have been so impulsive and risky. But now the drone is responsible for reconnaissance, so there is nothing to be done. Just forward. Switched the reconnaissance drone to autopilot mode. The drone is controlled by artificial intelligence to pass through a narrow passage. A charred corpse suddenly appeared in the frame, which then quickly increased. Su-woo's breath caught, and he was almost afraid. But soon, when the drone automatically climbed to the shelter, the tension gradually eased. He noticed that it was just the victim's body. It was very close to the crack in the door. Without stopping to look at the victim, Su-woo turned on the searchlight of the reconnaissance drone and began to inspect the situation inside the shelter. This shelter looked like it had been transformed from an ordinary cave. After passing through a few meters of uneven passage at the entrance, he found himself in a spacious cave. Area of about 200 square meters. Inside the cave, there were black objects everywhere, burnt to ashes. Only a few large pieces of furniture barely retained their original metal frames. This fire is quite large. Su-woo raised his eyebrows and even felt like this place had become like purgatory when the mountain fire spread. Apparently, the metal door and, many meters high, did not allow the owner to avoid the disaster. He stayed in the cave for some time. He did not find anything valuable. Su-woo was not disappointed. He ordered the recon drone to leave the shelter and continue to roam the mountains. And so the whole day, except for a few times when it returned to recharge in the middle. The recon drone circled the mountains aimlessly. The mountainous area within a radius of 30 kilometers from Su-woo's shelter was thoroughly combed. The results were not rich, but there were quite a few. He also found 2 uninhabited shelters and 4 normal shelters that seemed to still be inhabited. There was also a cave with a large amount of steel. Rate is much higher than expected. I still underestimated the survival capacity of humans. The other cave where the steel is stored, I don't know if its owner is still there. He silently marked the 4 normal shelters and the cave where the steel was stored on the map. Su Wu was a little tempted to take action, but he soon shook his head again. Now that he had no shortage of steel, there was no need to steal. He could take his time to determine the owner of the batch of steel. By this time, whether it's a deal or direct pickup, everything will be calmer. July 1st. The haze of the last few days is showing signs of dissipating. At midday, the sun sometimes shines directly on the ground. But that doesn't mean the environment is getting better. On the contrary, it is sliding into purgatory with a terrifying trend. At 2:27 p.m. that day, the temperature in Jianghe City officially reached 70 degrees. The workers who were still outside could barely work normally even with special cooling equipment. They had no choice but to evacuate to a shelter. There was almost deathly silence on the ground. 2 hours later, the storm had covered the sky and the sun. Strong winds had swept through the city, destroying street lamps, signs, and even some dilapidated houses and warehouses. Endless streams of sand and gravel fell to the ground like a rainstorm. The barnyard, the second floor of the underground shelter. Su Wu, having received an alarm signal from the artificial intelligence, hurried to the control center. He sat in front of the control panel with a serious expression, watching the sudden, terrifying storm through the camera mounted outside. The furious wind swept the distant mountains into the murky yellow sand. On a nearby pebble beach, a number of fist-sized rocks gradually began to break away from the soil and roll along the ground. Every now and then, stones would fly high in the strong air current and hit the wall of the farmyard like bullets, leaving shallow marks on it. Click! There was a sharp sound. A stone that had fallen from the sky had hit the camera located on the farmyard's residential building. Under the impact of a powerful kinetic impact, the camera mirror broke on the spot and stopped working properly. Only the surviving audio module continued to transmit the sound of the wind outside to the shelter's control panel. The wind force was approaching 11 points. Su Wu's gaze moved to another, untouched screen. The anxiety in his heart grew stronger. After thinking for a while, he closed the passage and the gate leading to the shelter. He asked the engineering team digging the 4th underground floor to temporarily stop removing soil. If a mini truck the size of a toy were to drive by at that time, it could tip over. And if you're unlucky, it could even be blown into the sky. It's best to stay in shelter and wait for the storm to pass. As for the steel and cement piled up in the yard, old appliances, a van parked under a simple shed, and various materials temporarily stored in a 2-story residential building. House. Then we can only rely on fate. The storm came too quickly, and there was no time to move and strengthen them. I hope they can all cope, Su Wu whispered. In addition to the supplies on the surface, the large trucks that were still outside, performing transport. Tasks were relatively less of a concern to Su Wu. The huge steel behemoth, weighing over 20 tons, was even safer and more stable than most houses when fully loaded with goods. However, out of caution, Su Wu also suspended the transport task of the large truck. He allowed. He had to find a leeward alley in the city to temporarily stop. It was the 3rd hour after the storm began. The raging wind not only showed no signs of stopping, but became even more aggressive. Not far from the alley where the large truck stopped, a 4-story building was not, withstood the force of the wind, and at some point collapsed. Countless pieces of debris rained down, instantly blocking the street. Then, a strong wind lifted a huge amount of light debris and gravel into the air, hurling it onto the surrounding buildings like a hurricane. At the same time, in the suburbs, outside the city, in the control center located underground on the farm, Su Wu, exchanging information with other shelter owners in the chat, suddenly found that the network began to malfunction, and the delay was increasing. In the end, the connection was completely cut off. To restore communication, the signal tower must have been blown down by the wind. Su Wu checked and quickly found the cause. A signal tower is not a fortress. During a storm, when brick and stone houses are about to topple over, it is quite normal for the relatively more fragile tower to arise problems. Su Wu sighed silently. In peacetime, if there was a problem with the signal tower, the worst-case scenario would be disaster recovery. However, now, in the end-of-the-world situation, it is extremely difficult for ordinary workers to even leave the shelter. How much energy can an official have to repair a signal tower that does not affect basic survival? The answer is obvious. If nothing happens, after the network is disconnected this time, it will not be restored for a long time, perhaps until the complete disappearance of humanity. Today, in the evening, Su Wu remained alone in the silent control center, looking for a long time at the rocky beach raging under the strong wind on the screen, and for the first time felt an inexpressible loneliness. But he could not tell anyone about his feelings. Even the farthest distance he could go was just a wasteland, captured by a surveillance camera just a few hundred meters away. It was late at night, under a dark sky without a single ray of light. The wind that had been ravaging the land had weakened. According to the official news broadcast on the radio, Zhanghe City had entered a lull in the storm, but there is still a high probability of strong winds in the next 2 to 3 hours. According to the most conservative estimates, the storm could reach level 17. A level 17 storm. This is already the highest level of wind force that is acceptable for humans. A real natural disaster. The 2-story building of Su Wu on the surface may not withstand a storm of this strength. We must hurry and save. Supplies on the ground. Su Wu, a little sleepy, woke up under the impression of this official news. He suspended all work in the shelter and sent the engineering team to the 4th underground floor, special vehicles that had just been manufactured but had not yet been officially put into operation. And all construction robots to the ground. Have them urgently transport all supplies from the ground to the shelter. At the same time, he did not forget to order the heavy-duty trucks that had taken refuge within the city limits of Jianghe City to return to the shelter. Although there were certain risks in rushing now, compared to the terrible disaster that is about to begin, this risk is quite acceptable. First, the waste from household appliances, pipes and cables, rubber tires, etc. will be removed. Then, toilet paper, soap, and plastic products will be placed in residential buildings. Finally, cement and steel. Opening the list of materials temporarily stored on the surface, Su Wu sorted them by importance. There is a somewhat unusual phenomenon in this order. First of all, household appliances and worn-out tires are transferred, which have a relatively low purchase price. The reason for this order is that, on the one hand, they are light and have an irregular shape, which means that these materials are most often carried away by strong winds. On the other hand, they contain various rare metals, which are one of the raw materials needed to produce various high-precision mechanisms in the future. Without these household wastes, it would be quite difficult for Su Wu to create another construction robot. Not absolutely impossible, but at least it would require a lot more survival points. Toilet paper, plastic products, etc. are all consumables that take up a lot of space. They do not require a high storage area, and it is not cost-effective to place them in a shelter with limited space. That is why most of them were previously stored in houses on the ground. But this does not mean that they are not needed. The situation is urgent now. If you don't want to lose anything, you need to move everything to the shelter, even if you store everything in the corridor of the shelter's living area. As for the last cement and steel, Su Wu is not sure he will be able to move everything before the 12th force storm arrives. He can only move so much. Surface. The steel door of the shelter slowly opened. 5 construction robots slowly stepped onto the ground under the light of the lanterns. A strong wind carried fine sand and gravel, hitting their steel bodies, creating a whistle and making their steps a little uncertain. Although the storm has died down now, the average wind speed on the ground is around force 8. Ordinary people are still in great danger in these conditions. In addition, even with such strong winds, the ambient temperature never dropped below 70 degrees. The alien planet is scorching hot. The price that ordinary humans have to pay to move around on such a surface is almost unimaginable. Fortunately for the robots, the temperature is not yet so high that it would break through the heat dissipation system and fry the internal electronic components, which, as the conditions were, they were not much different from normal. The construction robots turned on their spotlights and spent some time exploring the ground. Soon they gathered at the site of the old appliances. 2 mini-transporters and 2 mini-excavators followed them, belonging to the engineering group, as well as a newly built special transport. 3 minutes later, the first mini-transporter, full of used household appliances, began to return. It drove through the passage between the cement, steel, and used garbage, entered the sloping passage of the shelter, and then climbed up the spacious lift platform to the 4th underground floor. Animal breeding on the 3rd underground floor of the shelter has officially begun, and the interior space is almost completely used. Space at all. They can only use the 4th underground floor, which is mostly excavated, as a temporary transit warehouse. For now, the vehicle was busy delivering supplies. Precious Engineering Robot and the Manufacturing Center's engineering robot were also sent to Su Wu's land. Their task is to operate the drilling machine to drill holes, then nail steel rods and cables to reinforce the cement and steel on the ground. This can't completely guarantee the safety of the supplies, but it can at least recover some of the losses. This is the best way to find it at present. Of course, it has its drawbacks. Themselves are expensive and complex. If something unexpected happens during construction, it is likely that they can only be repaired with survival points. To some extent, this is risky and gambling behavior. In a dim farmyard, when 2 engineering robots began construction, high-energy lasers occasionally shone brightly in the darkness. A large number of steel rods were driven deep into the ground and then welded together in the hands of engineering robots to form a strong steel grid into which piles of cement and steel plates were placed. More than half an hour later, seeing that the engineering robots had completed the planned task ahead of schedule and with an efficiency beyond all expectations, Su Wu simply allowed them to use local materials and continue welding iron plates to the steel frames they had built. Thus, the wind resistance was increased. At the same time, it began to transform and strengthen the 2-story houses. The 2-story houses on the ground served as natural shelters. Su Wu didn't want them to collapse during the storm if possible. In the 2nd hour after the materials began to be transported, the relatively light wind gradually increased. The wind strength increased from 8 to 10 points and then gradually reached 11. The construction robots still working on the ground began to noticeably deform in their movements. The efficiency of the work was falling at a noticeable rate. It was time to retreat. Su Wu was not greedy and decisively ordered the construction robots to lock the doors of the houses. By the way, he left in a van parked under a simple canopy and returned to the shelter together with the engineering team. After 2 hours of moving, old household appliances from the yard and other purchased items were practically transferred to the 4th underground floor of the shelter. Most of the materials from houses were also transported to the living area and production center on the 2nd underground floor of the shelter. Aside from the ground stabilization project, there is little to worry about the next storm. However, it was at this moment that Su Wu discovered a large truck that he had neglected to take care of after receiving order of return. Still no sign of returning. With a bad feeling, Su Wu contacted the large truck via the console. In the light of the headlights, ruins with no visible boundaries immediately appeared on the screen. Is the road blocked? Su Wu's heart sank with the realization of urgency and crisis. Judging by the scale, the rubble in front of him, it was probably impossible to clear a passage in a few hours. Looking at the 2 construction robots accompanying the car, they were still struggling to move rocks in the strong wind. Su Wu didn't waste any time and quickly opened the map of Zhanghe City, trying to rebuild. Route point. Fortunately, the place where the large truck was blocked was still within the city limits. Su Wu easily found an alternative plan, immediately detour. After transmitting the new route to the artificial intelligence, Su Wu ordered it to carry out the command without hesitation. After carrying out Su Wu's order, the two construction robots stopped working and slowly returned to the truck's cabin. Then the taillights of a large truck flashed on, and it began to turn around on the spot, driving out onto another, longer, unknown road. 10 minutes later, a fragment of a GG sign and other odds and ends appeared in front of the large truck, blown away by a strong wind. Again. Facing this accident, Su Wu remained silent for a while and did not allow the large truck to turn around again. It was too late to change the route. The wind outside the car at one point reached force 12. The whistling wind hit the truck body, causing the large truck loaded with goods to shake slightly. If we take a detour, perhaps we should find a place to hide in the city. Enlarge the image on the screen. Su Wu carefully examined the debris in front of him, compared to the endless ruins that were before. In this case, the debris blocking the road was not too large. They were only about 20 meters wide. If you act fast enough, you might be able to clear them before the real storm hits. But there's another problem: how to remove them. The big trucks are vehicles designed specifically to carry materials, and they have no other special functions. And given the severe storm, Su Wu did not dare to let the construction robot descend. If he hadn't been careful, the road would have been left uncleared, and a strong wind might have blown the robot away without a trace. Bang! A loud noise came from the roof of the truck. Su Wu flinched and quickly switched to monitoring the roof. He found that the cause was a GG sign that fell from a great height onto the truck. Fortunately, the truck has additional armor and the body is made of high-strength alloy. The accident did not cause any visible damage to the truck. After such a commotion, Su Wu did not dare to release the construction robot. If it gets damaged, it will lose precious survival points. Since the truck itself can't handle it, why not just send another vehicle to help? Giving up on trying to find a solution with the big truck, Su Wu glanced at the special transport vehicle parked in shelter. This tracked machine, which combines the functions of demolition, excavation, and transportation, is also extremely effective in clearing rubble. The only thing that makes people worry is whether the fickle storm outside will give her time. Hopefully, she will still have time. Su Wu glanced at his watch. 2:47 a.m. There was only a little time left before the official announcement of a severe storm. He gritted his teeth and decided to take another chance. On the surface, the heavy iron door, covered with sand and gravel, opened again. The unmanned tracked vehicle drove into the ground, overcoming the strong wind. The wind speed was 34 meters per second. The stability was not greatly affected. Su Wu, who was in the control center and monitoring the condition of the special transport, he sighed with relief. After all, it is a tracked vehicle, even if its own weight is not as great as that of a large truck. But its stability in the storm is not inferior to the first. After more than 10 seconds, after the initial adaptation period, the special transport drove onto the road, immediately increased the speed to 60 kilometers per hour, and rushed to the location of the large truck in the city limits. I hope, on the way, will pass without incident. The special transport quickly entered the city and met a large truck at a checkpoint about 20 meters away. The headlights of the two vehicles met in the darkness. It lit up the surroundings as if it were day. It was time to get to work. Su Wu controlled the special transport, unfolded the work platform, pulled out the electric jackhammer and bucket, and began clearing the road of debris. In order to increase efficiency, Su Wu did not let the artificial intelligence take over all the work. Instead, he drove it himself. Su Wu ignored many of the debris that did not interfere with the passage of heavy vehicles. Large debris that needed to be removed was also broken up with an electric jackhammer or pushed back with a bucket a few centimeters or meters, depending on its location, material, and size. Try not to do anything extra. Thanks to such a delicate micro-operation, the entire cleaning process went very quickly. On average, it took more than a minute per meter. At the same time, such high efficiency inevitably created a lot of noise. It was like the noise of a construction site, which drowned out the whistle of the wind and spread far. It brought a different energy to the dark and lonely city. A kilometer or two away from the blocked truck, in a medium-sized shelter at the level of an enterprise. Several duty officers in the control room noticed movement here. Now, there are still people working on the street. It's simply amazing. The young employee, about 20 years old, could not help but be surprised. Maybe it was an official. There was an urgent task. Their discipline was above all. They could work miracles. The answerer was a middle-aged man, about 40 years old. Relatively extensive life experience suggested to him a subconscious assumption that corresponded to his past experience. As he spoke, his expression couldn't help but brighten. No matter who was making the noise, it meant that there were still people on the surface fighting extreme climate disasters and carrying out production activities. As humans, they are not alone. Oh, look, it seems the sound is coming from Gong Street. I found it. The operator sitting in front of the monitor did not hide his curiosity. Thanks to his rich experience, he quickly recorded the scene of the incident. Then, using a still functioning traffic camera, he filmed special vehicles and heavy-duty trucks on the road from afar. Damn, what a cool car. Looks like it's high-tech and unmanned. The young employee who spoke first walked up to the screen and shouted. He stared at the special transport opening up the work area to clear obstacles, as if he had just seen a new toy. The unusual and somewhat sci-fi type of special transport is strong enough to make quite an impression on those who see it for the first time. This is a barrier being cleared, to make room for a truck leaving the city. The operative took a closer look and saw more useful information. He noticed a basketball-sized rock on the side of the road, which rolled forward in the wind and disappeared into the darkness in the distance. He couldn't help but sigh. How dare they transport people in such a storm? I suppose only the authorities have the courage and confidence to do this. I'm afraid that if it were anyone else, they wouldn't even dare to step outside the shelter door. The middle-aged employee also came over to take a look. He looked at the incredibly efficient construction site for special transport, but thought of something else. This is also good news for us. The authorities have such advanced tools. If something goes wrong here in the future, it will probably not be difficult to wait for official help. More. Advanced vehicles and unmanned control allow them to overcome more severe extreme conditions and also give hope to shelters scattered everywhere and in danger. True. I think I will be able to sleep better in the future. Young employee completely. Agreed. In the observation room, a group of people were discussing something heatedly. The initially gloomy atmosphere gradually dissipated with the appearance of two cars in the observation area. Everyone's gaze was more or less calm and relaxed. There was a feeling of gaining confidence. On the surface. On the street. The cleaning by special transport had come to an end. The wind speed had quietly exceeded 37 meters per second and reached 13 points. In conditions of a storm of such force, many operations of special transport were clearly disrupted. It takes more time to complete the adjustments and reach the goal. But fortunately, it's all over. As soon as the last piece of construction waste was brutally smashed by the electric pick, the special transport and the big truck were successfully connected. There was no jubilation, no delays. The special transport immediately removed the work platform and, leading a small column of two vehicles, began to return to the shelter in the distance, in the village of Huangshi. The wind speed is increasing. Farm. The second floor underground of the shelter. Su Wu, who was in the control center, did not relax at all, seeing the return signal on the screen. On the contrary, he felt the danger coming. He noticed that the storm's energy level was constantly increasing, and much faster than before. According to this trend, the column could encounter winds of force 16 or even 17 points before returning to the shelter. Calmly observing. Road surface, where sand and gravel flew in the light of the spotlight. Su Wu was silent for a few seconds, took a breath, and realized that he had to make a choice. Should he abandon the special transport completely, let the big truck accelerate at full speed and return alone, or should he stay as he was and take a chance that the climate would not become extreme so quickly. After hesitating for half a second, Su Wu's eyes narrowed and he instantly made a decision. Take a chance. The two cars, racing along the road at high speed, gradually slowed down and, by Su Wu's will, switched places. Then the front of the special transporter began to connect and hook onto the tow hook at the back of the large truck. Under normal circumstances, this is a very simple operation. Due to the severe storm outside, the construction robot was unable to leave the vehicle to help, and it took more than a minute. And this fact proved that more than a minute's delay was justified. Shortly after they got back on the road, the storm on the way reached 16. At that moment, the sky and the earth were filled with a terrifying whistle. It seemed as if the sky was about to collapse and the air would turn into huge waves. The flying gravel on the highway was so dense that it blocked the light of car headlights. Visibility was no more than 2 meters, then crashed into the vehicles and trucks at high speed, making a loud cracking sound, forming waves of loud sound one after another, drowning out all other different sounds. The special transport vehicle was limited by its size and weight, and it was the first to show signs of loss. Control in these extreme conditions. Its body began to shake from side to side, and the amplitude gradually increased. After all, if it weren't for the towing hook of the big truck in front, he would probably have fallen into the dry canal on the side of the road, in front of the control panel. Su Wu turned off the real-time image transmitted by the special vehicle and the big truck. On the wide screen, in front of him, the main image changed to a three-dimensional map of the area, modeled on the basis of a large truck's onboard radar scan. Due to the abundance of debris raised by the strong wind, the topographic map was full of bright dots that obscured the view, making it almost impossible. See the original appearance. Only by checking the three-dimensional panoramic map taken before the disaster and checking with each other, we can only partially restore the terrain and determine the current location of the column. Alongside the topographic map are various data about the movement of the two vehicles, including speed, steering position, center of gravity, roll amplitude, etc. D.Su Wu can only do a little mental calculation based on this constantly changing data. He can roughly estimate the current state of the column and the external pressure it is subjected to. But that is all he can do. The current situation is beyond his capabilities. It turned into a scene where the primary AI and the machines born in the early days of Judgment Day compete with a natural disaster. We are almost home. Su Wu, who was powerless, could only look at the map and silently pray for the safety of the convoy. In the wasteland on the surface, roaring hurricane became an unstoppable torrent, rushing from the edge of the horizon toward the mountains. Occasionally, there were one or two less reliable hills. There was a slight tremor in this powerful storm. Then, at a certain point, it exploded, like someone kicking a snow pile. Countless clods of earth that made up the hills, small pieces of broken rocks, dead tree roots, etc. All of this was scattered in all directions by the wind. But in such a dangerous scene, two cars, one large, the other small, connected by iron chains, silently drove along the road covered with grey sand and gravel, where the borders were no longer visible. Passing through the waves woven by the storm, they continued to break through the waves, small but indelible. Finally, the wall of the farmyard came into view. Two cars, without slowing down, knocked down the locked gate of the yard and, driven by a strong wind, rushed towards the entrance to shelter. At the same moment, the heavy gates of the shelter began to slowly open simultaneously. A few seconds later, a large truck and special transport flew into the entrance of the shelter, one after another. The sandstorm caused by the strong wind was completely thrown out of the shelter gate, which began to slowly close. The second underground floor was the control center. Su Wu's heart sighed with relief. The return of the convoy meant that his most important asset in the outside world, safely now, he could safely stay in the shelter. Wait for this unprecedented storm to subside. But at this moment, a slight vibration came from the soles of his feet. Su Wu frowned and he did not have time to find the source of the vibration. On the control center's monitoring wall, all the images of the surface went out within a few seconds. What's going on? Su Wu's heart, which had just rested, suddenly sank. He glanced at the huge main screen in front of the control panel and asked the artificial intelligence to check the status of the device inside as soon as possible. The feedback calmed him down a little. The previous abnormal movement inside had not manifested itself. The entire shelter, including the not yet excavated. 4th basement floor, no damage. Is it an earthquake? Su Wu asked with some doubt, trying to understand what was happening outside. But since all the external cameras in the shelter had lost contact, this attempt was unsuccessful. In the end, by repeatedly reviewing the last seconds of ground surveillance before the loss of contact, it was possible to obtain any information. It was not an earthquake, or there was no sign of an earthquake in the images. All the accidents were caused by the intensifying storm outside. According to the analysis and calculations of the images made by artificial intelligence, the storm acting on the surface in the last moment actually reached level 17. And this is obviously not the limit, completely unknown to what extent it would eventually grow. Fortunately, the truck had returned earlier. Otherwise, the consequences were hard to say. Su Wu couldn't help but feel a little lucky, his eyes fixed on the analysis of the Force 17 wind. If he hadn't insisted, and did not allow the truck to remain in the city, it is very likely that something happened right now. But, in addition to luck, his heart was still inevitably shrouded in haze. Hurricanes exceeded 17 points. Not to mention Zhanghe City in the interior of the mainland, even in the coastal areas, they can only be known from historical records. Its appearance is not a good sign. In the future, we will not be able to focus only on combating high temperatures. Others must also be prevented. Natural disasters. After calming down, Su Wu began to think. This time, although the situation on the ground is still unclear, but with such a strong storm, losses are almost inevitable. The worst thing is that all the materials dumped on the ground can be destroyed by the storm. This is Su Wu's complete mistake. He does not expected to encounter extreme weather conditions such as superstorms in advance. Fortunately, after 2 or 3 hours of emergency deployment, even in the worst case, the losses are still within acceptable limits. At best, it's just a few days of mental anguish. Look at the time, it's almost 4 in the morning. Su Wu quickly thought about his experience today and confirmed that there was no urgent matter yet. He yawned, stood up, and walked away from the control panel. His first plan was to wash up and go to bed. No matter how strong the storm outside, it wouldn't affect the shelter deep underground. Likewise, Su Wu, who is in the shelter, cannot interfere with the affairs of the outside world. The only thing left for him to do is to have a good rest. Rest and wait for the storm to subside. A few hours later, at noon, the storm on the surface has weakened. Su Wu, who has just woken up, received greeting from Ye Luo Shuanghua via radio. He also received a special account through it. Satellite network? Su Wu followed Ye Luo Shuanghua's instructions and spent more than 10 minutes in the control center. Using a remote control and a signal receiver installed outside the shelter, he successfully connected to the new network. It was a wireless network installed via satellite. The signal was not very good, but it was enough to transmit text and a few simple images. The network was there was no content, just the official forum and a chat channel created on top of it. Su Wu entered the account and password given to him by Ye Luo Shuanghua and successfully joined the Zhanghe City chat sub-channel. As expected, he saw many familiar names there. Almost all of them were the owners of the shelter, with whom he had already communicated in the chat. Communication is currently limited. Only some senior shelter staff who have passed official certification are allowed to connect to this network. This is mainly for posting announcements and exchanging resources and information between shelters. Ye Luo Shuanghua explained the original purpose of creating this network via a private chat. Even in peacetime, satellite communications are a relative luxury. In an era where rocket launches are becoming increasingly complex, such communications will become even more valuable. The fact that such a satellite network was quickly built, one night after the terrestrial internet crashed and provided to small shelters like Suwoo for free, is evidence of the importance the authorities attach to it. Suwoo spent some time browsing the forum. I don't know if this was done in haste or on purpose. The content of the forum is quite... Basically, there are only brief official announcements about recent important events as well as public speeches of high-ranking federal officials. All the valuable information is contained practically only in a few words of the headline. And, except for the official administrator, no one has the right to post messages and reply to them. Even viewing the forum is quite limited. Suwoo's personal account opened only the federal section of announcements and the local section. Even the official news of the neighboring city was not available. The only place where they could communicate freely was the chat room in Jianghe City. The control is very strict. Are you trying to hide something? Suwoo was a little puzzled, but this question soon went unanswered. His current position was too low, and he could only be considered one of those who needed to be controlled within the Federation. Compared to ordinary people, he had the status of a rural magnate at most. Whatever the federal government wanted to do, he could only accept it passively. By midday, the storm on the surface gradually died down. Suwoo opened the door of the long-closed shelter. In a cloud of dust and debris, all the machinery, construction robots, and the engineering team's batch of mechanical equipment were blown to the ground. The land, as expected, was in complete disarray. The walls and two-story apartment buildings that originally made up the barnyard were long gone. Only a small amount of construction waste remained as a reminder of their former existence. Several piles of steel raw materials, tightly bound and secured with iron nets, were violently torn apart on one side. About a third of the steel fell out of the breach. A small part of it was scattered chaotically over the surrounding area of several hundred meters, and the majority disappeared completely. And this is still relatively safe. Another material, cement, also protected by iron nets and steel. Plates had already turned to ashes in the physical sense. 2,000 bags with hundreds of tons of unopened cement, without having time to manifest itself, flew away in the wind. Do not rush to clean up. Suwoo watched this mess, and although he was prepared, he still felt a slight shudder. After a long silence, he allowed the robots to begin cleaning. The first step was to clear a section of open space. The scattered valuable materials, which were actually mostly various types of steel and scrap metal, were collected and piled back up. The ruins of the two-story apartment building were razed to the ground, and some surviving building materials and essentials were removed from the ruins and temporarily stored next to the scrap metal. Neither task was difficult. Thanks to the combined efforts of 7 construction robots, 2 micro-excavators, 2 micro-transport vehicles, and a special vehicle that is a multifunctional platform, the speed of advancement was very fast. During this period, Suwoo also received a detailed report on the losses from artificial intelligence. This time, the storm passed. The actual losses were less than we saw and imagined. The main reason is still the 2-3-hour emergency transfer between storms. The lightest and most valuable materials were transported to the shelter in a timely manner, and even most of the cement was collected. Secondly, a significant part of the materials carried away by the wind was scattered within a radius of several kilometers. Even the cement, which was considered completely disappeared, can still be found. In the end, only 53 tons of steel, 78 tons of cement, and a few other materials were lost. In terms of value, this was less than 1/10 of the amount sold to the official. Looking at the loss report, Suwoo cheered up a little. Anyway, at least he had enough resources now, and it would have little impact on future plans for building a shelter. Next step. Maybe we should think about building a bunker. As the clearing of the area progressed, it gradually came to an end, faced with a new problem: how to dispose of the materials on the surface. Placing them in the shelter was definitely impossible. Not only could these materials not be placed in the shelter, but the batch of materials that had been urgently transported earlier could not be stored there for long. Otherwise, it would, to one degree or another, a different degree, will affect the daily work and construction of the shelter. If they cannot be placed in the shelter, plans can only be made on the ground. As it happens, the barnyard was almost leveled by the storm. Su-woo can completely rebuild, turning the fortress into a more solid structure without any hassle. Once built, he will be able to use it not only as a warehouse for storing large quantities of materials, but also inherit a landing pad for drones and a missile silo. It can also be turned into a military fortress and a fire tower, becoming the first line of defense for a shelter. In addition, there is a potential advantage. Building on the ground is much easier than digging underground. Even if calculated according to the highest military standards, the construction of a small bunker will take no more than a few days. Spent was quite acceptable. It was profitable and inexpensive. He did not think long. Su-woo was touched and quickly made a decision. Let's build a bunker first. Although it was decided to build a bunker, the question of where to build it was still open. The ideal place, of course, same. There was an entrance to the shelter. Bunkers were built around the exit from the shelter. If someone from the outside wanted to enter the shelter, he had to first take over the bunkers. The feeling of security came instantly. But there was a problem that could not be bypassed. The exit from the shelter was not small. If you wanted to build a bunker to cover it, the scale would have to be at least several times larger than the original plan. The long construction period and the amount of additional building materials used during this period far exceeded the limit that Su-woo could bear. After some thought, he came to the conclusion that the best solution was to rebuild it on the site of the original home. In this case, the original drone platform could be directly inherited to minimize the construction cost. In addition, after surviving the storm that suddenly burst into the shelter, Su-woo had no idea how the exit from the shelter had changed. At present, the entrance and exit from the shelter is an inclined passage dug on a flat surface. The outermost gate of the shelter in the passage is directed vertically downwards. This design, of course, has obvious disadvantages. For example, during heavy rain, rainwater easily accumulates and forms puddles. If the rainwater contains even a little bit of radiation, a virus or something like that, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Or if there is a conflict with armed bandits, there is no way out of the bunker, and they find themselves under direct fire from the bandits. The difficulty of entering the battlefield has increased by several levels. According to Su-woo's plan, it is not necessary to build a special fortress to solve these problems. At the initial stage, a concrete bungalow the size of a garage was built at the exit, and simple waterproofing and drainage measures were taken. Later, using the bungalow as a base, the excavated soil and stones were gradually piled up around it, gradually increasing the thickness and height of the bungalow until an artificial hill was formed. The original concrete bungalow was converted into a shelter built on a hill. The main advantage of this approach is that it is virtually cost-free. It is only necessary to slightly change the route of unloading soil and waste, expanding the underground shelter. The plan was not very effective, but it was worth a try. As evening approached, the faint light that had filtered through the clouds gradually disappeared. A thick darkness descended on the land. On a flat area that had originally belonged to a farmyard, a sleigh was hung on temporary road posts. Several powerful electric lights illuminated the surrounding area for hundreds of meters, as if it were daytime. After several hours of continuous cleaning, there was no trace of the storm left. All materials on the ground, including debris from collapsed buildings and walls, were collected into different categories. Not far from them, on the site where the houses originally stood, they laid the foundations again and erected the above-ground part of the bunker. You don't need so many excavators and vehicles to build a bunker. You can spend a little energy on something else. The control center on the second floor under Land Su-woo sat in front of the control panel, watching the construction progress on the monitor, and a new idea occurred to him. He had not forgotten that the last few hundred tons of materials were still stored in the official shelter and had not been removed. The longer this matter is in someone's hands, the greater the likelihood of change. Now that there is spare capacity, it is natural to continue to export it as soon as possible. After thinking about this, Su Wu did not act rashly. He activated a group of reconnaissance drones and ordered them to first reconnoiter the city area of Changhe from the air. Soon, Su Wu received a series of slightly unusual shots from a bird's eye view. Looking down from the sky after an unusually strong storm, you can see that the terrain within a radius of 12 kilometers around the farm has changed slightly. Many sections of the road were blocked by boulders falling from the sky, and in some places it had even collapsed, creating a wide crack that looked like a river. In such terrain, not to mention heavy vehicles, even tanks could not cross it. The only way out was to build a bridge on the spot or just go around. After entering the city, the situation is even worse. The hurricane collapsed buildings. The huge amount of construction debris flooded the streets and alleys like a torrent, turning the originally well-developed transportation network into a gravel desert. Only a few large shopping malls remained strong enough, as well as residential and commercial buildings taller than 7 floors barely retained their original appearance. It was not enough to completely return the entire city to its original state. Too exaggerated. Su Wu felt a chill down his spine, realizing that he had underestimated the destructive power of the storm. Such a sight would probably be comparable to a nuclear explosion or an earthquake of magnitude 7 or higher. At this moment, a soft sound was heard. This meant that new news had appeared on the official forum of Zhanghe City. Su Wu temporarily turned away from the city news and opened the forum. He found that 2 new announcements had appeared on a forum dedicated to Zhanghe City. The first briefly described the losses caused by the storm and the current status of the city's various official shelters. As the highest authority in Zhanghe City, the official shelters control most of a population and materials throughout the city. Accordingly, they also suffered the greatest losses as a result of this catastrophe. In just 10 hours, while the storm raged, more than a third of the above-ground warehouses were completely destroyed. The losses amounted to about 2 million tons. Affected items included household chemicals, vehicles, building materials, electronic components, industrial production line equipment, food products, etc. Fortunately, thanks to timely warning, the casualties were minor. All equipment in the underground shelters can operate normally. Su Wu read the notice carefully, his gaze fixed on the casualty column for a few seconds. His expression gradually became serious. Don't look at the notice text, it seems understated. But a third of the warehouses, 2 million tons and food, these 3 key words occur together, which means that the matter cannot be insignificant. A little translation, and it can be understood that the official industrial production capacity has been seriously damaged. Materials for maintenance. Daily operations have been greatly reduced and grain supplies are running low. Each of these news items is heavy and heavy. The people in the official shelter. The days could be hard. Su Wu seemed to sense a storm coming. Suppressing the ominous feeling in heart, Su Wu continued to look at another announcement. It was more of a quest reward than an announcement. The official shelter of Zhanghe City allocated materials worth a total of 15 million as a reward. Recruitment quests are issued for all corporate and personal shelters. The tasks include clearing underground roads, helping the official build underground and breeding farms, exchanging assigned items, and so on. Among them, clearing underground roads takes up the largest portion. The official even specially planned dozens of routes for clearing and indicated reward in meters. So eager? Su Wu was a little surprised, but soon figured it out. Although the current official shelters in Zhanghe City are connected to each other by underground passages, most of them are temporary and emergency structures, narrow passages less than a meter wide. People are allowed to move around on foot or on toy trains brought from an amusement park. The efficiency of transporting materials is so low that it can be practically ignored compared to a population of several million people. In case of emergency, they will still have to rely on land roads for deployment and mutual support. In other words, The land transportation system remains vital to the official shelter. Even if it costs a lot of money, it must be maintained without interruption. After understanding the authorities' position, Su Wu calmed down. He took on the task of clearing the road, and then, after thinking for a while, he decided to exclude the engineering team from the call-up line and send only large trucks and special equipment as well as 2 construction robots. Going out now is a very risky business. The engineering group is the only systematically operating group in Su Wu's hands at the moment, and the main force of the expansion of the shelter itself is very valuable and important. Whatever the considerations, even if it may bring additional benefits, they should not be thrown to the wind. Next, the engineering team will return and continue digging the 4th underground floor of the shelter. Team is responsible for determining routes and providing aerial warning for the cleanup team that is leaving. And the construction robots will remain on the ground and build small bunkers. The work on building the shelter was carried out gradually. At this time, Su Wu felt a shortage of manpower in the shelter. There were 7 construction robots in total, 2 of which were to go with the transport and 2 were to return to the engineering team to ensure the full efficiency of the engineering team. Only 3 of them could realistically remain on Earth to build bunkers. And these 3 robots were ready to work until the end of time. We must expand the team. He looked at the survival goggles in his hand. Lately, but a lot of survival points have been spent on various little things. So far, he has only managed to accumulate 25 survival points. According to Su Wu's original idea, these survival points should be stored at the bottom of the box as a reserve fund, and then used to save lives in the event of a crisis. But now he has changed his mind. Survival points are trump card, and shelter is also a trump card. If we build a solid shelter in advance, we won't have to worry about danger. So use it when necessary. Use all 25 survival points. Use them to add 5 construction robots. Having decided to use the reserved survival points, Su Wu did not hesitate. He immediately planned to invest all his survival points in the production of construction robots. The efficiency of construction robots is not as high as that of professional mechanical equipment, but their humanoid body is almost enough to do most of the work. How many of them are built, there will be no risk of overload. On the contrary, each additional robot will certainly significantly increase the speed of construction of various objects in the shelter section. It can be said that this is a universal tool, second only to the engineering robot in versatility. Manufacturing Center. The 2 engineering robots that received Su Wu's production order immediately began work. They took materials from the warehouse, cut them, and melted them. From scratch, they gradually welded the frame of the construction robot. Thanks to the preliminary selection and processing of raw materials, the entire process is very fast. On average, a construction robot model could be born in the hands of these 2 engineering robots every hour. Su Wu monitored the production throughout the entire process. Every time the construction robots were ready, he would go to the production center and use the survival point to activate the construction robot. He would then immediately send it to the ground to join the team building the bunker. No time was wasted. Within hours, the site of the original barnyard was bustling with life again. Thanks to the combined efforts of the construction robots, whose number gradually increased to 8, as well as the concrete mixers, micro-excavators, and micro-transporters of the engineering team that arrived from time to help, the first floor of the small bunker gradually took shape at a speed noticeable with the naked eye. At this rate, it would take another 2 hours. The first floor of the bunker would be completed. Seeing that the involvement of Krypton gold in the work had yielded obvious results, Su Wu felt a slight sense of satisfaction. Unlike the meter-thick concrete walls of the underground shelter, the walls of the small bunker, hastily erected on the ground, was only 20 centimeters thick. They were not filled with construction waste. So, although there is no need to use survival glasses for strengthening, the cost is significantly reduced. But after each layer, you have to wait 8 to 12 hours for the concrete to harden before moving on to the next stage. At the same time, due to the previous storm, With the exception of a small amount of sand and gravel on the fourth floor of the underground emergency shelter, all other supplies were lost. At this time, if a way to replenish is not found, not only the bunkers on the ground, but also the expansion of the underground shelter will be forced to stop due to a lack of necessary materials. However, this problem is not difficult to solve. A dry river flows 2 or 3 kilometers from the farm. All you have to do is send excavators and transport equipment there, and you can easily dig up a whole truckload of sand and gravel. The only costs are the power consumption, natural mechanical wear and tear, and the risk of being some distance from the shelter. 2 or 3 kilometers is not close at all. Especially in the unpredictable end of the world, no one can guarantee that they will be able to return safely after. Exit point. Remember the photographs from the ground taken not long ago by the reconnaissance drone unit. Su Wu carefully examined it and found that the riverbed had hardly changed. Since most of the route leading there crossed the route previously taken by the cleanup team, there were virtually no obstacles. The greatest danger was the last few hundred meters of the way, which had to be overcome through wild terrain and a steep slope where various traps could be encountered. It would be good if the special transport was still there. Su Wu was a little worried. Although the previous storm not changed the direction of the river much, the damage to the terrain was indeed considerable. With the toy bodies of the micro-excavators and micro-vehicles in the current engineering team, moving through such difficult terrain will certainly be very difficult. If you are not careful, you can turn over. But no matter how difficult it is, you have to do it. That is why the construction of the shelter cannot stop. After some thought, Su Wu quickly came up with a solution. Namely, install a detection radar on the micro-excavator. At present, the engineering group's technique mainly uses cameras to detect the external environment. This assessment method based on simple image recognition is too simple and cannot detect various hidden traps. Equipping with a detection radar can largely compensate for this disadvantage. If the trap can be detected in advance, then with a micro-excavator, whether it is filling in place or driving around, there are many solutions. Virtually no cases of capsizing or being trapped. However, it is not easy to install a detection radar. The price of the radar is not low, and Su Wu cannot afford truly high-performance industrial and military radars. Among the materials previously purchased from the official shelter, there are only 10 of the cheapest commercial laser and acoustic radars. The effective detection range of the laser radar is 25 meters, and it can only detect uncovered pits. The accuracy is only slightly higher than that of the camera. Acoustic radar can further investigate hidden holes or simply determine whether the ground is firm enough to support a vehicle. But its detection range is only 3.5 meters, and there are many blind spots. Each radar can only detect a fan-shaped area within a radius of 60 degrees in front of it. At the same time, they have a number of shortcomings, such as the working temperature cannot exceed 50 degrees, the sensing head is sensitive and fragile, etc. Su Wu studied for more than 10 minutes before, then, with the help of artificial intelligence and a database, proposed a final solution. Both radars were installed, supplemented with a waterproof and dustproof housing, a freely rotating base, and a separate cooling system. This solution cannot be called very good, but at least it ensures normal operation of the radar. If we do not take into account the accuracy, reaction speed, and difference in detection range, then the difference between it and ground radar on large trucks and special vehicles, improved by survival points, is not great. It can be used in practice. More than 2 hours later, the construction robots, having successfully completed the first stage of construction, returned to the shelter one by one. They cleaned their bodies of dust and dirt in a disinfection chamber on the first underground floor of the shelter, and then went to the production center on the second underground floor for routine maintenance by engineering robots. Eventually, they were split into 2 groups. 2 were given rifles and magazines at the manufacturing center and were on duty at the shelter's lifting platform. The remaining 6 joined the engineering team and went to the 4th underground floor to take part in the excavation and expansion of the shelter. At the same time, a mini excavator and a mini transporter separated from the main construction team and descended to the ground one after the other. Then they turned on the headlights in front of the car and slowly headed towards the ground shrouded in endless darkness. Hopefully, nothing would happen. Su-woo watched the small column gradually disappear into the darkness through the shelter's ground facility monitoring system, and an inexplicable worry grew in his heart. It seemed like he was seeing them for the last time. After standing there in a daze for a moment, Su-woo switched the main control screen to the mini excavator that was driving the machine. The updated data lines on the screen and the old road signs dimly visible in the light of the car headlights calmed Su-woo down a little. The recent storm had not been that strong. At least the land was mostly clear of the ash brought in by the world's wildfires and volcanic eruptions. Now, judging by the area near the highway, the place resembled a drought-stricken suburb. Instead of looking like an alien planet, the entire world was covered in a grey shade, like a silent hell, inducing melancholy and despair. Due to their size and the amount of gravel and debris that had not been cleared from the road, the mini excavators and mini transporters moved slowly. Zrania, only less than 10 kilometers per hour. Su-woo waited for almost 15 minutes before he saw them turn off the road onto a country road where there were almost no tracks. This was the closest route to the river. There used to be 2 or 3 hand-built houses and a section of an abandoned farm in the countryside. But now, they were completely gone. It must have been right in the center of the storm belt. It was completely destroyed. Su-woo operated the camera of the mini excavator and pointed the camera at the place where the house he had built with his own hands was. By then, it had turned into a hole. In the hole, other than a piece of gravel brought in by the storm, he remembered that a family of 5 had once lived in the house. The owner of the house was a middle-aged man named Miao Yijun, a very cheerful person. When Su-woo first came here, he asked him to help him buy gasoline and sugar. At the same time, he heard him boasting about his vegetable cellar, which was built spacious and strong and could easily serve as a shelter. However, his words still rang in his ears, and the house, along with the sturdy vegetable cellar, had disappeared forever in the storm. Hopefully, they had all moved to the official shelter beforehand. Su-woo sighed silently. He did not insist on coming closer and finding out the truth. He pulled off the road. Host. The micro-excavator moved even more slowly. Sometimes when they came across rocks and holes blocking the road, they had to dig them out or simply drive around them. After all this torment, when they reached the riverbank, almost half an hour had passed. At this time, large trucks and special equipment, which had arrived on the outskirts of the city to clear the road, gave another alarm signal. The wind there gradually began to increase. A group of reconnaissance drones, which had been in a state of high-altitude alert, were forced to land in the cabin of a large truck. They could no longer carry out their usual warning task. Was another storm coming? Su-woo was subconsciously shocked, but he scrolled through the official forum and did not find any similar warnings about the disaster. In the local chat of Janghae City, the hottest topic was still the work of clearing the roads on the ground. After some hesitation, Su-woo decided to continue. They were almost there. They can't just give up because of a small anomaly. On the riverbank. Remember the domain name of the first site, twkan.com. The leading micro-excavator was not affected by Su-woo's anxiety at all. He still maintained a speed of 2 meters per second and moved slowly along the embankment, searching for a way down. Gusts of wind blowing along the river twisted strands of fine sand and gravel, hitting the metal body of the micro-excavator, making a cracking sound. He brought greetings from the wilderness of this, a lone, sand-digging team. Finally, after walking a few hundred meters, a gentle slope appeared in front of the micro-excavator. The AI immediately took control of the mini-excavator, deploying radar to determine the road and create a map, while carefully descending. Down point. As the column entered the riverbed, the soft gravel gradually gave way to relatively hard earth and rocky soil. Su-woo did not allow them to go too deep, but simply found a place on the edge and began digging right there. This type of excavation without sifting will obviously not yield fine sand of good quality. But it does not matter. Once transported to the shelter, there is enough time and labor for more advanced processing. In the conditions of the end of the world, compared to the risk of prolonged exposure to the open air and possible disaster, the cost of labor and time is not worth mentioning. In the river, due to the carrying capacity of the mini vehicle meant that the entire sand mining process took little time. Just 5 or 6 minutes, the mini transporter's bucket was full of sand and gravel. At this time, following the principle of maximum efficiency, the artificial intelligence automatically began to control the mini transporter and returned to its original route on its own. The mini excavator stayed in place and waited for the transporter to appear again before continuing its work. This scared Su-woo a little, but he hesitated for a moment and did not intervene. Until there was obvious bad weather and other dangers, this most effective plan of action should not be stopped without reason. Compared to how we drove here, the mini transporter on the way back moved much faster because the route was practically explored. He maintained almost full speed throughout the entire journey. Soon, the mini transporter appeared in the frame of the CCTV camera installed by Su-woo on the ground of the shelter. The truck with sand and gravel was successfully loaded into the warehouse. There should be no problems. Watching as the mini transporter, unloading sand and gravel, he disappeared into the night again. Su-woo's heart calmed down a little. After the successful first trip, thanks to the strictness of the artificial intelligence, he no longer had to worry about anything unless the weather changed significantly. Su-woo turned his attention back to the shelter. After thinking about it, he instructed the 2 construction robots from the engineering team on the 4th underground floor to carry tools to the ground to process the truckload of sand and gravel that had been brought in. The finished portion of this batch of sand and gravel will be delivered to the shelter and will become the raw material for the expansion of the 4th underground floor. When the construction robots arrived on the ground and began work, Su-woo inspected the entire construction site through a camera installed at the highest point. This land was originally a cattle yard. There were no signs of a storm. On the flat surface lay piles of materials firmly fastened with metal rods, a 1-story bunker waiting to harden, and a bunker for the exit from the shelter, where only a drainage ditch had been dug without a foundation. Although they did not look attractive, their very existence indicated that the chaos on the surface of the shelter caused by the storm was gradually coming to order. Everything began to flourish. Let's wait a little longer. The main thing is that the bunkers and pillboxes are built. There is no need to fear a second hurricane attack. Having sorted out the affairs in the shelter, Su-woo began devoting most of its energy to the cleanup crew far out on the outskirts of the city. After nearly 10 hours of cleaning, the emergency vehicles and heavy-duty trucks moved out to the area around the Tekla shopping mall. With the mall separating it, the difficulty of penetrating inside has increased at least several times. Many streets were completely blocked by collapsed buildings. Instead of digging a passage with great effort, it is better to go around them directly. In such a situation, only primary artificial intelligence cannot make the best decision. Su-woo needs to be on the sidelines to make adjustments in time. However, despite this, the difficulty has increased. But since this is already a citywide scale, many people from other shelters participated in the cleanup. Overall, the overall progress is not too slow. These collapsed buildings are a good source of materials. After the cleanup is complete, the last batch of materials stored in the official shelter will be brought back. Maybe you will consider coming here and bringing a few truckloads of construction waste. The process of street cleaning is long and tedious. Apart from the fact that Su-woo occasionally tidies up the area where the special transport operates, he often just lazily surveys the surroundings. The thousands of collapsed buildings in the city and the huge amount of accumulated garbage make Su-woo deeply envious. In his opinion, it is almost like endless supplies of building materials, even though they are located quite far from the shelter. But their sufficient quantity and the convenience of direct loading compensate for everything. Point the camera at the special transport. In the distance, between the buildings hidden in the darkness, lights are dimly visible. These are builders from other shelters operating the equipment. At temperatures above 70 degrees, ordinary people can hardly, normally but specially modified construction equipment may not be afraid of this heat. Of course, according to the news that Su Wu heard on the official forum, due to the limited resources, such a modification is rather intended to prevent the machine from overheating and to make the operators in the cabin undergo relatively less maintenance. Although it will not make the temperature in the cabin the same as on the outside, but not much better. It could be said that every worker remaining inside was being tortured. For a while, they were supervised. Su Wu gradually began to understand the efficiency of these people. Although the excavators and bulldozers they operated seemed larger, special transport, many actions were monotonous and ineffective due to non-standard operating conditions. Often, 7 or 8 excavators and bulldozers were needed to achieve the efficiency of special transport. If this continues, my contribution may be among the few best among all the small and medium shelters participating in the cleanup. It is a pleasant surprise. Official shelters in Zhenghe City will provide an additional reward of 2,000 to 20,000 contribution points to the shelters that contribute the most to this cleanup. This figure seems insignificant. In fact, based on purchasing power, 2,000 contribution points are enough to buy 700 to 800 kilograms of rice. Even for an orphanage, this is a considerable amount of wealth. At the same time, compared to the generous rewards for the shelter rating, it is much more difficult for workers who directly participated in the cleaning to obtain contribution points. Take Su Wu's column, for example. From the moment they arrived in the city, they can obtain contribution points and start counting. Almost 4 hours, the total number of contribution points accumulated was only about 2,000. According to this data, workers in other shelters were risking their lives and enduring scorching heat. The income per hour of work on the land was only about 70 contribution points per person. In addition, construction equipment and vehicles were mainly provided by the shelters where they were located. The rent allocated to the shelters was deducted from the calculation, and the actual income of the workers was even less. It could be equivalent to 1 or 2 days' worth of food. It was simply an exchange of life for food. Su Wu organized his scattered thoughts. He continued to command the special transport to clear the way. Considering that there was no hope of quickly reaching the official entrance of the shelter, he eventually just calmed down and let the special transport clear the area while loading the better quality construction waste into the big truck behind. Then, when the truck was full, he let it take out the construction waste ahead of time and return to the shelter. It was idle anyway. Let's first gather the resources that can be mined. Time. Gradually approaching midnight, and the city of Zhenghe City was in full swing cleaning. A new day had arrived. In addition to the usual daily rewards, a reminder completely different from the previous one was quietly updated in Su Wu's system log. Successfully survived the devastating disaster. Survival points, plus 30. Are there rewards for encountering disaster? Su Wu slightly raised his eyebrows as his gaze fell on the unexpected reminder. Several ideas suddenly appeared in his mind that he was eager to implement. However, now was not the time to think. He turned his gaze to the end of the system panel, where the reset number was restored to 33. Just in time. I was worried that I wouldn't have enough survival points. I switched the main console screen to the production center. A brand new special-purpose vehicle body appeared on the screen. Next to it, models of a mini excavator and a gravel truck were calmly waiting. Truck. This is the result of the work of the engineering robots, who took advantage of the free time during the period when there was no shortage of supplies. According to Su Wu's original plan, he wanted to wait until tomorrow, when he had accumulated enough survival points, and then gradually improve them one by one. Others. Now that he had unexpectedly received a generous amount of survival points, the plan naturally had to be pushed forward. He waited patiently for a few minutes. After the engineering robot finished the final finishing work on the body of the special transport, Su Wu stood up and quickly walked to production center. After a full 20 survival points had been spent, 3 machines that could only be considered models were upgraded and evolved in this world, filling in the missing last part of the core. After the upgrade was completed, Su Wu did not even check their work carefully, but immediately assigned them tasks using the tablet he carried with him. The special vehicle went to the river to replace the original micro-excavator and micro-transporter for sand and gravel mining. The aggregate truck and the micro-excavator went to the 4th underground floor to join the engineering team and take part in the construction. From a design point of view, the safety of the special vehicle, which is larger and heavier, in the wild and river conditions, is significantly higher than toy microtransporters. Accidents due to ground conditions are practically excluded. At the same time, its high lifting capacity, comparable to that of a large truck, allows it to exceed the efficiency of a combination of a micro-excavator and a micro-transporter several times. High efficiency means shorter field work time and lower overall risks. In other words, adding this special vehicle has greatly reduced Su Wu's cost of collecting construction materials from outside. The gravity carrier is a professional engineering vehicle specially designed for crushing hard rock underground. Before this, the engineering team had only one grav carrier. However, it is the core of the entire team. In many cases, its efficiency is almost equal to the efficiency of the entire team of engineers working on digging underground spaces. Now, with the addition of this grav carrier, as well as the already overloaded number of construction robots, micro-excavators, and micro-vehicles that are about to return from the river, the engineering team's productivity will double. Under favorable conditions, with such a composition, to complete the excavation work and build the 4th underground floor. As for the micro-excavator, due to its size, it no longer occupies a key place in the growing team of engineers. The new micro-excavator is more of a backup. In the future, if there is a need to temporarily send someone to perform tasks, this micro-excavator will be the first choice. Even if there is a danger or an accident, it will not have a significant impact on the shelter. When the 4th floor is completed, there will be enough space to install large industrial equipment. Then we can study the possibility of mass production of construction robots. Or at least we can mass produce robot dogs or large toy cars that can perform simple tasks. If the first 3 floors of Su Wu's shelter can be compared to a self-sufficient estate, then the 4th floor is the beginning of the estate's development into an industrial city. According to Su Wu's plan, he would build a small industrial zone there, combining dismantling, metal smelting, and spare parts production lines. On a large scale, recycled waste would be dismantled and remelted into the simplest materials, and then mass-produced as standard parts for the manufacture of various mechanical equipment. The transformation from a craft workshop to a standard industrial plant was complete. At that time, the shelter was really developing rapidly. The affairs of the military shelter came to an end. Su Wu switched the console screen back to the convoy in the urban area of Jianghe City. He continued to concentrate on directing the road clearing. More than 2 hours passed before he, who was actually a little sleepy, stopped this boring work and decided to go to sleep and rest. At this time, the value of the contribution of Su Wu's shelter, recorded by the official, reached 3,500 points. It squeezed into the top 10 of the contribution rankings of all the shelters. The next morning, Su Wu woke up to the pure and ethereal singing. He was in no hurry to get up. He simply closed his eyes and quietly listened to the soft voice in the song, which seemed to cleanse his soul. After a long time, he reluctantly got up to wash himself. He walked down the corridor to the control center. Looking at the huge hall, as always, raining in silver tones, Su Wu, still immersed in the aftertaste of the song, suddenly felt a little out of place. It seems that I have spent too much time in the shelter, and I will soon begin to have psychological problems. Maybe I should think about making an artificial garden to relax in. After all, the only place Su Wu studied on a daily basis was the living room and the control center, which were less than 300 square meters. Even with the central air conditioning and air purifiers, augmented by a survival system to regulate the temperature and air quality in the shelter, repressed emotions will inevitably arise. If left unexposed, they will not go away, but will only accumulate over time. Eventually, it will become a hidden danger that must be taken seriously. Standing here for a while in a daze, Suwoo shook his head and pushed this inexplicable thought away for a while. He walked over to the control panel, sat down, and first checked the shelter log. During the rest time in the shelter, nothing had happened. One accident. However, due to the continuous operation of special vehicles, the sand and gravel dumped on the surface of the shelter turned into a small mountain, and there was no need to worry about their shortage for a long time. In the urban area of Zhanghe City, the efficiency of the cleaning team was significantly reduced due to the lack of personal leadership of Suwoo. They dug a nearly 100-meter passage in a pile of construction debris almost 4 to 5 meters high. The volume of work seems to be quite large, but the actual contribution received by Suwoo is negligible. As a result, in terms of the treasure index, Suwoo occupies the top 10. Before going to bed, it dropped to a level outside the 20s. Don't they all rest? Suwoo couldn't help but complain as he checked the CCTV in the city area and looked at the excavators and bulldozers that were still working in the other shelters. But, in fact, such things can be understood if you think about it. Not everyone is as short of manpower as Suwoo. Most shelters, whether public or private, are now overcrowded. To improve efficiency, there is a rotation of workers. Even if there were casualties, it would be good for the shelter, as it would reduce the burden on supplies. Thinking about this, Suwoo suspended the second Special Transport's mission to extract sand and gravel and transported it to the city. There was already enough sand and gravel, and there was nowhere to store it if they collected more. If the storm came again, it would be a waste of time, so it would be better to bring it into town for work. 10 minutes later, the newly built Special Transport hurried to join the cleanup crew. 2 professional construction vehicles under Precise. The AI controls worked tirelessly, clearing the way with incredible efficiency. Soon, Suwoo's shelter contribution began to grow rapidly, striving for the top 3. In the afternoon, when Suwoo had lunch and sat down at the control panel again, the shelter's treasure exceeded 10,000 points, second only the medium-sized enterprise-level shelter that ranked first, Owen's shelter. Suwoo glanced at the name of the number 1 shelter and felt familiar. He thought back and remembered someone on a local channel mentioning that the shelter's predecessor had been a generic drug manufacturing plant. It was known for exploiting and abusing workers. Besides, he seemed to have connections with organized crime and had many bandits. In times of peace, they did nothing. And now, frowning, Suwoo couldn't imagine what kind of life ordinary people lived in Owen's hideout. Slaves in modern society? Shaking his head, Suwoo slightly sighed and threw away these bad associations. At the end of time, there are too many suffering people. He couldn't sympathize with them at all, and he was content to live his own life. But on the other hand, since Owen's shelter is connected to organized crime, I think they are usually very aggressive. They certainly won't tolerate competition for food. We need to be careful with them. Suwoo thought about it and began to study the relationship between his shelter and Owen's. He didn't mind thinking about the reaction of the other side, which would show a worse attitude. Judging by the efficiency of the 2 special transporters, it wouldn't take long for them to surpass each other in value. Contribution. The reward between first and second place is a whopping 10,000 contribution points. This is not the kind of luck that can be ignored. If he fails to deal with it, the enemy might start to harass him impulsively. Sensing a crisis, Suwoo immediately became worried. He opened the list of weapons in the shelter. Last time, he had already seen a large truck being robbed on the road. The current arsenal had quite a lot of what could be called weapons 2K2 series agricultural drones with missile launchers, 10 folding firing platforms, 2 automatic rifles, and 4,000 rounds of ammunition. When fully deployed, these weapons are almost enough for a small fight. Not enough. More needs to be added. Su-woo was a bit dissatisfied. This weapon was originally created to fight a small group of bandits. They don't need precision, just maximum firepower and overwhelming superiority to destroy them in the shortest time. But now, the enemy has been replaced by a medium-sized shelter, at least tens of thousands of people, and a higher degree of organization. This is not enough. In some cases, even if all the ammunition was used up, it might not be completely destroyed. Although he could seek help from the authorities if a conflict actually broke out, there were always unforeseen circumstances. If the authorities had detained or simply ignored his plea for help, he would still have had to rely on himself. Su-woo has a habit of thinking only the worst in everything. He almost didn't hesitate for too long and decided to add a batch of new weapons right on the spot, thinking that this time he can face a large number of enemies. Simply adding guns or missiles is not cost-effective and cannot provide an overwhelming advantage. Su-woo searched the database for a long time and finally came up with a completely new plan, namely, to make thermite. Thermite is a mixture that can create high temperature of over 2,500 degrees after combustion, which is enough to melt steel in a very short time. The main materials it consists of are very common and cheap aluminum powder and rust. But the power is terrible. No matter how reliable protection, once it touches the burning thermite, it will eventually burn out. The only drawback is that it burns in a very narrow range. But this problem is easy to solve. Simply add a small bomb or firework to the thermite charge, and its destructive effect can be greatly expanded. As for the launch method, Su-woo chose two options, using drones to throw directly and producing artillery shells and firing them from howitzers. Both options are extremely cheap. In particular, drones can be replaced by K2 series agricultural drones on a part-time basis. Although howitzers must be built from scratch, their design is considerably simpler than intelligent automated equipment such as micro-excavators, and at best, they have specific material requirements. Only engineering robots can build them entirely. There is no need to waste precious survival points. Wait until a small bunker is built. You can mount a 120mm howitzer on it. Reserve 20 crates, 160 thermite shells of the appropriate characteristics. As for the thermite bombs used by drones, you can make 50 pieces of each of two modifications, 20 kilograms and 40 kilograms. Since thermite raw material is quite common and cheap, Su-woo was generous in planning his ammunition reserves. Basically, he calculated them based on the possibility of inflicting intense strikes lasting more than 10 minutes. At the moment, the configuration of the shelter's firepower was actually extremely sufficient. Of it that it was a bit excessive. Not to mention Owen's hideout, which was an imaginary enemy, it was only a medium-sized hideout with just over 10,000 people. Even if it was used to fight a company-level army, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Didn't arise. But even so, Su-woo felt that it wasn't safe enough. His gaze fell on the 3D map of the shelter, the vertical lift channel for drones connecting the shelter to a small bunker that hadn't been built yet. Without noticing, an idea arose. There were already ready-made shafts. Vertical launch, so why not build a bigger one? He opened the database for easy searching. Out popped a drawing of a 240mm diameter missile. The production of the corresponding military weapon was included in the work schedule of the engineering robots. Check the time. Concrete of the first floor on the ground should have been solidified from the start. Su-woo pulled out all 8 construction robots, a cement mixer, and a mini excavator from the engineering team on the 4th underground floor and headed above ground to continue building the 2nd floor. Compared to the first floor of the bunker is 6 meters high. The 2nd floor is only about 3 meters high, and the volume of work is also reduced accordingly. It is expected that with the combined efforts of 8 construction robots, the construction will be completed in a maximum of 2 to 3 hours. Then it is necessary to wait another 8 hours for the concrete to harden, continue building the 3rd floor and its ceiling, after which the entire small bunker can be declared completed. After dealing with the affairs inside the shelter, Su-woo continued to lead the column into the urban area to clear the road. In the evening, when the large truck had made more than 5 round trips and transported hundreds of tons of construction waste back to Su-woo's shelter, the first passage leading to the nearest official shelter entrance was completely open. Su-woo controlled the construction robot and rushed to the official shelter's material warehouse as quickly as possible to take out his materials. Among the materials you brought here were also 220 tons of steel and 300 tons of fertilizer. It's just... The warehouse manager hesitated a little. What happened? Su-woo raised his eyebrows, and his voice sounded cold and hard through the movement of the construction robot. It's okay. I'll take it for you right away. The administrator seemed to notice that he was behaving inappropriately and made a face on his face. He lowered his head, printed out a list of the delivered items on his computer, and handed it to the construction robot controlled by Su-woo. He then hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but reply, "You'd better pick up everything you've delivered by tomorrow morning." The manager informed me that the shelter is currently running low on supplies. We are considering the possibility of temporarily collecting supplies from the population to replenish them. If you delay, you may end up with nothing but an IOU. For an administrator who is just an ordinary employee, collecting supplies from above is not only good or bad, but also obvious. He would have to face the representatives of the private shelters that had lost their supplies and bear their wrath first. If he didn't do it right, he could end up bleeding right away. The administrator stole a glance at the steel robot in front of him, and his heart sank even more. How could a shelter, who can afford to play with robots, to be such an easy enemy? Making weapons is as easy as playing. When a conflict arises, no matter the outcome of the other side, he will definitely be the first loser to be sacrificed. Gathering supplies? Su-woo was not surprised. Wasn't it to prevent something like this from happening that he was so keen on clearing the city's roads? In a centralized system, especially in the early days of the end of the world, when the restrictions imposed by the peaceful era were becoming increasingly weak, breaking contracts and oppressing the weak was considered normal. Giving an IOU was considered kindness on the part of the manager. I see. Thank you for reminding me. I will pick up all the remaining supplies before 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Su-woo came to his senses and gave a clear answer without complicating the situation for the employees opposite. All is well, until 7 o'clock. Any problems? Our boss won't be here so early. The administrator sighed with relief. Anyway, it was a good decision to postpone the problem. I got a list of supplies. With the help of several forklifts driven by the staff of the official shelter, in less than an hour, 20 tons of fertilizer were loaded into the back of a large truck. Watching the truck on the screen, he started walking back to the shelter along the cleared streets. Su-woo was deep in thought. He began to seriously think about how to deal with this accident. If we calculate the time, then, if we drive at the speed of heavy trucks, by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, at most, 5 more trips there and back. Compared with more than 500 tons of materials, this capacity is clearly insufficient. As for the temporary improvement of heavy-duty vehicles to increase the one-time carrying capacity, with the current dozens of survival points, it is unlikely to be able to significantly increase it. It's still a drop in the ocean. If we bring 2 special vehicles here to clear the column... Su-woo thought about it and silently rejected the idea. The speed of the special vehicle is low, but the load capacity is high. But the maximum length of the body is 5 meters, so the amount of materials it can carry, but does not reach the upper limit of the load capacity. Moreover, the road clearing will be completed in 1 day at most. If they are transferred to transport halfway, they will miss out on the first place reward of 20,000 contribution. I can only take a small risk. After weighing everything, Su-woo finally made a decision. If there is no time to take him back to the shelter, then don't take him. Anyway, just pick up the materials from the warehouse. 20 minutes later. A large truck, rushing at high speed, arrived on the surface of Su's shelter. The construction robot jumped out of the cabin and opened the door of the truck compartment. Then the side of the compartment, located next to the cabin, began to slowly rise, dumping all the accumulated fertilizers out at once. Due to the rough unloading, many woven bags used as outer packaging were damaged. A large amount of fertilizer had spilled out, covering a small area around it like gravel. It could be foreseen that if they wanted to collect it again, they would definitely have to face serious difficulties. Then, the 8 construction robots that had already arrived from the underground shelter began to enter the compartment of the large truck and await orders. 2 of the robots also carried 2 automatic rifles and 6 magazines of ammunition. These construction robots would travel to the official shelter with the large truck to help load materials and then unload them onto the place not far from the official shelter. On the surface, where the average temperature exceeds 21 degrees Celsius, most buildings are destroyed. Any place can be called remote and uninhabited. Temporarily may be a bit risky, but it's much better than being directly confiscated by the official shelter. Go and pick up the goods. Su Wu asked the big truck to return to the official shelter. But before leaving, Su Wu thought about it and asked them to bring agricultural drone to reinforce the squad. This modified drone with a missile launcher has extremely high destructive power. Although it is not used in normal conditions, we must always be prepared for the worst, and taking it with us is much more peaceful. The large truck loaded with construction robots set off again on its way to the official shelter. It was safe and sound and entered the city safely. At this moment point, Su Wu found that there seemed to be more machinery working in different parts of the city. Every now and then, the roar of diesel engines could be heard, and sometimes 1 or 2 cars could even be seen driving through the passage Su Wu had cleared. Su Wu frowned, paused for a moment, and decided to continue in. According to the original plan, arrived at the official shelter. Many construction robots poured into the underground hall, attracting the attention of many people. Some looked around curiously, others whispered, asking each other where these mechanical creations came from, representing advanced technology. The construction robots did not react to the curious crowd. They faithfully carried out Su Wu's orders and, under the coordinated control of artificial intelligence, loaded fertilizer bags into the wagon together with the workers at the official warehouse. Where did... Took over ? It looks like it works really well. The forklift operator was chatting with his colleague next to him during a break. Who knows? I haven't heard of any shelters with robots. The forklift operator's colleague was a middle-aged man, physically and mentally exhausted. He looked at the working robots and couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. But that shouldn't be good. Many people can't find work, and these robots are here to take our jobs. In an official shelter, you shouldn't think that everyone should work under duress. But forced labor and work are 2 different things. The former is mandatory, and the intensity of the work may not be high, but in the end, you only get a little food. The latter can be very tiring, but there are additional benefits. Although the income is still much less than in peacetime, at least it can improve the life of you and your family a little. It's okay. I know people who load robots into a truck. They all work in warehouse number 7, specializing in external transactions. These robots must belong to a wealthy private shelter outside, and here they are, simply taking the goods. At this point, another young man in a hood intervened. Working in the same shelter, we know that the duties of the different departments are no secret. If you're interested, you can easily find out. The hooded young man envied the workers of warehouse number 7 the most. Since they work in the department, their job is the easiest and has the best social security in the entire shelter. Well, you're from the outside, that's good. The middle-aged man in relief, and turned his watchful gaze away from the robot. As long as they didn't take his job away, everything would be fine. Having let his guard down, he couldn't help but become interested. Even in the past, in times of peace, the mass use of humanoid robots was only a legend. In fact, when they appeared, they were associated with some large high-tech companies. What kind of shelter was hidden behind this? A batch of robots that appeared here? Will the people living there be several or even tens of times better off than in the official shelter? With the help of additional construction robots. This time, filling the truck with goods took less than half an hour. 2 construction robots got into the cabin, started the big truck, and left the official. The remaining 8 construction robots remained standing quietly at the exit of the official shelter, their engines turned off and waiting. A few minutes later, a large truck appeared next to 2 special vehicles clearing the road. You loaded the truck with fertilizer into a small clearing. Then, a construction robot armed with an automatic rifle jumped off the truck and stood silently guarding the fertilizer. Another construction robot followed the truck back to the official shelter to load the cargo. The same process was repeated here. Time gradually sank into the deep night. Thick darkness gradually swallowed everything. When the 2 special vehicles of the cleaning crew turned the corner and disappeared behind the skyscraper, this piece of flat land, littered with fertilizer, was silent, as if abandoned by the world. Only a construction robot with a gun silently accompanied him. Remember the domain name of the first site, twkan.com. And at that moment, a drone flew silently high in the sky, filming everything that was happening on the ground with an infrared lens. Owen's shelter, ground control center. Director Sun, the residents of the Huangshi village shelter, dropped all the supplies received from the official authorities on the ground within the city limits. According to preliminary estimates, at least 200 to 300 tons. The employee who received the image from the drone reported to his superior. Due to competition in the cleanup ranking, the entire ground command post is currently focused on the shelter in Huangshi village. Therefore, the truck belonging to their shelter is easy to recognize. It's them again. Sun Yaoyang walked up to the employee from behind and looked at the monitor in front of him. In the picture taken by the infrared camera, a large amount of materials packed in cloth bags were piled up haphazardly on a specially cleared area on the side of the road. However, due to accuracy issues, it is unclear what these materials are. Only a security robot was left there. "Should I take it?" asked the deputy head, Assistant Sun Yaoyang, who was standing next to him. "Robot." Sun Yaoyang was touched by what he heard, but did not rush to answer. He slightly squinted and looked closely at the photo. He noticed that the so-called robot appeared to be holding a gun. He felt a certain sense of self-worth, realizing that this was not a man to be trifled with. Robots symbolized high-tech equipment, and firearms symbolized non-compliance with federal laws. Gun control regulations. The combination of these 2 factors meant that they were not facing a civilian organization that could be intimidated at will, but a well-trained gang prone to extreme violence. First, ask the official shelter what exactly they were transporting. Sun Yaoyang, worried, became to act more carefully. He ordered the liaison to contact the people trapped in the official shelter to get news. It was not difficult. It was impossible to completely conceal the transportation of hundreds of tons of materials in the confined space of the shelter. If desired, one could get a general idea by asking, "Worker who transports them?" Nothing unexpected. A few minutes later, Sun Yaoyang received detailed information from the official shelter. To avoid forced confiscation by the government, the Huangshi village shelter was urgently transporting hundreds of tons of steel and fertilizer stored in official warehouse. At the same time, the Huangshi village side is not responsible for the transportation of living people. Nearly 10 robots with very dexterous and smooth movements. Steel and fertilizer. Holding this information in his hands, Sun Yaoyang felt a little disappointed. Alone was not enough to take the risk of starting a war with the enemy. Even if the enemy took away the award for first place in the city clearing operation, it still wouldn't be enough. 10 robots supported by firearms, even if their combat effectiveness was underestimated, posed a serious threat to Owen's hideout. Much more difficult. It would be foolhardy to start a war. Keep an eye on him first. The chairman wants us to keep a low profile and not make too much noise. Sun Yaoyang lowered his eyes and concluded. As a middle manager in the shelter, he had heard some vague rumors. It seems that there is some special research going on in the shelter that has not attracted the attention of the authorities yet. If he recklessly does something for the sake of something insignificant, it will create problems for the authorities. I'm afraid his job as a supervisor is about to end. Under the ruins of the cattle yard. Su Wu, sitting in the control center on the second underground floor of the shelter, did not know that a possible attack had been thwarted. But his mood was still quite good. The transportation of materials was going quite well. Smoothly. At the current rate, it will take no more than 2 or 3 hours to remove all remaining supplies from the warehouse. By that time, the freed construction robots will be able to combine with the K2 series agricultural drones to form a fully fledged team with powerful firepower. Focus on securing the supplies on the surface, waiting for the big trucks to slowly bring them back. Time is on my side. No direct contact with the shelter yet. The later, the less chance of accidents. He looked away, watching the column advance. Cleanups! Now its contribution has completely surpassed that of Owen's hideout, firmly taking first place. 20,000 contribution reward is about to be received. The cleaning is almost finished. Let's stay up all night first, so as not to fall over at the last minute. After thinking about it, Su Wu decided to wait a little. Besides, there are still 10 construction robots working outside. What if something unexpected happens without his supervision? This loss is simply unacceptable. But they say he will work all night. Strictly speaking, there are not many things that require Su Wu's personal involvement. Whether it's planning routes or warning about natural and man-made disasters, it doesn't take much of his time or energy. Most of the time, Su Wu still does nothing. In this case, to drive away the drowsiness, Su Wu decided to look into the official chat with others, and see if there were any things that could be done. So boring. I just cleared out the house, and now I have nothing to do, complained a heavyweight knight in the chat. Several buildings in this brother's house collapsed during a storm, and even the exit was blocked. But now he is still interested in games. It must be said that his psyche is quite strong. Change another game? It's so simple. Master Zhuang accidentally found himself online and said something to the heavily armed knight. Being a rich representative of the second generation, once free and without any restrictions, and now locked in his own shelter all day, Master Zhuang feels that his life is quite painful. To make matters worse, he now finds it difficult to eat even fresh vegetables and fruits. There is practically nothing on the daily menu except various frozen and canned goods. This drives him crazy. This won't do. The number of games is limited. If you don't control yourself, you won't be able to live in the future. The words of the heavily armed knight reveal his confusion. This is also the norm on Judgment Day. Even for entertainment, you need to be frugal and long-term. Eventually, no one will make new games anymore. You're completely idle. Wang Jianguo was not sleeping at this time. As a former director of a steel factory managing a shelter for more than 2,000 people, he faces countless worries every day. After so many days, especially watching the stock in the warehouse gradually dwindle, he was already a little tired. And he's online now, not for chatting. Who has fresh vegetables? Can you sell them? I want to use them to boost morale at the shelter. Not every shelter has the ability to grow their own vegetables. Not to mention the electricity needed to keep plants growing in the underground world, it's a serious burden for regular shelters. Even the most essential space for planting is not always available in many shelters. In underground shelters, where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, the same resources are used not to grow vegetables, but to grow more useful products such as voles, earthworms, mushrooms, etc. Moreover, there are many shelters that can't even raise voles and earthworms. They've been surviving solely on the food and canned goods they stocked up on before the apocalypse, hoping that the environment on the surface will soon return to normal. Vegetables are hard to come by. I have a few kilos. Fresh cabbage. And you, old Wang? Exchange them for a 50A battery, the shelter director, who was slightly acquainted with Wang Jianguo, half-jokingly addressed Wang Jianguo. Why don't you go and buy a 50-amp battery? Wang Jianguo was so angry that he almost jumped. Even if fresh vegetables are rare in the current conditions, it is impossible to sell them at such a high price. A large capacity battery can save lives at a critical moment. Even the stupidest person wouldn't give it up for a few pieces of food. I still have some lettuce to sell. A kilogram of lettuce for 10 kilograms of cement or something. Su Wu, who was looking at the screen, intervened in time. Really? Brother Su, how much do you have? When I built the shelter, I had a lot of cement left over. Su Wu's words made Wang Jianguo's heart burn. Anyone who can build a shelter must have a supply of cement. Unlike the official need to open deep shelters, these ordinary shelters usually do not have the ability to continue large-scale construction at the end of time. Many are willing to take some cement, which they do not need much at the moment, in exchange for precious fresh vegetables. About 500 to 600 kilograms, and in the future we will be able to produce about 70 kilograms every day. Su Wu made an approximate estimate and reported the figure. On his hydroponic farm, the lettuce with the shortest growth cycle has long been ripe. Many of the lettuce leaves have grown quite large. The method of picking only the top leaves and preserving the core allows for about 70 kilograms of fresh leaves per day. That much. Then I will exchange 100 kilograms first. By the way, do you still want steel? 500 or 600 kilograms of lettuce gave Wang Jianguo a great temptation. But after all, it is a luxury at the end of time. It's okay to eat it occasionally to taste it, but it would be too wasteful to eat it as a main course. Suppressing his urge, Wang Jianguo rationally calculated his cement supply and cautiously named the transaction amount. I'll buy steel too, but the price isn't that high. 1 pound of lettuce will be exchanged for 10 pounds of steel. Compared to the great shortage of cement, Su Wu's need for steel is not that great. Of course, this is also due to the fact that after the storm, Zhanghe City was reduced to ruins. When the city's buildings were not yet destroyed, it was not easy to start over. Clear definition of property rights. Now most of the buildings are in ruins, household appliances, external air conditioner units, etc. are scattered on the ground, and many family cars have been reduced to splinters. Many, one might say, were left without owners. In that case, Su Wu can only return to his old business and start collecting rags again. In the future, he will not be without metal for long. Is that so? Then I will exchange it for cement. I remember you have a truck with an automatic drive. Please help deliver the items. The delivery cost is negotiable. There are no specially equipped vehicles in Wang Jianguo's shelter. With the current high surface temperature exceeding 21 degrees Celsius, sending people out is very risky. Therefore, he would rather pay for the delivery than pick it up himself. Okay, the delivery cost would be calculated based on the price of 10 kilograms of lettuce. Su Wu didn't mind. Someone had to take care of the transportation anyway. If he took it on, he could earn more. And just when Su Wu and Wang Jianguo were negotiating, the lettuce production, relatively low price, and comprehensive paid delivery service attracted the attention of many night owls. The first to intervene was the rich second-generation member, Zhuang Gongzi. I also want 50 kilograms of lettuce, but I'll pay with cement. We can cooperate for a long time and buy a batch every half-month. Only after losing it do you understand how to value it. Zhuang Gongzi craves fresh vegetables no less than mountain and sea delicacies. I ordered 20 kilograms. Can I pay with white wine? Another director of a private shelter, not being familiar with him, decided to use white wine, which is practically one of the universal currencies, for exchange. It is not that there is no cement in his shelter, but that there is little of it left. And in order to prevent it, further use, he does not want to trade it. After all, many things may seem insignificant, but if they are not available at the right time, it will most likely cause unacceptably large losses. Therefore, almost all owners of private shelters who want to keep their shelters for a long time, you have to learn to be skilled accumulators. Everything is fine. If you are interested, you can leave your address and the amount of the transaction in a personal chat. I will start delivering goods after the city roads are completely cleared the day after tomorrow. Su Yu received everyone who came. For him, selling vegetables is a virtually interest-free business. As long as vegetables can be exchanged for resources, regardless of their quantity, it is profitable. In a little more than half an hour, Su Wu received requests and applications for transactions from 7 or 8 shelters. Not only did he get rid of all the stocks, a total of 500 to 600 kilograms, but he also reserved production for the next week. During this transaction, in casual conversation, Su Wu gradually understood the current state of affairs in many private shelters. He gained a clearer understanding of this world that had just entered the end times. At present, the environment on the surface is indeed very harsh, and living conditions in underground shelters are much less comfortable than before the end of the world. But when it comes to the need to survive, for most people, this is virtually a non-issue. The abundance of materials and production technologies inherited from the industrial age ensure that virtually no one will face a serious food crisis in the coming years. 2. Perhaps people cannot eat enough, or perhaps they eat poorly. But in the most extreme cases, even if they have a few bottles of vitamin tablets and a dozen bags of vacuum-packed rice, this is enough to keep a person going for a long time without any nutritional deficiencies. Of course, the absence of material deficiencies does not mean the absence of problems with distribution point. If the manager who controls most of the shelter's resources is greedy and stingy enough, it is quite possible that the people in his shelter will starve to death. The new internet has put an end to communication with other shelters. Su Wu created a sales form based on an order. With her help, he planned the delivery route based on the distance. Thanks to the very reasonable and low shipping cost he offered, all the shelters that submitted requests for the transaction eventually decided to let Su Wu deliver the goods. In this way, Su Wu made an additional profit that was almost as much as the daily production of lettuce on a hydroponic farm. However, as happy as he was when he received the order, he was also worried when preparing to deliver the goods. Su Wu found that some shelters were quite remote, and some sections of the road weren't even included in the official shelter cleanup plan. This means that if Su Wu wants to get there, he'll have to take special transportation and clear the road on foot to make his way. If it weren't for the roadside trash cleanup, it would be a source of income for Su Wu. The delivery alone could result in losses. After all, even with free electricity, the risk of natural disasters that large trucks might encounter while on the move is a cost in itself. It would be nice if there was a drone specifically designed for hauling cargo. Remembering the professional, express delivery drones he saw on the news, Su Wu couldn't help but feel envious and longing. The K2 series agricultural drone in his hand has a decent carrying capacity. However, the maximum flight speed of 3 meters per second increases the risk of long-distance transportation, making it unsuitable for regular transportation. Apart from the K2 series of agricultural drones, the largest drone sold in the official shelter can carry only 5 kilograms of cargo. It is rarely used. Take your time and be content with a large truck at first. When more survival points appear in the future, consider upgrading or researching and producing several transport drones. Su Wu can't do much right now due to his limited capabilities. But in the near future, it's hard to say. According to Su Wu's original plan, his next survival point will be invested in a manufacturing center on the second underground floor. Add a CNC machine and a 3D printer. One of these two devices can be used to quickly produce ordinary parts, and the other for printing small parts and special shapes. Together, they can essentially take over much of the work of engineering robots. Let their production speed increase 3 to 5 times. At the same time, the main engine parts, which were previously considered unmanufacturable due to the too long production cycle of engineering robots, can now be printed on 3D printers. The engine is one of the most important components of any electrically powered mechanical equipment such as construction robots, micro-excavators, and vehicles. The implementation of in-house production of engines means further reduction in their production costs. Su Wu will be able to use the same amount of survival points to produce more robots and vehicles. Thus, the overall strength of the shelter will increase significantly. By then, getting a few express drones will definitely not be as difficult as it is now. Take a look. For a while. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. Even in the chat, there are very few active users. Su Wu, who is inactive, cannot shake off the feeling of loneliness. After all, the number of people who have the right to connect to the official network and enter the chat is limited, so it is difficult to revive it. The old network is better. In any case, you can always find company to chat with. And playing online games, watching live dances. Su Wu sighed slightly. Although he had not been away for a long time, he was already missing the thriving internet. At that moment, his gaze accidentally slid past the screen in front of the console and fell on the monitoring wall behind him. The quiet, winding road and the hills visible on the monitoring screen touched him a little. So, the so-called network, to put it simply, consists of servers and communication towers. The server can be replaced with a modernized super laptop, and the communication tower can be modified using the same base stations that are built in the wild. In addition, with the help of artificial intelligence, there will be practically no problems with software. If all the basic conditions are met, it seems quite possible to build a server yourself, get hold of several common programs and games, copy the internet connection so that connect the residents of nearby shelters to it. Maybe I'll try it, Su Wu muttered. Once the idea of building his own network arose, he could no longer hold it back. But it was too late, and the risk of going on reconnaissance was huge. Su Wu could not do anything serious. So all he had to do was make some preliminary preparations. First, he created a new local network and a simple search page inside the shelter. When a new device was connected to this local network, the search page would appear automatically. Then he placed common social software on the search page, including chat, video, Weibo, forums, etc. In addition, there were several open-source online games. With the help of artificial intelligence, the whole deployment took less than 3 minutes. The efficiency was terrifying. WeChat, Weibo, P-Station. Su Wu downloaded all the software on the new network from his mobile phone. The familiar icons left him a little stunned for a moment. He casually clicked on WeChat, and the contact list was empty. Then Weibo and P-Station were the same. The structure of each section was almost the same as before the end of the world, but there was no content. No matter how similar the appearance. After all, these programs are just imitations written by artificial intelligence. They still lack the most important thing: people who use them. After thinking for a while, Su Wu casually played Chen Xin's song and asked the AI to automatically create a video based on it and then posted it on social media. Become their first user. It's much more comfortable here now. At 5 o'clock in the morning, a large truck took the last batch of steel raw materials from the warehouse of the official shelter. Along with it, 8 construction robots that had been working all night in the official shelter left. At this, a faint beam of light pierced the grey clouds, bringing a welcome of day to the dark urban area above ground. The amount of construction equipment on the streets was significantly reduced compared to yesterday. As the cleanup nears its end, the shelter ratings are essentially already finalised. Most shelters no longer have a reason to operate at such a high intensity and have begun to consciously reduce the volume of visits. This is done to prevent excessive wear and tear on construction equipment specially modified to operate in high temperatures. Without time pressure, mental state was noticeably relaxed. He sat down in front of the console and casually moved the mouse. As if controlling a game, he distributed the construction robots. Su Wu finally determined that there were 4 construction robots guarding supplies on the surface of the city. To compensate for the lack of guards, more than 1 K2 series agricultural drone was left behind. When the next big truck arrives to pick up the goods, 4 more folding shooting platforms will be delivered and positioned around. As for the remaining 6 construction robots, 4 of them will return to the shelter directly with the truck to take part in the construction of the final 3rd floor and the shelter of a small bunker. 2 are in the truck's cabin, responsible for the safety of the large truck during transport. If all goes well, these hundreds of tons of steel and fertilizer will be delivered back to Su Wu's shelter within the next 24 hours. On the other hand, at the shelter, with the completion of construction of a small bunker, Materials dumped on the surface that had nowhere to go will also find a place to store, and you don't have to worry about the storm. And there is also a fourth underground floor of the shelter. It will be excavated soon. Tomorrow, perhaps, the level of the shelter will be raised to a new level. Eyes were full of anticipation. Even during the busiest period, he left at least 2 construction robots for the engineering team to dig underground. And such persistence now bore generous fruit. I returned to the bedroom and took a short nap. The day's work of cleaning the city came to an end. With a total contribution value of $27,000, Suwoo Shelter ranked first among all the shelters and won the grand prize of an additional 20,000 points. According to the official rules, the procedures for collecting and exchanging contribution points are a bit complicated. You need to go to Number, one shelter in the heart of Junghi City, which is a municipal shelter, to deal with it on the spot. But compared to what you're about to get, that problem is nothing. After driving a construction robot, riding a big truck, and arriving at the municipal shelter, Suwoo received a special list for Exchange Point. The reward for first place in the cleaning task is not only 20,000 contribution points on the surface, but also an invisible right, which is a priority choice from the official list of special goods. Considering that the number of many items on the list of special goods is extremely limited, the actual value of this right of first choice is actually much greater than just the reward for the contribution. He did not spend much time choosing from the list. Suwoo quickly found several items he needed, which, moreover, never appeared in the shopping center provided. Official last time. In total, the market had a batch of rare chemical products and special alloys, an industrial radar, a courier drone, and 20 automotive smart chips. All of this cost Suwoo $47,000. There is nothing special to say about the chemical products. They are used only as additives and catalysts to improve the smoothness of rocket flight. Special alloys are used to produce the main parts of some mechanical devices. Industrial radars and courier drones are mainly used as samples for reverse engineering and imitations. Most of the items that Suwoo upgraded with survival points have extremely high technological content. Even if you want to disassemble and study them, you can't start yet. Thanks to artificial intelligence, these devices purchased from an official are much easier to copy. And once manufactured, they can be used for a variety of purposes. As for the automotive-grade smart chip, as the name suggests, Suwoo will use it to manufacture various vehicles. In terms of manufacturing complexity, of creating an electric car is undoubtedly the nanochip, followed by the battery and the motor. The battery and the motor are easy. Having built a 3D printer and a materials lab, Suwoo has high hopes for their independent production. However, a 3D printer is not capable of producing a nanochip. In the short term, independent production is not possible. Unless something happens unexpected, then in the long term, the chip will become the main consumer of survival points and the main commodity that Suwoo will have to buy from outside. Are you sure you need these things? The person in charge of receiving donations at the official shelter is a young man with a well-read appearance. He, several times, and couldn't help but ask him again. That's it. Any problems? Suwoo asked. Of course, there's no problem. I just didn't expect your shelter technology to be so impressive. These things are useless to ordinary people. The young man looked like he had learned something new. In general, priority is given to shelter, medicine, and high-calorie, long-life food. At worst, it would be some basic necessities. As for the things that Suwoo exchanged, except for the express-grade drones, the other things would be less useful than a piece of wood if they did not have a certain technical strength and industrial output. At least the wood can be used for cooking. After receiving the items exchanged for contribution points, the main task of the large trucks is to transport the steel and fertilizer accumulated in the urban area. After 2 special transports joined the transportation, the remaining transportation task took only about 3 hours. During this time, the construction robots in Suwoo's shelter gradually transferred the materials dumped on the surface into a small bunker, where even the cement on the 3rd floor had not yet completely hardened. All that remained was a pile of urban construction waste. This construction waste was too bulky and of little value, so there was no need for special storage. Even if all of it were to be lost by accident, it would only take a few trips of a large truck to the city to bring some of it back. Finally, the job was done. Looking at the large truck on the screen that brought the last truck of steel, Su-woo completely got rid of the last of the oppressive tension in his heart. He looked at the time again and found that it was still early. Su-woo's thoughts became active again. He pulled out the engineering and 2 construction robots, let them take 2 special vehicles, and drove towards the hilly area 3 or 4 kilometers away from the shelter. During the transfer, Su-woo did not sit idle at the control panel. He took advantage of the moment when the wind died down and sent reconnaissance drones to patrol the area around the shelter. Finally, deep in the hilly area, he came across a signal tower that had been blown down by the wind. This time, the robots and vehicles were sent to pull the signal tower away. However, the column's path was not too smooth. The distance to the signal tower was getting shorter. A large number of heaped stones, as well as steep hills vertically cut like swords by the storm, caused the column a lot of trouble. 2 special transport vehicles were repeatedly had to turn the work platform, use electric picks and buckets on the spot, and pick through rocks and hills before they could proceed. Thus, it took almost 5 hours to cover the short straight distance of 3 or 4 kilometers. By the time, as they arrived at the signal tower, the sky went completely dark. The 2 special vehicles turned on their headlights, and a bright light illuminated the top of the collapsed signal tower in the center. And further away, in the reflections of the light, it seemed even darker. Many strangely shaped hills radiate a silent and ominous atmosphere like ghosts. It makes people shudder. Su-woo looked at this terrifying scene. Even though he wasn't there, the hair on the back of his neck still stood on end. He took a deep breath and adjusted the angle of the vehicle's camera, no longer looking into the distance. He focused his gaze on the signal tower. As he did so, he found that the chassis casing on top of the tower was clearly deformed. It was as if a pair of invisible and powerful giant hands were twisting it, as if twisting it. It was so badly damaged, I don't know if it can be repaired. Su-woo wasn't sure, but since he was here, he couldn't give up halfway. Whether it was a mule or a horse, he had to pull it out first and check it. Start work. Su-woo gave the order. The special vehicles and robots that were on standby immediately went forward and dug up the entire signal tower, a small part of which was still in the ground. Then he lifted it one by one onto 2 special transports. The goal was achieved. The special transports set off on their return journey. Since the signal tower occupied the cargo bays of 2 special transports, the robots could not pick them up and could only follow them on foot. However, this had no effect. After they moved the 15-meter signal tower, the 2 special vehicles could maintain a speed of less than 1 meter per second on the newly laid, uneven track. This was exactly the speed of the robots. Su-woo estimated that at this speed, the column would need about 40 to 50 minutes to return to the shelter. This was a long time, and Su-woo was not going to wait. After checking the condition of the columns one last time and not finding anything unusual, he timed to look away from the column. It still takes courage to walk late at night through hilly terrain with unusual rocks. Su-woo doesn't want to end up in such an uncomfortable environment unless necessary. Switch back to the shelter management interface on the console. While there's still time, Su-woo opened the 3D map of the shelter and began to set up the shelter's engineering team. The excavation project for the 4th floor of the entire underground shelter had reached the final stage. Longer a need to concentrate so much manpower. Su-woo transferred half of the construction robots and the other half of the engineering team to the ground. He began to build a bunker to exit the shelter. Since the steel raw materials are temporarily sufficient, Su-woo invested in the construction of this bunker in 3 times the original plan. In addition, the thickness of the wall also refers to the standard of the outer wall of the shelter, starting from 1 meter. In the same way, the middle is filled with construction waste. Both sides are covered with cement. And finally, the survival point is reinforced. Once such a high-strength wall is built, It will not only withstand heavy artillery and missile fire, but will also be able to hold a hill up to 100 meters, using it as a core. Su Wu fully foresaw that when the earth and rocks dug out from underground gradually covered it, the level of security could even be on par with the shelters built in the mountains. It felt like there was no shortage of materials. It was great, enjoying the refreshing experience brought about by the small. Wasting resources, Su Wu slightly narrowed his eyes and shamelessly expressed his inner happiness. The safer the shelter, the more stable his life would be. There was nothing more joyful. After launching the last surface construction project within the plan, Su Wu continued to develop the regional network, created by him for the latest improvements to this super small internet that was about to open. It can accommodate some technologies and information suitable for underground production and breeding. There is also general knowledge of first aid and information from the usual encyclopedias, movies, novels, animation, etc. Su Wu gradually added content to the internet, based on publicly available information downloaded by artificial intelligence from all over the internet before the end of the world. If he wanted, he could even reproduce most of the content that appeared on the internet, with the exception of videos and some images. It's just that for various reasons, Su Wu needed to filter and limit the content that was published. After all, the information that can be found is publicly available. Artificial intelligence is completely different from the publicly available ordinary people. If it is not controlled, the consequences can be extremely negative. More than half an hour flew by unnoticed while Su Wu carefully sorted through the information. When Su Wu raised his head again, he suddenly found that the convoy had dragged a signal tower to the entrance of the shelter. It seemed that this thing could not be brought into the shelter. At worst, drag it to the lifting platform. Su Wu estimated the length of the signal tower and found that it would easily fit through the entrance and exit passages. He sighed with relief. In order to upgrade items with survival points, he had to be within 1 centimeter. If he couldn't get her into the passage, he would have to face the high temperature of the ground without insulation, which was actually a little disconcerting for him. And this time, it could be regarded as a reminder for Su Wu. In the future, there will definitely be situations where you have to go outside to upgrade your equipment, and you will need to plan ahead. Let's take a look first. Instead of rushing to upgrade, Su Wu first allowed engineering robot to inspect it on the ground. The blueprints for the signal tower are also part of the content available for public viewing on the internet. Although there may be slight differences from the real situation, provided that the route does not change, artificial intelligence can control the engineering robot to perform certain repairs. As for the specific scope of repairs, it mainly depends on the duration of the repair and the extent of damage to key components such as microchips. The communication tower condensed high-temperature lasers, slowly cutting through the mangled metal body of the upper chassis. Wires and boards were exposed, crumpled into a mess. Su Wu just looked and felt a little dizzy. He had no idea whether they were in good condition or not. But it didn't matter. He waited patiently for half a second. The lines of inspection reports began to appear on the screen. Su Wu glanced at them. He immediately realized what was going on. The situation was not serious. It only needed a small amount of raw materials, and the engineering robot could completely repair it. Without hesitation, Su Wu immediately ordered the engineering robot to begin repairing it. The same survival points were used to improve items. The two states, damaged and whole, provided different paths to improvement. The former was equivalent to repair on the original base, and the enhancement was only a byproduct. The second is a special upgrade that gives the item the highest possible technological potential. Therefore, if possible, the best solution is always to repair it first and then upgrade it. 2 hours flew by in the blink of an eye. With the combined efforts of several construction robots and vehicles, the repaired signal tower was pulled into the shelter's exit passage. After that, all external work in the shelter was suspended. The outer gate of the exit passage began to close slowly, completely isolating the high temperature outside. Then, at the end of the passage, automatically, The cold wind from the shelter's central air conditioning system slowly seeped inside. It gradually dissipated the residual heat in the passage. Su-woo left the control center and walked to the lifting platform. He looked at the communication tower, which almost completely occupied the front and back of the exit passage, and froze for a moment. Finally, the action followed. Be free. The upgrade of the signal tower requires survival points, and the original plan was to first provide the survival points to the control center to produce CNC machines and 3D printers. This time, Su-woo's operation will undoubtedly delay the original plan, but he is ready for it. He reached out and pressed the top of the signal tower. The scorching heat emanating from the skin of his palm made Su-woo subconsciously squeeze his hand. Signal tower rating. This is a basic communication station with a full range of functions for sending and receiving signals. Possible add-ons: increase capacity, increase range, increase penetration. There are no unnecessary explanations here. For the signal tower, only 3 simple and clear upgrade options appear on the system panel. Increase the number of simultaneous users, increase the range of the signal, and increase the penetration of the signal. Each option is very useful, but the limited number of survival points means that at the moment you can only choose one of them. Su-woo carefully considered everything and decided to improve it to increase the penetrating ability. If the capacity is not enough, the network will get stuck a little. If the range is shorter, the number of shelters that the signal can cover will be a little less. Fundamental difference, but the penetration is different. It is almost a black technology. It can ignore obstacles and easily penetrate soil and rock formations. The signal is transmitted directly into the shelter, deep underground. Thus, even if the shelter owner does not want to cooperate in opening access to the network, participants living inside the shelter will still be able to receive the signal of the Su-woo network. However, the penetration property only solves the problem: sending a signal. Without a communication device installed on the surface of the shelter itself, the communication tower will still be unable to receive information from the shelter participants, even if the penetration property is activated. This is equivalent to going from the internet, which can communicate, to a television that can only watch one channel. But in reality, this changes little. Once the one-sided information monopoly is broken and the shelter administration agrees to open the network, everything will become much simpler. In the best case, the shelter participants using the network themselves will pay a portion of the rent for the equipment and pass the profits on to the shelter owner. Once the upgrade option is confirmed, the 10 survival points will instantly disappear. A flash of white light illuminated the signal tower, silently smoothing out its deformed appearance caused by the constant destruction and giving it the appearance of a completely new one. Then the top of the tower was integrated into a closed body, similar to a sphere. It looked quite simple and beautiful. Su-woo reached out and touched the sphere. Cold imprint coming from his fingertips indicated that it was a metal with an unusually smooth surface. Perhaps it was iron or some special alloy. Go and try it. Su-woo's eyes were full of anticipation, and he was eager to test the functions of the new signal tower. He issued a few important commands from the tablet computer he carried with him, then turned and headed for the control center. Behind him, the blast-proof door of the lift platform slowly began to close, isolating the signal tower and several robots standing next to it. Outside the shelter. 10 minutes later, a brand new 15-meter signal tower has been erected on the top floor of a small bunker on the surface. The wireless charger starts working. The mapping is successful. The tower is connected and included in the normal sequence. Tower is up and running. Launch successful. Wireless network deployed. Second underground floor of the shelter. Control center. Su-woo unlocked the screen of his mobile phone and found the network icon with a full signal. He clicked on the link. A moment later, the phone screen appeared. Simple search page. It was a special pop-up window that only appeared when connecting to the network for the first time. Success. Suwoo knew that from that moment on, the communication tower had completely taken control of the original regional network. Area expanded from the shelter to all places within a radius of 15 kilometers around. Within this radius, anyone with a wireless communication device can connect to its network or receive a signal. The embryo of the new internet was born here at this moment, 13 kilometers from shelter, a private shelter, also located in the suburbs. A young man who had just charged his mobile phone from a handheld generator was boringly fiddling with the settings. In the days he had spent in the underground shelter, he had already watched all the novels, movies, and videos stored in phone. Now, he didn't know what to do with it. He should have been more careful and downloaded a few games that could be played offline. Wang Hao really regretted it. It wasn't that he never downloaded games, but who would have thought that games that were clearly marked as offline could no longer be played? Will play after the internet is disconnected. Isn't that a scam? Mineral deposits within the city limits. In regretting, the surface network has long been destroyed by various disasters. If one looks at the situation pessimistically, it is possible that in Wang Hao's lifetime, he will never be able to access the resource-rich network again. And at that moment, Wang Hao's gaze moved, and he noticed that his mobile phone seemed to have an unfamiliar network signal. He blinked, subconsciously thinking that he was imagining things. But in the next moment, his finger had already pressed it before he could react. Hey, this could actually connect. Wang Hao's heart suddenly began to pound as he realized that he might have discovered something incredible. What happened to Wang Hao was not an isolated incident. In other places, in different shelters, among people with different personalities, they also discovered this. Even deep underground, they can easily find a new network with a full signal. Most people, due to the limited conditions, they cannot fully log in to the network and interact with others, but can only passively watch the only video sent by the network. But this alone was encouraging them. It was the first time since they had moved into the shelter and had been hiding in the dark dungeon for so many days. They were not alone. That night, countless people had been unable to sleep all night and had been watching the videos from the outside world over and over again. They were looking at the endless golden wheat fields in the video and listened to the quiet and soothing singing from the video. The mood, which had been in a state of depression for a long time, seemed to be gradually healing. It was then that they first remembered the name of the singer and could never forget it. In addition to ordinary people, high-ranking, officials or local tyrants with family shelters, they could easily connect to the new Suwoo internet, since they could connect to the official satellite network. For them, this mysterious unknown network had an incredible amount of resources. Here you can find all sorts of common software and all sorts of knowledge that can be used or not. If there weren't so few people to talk to, they'd think this was the old internet restored. It doesn't matter who built it. It's better to have this network than not to have one. After cautiously communicating with several people online, the elite in these shelters have different opinions, but they generally agree. Within an hour of the official commissioning of the communication tower, as some shelters opened up rights to transfer, the whole new internet was slowly becoming popular. Many people began sharing their lives and experiences in the shelter on the familiar social network. Some were also looking forward to downloading all the information they could find. They were afraid that this network, which appeared out of nowhere, would suddenly go down again. There were also a few people who had nothing to do and tried to install the games offered on the internet. They started playing with full dedication. They didn't care that due to the small number of players online, they could only play against humans and computers for now. It was enough for them that they could play games, Huangshi Village, the ruins of a farm, the control center in the second underground of the same shelter. Suwoo was watching the network, which gradually gained momentum, and watched active users who talked about their life in the shelter and Chen Xin's songs. He couldn't help but feel a special sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. Everything he saw before him was made by his own hands. He had successfully planted a sapling called Prosperity in the desert. After a long time, Su Wu glanced at his watch. It was already very late. He did not want to go offline and began to summarize his day's work. In the last hours of the night, the robots and the engineering team had successfully built a bunker at the exit of the shelter. Now they were back inside the shelter looking for the fourth underground floor of the shelter. Almost ready. Part of the engineering team began digging a vertical passage leading to the fifth. If all goes well, tomorrow morning Su Wu will be able to carry out the final reinforcement work on the fourth floor, officially declaring it complete. It seems that the special transport will not be able to play a big role if there is. Here, you can start going out and earning some extra money. The 600-meter space on the first floor is small, but not cramped either. However, after placing the engineering team and adding 2 large special vehicles, it became a bit cramped here. In addition, there was little work left. After thinking about it, Su Wu simply asked 2 special vehicles to leave the construction site and head to Zhanghe City to collect the trash. He had long envied the large amount of scrap metal scattered around the city after storms and collapsed buildings. Before, he didn't have any spare energy. Now that the opportunity has arisen, he naturally can't miss it. Well, there are heavy trucks going there. Even if we can't collect that much scrap metal in a short time, we can bring in more construction waste. It's too early, or it will still be useful later. Thinking, Su Wu planned the route and set priorities for this temporary garbage collection team in the city. Household appliance debris, such as air conditioner external units, are undoubtedly the most valuable category for the same volume. In second place are cars, street lamps, GG cars, and other items containing a lot of metal. As for construction waste, although it also contains steel rods, it is ultimately wrapped in a pile of cement blocks. Collectively, it is the lowest cost category. Only when there is nothing to collect, they can be loaded onto the truck. Avoid idling heavy trucks. Drive on cleared roads first. Collect metal waste that is easy to pick up along the way. Then go again and dig up what's lying at a shallow depth. Then search destroyed factories, shopping malls, residential areas and warehouses for building materials and household appliances. Scan what needs to be scanned and clear the roads that need to be cleared. And finally, appliances buried deep in construction debris. Su Wu's goals at each stage are very clear. Debris such as appliances and cars. Other shelters may have much lower usage levels than Su Wu, but eventually any resource will be used less. It is difficult to guarantee that they will not become competitors to Su Wu in garbage collection. In this case, at first, it is definitely a race against time. First, you need to pick up what is easiest to pick up. As for the latter, it's like mining. It's a long-term activity that requires a lot of work. There was no reason to worry about it then, as there is now. After all, there are only a few shelters in the entire Zhanghe city that can mobilize a large workforce for mining. In addition, they cannot use construction waste. In terms of production volume, they naturally lag significantly behind Su Wu. They have much less desire to dig than Su Wu. In principle, it will not pose much competition. Large trucks are used to transmit information. Special transport can reach a place located 40 kilometers from the shelter. In fact, it can cover the main urban areas of the entire city of Zhanghe. If all goes well, the harvest should already be quite significant in the first stage. Unlike large trucks, special vehicles are not equipped with advanced long-distance communication equipment. Effective range. Communication range is only 10 kilometers. Once it leaves the communication range, it can only rely on its own onboard chip to make decisions and carry out operations independently. The risk of accidents increases significantly. Of course, if reconnaissance drones are deployed in a chain link, the communication range can be increased to 60 kilometers. But this is too extreme. In addition, reconnaissance drones are only the size of a palm and have extremely poor wind resistance. This method of communication is very risky. It is only suitable for temporary emergency use in emergency situations. Now, there is no need to take risks. Watching the 2 special vehicles and the large truck disappear into the darkness outside the shelter, Su Wu drank a glass of cola from the control panel and stood up to leave the control center. Then it was time to rest. He needed to keep his spirits up, and there was still a lot to do tomorrow. At midnight, the routine population cycle of the Doomsday Survival System was updated. Current territory: residential personal shelter, 99%. Daily fixed points. Survival +3. Completion of the main network project, survival points +50. Initial creation of a community with a shared future for humanity, survival points +150. Current remaining survival points, 209. With the upcoming completion of the 4th underground floor of the shelter, the progress bar of the shelter level experience value has also reached a pleasant 99%. Just one step, and you can enter a new world. Su Wu's gaze slid over the experience value. The next 2 clues surprised and even puzzled him. The 50 survival points he got for creating a network could be said to be one of the largest single survival points he had ever received. Although the unexpected reward is generous, it can hardly be considered reasonable given the importance of the internet. But the reward of 150 survival points at the end is a little beyond unexpected and even makes people feel incomprehensible. A community with a shared future for humanity. What is it? Su Wu, for a long time, not understanding what exactly he had done to receive such a huge reward. He could only guess, based on the literal meaning, that it might have been due to the fact that he had created a network and shared it with people in neighboring shelters. But whatever the case, the so-called community, with the common future of mankind, it all seems too cumbersome and grandiose. It was far from something he had the right to touch in his personal refuge, which did not even have much significance in Zhanghe City. Just think of it as a hidden game mechanism. Just get benefit. No need to delve into other things. After the search failed, Su Wu simply put the matter aside. Instead, he focused on the extra generous survival points. With over 200 survival points, his plan to upgrade the production center, which he thought would be delayed, could be completed ahead of schedule. This saved at least a month, maybe more than 2 months. Getting out of bed, Su Wu picked up the tablet computer lying next to his bed. He turned on the monitoring of the production center. At this time, the production center was brightly lit. 2 engineering robots, the only ones in the shelter, continued to assemble mechanical parts. Around them lay a pile of weapons and ammunition. Among them were 2 long and narrow 240mm rockets. Is it expected to be ready in 1 hour and 15 minutes? Su Wu glanced at the production progress displayed by the AI. Because in the past 2 days, Su Wu had called in engineering robots several times to temporarily participate in other tasks. This batch of weapons manufacturing tasks that should have been completed a long time ago had been postponed until now. But fortunately, it was not far off. After thinking about it, Su Wu did not interfere with the engineering robots. He simply assigned 2 construction robots the task of moving weapons and ammunition manufactured at the production center. Then he transported materials for the production of CNC machines and 3D printers there. The production of these 2 large industrial products takes at least 15 hours. There is no need to rush, just wait in line. Putting down the tablet, Su Wu turned off the light in the bedroom. Lie down on the bed and sleep. Calmly, today's unexpected harvest exceeded all expectations. He is destined to have a good dream. The next morning, the first message Su Wu received after waking up was a report from the team that went to Zhanghe City to collect garbage. He rested at night. The entire team collected about 15 tons of metal, mostly car wrecks, as well as a few external units of air conditioners, refrigerators, and washing machines. The harvest was generally satisfactory. However, it is estimated that this income will not last for several days. The number of garbage trucks that remove garbage in the city is much surpassed Su Wu's previous understanding. Even in the middle of the night, without natural light, more than 20 people from the shelters were wandering among the ruins. Among them were even teams from official shelters. In just one night, there was noticeably less metal waste, which is easier to collect in the city. Su Wu opened a video sent by Special Transport. Two workers in heat-insulating suits jumped out of the car with large pliers and quickly cut the copper pipe of the external unit of the air conditioner, then lifted the air conditioner's external unit, which had been severely deformed, into the open cargo bed behind the vehicle. They then continued on to the next recycling point. The entire process took no more than 5 minutes. The efficiency was terrifying. This was speed. Su Wu felt the need to act. But after thinking about it, he suppressed the urge to mobilize everyone. Just send 2 construction robots with cutters and leave them on the ground in standby mode. When the next big one comes back, truck, they will go to help. This can be considered a small compensation for the lack of microcontrol in the city's vehicle fleet. No matter how tempting it may be to collect scrap metal in the city, it is ultimately just a part-time job. Su Wu is still focused on developing the shelter itself. We can't just change priorities. After taking care of his personal hygiene and simply having a hot breakfast, Su Wu stood up. The elevator straight to the 4th underground floor. Since this place is not directly connected to the central air conditioning system of the shelter, the air here is quite humid and hot. After being there for only a few seconds, Su Wu felt clearly uncomfortable. He did not force himself, but simply looked around. After making sure there were no gaps, he immediately used the survival point to reinforce the 4th floor. Together with the loose surface of the wall, which was originally mainly made of construction debris, it hardened, turning into a thick wall. The 4th underground floor of the shelter was declared completely finished. The engineering team originally on this floor, with the exception of 2 construction robots that remained for finishing work, can move on to dig the 5th underground floor by removing the temporary supports. The task is completed. Su Wu did not want to stay on 4th underground floor longer and returned to the control center on the 2nd floor as soon as possible. We begin to prepare for a new working day. According to the agreement with other shelters reached the day before yesterday in the official chat, today he needs to deliver a total of 650 kilograms of fresh salad to 8 shelters right to their doorsteps. It's no easy task, especially now that heavy-duty trucks have to participate in city waste collections and compete with other shelters, and transport capacity is at a premium. How to choose the right method according to the route planned the day before yesterday? This requires careful analysis. He looked at the sky, although the sky was covered with thick clouds as usual. But the brightness of the light had reached a level that allowed normal movement. Su Wu activated a group of reconnaissance drones and sent them into the sky through the drone lifting platform in a small bunker. The average wind speed is 5.5 meters per second, and the temperature is 22.3 degrees. The flight condition is normal. A group of reconnaissance drones made several circles above the shelter. After examining the surroundings and making sure that it was temporarily safe, he began. Reconnoiter the delivery targets from near to far, according to the route Su Wu had designed the day before yesterday. Soon, the drone transmitted a series of high-resolution photographs from a bird's-eye view. Then, after being analyzed and processed by artificial intelligence, a high-precision, 3-dimensional map. Su Wu carefully compared the map and studied it for a while. He found that the entrances of the 5 shelters were almost cleared. Heavy-duty trucks could drive right up to them. The situation with the other 3 shelters was still not very good. To get to the farthest one, we even had to drive through ruins that were 500 to 600 meters long. In that case, let's distribute the cargo in 2 batches. Su Wu thought for a moment and soon came up with a plan. He sent out messages, each of the 8 shelters having agreed with them in advance on the method and time of delivery. The first 5 shelters with clear roads were easy to deal with, and large trucks could drive right up to them for direct trading. If all goes well, it will probably take more than half an hour to complete the transaction. For the other 3 shelters, large trucks will be responsible for transporting the vegetables to the final destination where they can be transported, and then K2 series agricultural drones carrying special insulated containers will deliver vegetables by air. This requires certain skills in transferring cargo and coordinated work. It can be predicted that there will be big problems with both unloading and loading. But it is impossible. Su Wu did not expect it at that time. The city is so competitive. He doesn't want to waste time cleaning the road. The deal time is set for about 4 p.m. Right after the deal is completed, the CNC model should be almost ready. Then we need to pick and pack the lettuce leaves at the hydroponic farm 2 hours before the deal. After discussing with buyers, Su Wu sorted the next tasks by time. When he came to his senses, he unconsciously discovered that the task list took up almost half of the screen. An hour had already passed. This was too much of a waste of time. Su Wu rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache, feeling that this was not the way out. In the future, his vegetable production will grow more and more. And in the future, there will be a breeding factory that will also deal with sales. Maybe in the future, he will no longer do anything else, but will only serve customers and be a dispatcher. Maybe I will find someone to help. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Su Wu shook his head again and put it aside for now. Considering that trust could not be restored, letting strangers into his hideout was not a wise decision. Having dealt with the transaction issue, Su Wu turned around and looked at the team of garbage collectors in the urban area. At this time, the 2 construction robots that he organized had already merged with the 2 special transport vehicles in the urban area. After they changed their behavior and, like other shelters, abruptly cut the pipelines littered with construction waste, the efficiency of scrap metal collection has increased significantly. It is estimated that a maximum of 5 hours can remove a truck with more than 10 tons of household appliances and car debris. This is almost enough. Su Wu was quite satisfied with this speed. Almost 50 or 60 tons of metal per day is already a very significant income. The main thing is that it is taken for free. Judging by the time, there is still an hour or 2 until midday. Su Wu, who was free, went back to his internet and found several players to play online. Don't pay attention to the fact that his network was created very recently and there were few people online. But among these people, there were many avid enthusiasts. Some were online for almost 20 hours. In fact, since they first entered the online game, they had never been offline. In this case, Su Wu had no trouble finding someone to play with. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The transaction time had arrived. The fresh lettuce leaves were picked by the hydroponic farm robot, weighed and packaged, then carried them, placed them in a thermal container and loaded them into the back of a large truck, which arrived on time. Su Wu took a photo of the collection and loading process and sent it to the official chat. Buyers participating in the Unified Buyers Program were notified that they were ready. Yours? The underground farm is so big. In the future, vegetable production will certainly exceed 70 kilograms per day. Wang Jianguo also saw Su's hydroponic farm in person for the first time. He was amazed by the dense vegetable beds that looked like a forest. In addition, in order to maintain such a large-scale vegetable growing base, the daily consumption of electricity can exhaust the reserves of many small and even medium-sized shelters. I also saw tomatoes, purple cabbage. Wait, what's that? Strawberry seedlings and grapes. The director of a private shelter named Miao Jun, who was well versed in agriculture, recognized the photograph as a lot of vegetable and fruit seedlings that were still in their youthful stage. He was even more shocked than Wang Jianguo. The existence of all this meant that Su Wu had deviated from the most basic needs of survival and food, has the means and leisure to pursue higher levels of luxury. According to the calculation of time, if the grapes in Su Wu's farm are ripe and the doomsday outside has not yet ended, then the grapes in Su Wu's hands can be worth as much gold. Must be many rich shelters willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. Moreover, if you look closely at the edge of the photo, there are tulips, blue stars, and goosefoot. So many flowers. Are you planning to make a garden? A relative of one of the shelter's leaders, who was more discerning, appeared in the chat for the first time. He couldn't help but let out a series of exclamation marks. If fresh fruits are considered luxury items, then flowers are simply legendary species. At least in Jiangxi City, even the most A large official shelter cannot grow these flowers, which have almost no practical value. It is very likely that Suwu Underground Farm is the only place in Zhanghe City where flowers are grown on a large scale. This is about as much lettuce as we can produce. But when cabbage, spinach, kale, etc. grow, they will also be sold. As for tomatoes, green peppers and fruits, it all depends on the circumstances. The production of these crops is small, and most of it has to be kept for personal use. Looking at the lively chat, Suwu selectively answered a few questions that most people were worried about. It was like a GG for his own hydroponic farm. And the effect of this move was obvious. The chat discussion became more heated, and many people started paying attention to Suwu. The impression of him changed, and he became a rich vegetable supplier. What a large plot of land for growing vegetables. I think you should change your name to Farmer A. Life here is even better than before the end. Light. The heavily armed knight who traded with Suwu once revealed a tone of envy that was hard to hide. Before the end of the world, he was also a rich rent collector, living a life that many dream of. But now, compared to Suwu, this is the difference between him and ordinary people. Also dreams of an underground farm, but unfortunately, his current power source is not enough to keep the shelter functioning properly, let alone plant crops. The lively discussion lasted for a long time. As more and more people watched the news, suddenly, several less harmonious voices. May I know where your shelter is? If I need it in the future, I plan to buy it myself to save on shipping. The address of Suwu's shelter is not a secret. He had revealed important information in casual chats more than once. So before Suwu could answer, someone in the chat answered the question. Suwu stopped typing and looked calmly at the questioner and the answerer. In the end, he didn't say anything. Surface. Large delivery. Truck took more than 2 hours, as Suwu expected. Due to the need for advanced communication and coordination, the 3 drone operations were quite complex. In addition, the K2 series agricultural drone broke down during delivery and had to return halfway. As a result, the final delivery time was about an hour later than expected. By this time, the engineering robots in the manufacturing center had already manufactured the CNC machines. Even the 3D printer was somewhat finished. The deal with the shelters was completely completed. Suwu hurried to the production center. Is this a CNC machine? Standing in front of the 5 to 6 meter tall CNC machine that occupied the space of 3 rooms, Suwu sincerely felt his insignificance. He glanced at production list. To produce this huge mechanical equipment, the engineering robots used a total of about 60 tons of metal raw materials. This also included a large number of various rare metals. Almost immediately, most of the rare materials in the shelter were emptied. This resource consumption slightly exceeded the limit. Suwu frowned, but soon felt relieved. More can be used. The more materials are used, the less survival points are required. The upgraded features are also more powerful. He reached out and pressed the metal body of the CNC machine. Handwritten lines appeared in his field of vision. 30 survival points required. This number is slightly lower than expected. However, there was only one direction for improvement: the CNC machine. Upgrade. Suwu mentally confirmed this. From the void, a ball of white light began to penetrate into the CNC machine. Half a second later, everything returned to normal. A new intelligent terminal was detected. Allow access? On the tablet computer that Suwu was carrying at the time. It was the artificial intelligence responsible for managing the entire shelter, and it had queried him after detecting uncontrolled new equipment. Suwu pressed the confirmation button and gave the artificial intelligence permission to take control of the CNC machine. The tablet screen dimmed slightly, and a new control interface appeared. There are quite a few functions. It seems that parts can be customized as desired, with virtually no restrictions. The processing accuracy is at the micron level. The production speed is, well, let's go. Let's check. After fiddling with the CNC machine's control interface for a bit, Su Wu instructed the construction robot to feed the workpiece into the machine. After that, the CNC machine worked for more than 10 minutes. It started spitting out a bunch of parts of different sizes, then stepped forward and used these newly machined parts to assemble the machine. Soon, the engineering robot had a standard automatic rifle in its hands. This is much faster than the engineering robot working manually. If we are talking about mass production of standard parts, it should be even faster. It is almost equivalent to a small universal industrial assembly line. After several tests, the results of the CNC machine satisfied and even surprised Su Wu. Even for some parts that require forging at high temperatures, this machine, it does a great job. It can be said that there is not a single metal part that it cannot produce with precision above the micron level. After testing the CNC machine and the 3D printer, Su Wu immediately gave this CNC machine, which may have achieved the highest productivity in the world, first official production assignment: help an engineering robot manufacture an unfinished 3D printer. With the help of a CNC machine, the process of manufacturing an engineering robot seemed to speed up more than tenfold. The job, which originally took 6 to 7 hours, was immediately compressed to less than half an hour. Su Wu simply did not leave the manufacturing center. He stood at the production table and watched the two engineering robots and the CNC machines at work. He did not take a single step forward until they were finished. Compared to the huge CNC machine, the 3D printer is much smaller, almost half the size of the room. But the resources it consumes are also not small. At least with the current stock of materials in Su Wu's shelter, the production of a second 3D printer is almost impossible. He reached out and pressed the still warm metal body of the 3D printer. Field of Vision has new upgrade options. Choose the upgrade, Integrated 3D Printer. Su Wu chose the most expensive upgrade option. Points in his hand instantly decreased by 50. A white light flashed. A device emitting a silvery white metallic light was quietly born. An advanced 3D printer. It can print both metallic and non-metallic materials such as rubber, glass, etc. The production efficiency is significantly lower than that of CNC machines. But the advantage is that it can give products arbitrary shapes, not limited by materials. It can also print more precise parts. Even with enough materials provided, it is possible to print entry-level chips. This is especially important for an AI-controlled shelter packed with technology and capabilities. Master the manufacturing equipment, then solve the problem of material inventory. Then we can dramatically increase production capacity. CNC machines and 3D printers came into view, two industrial tools that are currently priceless treasures. Su Wu couldn't help but have ambitious plans for the future. A larger underground shelter, like a city, with an endless amount of automated machines and equipment, may no longer be just a dream. However, to make this dream a reality, Su Wu still has many difficulties to overcome. First of all, it is quality of materials. Unlike manual control of engineering robots, CNC machines and 3D printers place several levels of higher demands on the quality of raw materials. In this case, most of the materials recovered from old household appliances in Su Wu's shelter cannot be used directly. They need to be dismantled and melted down. It just so happens that the fourth underground floor of the shelter has already been completed. Now the demand has increased. Let's start by building a production line for dismantling and melting down scrap metal. Faced with the first problem that needed to be solved for the explosive growth of production capacity, Su Wu naturally thought of the space on the fourth floor, which had not yet been officially built and to which the pipelines had not been connected. According to the original plan, the fourth floor was also planned, used to build a small industrial zone that integrates demolition, smelting, and manufacturing. Now, since the performance of CNC machines has greatly exceeded expectations, it provides powerful manufacturing and production capabilities. A small manufacturing. The line provided for in the original plan can be removed immediately. The freed space can be used to build larger demolition and smelting equipment. But we can't fill the entire space. We need to leave a small space for the assembly of large vehicles and equipment, such as trucks. With the advent of CNC machines and 3D printers, the originally spacious production center began to look somewhat cramped. The area allocated for assembling engineering robots is quite limited. In this case, if you need to assemble large-sized products, you will have to look for another place. The fourth underground floor is practically the only option at the moment. Let's start construction. Having planned the layout, fourth underground floor, Su Wu immediately got to work. Construction robots began transporting large quantities of finished steel and other raw materials to the production center, where they were loaded into CNC machines and 3D printers. At that moment, Su Wu suddenly received an alarm from artificial intelligence. A suspicious group appeared at the surface of the shelter. Su Wu switched the tablet screen to monitoring mode. Using the AI logo, he quickly found his target. It was a group of about 10 people, all wearing heat-insulating suits and armed with weapons. They were roaming around a small bunker on the ground within a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers, using telescopes and drones to observe the ground structures of the entire shelter. There were several construction vehicles parked nearby. They seemed to be the tools used to forcibly demolish the shelter after Su Wu closed the door. They arrived quite quickly. They didn't even want to wait all night. Su Wu's face expressed no surprise. When he had already revealed the scale of the hydroponic factory, he knew that he would most likely encounter this scene. But he didn't expect that the people who had been secretly watching would be so impatient that they wouldn't even wait a few hours. They brought people here in broad daylight. Send out reconnaissance drones to film the fighting. The K2 series agricultural drones have started loading missiles and are waiting. Activate the 120mm howitzer and destroy them. He didn't even stop the engineering team digging the 5th underground floor, and the door to the exit of the shelter was not closed. Su Yu simply gave the AI a few combat orders. Soon, the drone's lifting platform sent a reconnaissance drone into the air, and the surrounding area with a radius of several kilometers came into view. The almost one-sided massacre began without warning. More than 1,000 meters from a small bunker on the ground, a man who looked like the captain seemed to notice something unusual. He raised his head and tried to find the source of his inner turmoil. The next moment, his pupils suddenly narrowed. He saw a shell fall from the sky, hitting 2 of his comrades hundreds of meters away. The next second, like a firework, an endless flame burst forth, instantly covering a space of almost 100 meters around, completely absorbing the figures of his comrades. He involuntarily opened his mouth and felt his arms and legs go numb with horror. What is this? Aren't they here with weapons to cause trouble in a private civilian shelter? How are they? Could have faced such a terrible attack. However, on the battlefield, being stunned is an extremely dangerous thing. A few seconds later, another shell pierced the air and hit him. This time, he was not so lucky. The large amount of burning fire melted his heat-insulating suit and then burned through his muscles and bones. Eventually, he was reduced to an unrecognizable corpse. High above, a reconnaissance drone hovered silently, quietly recording everything that was happening on the ground. This short battle, which began with an AI attack, lasted for 40 seconds and fired a total of 4 120mm thermite rounds. As a result, all 12 targets were destroyed. The firearms they were carrying did not fire a single round until the last second before their death. Half an hour later, Su Wu returned to the control center and learned the identity of this group of people from the construction robot that was clearing the battlefield. A mercenary group that had just been created. The identities of the members were varied, and most of them were guardians and criminals until the end of the world. This was a gang of gangsters with rich combat experience but no real military literacy. Use 120mm howitzers to entertain them. Isn't this too much? Su Wu couldn't help but think. Of course, if he encountered the same situation next time, he would do the same. What can be solved with artillery shells does not require construction robots to risk with small water pipes like cannons. Besides, heavy artillery is better for prestige. Too bad there is no evidence to indicate who is behind the scenes. Who could it be? Su Wu wasn't going to stop there. How could he defeat him and get away with it? He had to find him and take his revenge. As for how to find him, start with the person who asked for his address in the chat and check it out gradually. As long as he is willing to offer a reward, he will find the enemy sooner or later. Select some photos from the battlefield taken by the reconnaissance drone. Su Wu sent them to the official chat. It is not that he does not want to send videos, it is just that the official channel restricts sending. Video Point Official Satellite Network. Resources are limited, and, in fact, only the most basic exchange of information can be guaranteed. But even if it was just a photo, the scene created by the explosion of a large amount of thermite dust was still quite shocking. A group of armed bandits broke into my hideout. They have all been destroyed by now. The relevant evidence will be handed over to the security service after everything is cleared up. A few simple explanations for these photos. Su Wu no longer paid attention to the exploding chat, but instead found in him a representative of the authorities, a wealthy female second-generation officer with whom he had interacted before, Ye Luo Shuanghua. How does an official handle such matters now? Su Wu asked. You can handle it yourself, no need to report. Ye Luo Shuanghua's answer would be harsh, and the content was so straightforward that Su Wu was surprised. So condescending. Don't you want to investigate? And what to investigate? These are just some armed gangs secretly created by some shelters. They've done this. There was a sense of familiarity and helplessness between Ye Luo Shuanghua's lines. The higher-ups are now saying that we must struggle to cope with more severe extreme conditions in the future. As long as there is no fighting in the city, no too much unrest outside, and no too many casualties, the issues surrounding other shelters on the ground will be temporarily suspended. And by the way, if you want to say that this is excessive, then you are the most excessive. You have already created heavy artillery. Do you plan to fight the army in the future? Ye Luo Shuanghua didn't intend to interrogate him, but he was a little surprised by Su Wu's production capabilities. The other shelters, even if they did something bad, only produced pistols and rifles, and even explosives for knocking down doors. But when it came to reached Su Wu, they directly used heavy artillery. They also used thermite, which has extremely high killing power and armor-piercing effect. Frankly speaking, such a design can be used to combat the army's armored vehicles. Fighting these civilian armed forces is simply adults bullying children. It is simply self-defense. You cannot allow me to take up arms and fight them face to face. Seeing that Ye Luo Shuanghua did not intend to pursue this topic, Su Wu's tone became casual. I decided to test the official's mood. In that case, I can respond to these shelters. Don't make too much noise. For example, move your heavy artillery to the entrance of their hideout. As long as the rest is not revealed, it won't be a big problem. Ye Luo Shuanghua revealed the gist of the official's statement and couldn't help but add a few more words at the end. If you want to attack these shelters with more than 100 people, be sure to preserve evidence of their crimes. Otherwise, the military may consider them typical examples of rebellion and focus on suppression. Also, be careful in your official speeches and don't say things that shouldn't be said. Otherwise, it will embarrass your superiors and they will have to deal with them strictly and quickly. I understand. I'll think carefully before I act. Su Wu was silent for a moment and then typed out the last sentence. The conversation ended. He switched to the chat and looked at the participants, who were still discussing the photos he had sent. He couldn't help but sigh at their ignorant and fearless gaze. Many here, even local tyrants and corporate executives, were elite in some sense. However, they are limited by their past thinking and limited information channels. I fear they are still immersed in a false world. Perhaps only when they experience it themselves, or at some future time when they can no longer hide it, will they suddenly realize that the cruel side of the end of the world is coming. So fast, so fast that people won't even have time to react. It's just temperatures above 70 degrees and a storm. Is everything really that chaotic? After feeling sad about the lost order, Su Wu's spirits were lifted. He thought about the convoys that were currently taking out the garbage in the city, and he thought seriously about strengthening the armed forces. Although Ye Luoshuanghua said that the use of force in the city is prohibited, it is highly questionable how true this is. Judging from their style, I am afraid that until this is revealed, it can be considered non-essential. Add a folding rifle, platform to each of the two special vehicles. Then add a construction robot for vigilance and combat, and a K2 series agricultural drone to the big truck. Well, just weld a 30mm rapid-fire cannon to the roof of the vehicle. The Su Wu, which now owns CNC machines and 3D printers, has several automatic weapons and turrets, and a drone capable of launching missiles. This is not considered particularly important. As many as you like, with the exception of the drone, which is still difficult, other weapons can be produced at any time. Time point. Of course, due to the lack of an advanced formula of gunpowder, the quality of the ammunition will be somewhat limited, and its destructive power and stability are not as high as those of the military. However, this is enough to deter and prevent some armed attacks by civilians. Chat, due to Su Wu's absence, the hype caused by these photos gradually died down. However, in the eyes of many shelter leaders, Su Wu, in addition to his reputation as a vegetable supplier, has the additional label of a powerful military force that is difficult to provoke. It can be predicted that in future transactions, Su Wu will quietly reduce the number of problems. Early morning. A new day has arrived. Su Wu's shelter level has also risen to a new level, thanks to the daily system update. Current territory. Rich personal shelter, 0%. Daily fixed survival points +4. Productivity has increased significantly. Survival points +25. Current remaining survival points, 158. On the new panel, the shelter level has been upgraded from a habitable personal shelter to a rich personal shelter. Compared to the last shelter upgrade, only a small amount of one-time survival points. This time, the fixed daily reward for survival points has been increased permanently. In addition, the industrial productivity, driven by the newly added CNC machines and 3D printers, has been greatly improved, and the survival points awarded are quite satisfactory. Not too much, not too little. Su Wu was not disappointed by this. The impact of a significant increase in industrial productivity is much greater than just the survival points reward. If used correctly in the future, the saved survival points could exceed this reward several times, or even tens or hundreds of times. In the next few days, Su Wu spared no effort to provide the shelter with all the necessary raw materials that met the standards. CNC machines and 3D printers have entered continuous processing mode. Large quantities of standard parts are now being produced continuously, then transported to the 4th underground floor for assembly and welding. Gradually, a center for processing industrial equipment was formed, the core of which was a high-temperature furnace that performed the functions of disassembly and classification. At the same time, due to the excessively high cost of resources invested in this recycling center, Su Wu had to put the expansion plan of the engineering team and the scrap metal collection team on hold. Even the excavation of the 5th underground floor of the shelter was somewhat hampered. This made Su Wu happy with the rapid development of the recycling center, but of course, his a little upsetting and disturbing. He knew that this was the most correct and effective approach. However, watching the scrap metal collection team work day after day, he realized that due to the limited scope of their work, a large amount of scrap metal from the road could be collected by other shelters. Looking at the shelter expansion project, the efficiency was clearly reduced due to the lack of engineering robots for material handling and repairs. I still couldn't shake off the feeling of uneasiness. The so-called pain and happiness are probably just that. But if you exclude these annoying things, with all the daily affairs in the shelter being managed by artificial intelligence, there weren't many things that Su Wu actually needed to do personally. Su Wu also had some rare leisure time. The basement of the shelter, the hydroponic farm. Su Wu walked between the green-growing racks, vegetables. With the right temperatures and sufficient nutrients, as well as careful care from farm robots, these vegetables are more resilient than those that once grew on the most fertile soils. Green leaves, coloured by crystal-clear drops of water, are as beautiful as works of art. It's a joy to behold. As I walked through the vegetable garden, I saw a patch of flowers covered with dozens of different colours. Because when they were planted, the flowering period was either close or just beginning. After a month of careful care, now is the time when they bloom most luxuriantly. Su stopped. He quietly admired this artificial sea of flowers, or flower wall. The blooming flowers and the light floral scent that hung in the air seemed to calm him. After a long time, he came to his senses and took a photo of this rare and precious view of the end of time on his tablet. He posted the photo on my home internet. I hope that when the end of time ends, these flowers will bloom on Earth again. At the same time, about 10 kilometers away from Su Wu's shelter, Wang Hao, an ordinary employee of a small shelter, was surfing the internet on his mobile phone. Almost at the same time, he saw the video taken by Su Wu. At first, he even thought that someone had transferred the video to the end of time. But after noticing the blank walls, the rare glimpses of light on the video, and the golden logo of the account administrator who sent the video, he soon realized that this was not an old video from archive, but a real scene, filmed in real time. The different filming times naturally changed the viewing experience dramatically. Wang Hao threw away his scattered thoughts and involuntarily sat up. He opened the video again and watched it frame by frame. These flowers were not uncommon before the end of the world. At this moment, for him, it was nothing less than a sight of the most luxurious things in the world. And it really is, in an era when even humans are threatened by death and can only survive. In the dark dungeon, the price paid to grow these fragile flowers is enough to save countless dying lives. Whose shelter is this? So many flowers are planted. It is truly luxurious. Not far from Wang Hao, the director of the small corporate shelter where he works, Li Linsong also saw this short video. Li Linsong's management mentality is somewhat different from Wang Hao's. His first reaction was to see how much food could be exchanged for the cost of growing these flowers. The result of this conversion made him choke in pain. In any case, he couldn't invest so many resources into these things that were merely decorative. Of course, even if he were willing to invest, he couldn't afford to grow so many flowers. You need space to plant them, energy, fertilizer, and labor to care for them. Any investment is a heavy burden. A haven not rich enough to spend its resources as it sees fit cannot afford such luxury. July 12th. The average surface temperature has reached 75 degrees. Animals that once occasionally appeared on the surface have completely disappeared. Even humans, who are at the top of the planet's food chain, can no longer move about on the surface except by operating modified vehicles or wearing special thermal insulation clothing. And on this hot, ordinary day, in the suburbs of Jianghe City, deep in the depths of an inconspicuous rocky beach, the small shelter has completed a major transformation since its construction. From handcrafted to the sphere. Industrial production. Self-inspection completed. All components are in good condition. Start switching on. A low hum was heard. A pile of disassembled scrap metal slowly moved from the conveyor into the high-temperature furnace. Then the power consumption of the entire recycling center, industrial equipment increased sharply. At the peak, almost 90% of the energy produced by the two geothermal generators was pumped out. Due to possible dangers during operation, Su Wu did not appear at the processing center. Instead, he stayed in the control center and watched this special opening ceremony remotely through the monitoring screen. However, although it was called a ceremony, the entire process took only a few seconds. After that, the long heating process began, lasting more than 12 hours, to see the first batch of smelted iron ingots. After attending the opening ceremony, Su Wu glanced at the high-temperature furnace data displayed on the control panel. He felt a slight tightness in his heart. In this working state, too much energy is consumed. The current high-temperature furnace consumes about 500 degrees per hour. After completing the preheating, it can achieve a productivity of about 1 ton of steel waste per hour point. The output is not small, but the energy consumption is also staggering. In fact, while this high-temperature furnace is running at full capacity, the Su Wu shelter will not be able to run any other large-scale industrial equipment that requires power. The entire processing center, the industrial equipment, has several high-temperature furnaces. There are at least 5 other types of high-temperature furnaces for melting other metals and materials. With the current capacity of the Su Yu shelter, it is impossible to support their simultaneous operation. They can only be used alternately. The geothermal resources in this area are almost exhausted, unless we go deeper underground or start developing in other areas. Otherwise, we will not be able to add new geothermal generators. Faced with the problem of shortage, electricity, Su Wu first thought of directly increasing the number of geothermal generators. But the reality obtained after conducting reconnaissance showed him that this method was no longer possible. Geothermal resources are also resources, but they are limited. Near the shelter, it is allowed. Place a maximum of 2 geothermal generators. Apart from geothermal generators, any other methods that Su Wu finds are either too risky or the energy produced is extremely limited. In essence, it has no effect. Let's wait for now. Let's wait until the shelter is a little. We'll develop. Let's go and explore new bases in search of minerals. New bases do not necessarily have to be residential areas, they can also be uninhabited resource collection points. They are used to obtain electricity, ore, and other valuable materials. Before Su Yu, we'll be able to build a nuclear power plant or other higher-level power plants. Building new geothermal and thermal power plants outside the shelter is the best and only option. After thinking about the power supply problem, Su Yu switched to a 3-dimensional map of the entire shelters. With the help of sensors placed throughout the shelter, the environment of each layer is checked and analyzed. During the official operation of the Industrial Processing Center, a large amount of toxic gases and other waste will inevitably be produced, even when the center was created for the processing. But the shelter is, after all, a very limited and closed underground facility. Any small accident is enough to cause a huge catastrophe. No matter how careful you are, it is not too big problem. After inspecting it and finding no problems, Su Wu weighed the pros and cons again. It was decided to build a wall and a double isolation passage next to the recycling center to completely physically isolate it from the rest of the 4th floor. In addition, the ventilation duct for the recycling center was also separate from the air circulation system of the entire shelter. It was directly connected to the surface and had no direct contact with other parts of the shelter. Thus, the recycling center can effectively be considered a separate module outside shelters. Even if some uncontrolled accidents and disasters occur in the processing center, it is unlikely to affect the main part of the shelter. Next, it is time to start the real plan for expanding the shelter. Having dealt with the processing center, Su Wu turned his attention to the temporarily suspended CNC machines and 3D printers. The high-temperature furnace consumed about 90% of the shelter's electricity. These 2 production machines no longer have sufficient power to start up directly. To continue normal operations, it is necessary to temporarily use backup power. High-energy battery pack. But that's just a small thing. The high-energy battery pack can store up to 10,000 degrees. That's enough to keep CNC machines and 3D printers running at full power for days. It won't affect production tasks set by Su Wu. First, we need to change the size of the vehicles in the engineering team. In the engineering team, whether it is an excavator, a vehicle, or a more professional gravel dump truck, etc., by the day, and all these are temporary, emergency products, which Su Wu had to choose when resources were limited at the beginning. Now that we have achieved higher productivity and have a larger supply of raw materials, it would be somewhat wasteful to use a miniature series of construction equipment. After all, no matter the size of the machine, the main chip and high-energy battery that drive it won't be much different. And these are the only two major components that Su Wu can't make himself. In other words, no matter whether he's making a miniature series of machines or a large, the amount of survival points spent will be almost the same. However, the efficiency of their work can differ several times or even tens of times. Extract a dozen related drawings from the database for reference. Su Wu used a drawing program to enter changes along the way. Soon, a new version of the drawing was completed. In the new version, the length of the micro-excavator increased from the original 1.5 meters to 4.4 meters. The amount of soil that the bucket can dig at one time has increased from 0.04 cubic meters to 0.2 cubic meters. The overall construction efficiency has increased by about 5 times. This new excavator can no longer be called micro, but can be changed to small. It has truly become a professional construction tool, a weapon for construction in the industrial age. The dimensions of the micro vehicle have become even more exaggerated. The length of the entire vehicle has increased from less than 2 meters to 6 meters. It can carry almost 20 cubic meters and up to 50 tons of cargo. Using this new type of vehicle, called Ore Type 1, the micro vehicle only needs to make 7 or 8 round trips to transport a load of soil and rock. And as size, it can also be equipped with a more powerful electric motor. The speed of movement has also been slightly increased, reaching 50 kilometers per hour. Such a speed practically allows it to be used as the main means of transport for long-distance transportation, freeing up large trucks from having to transport scrap metal and construction waste in urban conditions. After all, it is waste. They are not afraid of high temperatures and damage caused by any other extreme climatic conditions. Using a completely closed and insulated compartment, a large truck for transporting goods is considered a luxury and waste. The open cargo body of the Type 1 ore truck is ideal for this. It reduces the cost as much as possible. As for the gravel truck, there is nothing to say. It is simply proportionally increased in sizes to improve the efficiency of rock crushing. First, make 2 new gravel trucks. Then make 4 small excavators and Type I ore trucks, respectively. Transfer the new drawings to artificial intelligence. Su Yu carefully prepared the first batch, production tasks for the CNC machine and 3D printer. The size and efficiency of the new construction equipment has increased significantly, which means that the consumption of materials has also increased significantly. At present, the shelter has invested almost all of its available metal materials in the construction of the Industrial Equipment Recycling Center. The materials that can be used to produce new equipment are extremely limited. Therefore, Su Yu must prioritize the allocation of quantities and models of the first batch of equipment in accordance with the importance of the task and efficiency. After the completion of production, all gravel machines will join the engineering team to accelerate the development of the 5th underground space. Other words, at a minimum, we need to dig a large warehouse first, then small excavators and ore trucks. Half will be allocated to the engineering team and the other half to support the city's waste removal team. Due to the limited scale and limited power supply, the high-temperature furnace of the recycling center can melt only 12 to 20 tons of scrap metal per day. If other metals and materials need to be melted, other furnaces must be used. The efficiency is further reduced. Accordingly, every day the scrap metal extraction team removes at least 40 tons. In addition, in order to compete with other shelters and extract resources from the ruins of the city, Su Wu continues to work hard to increase the number of mining crews. And so on. The difference will only increase. Therefore, before the accumulated scrap metal fills the small bunker on land, the most important thing is to find a warehouse that can accommodate it. After all, even if it is scrap metal, it is not cheap for Su Wu. It can't be carelessly dumped on the ground. Continue to follow the instructions. In the near future, it should be possible to build a city-level underground shelter. Su Wu handed over the completed plan to the artificial intelligence for execution. The man in full force leaned back in the soft chair and, in relief, point. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a strange purple light from the observation wall. Looking up, Su Wu looked at the source of the light and found that it was coming from the sky outside the shelter. The purple light was layered and pierced through the kilometers-long clouds. Smog like muslin woven by a spindle, it fell into the sky. Aurora borealis? Say. But the purple light was like a dark, bottomless abyss. He couldn't help but feel a tremor and fear flood his heart when he saw it. It was like a beast facing a natural enemy, or like realizing that he was facing radiation, and entire body and mind were filled with horror and despair. At this moment, even if there was no evidence yet, Su Wu still subconsciously decided that this was definitely not a good thing. He adjusted his posture again. Su Wu connected the main screen in front of the remote control to the surveillance camera on the ground. He controlled it, adjusting the angle of view slightly, including the horizon and the sky in the distance. In the wider field of view, an endless purple light descended from the sky, slightly bleaching the wilderness. At some point, near the mountains on the other side, a flock of unknown birds flapped their wings from the mountains. Then, soon after they took to the air, they quickly became exhausted by the terribly high air temperature and fell back to the ground. Meanwhile, the birds that followed seemed oblivious to the fate of their predecessors and continued to soar into the sky with all their might. Until they, too, did not fall at the end of their lives, they did not change at all. Su Wu watched this scene, and his eyes unconsciously became hazy. His heart sank from an inexplicable strong anxiety. After a complete silence lasting more than 10 seconds, Su Wu moved again. He was operating the surveillance camera and continued patrolling the surface of the shelter, from piles of construction debris to small bunkers quietly standing in place, and to the exit of the shelter covered by a bunker. Finally, seeing a mini-transporter with soil and stones slowly leaving the bunker, his gaze slightly touched. This place, not safe enough. Su Wu thought about it. He pulled out a 3D map of the shelter and pointed the cursor at the exit passage. Since the engineering team needs to constantly remove excavated soil and rocks to the ground, the exit passage from the shelter needs to be opened frequently. Although it will close immediately, after each opening to let the transport vehicle pass. But it will not withstand too many openings and closings. The total opening time accumulated during the day is a considerable number that can be ignored. And thus, if any sudden accident occurs. For example, a raid, an armed group capable of bypassing surveillance systems and hiding at the entrance to the shelter, or various natural disasters without warning, etc., the open door of the shelter will probably become a fatal vulnerability. Then, thinking about the vague uneasiness that the purple skylight outside the shelter gave him at this moment, Su Wook Rep. Conservative thoughts intensified. After the exit passage was reinforced, it would be temporarily closed. It would not be opened unless there was a need in the future. Then construct a vertical passage from the 5th underground floor to the ground. And then install an elevator for this passage, which is specially designed to transport soil and rocks, unlike the first 4 floors of the shelter. Since the engineering team is going to add a lot of large construction equipment, the original 600 square meters of the first floor of the shelter and the stated height of 6 meters seem a little small. In addition, it is impossible to realize the capabilities of the new version of construction equipment. Therefore, at the beginning of the design, Su Wu simply increased the area of the 5th floor by 5 times and increased the height to 12 meters. Such a vast space. Naturally, it is also distributed among the 4 upper floors. It is possible to build a separate vertical passage to the outside world. So, it is actually equivalent to temporarily separating the 5th underground floor from the entire shelter. Even if there is an accident outside, and they penetrate through the vertical passage, they will only be able to destroy the 5th underground floor, which is currently under development, and will not have a significant impact on the first 4 closed floors. The engineering team, having received Su Wu's latest order, suspended the ongoing excavation work. They began to look for a place on the site to build a new, vertical passage. At the same time, an engineering robot belonging to the engineering group led 2 construction robots to the exit passage from the shelter. On the side of the exit passage, next to the lifting platform, that is, in the innermost part of the exit passage, a metal door was reinforced and thickened. Incidentally, 3 hidden firing platforms were installed on the walls and ceiling behind the door. They are used to protect against accidental enemy penetration into the passage. The shelter gate at the farthest end of the exit passage slowly closed with the sound of mechanical gears quietly turning, after the return of the microtransporter carrying soil and rocks. The strengthening of the exit passage is planned to be completed in 1 hour and 17 minutes. So fast. There should be no problems. Su Wu glanced at the construction schedule sent by the AI. Deep down, he still felt a vague uneasiness. However, this feeling was not strong. After all, even during construction, the outer door of the exit passage was closed. Even if there was a real danger, he would definitely have enough time to react. As for the vertical passage on the 5th floor, the progress of its construction did not matter. In any case, it was all automated mechanical equipment. It wouldn't have made any difference to Su Wu's safety, whether it started sooner or later. Besides, we'd need to deploy a number of monitoring and early warning devices outside. It wouldn't make much of a difference. At least when we encounter problems, we can learn about them earlier and have more time to solve them. The purple light came from the sky, indicating that danger could also come from the environment. In this case, it would be foolish to limit our view to our own surroundings. Su Wu had to try to look further. In the past, this might have been difficult since Su Wu couldn't afford so many cameras and sensors. But now that 3D printers have learned to print micron-level chips, cameras and sensors that are ordinary and simple electronic devices have become a cheap commodity that can be mass-produced at will. Enter the command on the console. Send the corresponding production orders to the 3D printer and let it start production first. Su Wu opened the logbook of the production center in the 2nd underground again. Floor point. He opened the research page. A clearly unfinished drawing of the UAV design appeared in the center of the screen. Research progress is only 72%? A bit slow, Su Wu frowned. He realized that it was difficult to reverse engineer the UAV design by manually disassembling it using only engineering robot. Unlike previously created open source products, which were either simple in design or lagging behind, or the relevant technologies were already published on the internet. UAVs, especially commercial ones with good flight speed and load capacity, have already become part of the trade secrets of some high-tech companies. Even artificial intelligence cannot find the necessary drawings on the internet. In this case, if you want to use CNC machines or 3D printers to copy UAVs, you must first conduct research on the project and develop a detailed design drawing. The main difficulty: it was stuck in the chip, solid-state battery, and material ratio. He carefully studied the main areas where research was stalled. Su Wu realized that quickly drawing a drawing is, in fact, a luxury. He sighed and abandoned the idea of independent production. He turned to the list of materials in the warehouse. His attention was drawn to one of the general-purpose drones with a payload of 5 kilograms. This drone has a good load capacity and flight speed. Only 5 copies in stock. After a little modification to improve heat dissipation, it should be suitable for emergency use. Just take your pick. More than an hour passed, and Su Wu was a little nervous. After the exit passage was reinforced and completely closed, the first batch of various detectors suitable for field conditions was printed on a 3D printer. His mood gradually calmed down. No matter what disaster he faced, at least his shelter was gradually becoming more reliable and safe. Drone lifting platform. Activated. Universal drone loaded. Starting to enter takeoff procedure. The large main screen of the control panel constantly updates with operational information from the artificial intelligence. The cold and orderly text creates a somewhat solemn atmosphere, as if you were in the command center of a launch pad. But it is precisely this solemnity that stability gave Su-woo a special feeling of security. That was his strength. On the ground, just below the small bunker, two robotic arms were placing folded detectors, cameras, signal repeaters, etc. into the cargo drop bay, located underneath the general-purpose drone. They didn't stop until the indicator on the utility drone representing the cargo changed from green to yellow. They passed it along the conveyor belt and loaded it onto the drone lift platform. Then they continued loading the next utility drone. The highly automated and standardized operation ensured ultra-high efficiency. The monitoring network was officially launched. Every 20 seconds, a general-purpose drone carrying several detection devices would ride an elevator from the shelter to the roof of a small bunker, and then took off. The ambient temperature is normal. The wind speed is below the warning value. The drone began to descend and drop detection equipment. The monitoring screens connected to the drones in front of the control panel clearly show that they are hovering in the air. For a few minutes, and having found a suitable position, they began to gradually reduce the distance to the ground. Then, when the height dropped to about 1 meter from the ground, the universal drone dropped the next detection equipment. And the artificial intelligence, located far behind, having detected that the detection equipment had touched the ground, activated it on the spot, and connected it to the detection network of the entire shelter. Su-woo sat in front of the control panel and looked at it from his perspective. On the three-dimensional map in the center of the main control screen, green dots gradually lit up, accompanied by the continuous fall of 5 general-purpose drones. Then it all began to gradually expand. These green dots have different intensities. There are few bright dots, and the distance between them is approximately the same, forming a mesh structure around the shelter. They serve as signal repeaters, responsible for the uniform transmission and sending of data collected by the surrounding detectors back to the shelter. Thanks to the presence of these communication nodes, Su-woo can ignore the distance and install detectors in the city, limits, or even further. Faint green dots make up the majority. Among them are wireless cameras, anemometers, monitors that collect data on various geological processes, and even special devices that can analyze the composition of the air and soil as well as detect radiation. They are responsible for monitoring the sky, land, and underground environments around the shelter. All monitoring data is sent regularly to all surrounding signal repeaters that can receive it. Through this network of green dots, artificial intelligence is used to organize and analyze the arrays of data that they send back. Su-woo can receive warnings of any abnormal changes in the environment around the shelter from the very beginning. More than 2 hours later, thousands of different sensors have successfully taken strict control of every inch of land within a 10-kilometer radius around the shelter. Beyond this distance, if a disorderly, monitoring will continue, costs will increase sharply. In response, Su-woo decided to shorten it to 3 straight lines, like the railway tracks that stretch to the mountains in the north, the urban area of Janghae City in the east, and the plains in the southwest. On the line in the urban area, due to the activities of the scavenging team day and night, combined with competition from other shelters, although the entire environment looks like a ruined ruin, full of traces of destruction and disaster, there are always traces of life inside. Perhaps for the parties involved, the working conditions may not be very good or even quite harsh. But for Su-woo, who was watching the scene, such a place where people were actively working and bustling was enough to make him feel comfortable. At the same time, the plains and the 2 mountain routes were quiet. The roads along the road were almost covered with gravel and dust. The houses on the side of the road were either collapsed or simply disappeared without a trace. If you count carefully, only more than a month has passed since people began moving en masse into underground shelters. During this time, there was at most one super powerful storm. These places are rapidly erasing traces of human existence at an alarming rate. When the monitoring network reached the mountains, the scene Su-woo saw through the camera was even more depressing. Rocks and earth charred by fire, as well as the ashes of plants and trees, were mixed together to form an entire, visible terrestrial world. Sometimes you can see strange patterns left by fireworks, It feels like they are on an alien planet or on the set of a horror movie. But this is just an illusion created by the silence. In fact, there will be no monsters or even wild animals that suddenly appeared here. The terrifying high air temperature affects all living things equally. Now, the main enemy of all living things is not each other, but nature. Mountains at the edge of the world. It does not seem like a good place. Su Wu felt a little awkward from depression reflected on the screen. He looked away and looked at the data sent by some detectors installed in the mountains. As a normal person, he couldn't really understand the data, but it didn't matter. Thanks to artificial intelligence, he just had to look at the results directly. The detection results showed that within a kilometer of the surrounding area, deep in the mountains, traces of human activity were still visible. That is, there are survivors in the mountains. At this time, they may have been silently watching the general-purpose drones flying into the mountains in various ways. It turns out that people are still so close. Su Wu's initially tense nerves relaxed a little. He exhaled, thought about it, and did not try to contact these people. Only with a different mood, he continued to monitor the drones laying monitoring lines in the mountainous area. In the evening, the farthest monitor from Su Wu's shelter reached 40 kilometers into the mountain depths. There was also a surveillance camera there that could barely film the outlying buildings of the neighboring county. This allowed Su Wu to obtain a wealth of first-hand information. He even discovered a small limestone mine that had not yet been developed. This material is the basis for the production of cement. If we can get it, Su Wu's hideout will be supplied with cement for a long time. It's a pity that the place is deep in the mountains and there isn't even a proper road. It's a bit difficult to get it. Su Wu was a bit greedy. Of course, let's look at it from another angle. If the prey was really easy, it wouldn't be his turn to peak now, since the government and big companies had already bought it up. Mark the location of the small limestone mine on the map. Su Wu put this little episode aside for now. He started to connect to his internet and the official satellite network respectively. He decided to look for some useful information. The internet is no different from the past, a group of people still doing their thing, playing games, posting photos of everyday life in the shelter, sharing tips on how to pass the time, arguing on the forum, etc. No one has noticed any disturbing anomalies in the sky outside the shelter. Perhaps this is due to their personalities. After all, only a few people are free to enter and leave the shelter and have access to information from the outside world. If they are determined, the powers that be in the shelter can easily shut down the relevant communication channels. A regional network with a radius of 15 kilometers. All the same, not enough. Su Wu looked at her for a while, as if he was walking around a small pond in the backyard. Too few valuable things. Shaking his head, he switched to the satellite network and connected to the local channel of Zhanghe City. Almost everyone took part in this official broadcast, high-ranking officials of various shelters. The discussion about the purple light in the sky was quite heated. This can be seen from the conversations of these people. Aren't just Su Wu, who had an ominous premonition about the purple light in the sky. In order to deal with this disaster that doesn't know what form it will take. After someone took the initiative, many shared the information they had, trying to attract more people to analysis and look for at least some clue. Su Wu opened them one by one to check. From the content of this data, we can almost see the gap between the downloaders, that is, between the shelters located behind them. For individual shelters, such as 1 or 2 people or 1 or 2 families, provided is usually the various phenomena they observe in their shelters. Larger shelters provide information covering several hundred meters around the shelter. In addition, the larger the scale of the enterprise-level shelters, the larger the area around the shelter, the more professional the information provided. This is not only about phenomena that can be observed visually and with the help of cameras. They also provide more detailed seismic wave detection, chemical sample analysis, air composition determination, etc. Su Wu did not study the data in detail. After a quick glance, he packed it up and transferred it to the AI database. Let the AI analyzes them for him. After some thought, he also downloaded all the data collected at home. Since most of this data is too professional, it is of little use to ordinary people. However, for large shelters with technical services, they are very valuable. After all, before this, in the entire city of Janghe, apart from official shelters, there were practically no civilian shelters capable of conducting large-scale data collection within a radius of 40 kilometers. And this was not an accident. After Su Wu uploaded the data, he immediately received a lot of praise in the chat. Although many of them did not understand the meaning of this data, they just needed to know that the person who could provide such professional data must be the big boss. If you build a good relationship with the big boss, even if you just let him know a little about you, you can get some advantages in the future. Su Wu looked through these compliments, and for a while, he felt quite good. After all, 2 or 3 months ago, he was an ordinary person. As an ordinary person, he would inevitably brag to others. And just at this moment, he suddenly received an invitation to join a new chat group. The inviter pointed to Chaoyang Shelter. Could this chat channel also invite people to form a small group? Su Wu was a little puzzled. He had studied it before, and this chat channel created by an official was simple to the point of being ugly, other than sending text messages and images. As for Chaoyang Shelter, Su Wu knew the name. Its predecessor was a well-known large enterprise group in Janghe City, engaged in capital-intensive and labor-intensive industries such as textile and metallurgy. The chairman of the group had been the richest man in Janghe City for several years. Out of curiosity and a desire to explore, Su Wu clicked the agree button. He then found himself in a chat group with more than 30 members. Most of the members' names were like familiar and unfamiliar. Familiar because they were, in fact, connected with some well-known large commercial companies in Janghe City. Strange because he had almost never interacted with them before. Even in the chat rooms set up by the official, Su Wu had never seen them talking. However, Su Wu was not really familiar with any of the 30-plus people in the group. He saw a member of the small group he had been dragged into, director of the steel mill, before the internet was cut off. According to information obtained by Su Wu at the time, this member of this small group was a second-generation official with a wealth of experience. He also founded a company with a market value of nearly $1 billion before the end of the world. Of course, that was all Su Wu knew. In this small group, this second-rate official was very aloof and reserved. Su Wu hadn't heard a word from him from start to finish. The rare times he showed up, he always conversed with Wang Jiangguo, practically ignoring the others. Welcome, Mr. Su Wu, to our communication platform. Mr. Su Wu's shelter has provided us with over 17,000 reliable geological survey data after today's sky anomaly. The farthest location was 40 kilometers away from his shelter. This is a shelter with very powerful technical capabilities and material reserves. Account under. In the name of Fu Yongyuan, Chaoyang Hideout invited Su Wu to join the group. He sent Su Wu a short congratulatory speech. It was not only a welcoming speech, but also an explanation to the rest of the group about the reason for his invitation. After Fu Yongyuan finished speaking, several people in the group immediately greeted Su Wu politely. Among them was a second-generation official who used to be arrogant. Su Wu answered each of them patiently. All of these people were potential big customers. In the future, the vegetables and poultry grown in his shelter, as well as some industrial goods, could be sold to them. This should bring in a considerable profit. After spending more than 10 minutes adapting to the atmosphere of this small group, Su Wu was about to log offline and continue checking the shelter for vulnerabilities. The account under, in the name of Janghe City Department, suddenly initiated a video conference. Su Wu had never seen such a video conference function on the satellite network before. It can be seen that the satellite network set up by the government is not easy to use and is capable of providing higher-end services. Qualities. It's just not available to ordinary people like Su Wu. Extraneous associations flashed through his mind. Su Wu didn't comment, but simply clicked on the invitation and silently joined the video conference. In the conference room, when Su Wu entered, more than half of the people present were already online. A small number of people also arrived quickly, within a minute or two. Those who could attend this conference hall, except for Su Wu, at least had a large shelter that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Most of the time is very valuable. Therefore, the story of the city department, Jianghe, who was the organizer of the meeting. After a brief introduction, he got straight to the point. Hello everyone, I am Wu Shihua, Minister of Municipal Affairs of Jianghe City. I have gathered you all here this time because, according to the latest news from the Federal Academy of Sciences, in the next 2 to 5, in the next few days, by then, the average radiation intensity in the ground layer of the atmosphere is expected to exceed the permissible limit by 1,000 times. Some areas will also experience radiation disasters in which very small area the radiation emission will exceed the permissible limit by millions of times. And we need to find out in advance where these radiation disasters can occur. It would be best if nothing like this happens. If it does happen, we can take countermeasures in a timely manner. Wu Shihua's speech caused silence in the conference room. Everyone was thinking about what impact this sudden disaster would have on them. After a few seconds, one of the participants asked a question. Are there any specific limitations on the scale and duration of the radiation disaster? The size is from tens to thousands of meters, no more than 3 kilometers in radius, but the exact number is unknown. Take, for example, the city of Jianghe. Maybe none, or there may be more than 10 radiation disaster zones. In addition, this radiation storm is expected to last a long time. Everyone must be prepared to coexist with her for a long time, Wu Shihua answered without hesitation. This information concerns life and death. Even if he did not say it in advance, it was easily imprinted in the depths of his consciousness. There is no need to go to the scene to check. Besides radiation, will there be other secondary disasters? Asked another participant. Usually no, but the temperature at the site of a radiation disaster can rise sharply in a short period of time, reaching 200 to 300 degrees. According to the Academy of Sciences, some shelters located at a shallow depth may not cope with the threat of radiation disasters. It is best to evacuate in advance. The information that came from Wu Shihua immediately alerted those present. It is worth noting that the shelters of most of those present were built to the standards of underground shopping malls and bomb shelters. Even if it is strengthened, it is only 30 to 50 meters from the ground. It still does not go beyond the shallow category. Once the unfortunate person encounters a radiation disaster, the shelter will be torn down immediately. Su Wu listened with a very serious expression. Compared to others, the first floor of his shelter is located closer to the surface, on average only 10 meters. The only thing that is slightly better is that the shelter's air circulation and cooling system, as well as the concrete walls, have been reinforced and upgraded to ensure stability. It can withstand harsher conditions. But even so, if a radiation disaster really did break out over his shelter, it would be a huge threat. So how can we identify the possible locations of these radiation disasters in advance? Zhou Bin, an official from the second generation, who had hardly met Su Wu before, did not panic. He calmly asked the most important question directly. The radiation disaster would not break out suddenly. There would be a buffer period of 1 to 2 days before the signal appeared. During this buffer period, the radiation level at the location, the flash will be about 1% or 1/1000th higher than the surrounding area, and the lowest will not be lower than 1/1000th. Due to possible measurement errors, this search will require significant human and material resources. Therefore, I hope that everyone will give their full support. Zhou Bin's question, official, is actually the main purpose of Wu Shihua calling this meeting. Relying solely on official shelters, it is possible to control the entire city of Jianghe. But in this case, the movement will be too large. Spent are also too large. If some of the tasks are distributed among powerful private shelters, the results will not be significantly different, but the monitoring costs can be significantly reduced. Then what benefit will we get? Asked one of the participants, expressing the opinion of the majority of those present. Although a radiation disaster is terrible, just observing the surroundings of one's shelter will be enough to warn about it, and it will not require too many resources. But judging by Wu Shihua's posture, obviously it is impossible to demand such modesty from them. If you want them to take on even more unnecessary responsibilities, you will naturally have to offer them attractive terms. First, depending on the size of your contribution, each can get one or more guaranteed tickets. If the situation reaches a critical point in the future and more than 10 radiation disasters occur in Jianghe City, then we will abandon most of the existing shelters and move to deep-level shelters. We may even leave Jianghe City and move to safer shelters in other nearby cities. And since space in deep-based shelters is limited, moving between cities is very difficult. Therefore, the number of people eligible to move is quite limited. Each guaranteed ticket you receive will allow one person to enter our deep base shelters or join a team that will move around the city when the situation becomes too dire. For future control. This is one of the advantages. It is a basic guarantee of life, provided by the government to these civilians who have enormous resources. As long as those present take some official tasks seriously, it will not be difficult to accumulate tickets that can save themselves and their families at the last minute. Of course, this can only be seen as a guarantee or a basic benefit. No one who can attend this meeting will be tempted by these life-saving tickets. Having lost the basis and resources for survival, even if you can survive this time, you will immediately face the risk of being kicked out of class. At that time, a huge gap in life will bring no less pain than torture. Many even thought that it was better to live luxuriously and be buried with their shelter than to live in such a miserable state. Oshihua obviously understood their thoughts. He did not go into details. Soon, he changed the topic and put forward some really significant advantages. In addition, the points obtained in this mission will be increased to the maximum level. They can be transferred to each other privately and also used to purchase all resources in our official warehouse, including the latest anti-radiation coatings and formulas. As a rule, resources given out by an official as a reward and all resources in the official warehouse are two completely different concepts. Often, contribution points received for completing official tasks. Truly valuable items that can be exchanged are either limited in quantity or simply unavailable. This time, the restrictions have been lifted. This is equivalent to raising the gold content of the contribution points to an unprecedented level. On the contrary, when Su Wu won first place in the purification quest, city area, the purchasing power of the contribution points was far from what it was this time. As a result, the huge benefits associated with this also attracted the attention of the rich people in the conference room, who had achieved success and fame and become the leaders of Jianghe City. They couldn't help but show how their hearts were beating. And what made them even more reluctant to refuse was that the official would also provide a new type of anti-radiation coating with improved characteristics. It goes without saying when they know that they will be faced with a terrifying radiation environment next time, if no one objects. Next, let's discuss the division of labor. Seeing that no one jumped out with objections, Wu Shihua nodded slightly, moved straight to the next topic. The whole city will be divided into 15,000 monitoring zones according to the terrain, area, environment, etc. You can apply for the person in charge of the corresponding monitoring zone according to the location of your shelter. Then, if you have vacancies, you can apply for responsibility for other monitoring areas. The number is not limited, you can apply for as many as you want. But if you neglect your duties, the consequences will be very serious. I hope you will do your best. Having said that, Oshihua asked his assistant to send out a map with markings and detailed information to everyone in the conference room. Su Wu received the relevant electronic files and opened them for review. He found that the official contributions were quite generous. The monitoring zones totaled about 1,000 square meters, You only have to upload radiation monitoring data once every 10 minutes to get 1,000 points. Even if you do nothing else, the main thing is that you monitor the monitoring zone above your own shelter. You can end up with over 140,000 points. Of course, this work looks simple. Carefully calculate the cost, the actual investment is extremely impressive. According to official requirements, every time the data is uploaded, each square meter of the monitoring area must have independent continuous detection data of at least 30 seconds. This means that a shelter that performs this task must either be wealthy and able to invest in thousands of radiation detectors and recorders per monitoring area at the same time, or it must have sufficient human resources and enough people to guard the monitoring area on the ground and carry out manual detection and recording. Ordinary shelters. Even ordinary people like Wang Jianguo, the director of a steel plant with more than 2,000 employees and assets in several $100 million before the end of the world, are the elite. Not to mention the additional tasks, even the simplest task, controlling the area at the entrance to your own shelter, is difficult. From this point of view, Jianghe city officials discussed this issue with only about 30 people in conference room, which, at a minimum, headed large shelters with tens of thousands of people. This can be considered a clear goal. The efficiency of the task was brought to the highest level. In addition, the official places high demands on the accuracy of radiation detectors. At the very least, some low-cost radiation detection devices on the market before the end of the world could not meet the requirements at all. At the very least, professional equipment costing more than 5,000 yuan is needed, and it needs to be modified to cope with the high temperatures on the surface today. 3D printers need to be able to produce test equipment that meets these requirements. The battery is just maybe too big. Su Wu briefly assessed the manufacturing complexity and decided that it was not such a big problem. As for the battery, there is nothing to be done about it. The complexity of producing batteries is much higher than that of ordinary mechanical parts. At present, Su Wu can only produce outdated batteries with low capacity and can only sigh about more advanced ones. But in any case, it can be used. Better to be more than nothing. And just as Su Wu was discussing the production issue, second-generation official Zhou Bin stood up again and asked to be allowed to ask questions at the meeting. Could the government provide quality radiation detectors? Many of us did not expect to encounter such extreme situations until the end of the world, and the amount of relevant equipment in stock is small. In addition, even if it does exist, the conditions are currently limited and it is difficult to modify. Of course, if this is possible, we also pay the corresponding purchase duty. This will not allow the government to suffer. Zhou Bin's words were met with approval from many present. As rulers of large shelters, they were essentially not short of resources. But according to the news they had received before the apocalypse could only come in the form of intense heat and severe cold. At that time, even if they had taken contingencies into account and made additional preparations, they could not arbitrarily and without reason devote large resources to detecting radiation that was not part of the plan. This led to an awkward situation. Now that they need a lot of radiation detection equipment, they just can't provide it in that quantity, even if they decide to use the human factor. Each monitoring zone must be equipped with at least dozens of detectors to meet the minimum demand. But even these dozens of detectors are difficult for many large shelters to provide. The government can provide a certain number of detectors, and you can later compensate them with your points. But this amount will not be too large. There is still a shortage, and you need to find a way to produce them yourself. Speaking about this issue, Ou Shihua also had a headache. All the information was obtained from the Federal Academy at UK. These large private shelters were expected and prepared, and as an official institution of Jianghe City, it naturally couldn't have been much better. It was all a matter of scale. The official shelters could barely temporarily organize 2 production lines to produce detection devices over time. However, it is difficult to meet demand in a short time. It remains to be seen that private shelters will be able to take on some of the production tasks. Ao Shihua's words caused discontent among many in the conference room. Producing radiation detectors is not an easy task. Even if the shelter still has a certain production capacity, it is almost impossible to use it to produce such things. The conference room fell silent for a few minutes. At this moment, Su Wu, waking up from his thoughts, coughed softly. He asked to speak. On the main screen, video conference, Su Wu's image began to enlarge and took center stage. All the participants in the meeting immediately looked at him with different expressions. Looking at the enlarged main screen, Su Wu looked young, like a student who had just entered university. There was no calm, no grandeur, no other qualities that are characteristic of a qualified leader. But behind him, a soft and bright light flowed, as if cast from metal. The silver hall, integral, simple and smooth, evoked the feeling of science fiction from the future. No one could afford to think disdainfully. The spacious and bright hall, seemingly full of technological attributes, could reveal a wealth of information. In an underground shelter where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, this was one of the symbols of power. Control Center Su Wu looked at the reduced footage. Avatar and video conference. Although it was only a video conference, there were only more than 30 people present. But considering that they had the power to decide the fate of tens of millions of people, the feeling was still a little different. He took a deep breath. Su Wu calmed his emotions and spoke as best he could. Straightforward. Our shelter can supply 5,000 radiation detectors daily. The price is about 2.5 times higher than the official price. We support the payment with contribution points, rare materials, printed circuit boards, and scrap metal collected in the city. The price he offered was significantly higher. Official dot, but it was not a scam. Nowadays, radiation detectors are a necessary tool for official purposes. When an official sells them, they are more or less intended for support and welfare, and the price cannot be much higher than the cost price. The sale of Su Wu is a purely commercial transaction to extract additional hidden benefits from this deal. Therefore, it is natural to use some business rules. For example, in conditions of strong demand and insufficient supply, the price is set at 2.5 times the official price. Having said this, Su Wu returned to his previous place. The main screen returned to Wu Shihua. But judging from the expressions of the people present, many of them were still staring at Su Wu, who had returned to the hall. This time, Su Wu seemed to have only said 3 sentences, and the point was simply to sell the radiation detectors he produced. Own company. But the potential information they reveal is truly terrifying. As in the competition between countries, industrial power is one of the most important. At the end of time, the standard for measuring the power of each individual shelter, in addition to the number of people and resources, is the productivity of the industry. On the day of receiving the news, the production line was urgently upgraded to produce 5,000 radiation detectors per day. In addition, a place for purchasing electronic waste and scrap metal has been opened. What does this mean? This means that the shelter of Su Wu has established a complete industrial production system, including processing and smelting. With enough raw materials, most of the mechanical equipment and parts can be produced independently. From this point of view, the power of the Su Wu shelters can be described not as powerful, but as terrifying. With such industrial productivity, everyone present is convinced that if Su Wu wanted, it would not be difficult to produce weapons capable of destroying most of them. The strong have always inspired awe. At this moment, Su Wu has consolidated his position in Zhanghe City with his high performance. I am glad that Mr. Su Wu can step forward and solve a serious problem for us. On behalf of the millions of people in Zhanghe City, I thank you for your contribution. As a high-ranking official, Wu Shihua did not care about Su Wu's industrial capacity. In any case, if Su Wu could share some of the workload with him, he would be a good citizen and a person worthy of support. If 5,000 radiation detectors were produced per day and they were used economically, it will be possible to cover at least 80 to 90 detection zones. Moreover, their production can be continued in the future. Overall, a large part of the gap can be filled, so the pressure on the government will not be so great. Wu Shihua breathed a sigh of relief and, unwittingly, took on many responsibilities. Don't worry about sales. I'll make the decision for everyone. If your radiation detectors meet the standards, we'll charge you as much as you have. If you use contribution points for trade, you don't have to wait. We will act as the official guarantor and pay you contribution points on behalf of these shelters first. Paying contribution points on site is a great support. As the radiation storm approaches, transporting materials between shelters will only become more difficult in the future. Many shelters with weak, tolerant individuals may even lock their doors to the outside world for long periods of time to avoid exposure to radiation. Now, while the environment is still favorable, get the contribution points in advance to exchange them for consumables from the official representative. Without noticing, this can save Su Wu from many troubles. After Su Wu came on stage, several leaders of large shelters consistently stated that they were ready to take on some of the tasks of producing radiation detectors. The prices are the same as Su Wu's. However, they fundamentally do not accept rags in city ruins, but only accept contribution points and rare materials. These large forces, possessing enormous riches until the end of the world, have virtually no shortage of the most basic metal raw materials. In their opinion, consuming huge amounts of energy to remelt scrap metal is a purely unprofitable business. Thanks to the participation of these large shelters, the problem of a shortage of radiation sensors was almost resolved. The meeting process also began to move on to the distribution of specific tasks. 10 minutes later, Wu Shihua announced the end of the meeting and hurriedly went offline. Su Wu followed him out of the video conference room. Soon discovered that several accounts from major shelters had started sending him private messages. He was in no hurry to check. Su Wu poured himself a glass of cold fizzy cola and took a big sip. Encouraged by the cold carbonated drink, he moved on to the next step. End. The meeting does not mean that it is over, but rather that it has become an active beginning. Now, they have less than 48 hours of save time. During this time, Su Wu must conduct as many negotiations and deals with other major shelters as possible, as well as transport materials. After that, it will be much more difficult to continue in the same spirit. Moreover, at this time, the main forces should be directed to combating natural disasters. The Federal Academy of Sciences is not an omniscient deity. Their predictions may be incomplete or inaccurate. When a real disaster strikes, no one can say for sure what the scene will be. All we can do is leave as many emergency plans and supplies as possible. Cost of a radiation detector is 2,500 contribution points per unit. One unit is equivalent to 300 kilograms of discarded circuit boards or 5 tons of scrap metal. The transportation costs will be split in half, and you will be responsible for the transportation. The reward is 10% of the total value of the materials transported. Various kinds of metal raw materials, such as gold, silver, copper, lead, etc., as well as various other chemical materials and finished products. In general, base your prices on doomsday prices and then adjust them based on current demand. We can provide modification services on your behalf, and the modification fee is preset at 200 contribution points per unit. It can be paid for with other equivalent materials. Population resources? No, we don't need the population yet. Working with large shelters involves moving a huge amount of materials. The process is much more complicated than expected. The radiation detector itself is all ready. By producing 5,000 units per day, Su Wu receives over 12 million collection points or over 20,000 tons of scrap metal. If these materials are completely recycled, Su Wu will be able to build a ship with a lifting capacity of 10,000 tons. This is a huge amount of material. Land transportation alone is a huge project that requires countless workers and material resources. Moreover, in addition to the huge amount of materials, there are also the corresponding security, storage, and other works. Do not look at these large shelters that behave quite softly and friendly during negotiations, and their business style almost entirely follows the principles of mutual benefit and fairness. But Su-woo believes that once they have the opportunity, they will not hesitate to unleash their cruel claws. Divide Su-woo's hideout and devour him. Fortunately, only a few large hideouts use cheap materials such as scrap metal as payment. Most trading facilities choose more convenient collection points or light precious metals such as gold, silver, and copper for exchange. This gave Su-woo a chance to catch his breath so as not to be too busy. Of course, even though the transport load of trading materials has been greatly reduced, the entire transaction process is still quite cumbersome. In this situation where he couldn't split up, Su-woo had no choice but to let the artificial intelligence go out, online to discuss some non-decision-making issues. Thus, this huge transaction involving tens of millions of contribution points could hardly go smoothly. The ruins of the barnyard, the control center on the second floor of the shelter. Su-woo rubbed his forehead tiredly, feeling that his head was buzzing. After negotiating the price with the last major shelter and deciding on the transportation method, he finally had time to rest. Hundreds of materials, each item had to be individually assessed. It was too troublesome. In addition, due to the huge amount of the transaction, many large shelters, unwilling to spend precious contribution points, are actually scraping by to barely scrape together enough resources to buy radiation detectors. In this patchwork case, it is naturally impossible to have only one or two materials. Most of them are unnecessary or surplus materials packaged together for exchange. Moreover, the prices of these materials in doomsday conditions are also significantly different from those in peacetime. They need to be negotiated separately. Su-woo refused to exceed the real cost by a little. The negotiators from the big shelter were unwilling to give in because the price was lower than the real one. Su-woo was exhausted from the tug-of-war. This was also the most difficult part of the deal. Once the negotiations were over, the rest of the process would be much easier thanks to the artificial intelligence, which would take the opportunity to get out of it. Someone actually suggested human trafficking. Is this a return to slave society? Thinking of the person in charge of negotiating the construction of the large shelter, he secretly told Su-woo that he hoped to use the group, obedient and beautiful young women, talented professionals, and healthy and skilled experimental materials to offset the purchase of radiation detectors. Su-woo couldn't help but feel a headache, and was a little shocked by his new worldview. It wasn't that we had only moved into the shelter for a month or two. How did even human trafficking become so skillful and open? Perhaps human trafficking had always existed. It had just become more unscrupulous in a doomsday environment. After carefully considering the seller's actions, he realized that he was not a practicing professional who had temporarily changed careers after being stranded at the end of the world. Su-woo had a vague idea. This man had probably done something like this before the end of the world. But on the other hand, if the opportunity arose in the future, it might be possible to consider obtaining a batch of obedient and beautiful young women. Well, it was obtaining, not buying. The enemy had once again taken on the slavers brazenly. Of course, it was more profitable to treat them as thieves. Otherwise, Su-woo had manufactured so many weapons that it would be a waste to leave them there simply as talismans. After a short rest, Su-woo began adjusting the production plan in the shelter. The original plan to expand the engineering and mining teams was, of course, immediately cancelled. 2 gravel trucks and 2 ore trucks were produced. The first remained with the engineering team and was responsible for expanding the 5th underground space. The second was picked up by Su-woo for refitting before leaving the factory. The open bed of the truck, originally used for loading, was reclosed and sealed. A 20mm cannon with 360-degree rotation and 2 8-barrel rocket launchers were then welded in. Has extremely powerful firepower and appearance. Apart from its fragile frame, it has almost no real armor or protection. This is a killing machine that can give the impression of a purely professional weapon by its appearance. These 2 modified OR-1 armored vehicles will patrol near the shelter. Add a 120mm howitzer in a small bunker and 4 deployed folding rifle platforms. Also, send 10 construction robots to arm the battle group. That should be enough to create some deterrent force. Forget about it. Let's be more reliable. Recall the column of scavengers. Refit 2 special transport. Vehicle in the column, and also install machine guns and rocket launchers. In addition to the 30mm rapid-fire cannon on the roof of the large truck, add 2 large-caliber 12.7mm machine guns on both sides. Also modify the cart. Add a drone lift platform and load 2 K2 series agricultural drones onto it to turn it into a ground drone carrier. If necessary, it could be sent to bombard the area around the city. In that case, for now, that should be enough. Even after that, Su Wu still felt a little unsure. But time and productivity did not allow him to continue to act arbitrarily. Delivery was merely adjusted in accordance with the idea proposed by Su Wu. The task would take several hours to complete, including calling in 2 engineering robots from the shelter and using up part of the CNC machine's capacity. If the workload continues to increase, it will certainly affect a number of more important plans. A little embarrassed, Su Wu just sighed silently and gave up on the idea of upgrading the weapons again, having figured out what was inside the shelter. I hope readers remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network, twkan.com. Su Wu continued to work on the seemingly endless Trade 8 p.m., an hour and 15 minutes after the official video conference ended. A convoy of 5 small and medium-sized trucks, their high beams blazing, arrived at the ruins of the farm in pitch darkness. They were bringing the first batch of scrap metal, weighing tens of tons. At the same time, several technicians from large shelters were also on board the vehicle. These technicians will be responsible for testing the functionality of radiation detectors manufactured by Su Wu Shelter. Only after passing the acceptance test will it be possible to begin subsequent large-scale transactions. Of course, during the testing period. This will not affect the unloading of the fleet and will not affect the subsequent continuous flow of other vehicles. Even if the scrap metal transaction is only a small part of the total volume, its total weight is also extremely impressive, reaching 10,000 tons. If we do not take advantage of the time and take advantage of all transportation opportunities, it is very likely that the corresponding transportation tasks will not be fully completed before the disaster. The artificial intelligence controlled 2 fully armed construction robots and negotiated with them, and delivered the first batch of 10 radiation detectors. This batch of detectors is the first batch of products manufactured on CNC machines and 3D printers to receive production. Tasks after the official video conference. From raw materials to finished products, it takes less than 3 minutes before they roll off the conveyor. Their selling price reaches 25,000 points. This exceeds the total value of tens of tons of scrap metal transported by this batch. Su Wu did not interfere in this. Reception. At this point, he left the control center and personally went to the 5th floor underground. The final reinforcement of the warehouse on the 5th floor, which had just been hastily decommissioned, was carried out. At present, the engineering team has excavated a space of more than 500 square meters on the entire 5th underground floor, not counting the part of the space that the engineering team will have to occupy during construction. The remaining area is enough to build a medium-sized warehouse. According to Su Wu's plan, this medium-sized warehouse will be used to store scrap metal, which will be sold to many large shelters this time. More than 3,000 cubic meters. It seems a little small. Standing. In the warehouse that had just been reinforced with a survival point, Su Wu looked around. The 300 square meter area and 12 meters high gave the impression of a fairly spacious room. But even so, it was quite difficult to store tens of thousands of tons of scrap metal. This scrap metal is not smelted steel ingots. Their varied, bizarre shapes in their transformed form take up at least 3 to 5 times more space than steel ingots of the same quality. Let's build 2 more briquetting machines. We'll compress all the scrap metal and take it to the warehouse. Time is limited, and the aforementioned Su Wu briquetting machine is no match for professional equipment. Its concept is to find a few pieces of molten steel, weld them together, and then assemble them with motors, pulleys, etc., provided they are fit for use. This simple production, the task can be easily performed by an engineering robot. It will not take much time. However, from the initial unloading to the direct receipt at the warehouse, an additional pressing process is added. Obviously, this will require more labor and increase the shelf life. But it's better to work slower than to have nowhere to put them and have to dump them on the ground, exposing them to radiation. After the engineering team stops working, you can also free up 3 mini excavators and 2 mini transporters. Modify the boom of the mini excavator. Take 2 of them to press the metal. The other, along with a mini transporter, will transport the pressed scrap metal to the warehouse on the 5th floor underground. Having agreed on this, Su Wu found that he no longer had a suitable workforce. The goods delivered in a large column in shelter still had to unload Su Wu. Then, if that really didn't work, let the 2 special transporters work part-time. They already had cranes. After some thought, Su Wu decided on a compromise. The special transport vehicle that was originally planned to be converted into an armored vehicle was temporarily evacuated for capture. Of course, capture is one thing, and the necessary weapons will not be reduced. All this is a valuable fighting force. If necessary, they will still need to be delivered to the battlefield. Finally, the engineering group. Several aggregate trucks and concrete mixers appeared. These modifications are a bit more serious, but they are still usable. Excessive workload has forced Su Wu to focus on those company cars that should not be used, unless, of course, you really care. These cars, even if they are used only as a cover with an iron plate at the back and 2 tires, can also be used as transport vehicles. After the full potential of the shelter has been used to the maximum, it can finally be said that the entire system of unloading, compression, and storage of the received materials has been successfully established. From now on, there will be no more checkpoints for the transfer of materials in large columns from the shelter, on the ground. Several technicians from the large shelters in heat-insulating suits, after more than half an hour of tedious testing, radiation detector finally concluded that it was working as expected. At that time, the second large convoy arrived. The arrival of more than a dozen large and medium trucks brought life to the barren Gobi Desert, which had been reduced to rocks after the storm, except for the small bunkers and shelters that he could take cover in. Pan Changbin carefully drove the huge truck, following the convoy towards the deserted suburbs. This was the first time he had driven outside the urban area of Zhanghe City since moving to the shelter at the end of the world. Since it was his first time away from his own shelter, he was a little nervous. Before leaving, the group leader repeatedly reminded them to be focused and careful in the wild. This place is far from the shelter and has no rescue services. If something unexpected happens, their lives will most likely be in danger. Pan Changbin still believed the leader's words. As far as he knew, most of the population of Zhanghe City was currently in the shelter below the city limits. The number of people stuck in the shelter in the wilderness outside the city limits did not even make up 1/10 of the population remaining in the countryside, area to the end of the world. It would be a compliment to call this vast land sparsely populated. As the car pulled into a quiet stretch of road, Pan Changbin stole a glance out the side window. He was a little disappointed to see that beneath the cover of the impenetrable night, it was pitch black in the distance and almost nothing was visible. However, at that moment, the air conditioner in the car quietly clicked, again reducing the amount of cold air coming out of it. The air in the cabin became even more stuffy and humid. Don't let anything break. Pan Changbin's eyelids trembled, and his heart sank. This air conditioner, modified into a shelter, was the most important life support device in his car. Once it is completely switched off, the high temperature outside, 21 to 28 degrees, will penetrate inside. I'm afraid he will have to undergo the life and death test that the leader spoke about. After all, he didn't have a heat-insulating suit that only shelter staff could wear. Perhaps he heard Pan Changbin's inner prayer. After some suffocation, the car's air conditioner slowly returned to normal. Pan Changbin breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the indicator on the central control screen in the cockpit suddenly moved slightly. The original offline map was replaced by a real-time 3D map. At the same time, a soft female voice came from the speaker connected to the central control screen. "You have entered Huangshi village. Please follow the new route." Pan Changbin was not surprised, but his face were reflected. According to the leader's previous instructions, this was a symbol of arrival at the destination. Now he only had to follow the prompts carefully. But that was not the point. He glanced furtively at the mobile phone he had brought with him. According to rumors, one only had to enter the village of Huangshi, or more precisely, within a radius of more than 10 kilometers from it, to connect to the new internet network and download from there a huge amount of resources at will. One could even chat and play online games. "I hope the legend is true," Pan Changbin muttered. A few minutes later, a spot illuminated by lights appeared at the end of the road. Pan Changbin parked the car in the open space following the prompts. Then a 3D mouth appeared on the center console, displaying real life. She reminded him that in 14 minutes and 37 seconds, the appropriate dock would arrive to unload the goods. Quite thoughtful. Pan Changbin liked this sense of order. He didn't have to think about anything, and he didn't have to do anything. He simply waits calmly for everything to be ready. At the same time, many years of experience have helped him understand that only with such an order can the efficiency of work reach the highest level. But unfortunately, few are ultimately capable of this. Even the large shelter where he is located cannot achieve such a high-efficiency mode of operation, because it must be equipped with a powerful artificial intelligence and a server with sufficient performance to run the artificial intelligence. Both are considered luxuries for a small city like Jianghe. He looked out of the car again, curious. In the light of the many powerful searchlights, Pan Changbin saw 2 armored vehicles, apparently equipped with machine guns and rocket launchers, patrolling the area. Every now and then, 1 or 2 robot with weapons to maintain order. "This is really advanced?" Pan Changbin sighed. He wasn't too surprised by the armored vehicles. It was only natural that a major force capable of making so much noise at the end of the world would have professional combat weapons. He was interested in the security robots. The price of this thing was not small. It is said that all the expenses for the robot are enough for several workers to work for more than 10 years. Even in Jianghe City, there are not many manufacturers willing to buy robots for work until the end of the world. As for the end of the world, right there. Robots are not as cheap and easy to use as human labor. For the shelter management, the lives of 10 workers may not be as valuable as a robot. Having satisfied his curiosity a little, Pan Changbin immediately lowered his head and impatiently unlocked his phone. He was not disappointed with the result. "Here, can I go online?" Pan Changbin eagerly clicked on the web page and dived into the internet, where the content was becoming increasingly dense. The excitement caused by simultaneous transactions with several large shelters would definitely be too great to hide. Even in many underground shelters where information is closed, it has become a topic of discussion among many people. Closely watching the eyes of the most competent people in almost the entire city of Jianghe, undercurrents are inevitable. And this outbreak is sudden and violent. Like thunder, it suddenly struck. Chaoyang hideout. The assistant hurriedly knocked on the door and entered the elegantly decorated office, whispering the latest news to the boss. Ready to take action? Fu Yongyuan raised his head, slowly took the tablet from the assistant, and pressed the button to view the video taken. Scouts on the surface. The CCTV screen shows a group of modified vehicles of various types gathering on the outskirts of the city. From time to time, armed men in heat-insulating suits walk among them. Judging by their appearance, these people do not possess special combat power. Some are simply holding homemade earth cannons, which looks funny and ridiculous. But when you consider their numbers, it is enough to instill fear. More than 200 modified vehicles and thousands of troops. If used skillfully, this force can be a deadly threat to any major refuge. Jingyuan is said to have intervened as well. Several retired officers have been dispatched to help. And Junto has also provided a shipment of standard ammunition, which can include heavy weapons such as individual rockets and howitzers. The aide whispers, reminded the chief of the key points. The combat effectiveness of an organized and unorganized group of armed men is completely different. The participation of professional officers means that the upcoming battle will not just be small, but real. It seems that our new friend is using. Very popular. Fu Yongyuan smiled with an evasive expression. He lowered his head and looked at the video recording for a while. He made a decision. Let the field forces of our security department prepare as well. If possible, go and participate. The production capacity is 5,000 radiation detectors per day. The daily profit is tens of millions of dollars. Even though Fu Yunyuan was rich, he couldn't help but give in to temptation. Although I won't be the first to do this, I can't help but think about following the crowd and grabbing my piece of the pie. At the same time, official shelter number 1. Shihua sat quietly at his desk and worked. In his everyday state, his expression was both majestic and cold. As the minister of the municipal department that manages the external relations of all official shelters in city, he is actually the third person in Zhanghe City. The enormous power in his hands is enough to influence all aspects of millions of people's lives. And his long life at a high level has also brought up a special superior mentality in him. Standing in a position that is too high, everyone is just an ordinary person. Insignificant. Ding! The confidential phone on the desk rang. Shihua picked it up. On the other side was the director of the intelligence department. After patiently listening to the phone report, Shihua asked a few simple questions. Then he quickly gave instructions. Let the civilians solve their own problems. But you must warn them to be careful. I don't care who wins in the end, but the production equipment must not be damaged, and this must not affect the overall situation in the fight against radiation. Disasters. That's the point. Anyone who violates this will pay double the price. After hanging up, Shihua continued to immerse himself in official matters. As for Su Wu, who is he? A good young man, that's all. The smell of an approaching storm. It smells stronger and stronger in the eyes of those who know the situation. But everyone remained silent. They only glanced furtively toward Huangxi village, their gazes full of gloating or probing. Perhaps this was a feast, or perhaps it was just a test for upstarts. The ruins of a cattle yard. The second floor of an underground shelter. Su Wu knew nothing of the undercurrents in the upper society of Jianghe City. With the emergence of a new shelter made up of ordinary people, his connections in the city were practically reduced to zero. No one would inform him specifically, but that didn't mean he didn't know what was going on in the city. The monitoring network, created in response to concerns about the purple skylight, easily detected movement on the outskirts of the city. After analysis and evaluation by the artificial intelligence, Su Wu was sent a military report. Thousands of armed forces. The probability of invasion is 87%. Su Wu was still a little surprised to see this data. The current conditions on the surface are not like those before the end of the world. The swelteringly high temperature requires people to a huge price for every second of being outside. And in this case, it is possible to gather such a large number of people. Ordinary people really can't do it. It's them. After thinking for a while, Su Wu quickly spotted the leader of this group of armed with silt. Of course, it must be someone from chat groups of the large shelter. And there are definitely more than one or two of them. Perhaps even official forces are involved. After all, an official is not a whole, but only a manifestation of the unification of several forces. Perhaps one of these forces is targeting the production equipment of the Su Wu shelter. At this moment, the AI reminded him that someone had sent him a message through the official satellite network. Su Wu logged in to check. He found that Ye Luoshuanghua was looking for him. Be careful lately. Thieves from unknown forces have gathered near the city. They might attack nearby civilian shelters. This was Ye Luoshuanghua's message. So many people openly take out their weapons, and the authorities don't care? This is a little different from what you said before, Su Wu replied. Absolutely not. This time, for behind the scenes, including a high-ranking official. It is not easy for the military to intervene, and our minister has again given instructions on this issue that everything should be based on stability and the general situation. The main problem now is the fight against the radiation storm, and everything else can be. Jeopardized Ye Luoshuanghua's words were a little bitter and lost. Then she hesitated and said almost directly, "If it really doesn't work, you just find me. If you give up shelter, no one will chase you." Su Wu simply ignored Ye Luoshuanghua's next words and nodded thoughtfully. "Thank you for reminding me. The words reassured me. In terms of stability and the overall situation, everything else could be jeopardized. In other words, the hidden meaning is that you can afford to make big deals. It is a license given to the powerful, allowing them to act recklessly. Exit from the net." Su Wu thought for a moment. He opened the list of weapons in the shelter and scrolled to the bottom. Originally, this was just a backup option. I didn't expect it to be really useful now. On the screen, two 240mm rockets with an extended barrel, quietly sitting in storage designed for the shelter. It is located just a few meters from the launch silo, which is the platform for lifting drones. The artificial intelligence launches a full-fledged war mode. The goal? To destroy the enemy. Without further ado, Su Wu is completely delegated the authority to conduct the war to an artificial intelligence. As an ordinary person, he knows almost nothing about specific combat operations. Instead of relying on his feelings to command at that time, it is better to delegate command authority directly. Let AI rely on data to carry out precise fire coverage and strike. Authorization accepted. Reconnaissance drone formation began takeoff and reconnaissance missions. Ammunition depot began pre-war maintenance. Large truck combat unit began to replenish ammunition supplies. The supply type was blocked. Special missiles of the agricultural drone of the K2 series. Airdropped thermite incendiary bombs. 30mm armor-piercing bombs. 30mm incendiary bombs. 12.7mm machine gun bullets. Folding firing. Platform point. Along with the lines of text, it silently appeared on the console screen. The military system created by the Sioux shelter. For the first time, it officially began to work. Boxes of ammunition and cold weapons were sent to the combat vehicles. Then, together with the equipment, they silently drove out from their hiding place and disappeared into the night in the direction of the city. After the AI launched the warfare program, a group of reconnaissance drones transmitted a massive enemy intelligence. A total of 217 modified machines of various models were marked as targets for destruction. At the same time, starting from the modified vehicle, located in the most central position, all the data about the terrain within a radius of 1.5 kilometers. All of them are integrated. A tactical map is formed in real time. 15th minute. The combat unit, a large truck, has arrived on the battlefield. Begin deployment of the sub-combat unit's folding firing platform. The enemy has not detected the combat unit. Silent mode is enabled for this deployment. The fire that lit up the night sky was 17.5 kilometers from Su Wu's shelter. Under the cover of darkness, the large electric truck, a silent stop at the side of the road. Then its compartment opened. The mini-vehicle slowly rolled out of the compartment and disappeared into the desert in the distance. As the mini-vehicle moved away, a tactical map temporarily drawn by the artificial intelligence along the edge of on the battlefield. Each dot of light meant that the folding firing platform had been successfully deployed and connected to the AI command network. It could be deployed into combat at any time. 20 minutes later, all the pre-war preparations was completed. In the Su Yu shelter, two 240mm rockets, tested and confirmed to be in good condition, slowly moved to the launch site along a fixed track. Then, one after another, the closed metal gates above the launch silo silently opened. Calibration was successful. The rocket engine started and began to work. On the tactical map, more than half of the area was illuminated with a reddish light. This was the specified missile strike range. Unlike conventional missiles, the 240-mile missiles in the Suyu shelter used thermite as the primary warhead. The lethal force may not have been enough, but the reach was certainly sufficient. A blazing flame shot out from the bottom of the missile. Then, the huge body of the missile completed the entire acceleration process in a short second or two. It tore away from silo and shot skyward at high speed. 10 seconds later, the second 240mm rocket continued to climb along its originally planned orbit, under a dark sky. The two rockets carried enormous kinetic energy and flew through the clouds like meteors. And behind, for a few seconds, they flew by. The entire land, plunged into darkness, was illuminated for a moment. Everyone who remained near the surface of Huangshi village could see the hot tracks they left behind as they looked up. 17 kilometers away. Bam! No declaration of war, no warning. While the group, people gathered on the outskirts of the city, still planning their attack routes and proudly imagining the wonderful life after a successful robbery. 2 low explosions were heard. One after the other, they exploded in the air. The next moment, countless bright and multicolored tongues of flame, like upturned silver willow branches, they covered most of the sky and slowly descended to the earth. The light was so beautiful and bright. Even the most magnificent meteor shower ever recorded was not as bright and dazzling as this scene at that moment. But on the ground, all who heard the sudden explosion and looked at this spectacle could not appreciate the romance and beauty of the bright meteor shower. They saw only the approach of the god of death. They could not contain the boundless terror and almost desperate suffocation in their hearts. Attack! After being dumbfounded for half a second, someone finally reacted. They overcame their fear. They tried with all their might to start the car at maximum speed, trying to rush out of this place ready. Turned into a blazing inferno. But the cars on the edge were fine. The modified cars in the center of the explosion were too tightly packed. The faster they raced, the more tragically they crashed in the chaos. In the end, only 2 or 3 lucky ones managed to accelerate. By this time, the bright white flames in the sky had already spread to the ground. Slowly, like a splinter in the flesh, they chased each car at the scene. Run! The young man in the heat-insulating suit pressed the gas pedal to the floor. He literally knocked down a jeep blocking the road and sped towards the hills in the distance. The shrill screams from behind and the occasional flare of flame from the exploding and bursting gas tank got on his nerves. His hands, clutching the steering wheel, involuntarily turned blue from the strain. A few seconds later, he was lucky enough to get out of the thermite incendiary bomb's range. But he was met not by hope of salvation, but by another oncoming flame. Boom! The entire car, driven by the young man, exploded with force and instantly turned into a blazing fire. Then, relying on inertia, she fell headfirst into a nearby hill. The first wave of attacks is complete. The K2 series agricultural drone begins to take off. The target is detected hitting the edge of the battlefield. The folding firing platform goes into combat readiness. On the tactical map, red. The light spots marked as enemies were gradually reduced to about half their size by the 2 240mm rockets. The remaining red light spots, like an exploding school of fish, were scattered across the surrounding mountains and plains. Faced with this situation, the artificial intelligence automatically launched a second wave of attacks. 2 K2 series agricultural drones, each carrying 5 8.5-kilogram individual rockets, emerged from the bay of a large truck. They collided with armed vehicles approaching from the air. Soon, more than dozens of armed vehicles. 2 K2 series agricultural drones captured them instantly. Just 7 seconds, they fired all the missiles they had in succession. 10 missiles turned into flames, accurately hitting several armed vehicles in front. Let them form a wall of flames in a continuous explosion, blocking all subsequent vehicles. At the same time, the vehicles, those fleeing in other directions, also began to be intercepted by the folding rifle platforms. The sound of multiple machine gun bursts echoed across the battlefield. Countless bullets intertwined in a light web of death, killing everyone who tried to break through the blockade. This one-sided slaughter continued for about 5 or 6 minutes across the battlefield. Only when the flames created by the 240mm rockets gradually died down did the remaining armed men stop running blindly forward to their deaths. Under the command of the surviving retired officers, they organized themselves with difficulty. With the help of the few remaining howitzers and mortars, as well as sporadic single rockets, they launched a counterattack. Several folding firing platforms fixed in place were destroyed by this powerful counterattack firepower. But their record was just that. At this time, 2 K2 series agricultural drones returned to the large compartment of the truck to replenish ammunition and again entered the battlefield. 10 high-precision missiles instantly destroyed several modified vehicles, which clearly occupied the leading positions in the group. The morale of this originally pieced-together fighting force was finally broken. From this point on, the battle entered the late stage. The situation on the battlefield changed from confrontation to pursuit and destruction. The K2 series agricultural drones are starting to return. Resupply of thermite incendiary bombs. 30mm rapid-fire cannons on large trucks begin firing. Remaining enemy target count is found to be less than 20%. The reconnaissance drone enters search mode. Hidden in the night, the barrel on the roof of the large truck began to rotate silently. On average, a shot was fired every 10 seconds. This is not the maximum rate of fire of the 30mm rapid-fire cannon, but it is the limit of the number of enemies that appear in the zone. Defeat. Thanks to the vision of a reconnaissance drone and the precise analysis of artificial intelligence, the rapid-fire guns of large trucks have extremely high hit accuracy, regardless of whether the enemy is a modified machine or an armed man who has lost. His car, he can practically hit the target with one shot and destroy it. In just 1 or 2 minutes, more than 7 or 8 modified vehicles running towards the big truck were reduced to wreckage on the side of the road, in the air. 2 agricultural drones, having removed their rocket launchers and armed with thermite incendiary bombs, hovered at an altitude of about 200 meters. The maximum flight speed of 3 meters per second made these 2 drones a bit clumsy among drones, and they could barely keep up with the speed of the ground. Equipment. However, they did not need to race with the machines on the ground. The complex and jagged hills on the ground became their best helpers. At this point, all they had to do was drop incendiary bombs at several key points to easily block the enemy's escape routes. Then they could calmly compress the target's activity space step by step until they burned it out completely. Thus, under the combined attack of large trucks and K2 series agricultural drones, the surviving armed men began a difficult retreat. After each round of attack, those who ran slowly or failed to hide properly were hit by incendiary or armor-piercing bombs, leaving the lucky few to continue the next round of survival tests. When the ammunition supply in the big trucks dropped to a third of its original, only a dozen modified machines. They were already running feverishly for more than 10 kilometers. Intentionally or unintentionally, the direction in which these machines were moving was exactly where Huangshi village was. The artificial intelligence responsible for commanding the war did not care about intentions of these marked targets. With the purest calculation and logic, he chose a more effective way: to deal them the final blow. The ruins of the cattle yard. 2 armored personnel carriers of the ore type, patrolling the territory of the warehouse of material resources, suddenly stopped. They deployed 2 8 rocket launchers on their vehicles and aimed them toward Zhanghe City. Then, after a half-second of adjustment, all the missiles in the launcher were fired. A total of 32 missiles rose into the air, engulfed in bright flames. They described clear arcs in the air, trajectory, and fell to the ground 1 or 2 kilometers from the impact site. Then the continuous explosions created obvious vibrations at the impact site and transmitted them over a distance. Regardless of whether the transport columns were resting or preparing to enter or exit, they clearly felt the tremors as if alight. Earthquake. More than 100 drivers and workers from different shelters who were still here, faced with this sudden accident, almost all could not get rid of the feeling of fear and anxiety. The heat outside was already hellish. Now it seemed that a war was going on. Even the missiles, weapons, that existed only in legends and tales could be brought to the surface. No one knew how far it would go. Would they be involved? Fortunately, the central control panel of each vehicle connected to the artificial intelligence of the Suyu shelter was still. Normally, it helped them to follow the instructions. The order and the command meant that the situation had not gotten out of hand, and they were safe for now. It really is too dangerous outside. I hope you will bless me for a safe journey home. From the cabin of the big, by the 2 or 1 armored vehicles to a newly registered video site with some shock. Watching such a heavy weapon being launched up close was certainly exciting. But as he thought about the killings and deaths that followed, he, as an ordinary person, could not be delighted. The military clashes of these large forces involved civilians who were unable to resist. If they were unlucky, they would end up dead. The only thing he could do was hide as far away as possible. Try not to interfere. In the distance, the ore-type armored vehicle, having fired its weapons, began to return to the shelter to replenish its ammunition. At the same time, 2 special transport vehicles appeared, responsible for loading and unloading cargo. One of them stopped and took 2 completely armed construction robots. She headed towards the explosion site. A moment later, she appeared at the explosion site. She dragged more than a dozen modified vehicles, which were reduced to rubble but still burning, to the side of the road. Let this single road from Jianghe City to Huangshi Village be free again. All enemy targets have been destroyed. The combat units have begun to return. Exit from the war mode. The control center on the 2nd floor underground of the shelter. Together with the last lines of the operation log, it appeared. This battle, which lasted only half an hour but took the lives of thousands of people, was declared completely over, and the ammunition in the shelter of Suwu was almost half. Devastated. Not a single 240mm rocket, which was the backbone of the defense, was left. Artificial intelligence is indeed useful. It's just that the ammunition consumption is too high. Suwu checked his inventory and sighed bitterly. He was an outside observer and had seen many times how AI would launch pinpoint strikes when there was no need for it. This approach is certainly enjoyable to watch, and it can guarantee the complete destruction of the enemy. But the logistics were almost unbearable. If the battle continued for a little longer, he might have to face the awkward situation of running out of ammunition. But after thinking about it, Suwu became more open. Let it be a waste of time. At least this way of fighting could have an effect. Greatest deterrent effect. I think it should ensure a long period of peace in the future. He would also be able to reap the many invisible dividends that would come from winning this battle. As for the problem of ammunition shortages, Suwu was not too worried. With a plan to produce 5,000 radiation detectors a day, he had actually reserved a small portion, productivity of CNC machines and 3D printers. Thanks to 2 engineering robots, the recovery rate is quite high. It takes only about 2 hours to replenish the stocks of conventional missiles and machine gun bullets used up during this time. Another hour or so is required for production. 240mm rocket, Jianghe City. Official shelter number 1. Wu Shihua hurried to the conference room. There were only a few people in the conference room, but they were all high-ranking officials in the shelter. From the military to the heads of other departments, almost no one was left unattended. Even Bai Ruyan, the Director General of the official shelter, who was often elusive, was rarely present. Since most have already arrived, let's begin. Secretary Wei, please turn on the information. Bai Ruyan nodded to Wu Shihua, giving the signal to start with the broadcast. A well-dressed middle-aged man, years old, stood up and turned on the projector in the conference room. It started showing a video of the battle. Judging by the surroundings, it was a battle that had taken place on the outskirts of the city not long ago. That was it, 15 minutes ago. It happened on the outskirts of the 70 Zaliv district. There are two sides in the war. One, Huangshi village hideout, and the other is 1,000 armed units jointly financed by several corporate hideouts. Secretary Wei briefly introduced the background of the video. Then the screen showed the moment two 240mm rockets exploded. In this battle, Huangshi village hideout, like the attacking side, demonstrated significant military power, exceeding civilian standards. For example, these two 240mm long-range rockets, their flight speed and blast area reached the level of active equipment of the troops in the second line. In addition, Minister Wei switched the projector video screen to the scene. A K-2 series agricultural drone firing missiles, a large truck using a rapid-fire cannon to intercept, and two Type 1 ore armored vehicles firing long-range missiles. In this battle, they used a wide range of weapons. The average hit percentage reached an astonishing 90% or more. In fact, like another armed group of the enemy. Without organizing an effective counterattack, they were quickly destroyed. According to the estimates of the military headquarters, in this shelter, at least a professional military team or world-class artificial intelligence. And based on the information received from several sides, they also have a certain level of independent research, as well as a small-scale, closed-loop industrial production system. Starting from molten metal, they can independently produce most conventional weapons. Productivity is estimated at around 70%. As an official vault governing millions of people, their intelligence capabilities are extremely terrifying. Once they get serious, it's impossible to hide any vault secret from them. Now, Vault Su, which is under close scrutiny. Its military level, scientific and technical level, and industrial productivity level have been carefully analyzed. In short, we believe this suburban shelter, which has not been previously reported, has a fairly high overall power and survivability, has all the conditions to become a real armed force. After finishing his closing remarks, Secretary Wei bowed slightly and stepped aside, giving way to the master. A real armed force. The description seems ordinary, but in fact it is a very high assessment. Ordinary. Civilian shelters, regardless of population size and resource wealth, are, in the eyes of official shelters, merely rich commercial organizations. The threat is virtually zero. Apart from complex personal connections, an official need not feel any qualms if he will want to take action against them. They are probably equivalent in status to a flock of sheep in their own pasture. But the armed forces are different. They are a paramilitary organization with a full-fledged combat unit and logistical support, and their combat effectiveness is extremely. If a real battle breaks out, it will likely cause unpredictable losses. The benefits of eliminating it may not cover the cost of deploying the army. It is a purely loss-making enterprise. In the conference room, how Secretary Wei's explanation ended. Many high-ranking staff silently looked over the information sent to them. As for this new force that had suddenly emerged, full of military might, they needed to think seriously about how their departments should handle it in the future. Bai Ruian glanced at the silence in the conference room. Hall? He coughed slightly and made a speech. Let me say a few words. This is the first real armed force that has appeared in our city of Zhanghe, but also in other places, on other continents. This is not uncommon. There is already a ready-made solution. I think we can adopt it. Here. Also, I need to emphasize one point. The overall situation now is disaster management. We must be responsible for the millions of people in our shelter. As for the situation outside the shelter, we must act accordingly. After all, our resources are not unlimited, and we can only take care of so much. Now everyone can express their opinion. The meeting did not last long. Bai Ruyan set the tone. The number of proposals that others can put forward is already quite limited. In general, if we do not plan for war for now, the official will consider Su Wu's shelter an organization, able to cooperate with his equals, and not just a businessman under his command. In some matters, the other party may be given the right to choose, instead of making decisions for him directly. Oshihua watched this meeting he had arranged with a cold gaze and hardly spoke. When the meeting was over, he walked out of the room with everyone else, looking at the ornamental plants in pots on either side of the aisle. After a moment of thought, he sighed. He knew that the younger brother he had been indifferent to a few hours ago was now. Moment would become an existence that could not be ignored in Jianghe City. For the first time, this powerful figure discovered that this post-apocalyptic world was somewhat different from what he had known in the past. Fu Yongyuan looked at the statistical report in his hand and remained silent for a full minute. After a long time, he looked away with an expression of confusion. "Tell me, why is this Su Wu so strong? An entire armed detachment of more than 1,000 people, almost equal to half a regiment in numbers. But in the end, they were all broken in the blink of an eye." The assistant silently accompanied his boss without interrupting him. He knew that he was too excited, and he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He needed to splash out his emotions and not just invite someone to talk. Being a commander of a large groups, Fu Yongyuan has always lived in comfort and luxury, even after he was at the end of the world. Apart from not being able to play golf on a real lawn, the quality of life has not suffered much. Even with the shelter he built himself, the electricity has become even better. Service, which previously had only batons, can be equipped with a variety of new weapons. Even the number of security guards has increased several times, and it is approaching the scale of a real organized army. But if you put aside the aura of wealth and status that surrounds him, behind all this glory, he is, in fact, just a businessman. Perhaps he is very skilled in murder and shootouts, as well as in the exchange of interests between high-ranking officials. But his understanding of real war is superficial and exists only on paper. No one can know. When he saw a video of a 240mm rocket exploding in midair, flames of unimaginable heat spreading across the ground almost 1,000 meters away from him, how shocked he was. So-called personal connections and the so-called strong security service. In the face of this pure and extreme violence, it is as ridiculous as a children's playhouse. After the great loss, Fu Yongyuan closed his eyes, thought about it, and made a decision. Let the security service retreat. And give Su Wu my regards and send someone to pick up the lambs from the farm. We need to establish good relations with him. Jingyuan Orphanage, the director's office. A pile of garbage. They can't even keep order properly and only know how to run when the enemy is at their doorstep. Run. Can you run away? Yan Qingyu slammed his hand on the table. His eyes were slightly red from his rapid breathing. He was already a little angry. And underneath that fierce look of a desperate man, there was a feeling of guilt and panic. He also knew in advance that it would be very difficult to conquer a shelter with a powerful industrial potential. But the huge advantages of daily income of tens of millions of contribution points blinded his heart. In addition, Su Wu's shelter was not widely known before, and he had no relatives, no friends in Jianghe City, no allies, no partners. Himself was young and apparently easily intimidated. He simply became embittered and sent most of the military forces into hiding. He also contacted several other major havens interested in joint investment. But who knows? The people here had just gathered, and even the management system had not yet been coordinated and established. The enemy was already knocking at the door, and they came with a powerful force, even using heavy missiles with a range of thousands of meters. The unprepared coalition forces were completely defeated. He was angry for a while. Yan Qingyu raised his head and looked at the man sitting next to him. The other man was his partner, who had founded the company with him. After the end, light, since the family members moved into the shelter together, the relationship became closer. Chao Peng, do you think we can also make such a heavy rocket? The man thought about it after hearing this. He shook his head. It shouldn't be too difficult to make just the main body. The difficulty is the accuracy of the hits. That requires serious technical support. Even if we manage to do it, it's just a big firework that's completely incapable of hitting enemy. Yang Chaopeng did not quite understand this. Having been born and experienced most of his life in peacetime, he was too far removed from this heavy missile that was only mentioned in the news at parades and exercises. Even now, at the end of the world, official control had weakened considerably. His own hideout also has a certain industrial basis. He had never thought of creating such a grandiose weapon before. But it doesn't matter whether he knows about it. He just needed to know that, other than Suwoo's shelter, no other major civilian shelter had ever produced such a missile. No one had such a missile, which meant it was nothing to joke about. Besides, it didn't need to be made. Looking down, Yang Chaopeng blinked slightly, and his mind. He came up with some new ideas. The only one who advocated attacking Suwoo's hideout was Yan Qingyu. All the benefits of success would belong to him. So now that there was a problem, why shouldn't Yan Qingyu take charge? It was much safer and more realistic than to continue to fight Suwoo's hideout on the battlefield with real swords and guns. Once the idea of betrayal is born, it disappears and can no longer be suppressed. Yang Chaopeng absent-mindedly listened to the various unreliable ideas put forward by the other side. He began to think secretly. What gift can be used as a springboard to talk to Suwoo's hideout? The ruins of the farm. The aftermath of the battle on the outskirts of the city began to gradually emerge at this time. In just over half an hour, in a chat room consisting of more than 30 rich people on the official satellite network, more than a dozen people sent private messages. Among them were greetings and good wishes. Many leaders of large shelters who were not involved in this incident simply revealed to Suwoo the forces behind the 1,000 armed forces. They gathered thousands of armed forces on the spot. That arose was not overwhelming, but it was not quiet either. For the large shelters deeply rooted in Zhanghe City, it was not difficult to figure out the organizer. And this could be used as a gift to show goodwill to Suwoo. A powerful neighbor appeared around him that was impossible to physically eliminated. It would be best to establish good relations with him. Even if he did not gain anything, he would at least be able to reduce the likelihood of harassment from his neighbors. And if this was still okay, one of the senior shelter staff sent him a private message through the official public chat, presumably wanting to report him. This seems especially important and arouses Suwoo's interest. The first hour after the war, Suwoo met with two low-profile contacts who arrived on a truck with materials via a remote-controlled construction robot. I heard that Mr. Suwoo needed a large number of high-performance chips. The boss specifically asked us to bring 120 smart chips as compensation. The contact person was quite modest. His attitude was respectful, and there was nothing wrong with that. At the end of time, the world industrial system had almost stagnated. Due to the extremely high demands on production, equipment, materials, and the environment, it can be said that the A3-level intelligent chip embodies the world's advanced technologies. It is used almost one less. In addition, its scope of application is very wide. It can be used not only in various large intelligent devices, but also as a core for creating a powerful personal computer or server. The combination of various factors led to that its price remains high at the end of time. It has become almost the most valuable small category of industrial goods. It was officially declared a strategic resource a few months before the end of the world. Selling it to the outside world is prohibited. This time, the other party can produce 120 A3-level smart chips. Not to mention compensation. Even if the request is a little higher, Suwoo can still be considered. Are you here to seek peace on behalf of your refuge? Suwoo asked with interest. His voice, coming through the speaker of the construction robot, seemed a little distorted. Hard to understand his true attitude. I dare not. My boss just wants to give me a chance to explain myself. All of this is the result of our shelter director, Yan Qingyu, insisting on his own way. Others disagree with his adventurous behavior. The contact person denied it, then told them in detail about the purpose of their visit. Suwoo listened patiently, occasionally asking one or two questions. There was nothing complicated about it. It was just a trader who was hungry for promotion, and he took the opportunity to surrender to him. Of course, there is also the fear of being implicated. Su-woo simply used the battle and the lives of thousands of people to defend his reputation. It's not just a name. He can really exert pressure and instill fear in the opponent. This matter can be hidden. You can also provide him with support when needed. After thinking for a while, Su-woo replied, "Strength is a means, not an end. Since revenge can be achieved by the same way, Su-woo doesn't mind a softer way. However, revenge is one thing, and the benefits that should be obtained must also be obtained. Besides, this batch of chips is not enough as compensation. After the deed is done, won't you have a lot of copper left? Ingots? Send me 200 or 300 tons at that time. 200 or 300 tons of copper ingots, even before the end of the world, are worth tens of millions. This asking price is above the norm and is clearly punitive. Su-woo is not used to being tolerant of the enemy shelters behind a group of people previously who were planning an attack on his hydroponic farm was secretly found by him thanks to the reward announced during this period. Just wait until his hands were free and go for a counterattack. Now that this invasion had become more serious, naturally, he could not let it go so easily. Being a member of the same enemy camp, this second-rate guy wants to avoid liquidation by simply sacrificing his boss, which is pure wishful thinking. After letting go of the seemingly worried contactee, Su-woo leaned back on the soft seat and looked at the unloading square on screen, which was being orderly controlled by artificial intelligence. He froze for a moment and then, suddenly, sighed silently. Natural disasters were raging outside. The approaching radiation storm would obviously make it more difficult for humanity to survive. But the people who had taken refuge in underground shelters did not forget to fight for power and profit, ignoring the impending disaster. Humanity. Greetings from the leaders of several large shelters were only the beginning. Over time, groups of trucks with supplies began to drive up to the ruins of the farm. The place gradually had become a major distribution center. Although the materials being transported were still mostly scrap metals and some raw materials, the exact types and proportions were no longer determined at the discretion of the large havens on the other side of the deal. Instead, after consulting with Su-woo, they tried to transport the appropriate items according to his needs for different types of materials. A subtle difference in the middle. As a result, the overall strength of Su-woo's shelter would begin a period of rapid development. Once, the production capacity will be freed up, and this batch of materials will be fully absorbed, Su-woo will no longer have to fear any trouble from private shelters. Even if he encounters official shelters, he has the right to approach and touch them. Perhaps with this significant change in power, the shelter level in the system can be raised to a new level. In addition to the usual deals involving radiation detectors, Su-woo obtained many valuable items from the additional gifts from these large shelters, including several good quality lamps, a batch of special alloys that can be used in the aerospace industry, the blueprints for the first generation of express-level drones, etc. Most of all, he, surprised by the solid-state battery drawing. Although this drawing, like the drawing of the first generation of express-level drones, was 2 or 3 generations behind the most advanced technologies, the presence and absence are 2 different concepts. With the help of the solid-state battery drawing, Su-woo solved one of the last 2 tasks of mass production of robots and intelligent vehicles. Only the most important chip remains, which cannot be solved yet. At the same time, the gap in the chip can be partially solved through trade. The overall complexity of production has been reduced by more than half compared to the previous period. Large-scale expansion can begin. Import the solid-state battery blueprints and the first generation of express-level drone blueprints into the AI database. Su-woo's heart was pounding, and he wanted to immediately begin the big job. But with CNC machines and 3D printers running at full capacity and engineering robots busy repairing weapons and producing ammunition and about to fail, he couldn't really express his excitement. Once he calmed down, he could only put thoughts of production and focus on finalizing the drawings. While there is still time, first we need to finalize the drawings. Make solid-state batteries and drones more suitable for today's harsh environment. Then, when manufacturing equipment has spare capacity in the future, trial production can be considered. That's the reality. Regardless of the urgency, development must be carried out in stages in accordance with the established process. July 15th. 24 hours after the meeting that announced the impending radiation storm, the second batch of 5,000 radiation detectors are being delivered one after another. Huangshi village has truly become the busiest area in all of Zhanghe City. More people are moving in with each passing second. Deployed among them are supply trucks, engineering vehicles helping with unloading and pre-packing, and SUVs driven by managers from the various major shelters who are responsible for leading the convoys and delivering supplies. When there are more people, it naturally creates a feeling of fireworks. Even due to the temperature problems, most people huddle in the cabin. Only a few people get out of the car in heat-insulating clothing. But this also creates a rather crowded environment. And on the road near the ruins of the farm in this case, sometimes even traffic jams occur. Dozens or even hundreds of cars line up in a long queue. Let the wilderness, which was almost extinct, took on a different color. Many workers hired to transport and unload goods looked stunned as they watched what was happening. This was a common occurrence until the end of the world and even irritated people. Now it seems strangely nostalgic. At the same time, due to the need to transport large quantities of materials overland, there was a short-lived boom. In many shelters deep underground, countless shelter dwellers still lived monotonous and boring lives. They worked hard to earn the meager rations they needed to survive. They had no means of communication with the outside world and knew nothing of the prosperity on Earth at that time. They also had no idea about the impending radiation storm. In their eyes, the dark and dreary space inside the shelter could remain unchanged for several more years, until the catastrophe on Earth ended and they could return to their former homes. Besides, everything in the outside world, nothing to do with them. But the inhabitants of the shelter below are confused. The elite middle and upper ranks of the shelter, who have more information, cannot be as calm as they are. Many of them have not been able to rest properly since they learned of the approaching radiation. Storm red-eyed and spirited, they use the last safe time before radiation hits to scramble to find additional disaster relief resources and forego preparations to evacuate when absolutely necessary. Radiation-resistant coatings, carbon fiber composites, protective clothing, lead plates, tin foil, and even high-density concrete, activated carbon, etc. Everything that can be connected with radiation resistance. In the eyes of the elite of the shelter, they have become the most valuable commodity. They are ready to pay a huge price for these materials for self-defense. Even if they cannot protect the entire shelter, they must at least provide protection for themselves and their families, unlike these small and medium-sized shelters, which are trying to survive and save themselves. Large shelters, which have barely managed to create a system of a full ecological cycle, are trying to get more benefit in the conditions of fuss. They were assigned to be located in the detection zone on surface from the official shelter. By opening inventory, manufacturing their own, or trading with government and other civilian entities, they obtained enough radiation detectors to accomplish the task. They then set up temporary or semi-permanent sites. Surveillance in their respective detection zones, they then called the residents of their shelters. From among them, they selected qualified personnel for short-term training in emergency safety. After the radiation storm began, they were sent to Earth to perform monitoring tasks. After all, the shelter offered these workers very generous compensation, almost 3 times their previous income. Almost every employee selected was excited and even had certain expectations. For them, the protective clothing provided by the shelter and their own safety were not an issue. Working on Earth was equivalent to a government-sponsored excursion and adventure. It was much more interesting than staying in a boring and cramped shelter all the time. However, these people did not know that a protective suit capable of completely shielding radiation actually costs much more than they imagined. The shelter provided them with all kinds of protective clothing, which they knew and had encountered in the past. There may be some weak radiation protection effect, but most of it is just psychological comfort and would make no difference if they were not worn. What awaits them will be a terrifying experience that seems easy, but will drag them into hell in the near future. At the same time, the ruins of the barnyard, the control center on the second floor of the underground shelter. Suwoo connected to the AMI stockpile management system, opened by the official shelter through satellite network. After receiving the second donation payment, the official shelter's advance, the value of Suwoo's contribution had accumulated to 2 million. Suwoo did not spend this donation amount indiscriminately. He simply bought 2 items. One was a new formula for anti-radiation paint worth 1.5 million contributions. The other was a batch of special fluorescent powder worth 500,000 contributions. This kind of fluorescent powder is extracted from a plant growing on other continents and is the main raw material for making anti-radiation paint. Purchase completed. The formula of radiation-resistant paint has been sent. Please check the relevant documents. The special fluorescent powder has already started to be shipped from the warehouse. Please pick it up at the official warehouse of Hongqiao Station Number 1 in the shelter in 2 hours. Click to open the radiation-resistant paint formula sent to the site. Suwoo quickly looked at it. Formula composition. Not complicated. Except for the special fluorescent powder, the rest of the materials are quite common. The only problem is that the production process is very complex. It requires the interaction of various special tools. In fact, it requires special, built a high-class chemical laboratory. The requirements are quite high. Suwoo raised his eyebrows, sensing the official's sinister intentions. If this were a shelter with less industrial production capabilities, after I had a hard time exchanging this formula, I'm afraid I would have to spend a lot of money to buy a set of equipment for the production of paint from an official. So it is practically equivalent to returning a huge amount of donations at a very low price. I also checked the prices of the corresponding equipment on Official Warehouse, and of course, they did not exceed my expectations. The price of each unit is clearly higher than its real value, and it is a tool used by the authorities to extort money. Suwoo silently calculated. Alone, the profit is at least 5 to 6 times higher. Maybe I can do it too. The significant profit excited Suwoo. In any case, the government didn't openly prohibit it. There shouldn't be any problem secretly producing a batch of equipment to compete with the government. But it was just an episode. The thought of competition flashed through Suwoo's mind for a few seconds, and then he pushed it aside, not to mention that the shelter's production schedule was already fully drawn up. The radiation detectors, manufactured separately, were only slightly less profitable than selling equipment. There is no need to squeeze out a little precious productivity with radiation for something that is neither useful nor distracting. Turn off the document with the formula for anti-radiation paint. Suwoo turned on the monitoring of the production center. Here, machines and 3D printers continue to produce radiation detectors steadily. And the small portion of productivity that Suwoo has specifically reserved is mainly 2 engineering robots. They have long ceased to produce ammunition, but they create various special metal components. Still an hour or two. After counting the number of metal components, Suwoo did not show impatience and continued to wait patiently. In the past 20 hours, he did not mass-produce solid-state batteries and express drones with a long range and modification potential. He also did not add a batch of new working equipment to the shelters, where labor shortages were felt everywhere. The main goal was to free up energy, to manufacture this batch of metal components critical to him as quickly as possible. More than an hour later, all the necessary components were manufactured. 2 engineering robots began to assemble and weld them without stopping. Soon, a miniature mech, about 2.6 meters tall, with humanoid limbs and a hemispherical cockpit in the center of its body, appeared on the production table of the production center. In appearance, it is somewhat similar to the mech from Avatar, a mobile platform for armor expansion. But the overall size has been significantly reduced. The front half of the cabin is no longer made of transparent glass. Instead, it is completely covered in heavy metal, full of confident, solid texture. With a little excitement and anticipation, Su Wu entered the production center. Take a closer look. This newly built micro-mech looks even smaller, not even much taller than Su Wu. It is not that the robots cannot build larger mechs. This is the result of Su Wu's special design. At first glance, the impending radiation storm has brought Su Wu unimaginably huge advantages. But the radiation catastrophe that could erupt at any moment after the storm is always hanging over Su Wu's head. Wu, like the sword of Damocles, made him uneasy. According to the worst-case scenario, Su Wu's shelter might not be penetrated and destroyed by the radiation disaster. Once it reaches that level, it's hard to say. Su Wu must be prepared to give up everything and escape immediately. And if he wants to escape, when the shelter is seriously damaged, Su Wu's body, which has received almost no professional training, will definitely not be able to do this. He needs a mechanical device that can be worn close to the body and which will greatly increase his mobility and survivability as an escape aid. The original idea was to start with exoskeleton and power armor to meet this need. However, despite the lightness of exoskeleton armor, its protection, the amount of weapons it can carry, and its ability to sustain life are quite limited. It is only suitable for short-term emergency response and is not suitable for long-term wilderness travel and various extreme situations. Power armor is relatively better, but the number of good ones is limited, and the process of putting it on is somewhat difficult. In an emergency, it is difficult to equip it in a short time. If there is a lack of auxiliary equipment in the wild, it will be even more difficult. And under the pretext that he was dissatisfied with all this. Finally, the fur came to Su Wu's attention. The fur, in a general sense, of course, did not meet Su Wu's most basic requirements and due to its large and bloated size. But, in fact, no one stipulated that the mech should be so huge. Once its size was reduced to the limit, Su Wu suddenly discovered that a miniature version of the mech was the most suitable choice. It has an independent cockpit. As long as the hatch is open, Su Wu can quickly enter it in a few seconds. At the same time, due to the presence of a cabin and seats, it is much more comfortable than power armor. Even if you drive a micro-mech in the wild for a long time, it will not be too inconvenient. You can even eat and drink in the cockpit without risking leaving the mech. It also has a greater cargo capacity. It can easily carry more weapons and ammunition, as well as more advanced and even large-scale systems. Life support that can be recycled on its own. Whether it's combat or withstanding harsh conditions, it's far superior to exoskeleton and power armor. It's like carrying around a miniature shelter. Perhaps the only downside is that its cost is doomed, be extremely high. Perhaps the cost of several power armors and exoskeleton armors combined is not necessarily higher than the cost of a micro-mech. Recalling the motivation for production, Su Wu's gaze continued to wander over the steel guy in front of him. Thanks to the combined and meticulous work of engineering robots, CNC machines, and 3D printers, the appearance of this mech is impeccable, and all the details are full of industrial and technological beauty. At first glance, people subconsciously think that this must be a flagship product produced by an advanced factory in Future Point. But in reality, no matter how beautiful the appearance is, its essence is actually no different from role-playing props and models for children. It still lacks the last and most important step. Use the system's survival points to bring her wonderful modifications and improvements. No more hesitation. Reaching out and pressing the mirror-smooth metal body in front of him, Su Wu silently recited the improvement. In his field of vision, the survival points that were originally 3 digits began to drop rapidly to 2 digits. Finally, they settled at 27 points. This huge expenditure figure made Su Wu's palm tremble slightly on his body. The cost of upgrading was a total of 135 survival points. This almost far exceeded Su Wu's previous highest single consumption of survival points. It was even enough to start from scratch and build a new base comparable in scale to the current shelter. But this was ignoring the blueprints, ignoring the lack of a large number of basic materials, and forcing an upgrade that significantly exceeded the cost of the technological creations of that time. Synchronization of thoughts. Mobile manned combat platform. Model, micro mecha. Operation method, Method 1, thought synchronization. Method 2, automatic driving. Method 3, remote control and monitoring. Main combat weapon, 20mm electromagnetic sniper rifle X1. Secondary weapon, anti-aircraft laser launcher X1, quad missile launcher X2. Close combat weapon, 2.5-meter thermal light blade knife. Additional equipment, low altitude auxiliary engine X2, electromagnetic field generator X1, phased array antenna X1, optical stealth device X1, advanced tactical computer X1, stealth unmanned reconnaissance aerial vehicle X2, self-circulating life support device. Source: 20,000 degree high energy battery. He lowered the hand that held the micro mech. Su Wu's thoughts were slightly confused. After the upgrade, the cabin door of this mech, which had hardly changed in appearance, instantly and silently rose, revealing the seats and the operating table. Su Wu, I lifted my legs and sat down. I found that sitting in the cabin felt almost like sitting in the driver's seat of a family car. There is not a lot of space, but it is definitely enough. This allows you to perform various operations with the micro mech in the most comfortable position. After getting comfortable in the cockpit, Su Wu activated the micro mech's combat mode. The mech's cockpit hatch rose and began to slowly lower and close. Su Wu's vision went dark for a moment, then returned to normal. At this moment, he could still see the wall of the production center in front of him and the engineering robot next to her without any interference. However, the light green lines of numbers and symbols indicating the mech's status have been updated on both sides, as have the icons representing the mech's various auxiliary components. But let him know that he is already under the strictest protection. Micro mecha. The image he saw now was just the mecha's camera, which was synchronously projecting the image of the outside world onto the screen in the cockpit. "Stand up," Su Wu said quietly to himself. Then the image in front of him shifted slightly, and the goal that was originally almost at the same level with the engineering robot next to him turned into a state of lightly looking down. This is the basic control mode of the micromech, thinking on the same frequency. Inside the cabin of the micromech, any thought Su Wu has can be transmitted to the mech's advanced tactical computer in real time without any interference, allowing him to control the mech and perform the corresponding actions in sync. Su Wu then tried to control the micromech in this way and moved around in the control center several times. The feedback gave Su Wu a feeling of incredible smoothness. It was as if the mech had become an extension of his body. No, it was even more flexible and free than his own body. Flesh still has significant limitations in terms of strength, physical strength, and intensity, but micro-mech has virtually none. Its limit is the limit that the machines and materials can withstand. Go and try it. After gradually mastering the operation, Su Wu began to feel dissatisfied with the cramped conditions in the control center. He planned to go to the surface to test the true capabilities of the micromech. As soon as this idea, the door leading outside the control center began to open instantly. It was Su Wu's idea, which was transmitted to the micromech's tactical computer, and then the tactical computer transmitted it to the artificial intelligence running the shelter, which allowed the artificial intelligence control the shelter and open the corresponding isolation doors. The whole process seemed a little complicated, but in fact it went almost smoothly. It gave Su Wu the feeling that the shelter had become an extension of his body. He controlled the micromech, climbed onto the elevator platform, and reached end of the exit passage. While waiting for the outermost gate to open, Su Wu activated the optical invisibility device, an auxiliary component of the mech. The light near the outer layer of the entire micromechanic began to gradually distort. In less than half a second, it completely merged with the environment, leaving no traces. It simply distorts light and deceives the eye. The quality of the fur itself is still at its best. It has a certain screening effect for some radars, but this is due to the properties of the fur itself. Micromechanics infrared detection is ineffective due to the self-circulating life support device. This has nothing to do with invisibility. Connecting to the camera at the exit passage of the shelter, Su Wu observed the micromechanic who had entered the state of invisibility from outside. Judging from the picture alone, his invisibility was almost flawless. He had become a non-existent ghost. However, the artificial intelligence of the shelter can still detect the abnormal airflow in the passage. It is easy to fix the position of the micromechanic. In addition, in stealth mode, the movement speed cannot be too high. After activation, weapon, the stealth mode will also be invalid. This is the description given in the corresponding operating manual in the Tactical Computer Database. In general, the effect of the optical stealth device is not as surprising as it seems at first glance. There are many limitations. However, it is a technology that is well ahead of its time and has entered the realm of science fiction. By mastering this stealth ability, Su Wu's micromech will gain a huge initiative and advantage in any future battles. As long as he is not too careless, practically no one can do anything. Maintaining invisibility. Exit from the bunker. Among the bustling people on the surface, no one noticed his appearance. Su Wu randomly chose a direction and rushed at an average low speed of 2 meters per second. Then, once out of sight, he instantly increased the speed of the micromech to its maximum. In the blink of an eye, the power of the micromech increased dramatically. Like a humanoid metal monster, it rushed swiftly among the rocks and rocky hills, and the invisibility effect that enveloped it immediately disappeared, in place as the speed increases. The maximum speed is 70 kilometers per hour. He glanced at the real-time speed on the screen. This speed is actually not slow. Especially on a rocky beach full of obstacles, it creates a sense of speed. However, thanks to the excellent system of the micromech itself, Su Wu did not feel at all that he was moving at high speed. Only when climbing or descending vertically from a hill could one sense the movement of the mech by a slight sensation of weightlessness. Controlling the micromech and running for some time on the ground, Su Wu, with some dissatisfied, he began to launch 2 low-altitude auxiliary engines. Accompanied by a noticeable jolt, Su Wu's view in front of him suddenly widened, and the entire landscape below began to rapidly recede. His micromech, driven by its low-altitude auxiliary engines, soared from the ground into the air to a height of tens of meters. Then, at a speed of over 300 kilometers per hour, it briefly flew forward for almost a kilometer before landing on the ground again. The treasure hidden in the mech stood firmly on the ground. Su Wu glanced at the power of the micromech. Before takeoff, the power was close to 100%, but by this point it had dropped slightly. Obviously, the low-altitude jump consumed a lot of electrical energy. In this situation, the low-altitude auxiliary engines cannot be used as a normal means. After all, a micromech is a ground combat unit. From a design standpoint, it is not suitable for low-altitude flight as a primary means of transportation. Remember the domain name of the first website twkan.com, but should be used as a special attack vehicle. Excessive power consumption is the best explanation for this. Judgment. He refrained from the idea of continuing jumping in the wilderness. Only then did Su Wu notice that the temperature in the cabin seemed to be no different from the temperature inside the shelter. Such a high degree of constancy made him even subconsciously ignore changes in the environments that had happened earlier, and he still thought he was inside the shelter. The control was carried out remotely via the screen in front of the console. He looked at the temperature outside in real time, 22.3 degrees. Considering that only an alloy armor, perhaps less than 2 centimeters thick, separated him from the outside world, Su Wu suddenly felt an indescribable, strange feeling. It was like people traveling through the desert in peacetime, sitting in an air-conditioned car, holding an ice-cold Coke in their hand and tasting it. At the same time, they admired the endless sea of sand that seemed to reflect the light from the scorching sun through the window. Because of the huge contrast between the two environments at close range, it created a completely different view, something new and exciting. It was completely different to go out in person and, while in the shelter, control it remotely. Su-woo sighed. Of course, he also understood that such an idea could have occurred to him because the micromech gave him a sense of security, which was more than enough. If he were driving here now, faced with the possibility of a breakdown at any moment and the threat of for life, it would be a completely different feeling. At least, he would never have such a rich leisure time as he did now. His gaze continued to scan the icons of the auxiliary components on the right side of the screen. Then, Su-woo decided to launch 2 reconnaissance drones, which were supplied with fur. 2 fist-sized spherical devices shot out from the back of the micromech. In a few tenths of a second, they soared to a height of over 100 meters. At the same time, a small 3-dimensional map appeared in front of Su-woo. It was a real-time bird's-eye view map, projected by 2 reconnaissance drones after collecting data in the air. It even has some information about the dungeons. The professional capabilities of this reconnaissance drone are incredibly high. Su-woo carefully studied the 3-dimensional map. He found that the map also showed some underground conditions, including the presence of cavities, the presence of valuable resources, soil or rock, etc. The deepest part reached a depth of about 15 meters. After studying the 3-dimensional map, Su-woo focused his attention on 2 reconnaissance drones that hover in the air. They are completely different from regular drones. These 2 drones do not have rotors. Flight and hovering are accomplished using an internal anti-gravity engine. The maximum flight speed is close to the speed of sound. In terms of technology, it seems to be more advanced than the micromecha itself. Su-woo even learned from the information about the 2 reconnaissance drones that they have independent electromagnetic shields. However, due to their small size, they can only carry limited power. All of their electromagnetic shields are passively activated. The most they can do is block a sniper bullet. If the accumulation exceeds that limit, they will have to return to the mech to recharge before they can continue using it. In the future, I need to find a way to study the engines of these 2 scouts. Drones. If I can copy them, I'll make a lot of money. Su-woo had this in mind secretly. Anti-gravity engine. This thing sounds very science fiction. In many literary works and fantasy, it is also a symbol of interstellar civilization. If it can be successfully copied, not to mention Janghae City, it can easily go to collect resources anywhere on the planet. And so, Su-woo is no longer upset about the huge amount of survival points spent on upgrading the micromech. Just these few tried and tested mech accessories. There are so many timeless tech crystals out there, and the investment has already paid off. If you include the untested parts, Su-woo will have to wonder how right it would be to concentrate a large number of survival points for a single use, like creating micromechanisms. Next, it was time to check the weapons and combat capabilities. Su-woo compared the 3-dimensional map. He found that the place where he was now was exactly the one. The place where the engineering robot and special transport found the collapsed communication base station. However, the sky is still dark. He even arrived at the scene in person, and not through a screen. When faced with nearby sharp rocks and oddly shaped hills, Su-woo acted completely differently. He not afraid, he was eager to try to knock them down. He casually stumbled upon a tall, crooked stone pillar. Su-woo picked up the electromagnetic sniper rifle he was holding in the micromechanic's hand and aimed it at it. The sight located in the center of the screen was fixed in the middle. Stone column in 0.2 seconds. And then Su-woo noticed one detail. Aiming the electromagnetic sniper rifle actually took place in 2 stages. In the first stage, when he had the idea to aim at the stone column, the micromechanic obeyed his command and pointed the barrel at about the place where she was. In the second stage, the tactical computer performed fine-tuning, and the barrel, which was initially only roughly aimed at the stone column, was adjusted precisely to its weakest point. It is especially worth noting that before the tactical computer was adjusted and locked, Su-woo himself did not even suspected that this was the weakest part of the stone column, had only a vague idea of aiming at the stone column and destroying it. The meaning of this phenomenon is that the tactical computer has extremely powerful data analysis capabilities and a certain degree of autonomy in decision-making. In terms of overall performance, it probably outperforms the primary AI obtained from the upgraded laptop in the shelter. This is also evident externally. In subsequent battles, Su-woo may casually point his weapon at the enemy. The tactical computer may then automatically analyze the enemy's weaknesses and aim. After confirming that the block was complete, Su-woo began to shoot of the muzzle of the electromagnetic sniper rifle. At a speed much faster than the speed of sound, it flew straight towards the stone pillar locked in the distance. The next moment, the middle of the stone pillar exploded on the spot, forming a dust ball consisting of stone dust. Without support from below, the upper part of the stone pillar, which was over 20 meters high, then fell to the ground under the force of gravity, raising a large area of smoke and dust. Watching the effect of the electromagnetic sniper rifle's shot, Su-woo slightly raised his eyebrows. He found that he apparently chose the wrong target. The section of the stone pillar that the electromagnetic sniper rifle bullet hit was too weak. After the electromagnetic sniper rifle's bullet destroyed it, the bullet continued to fly back along its original trajectory. Su-woo couldn't estimate how serious the damage from this shooting was. Just when Su-woo was about to find another target to check, he suddenly noticed out of the corner of his eye that there was a change in the 3D map projected by the reconnaissance drone. He zoomed in on the map and discovered 2 reconnaissance drones in the sky. He filmed all of the trajectories, just fired from an electromagnetic sniper rifle. He also marked the final impact point of the metal projectile on a hill 1.2 kilometers away on the map. This turned out to be unexpectedly useful. There was no need for repeated assessments and checks. Whatever data Su-woo needed, he could find it in the intelligence sent. Reconnaissance drone. The level of detail is comparable to the results of laboratory tests using professional equipment. It can be said that the body of the reconnaissance drone, the size of a fist, seems inconspicuous. In fact, it can surprise Su-woo again and again. This truly made him experience the ultra-high efficiency and convenience of advanced technology. After hanging the electromagnetic sniper rifle on the back of the mech, Su-woo pulled out the micro-mech's close combat weapon. A 2.5-meter-long crimson light blade burst out from the handle held by the mech. As the name suggests, the blade of the thermal cutter with a light blade is not made of traditional metal, but of a special plastic material. It is not sharp by itself, usually folded inside the trigger mechanism of the handle, and does not take up space. But once it enters the combat state and receives enough energy, it is ejected, forming a light blade similar to a laser. The ultra-high thermal energy condensed in it is the main means. Murders, Su-woo swung the open thermal cutter with a light blade and casually slashed it at the ground. The scarlet light blade, like tofu, easily left a clear mark on the ground. This weapon was estimated to be easy to cut through steel. Feeling the ease of cutting, Su-woo made a general opinion about the impact force of the light blade in your hand. It is precisely because of this high killing power that the thermal cutter with a light blade is worthy of becoming a mecha weapon of the level of an electromagnetic sniper rifle. There are also anti-aircraft laser installations and quadruple missile installations. Gaze fell on the screen, where there were 2 icons representing the mech's additional weapons. The anti-aircraft laser was not very powerful. It is mainly used against small drones, missiles, etc. The quad missile launcher is the other extreme. According to the database description, the 2 launchers have a total of 8 missiles built in, each with a destructive power equivalent to tactical nuclear weapons with a yield of 1,000 tons. It's incredibly scary. Each of these things uses 1 less missile, so we can't test them mindlessly. Su-woo felt a little regret. In fact, he even considered removing the missiles from one of the quadruple launchers and save them. and then replace them with missiles that can be produced independently. Thus, in normal combat, the Micromech's missile launcher would not be just a decoration. After familiarizing himself with all the weapons, Su-woo opened the map of Zhonghe City, and his gaze fell on a marked location on the outskirts of the city. There was the one who hired mercenaries to invade Su-woo's hydroponic hideout. Farms, now it's time to test the mech. It's a good opportunity to practice. Half an hour later, Su-woo, controlling the micromech, emerged from the shelter, which had turned into ruins. Around his body, from time to time, a thin blue arc of light appeared, which flashed in the void and then quietly disappeared. This was the result of the electromagnetic shield being activated. The revenge plan went smoothly at first, from controlling the micromech and using the light thermal energy knife to violently break down the metal door of the shelter. Then they rushed inside, killing everyone on their way to the central part of the shelter without any obstacles. Virtually no resistance. The only thing I didn't expect was that this shelter, where there were less than 10 people, actually had a powerful bomb installed. Seeing that he was defeated, the shelter owner resolutely detonated the bomb, trying to die together with Su-woo. Of course, the result was not unexpected. All the people in the shelter died, but Su-woo was unharmed. In order to withstand the explosion, the electromagnetic shield depleted 40% of the micromech's energy reserve. This not only tested the weapon, but also determined the limit of the micromech's defense. Although he was the final winner, Su-woo was still in a bad mood. To resist the explosion, that it was hard to say what the outcome would be when he encountered natural disasters of even more unpredictable strength. Ultimately, Su-woo spared no expense in creating the micromech. It was supposed to combat natural disasters and give Su-woo a glimmer of hope in desperate situations. Instead of simply relying on the mech's weapons, show off its power to the humans. After all, the entire human civilization is nothing more than pitiful creatures struggling to survive. In the end, humans should still feel awe. Standing at the exit of the collapsed shelter, he looked back and stood there for a long time. After receiving the micromech, his uncontrollable and somewhat inflated mood gradually subsided. In essence, the micromech is just a tool for survival. If you want to live better and last longer in the apocalypse, you can't rely on strength alone. We still need to get back to the main line of shelter construction. With micromechs, at least we won't have to worry about the most basic safety precautions. Even if a radiation disaster hits the shelter in the near future, we'll be able to push out the micromechs and find a safe place to start over and solve all the problems. Next, we should invest all the remaining resources into expanding the shelter. In stealth mode, Su-woo silently returned to his shelter. He brought the micromech to the control center, connected it to the shelter's wireless charging network, and slowly charged it. Su-woo jumped out of the cabin and sat down in front of the control panel. Returning to his familiar surroundings, Su-woo felt as if he had just returned from a long journey and saw home environment. Having calmed down a bit, he began to check the shelter's condition. Thanks to the help of many large shelters supporting engineering equipment, special vehicles that were initially responsible for unloading were released, as well as excavators responsible for compaction and packaging of scrap metal, etc. They can return to the debris removal team and the engineering team to continue their work. However, there are less than 24 hours left before the possible onset of a radiation storm. Further stay in the shelter may be associated with unpredictable risks. In addition, Su-woo received considerable resources by selling radiation detectors. For now, he is not stingy with the income from searching for minerals in urban areas. He simply disbanded the search team. Remove all temporary shelters and weapons from the special transport and let them join the excavations underground. As for the surface, given the prestige, recent battle, there is no need to maintain too many troops. Leave 2 modified ore-type armored personnel carriers to patrol and send some armed construction robots to maintain order and get supplies. That's enough. As for production, after completing the micromechanics, Su Wu's next project will be to create a series of experimental equipment for preparing radiation-resistant coatings. This experimental equipment is not difficult to produce, requires a wide range of raw materials, and quite expensive. 2 days ago, Su Wu wouldn't have been able to do it even with CNC machines and 3D printers. But now, after other major shelters have been delivering supplies for over 20 hours without interruption, it's no longer a problem. At this stage, or in the next few days, the stock of materials in his shelter will be relatively large, and he will be able to spend them at his own discretion. It will take about 12 hours to make all the necessary equipment, including the time for installation and adjustment. At the latest, in 14 hours, we will be able to begin preparations. Anti-radiation paint. There's still time, Su Wu mentally calculated. He found that although the schedule was tight, barring any accidents, everything should be done before the radiation storm. Speaking of preparing the paint, he suddenly remembered that one of the main materials for making anti-radiation paint, fluorescent powder, was still on the official warehouse of the shelter and was not taken out. However, this was only a small episode. Send 2 construction robots behind a large truck to pick up the cargo. Under the guidance of artificial intelligence, Su Wu did not need to waste time thinking. Having dealt with everything that demanded attention, Su Wu exhaled, pressed his tired forehead, and prepared to return to the bedroom to rest for a while. While there is still time, get a good night's sleep. Wait until tomorrow. If you are unlucky, you will probably have to endure another sleepless night. July 16th, when Su Wu he woke up after a good night's sleep. The senior elites in other shelters in Zhanghe City. Still busy. After all, a disaster could happen tonight. The proportion of valuable items in the materials they used to buy Su Wu's radiation detectors began to rise sharply, so that the deal could be completed as quickly as possible and with less transport capacity. After all, purchasing radiation detectors is only one of the first steps. Subsequent distribution, training of personnel in their operation, etc., will also take some time. And after completing their training, when the workers are sent to the ground, they will have many new challenges to solve. The threats on the ground are much broader than the invisible radiation that may appear in the future. High temperatures are also a problem that is not so easy to deal with. And this problem is right in front of us, and it cannot be treated superficially, like radiation. As soon as the cooling measures taken prove ineffective, the workers on the ground will show signs of dehydration and heat stroke in a matter of minutes. Su Wu is not worried about on this matter. On the one hand, all the available labor force in his hands is robots and smart devices. On the other hand, he has taken responsibility only for the detection zone outside his own shelter. The pressure is very low. The reason it is only responsible for so few places is not because it neglects the value of contributing to the reward for the monitoring task. It is because of radiation, which usually occurs when there is strong or weak signal interference. If the equipment on the ground loses communication, it is normal for those shelters that rely mainly on artificial things. But Su Wu's problem is huge. Even if he wants to save, he can't find anyone who can help. After finishing his breakfast, which could be used as lunch, Su Wu came to the control center. At first glance, he noticed that the amount of equipment appearing near the ruins of the cattle yard in the observation zone was less than half of what it had been yesterday. Most of the equipment that had arrived to help had already practically left by this time. They need to build various temporary residential stations in the zone, observations on the ground for their own shelters. Sitting in front of the control panel, Su Wu understood this phenomenon. There was less equipment on the ground, but the total cost of the delivered materials increased significantly. If nothing happens, until 1700 hours. Not to mention that today, even during the next 2 days, the materials needed to purchase the radiation detectors can be delivered almost completely. This is also good for Su Yu. At the same cost, valuables take up much less space than scrap metal. There is no need to dig a new warehouse for storage. To accommodate them all, it is enough to use the warehouse adjacent to the production center and the processing center on the fourth underground floor. At 1500 hours, the production center completed the manufacture of all the necessary equipment for the chemical laboratory. 2 engineering robots were working, together, performing final assembly and debugging of this equipment in a factory building originally designed for the repair of large vehicles and mechanical equipment adjacent to the recycling center on the 4th basement floor. Once the debugging was completed, several construction robots waiting nearby immediately began loading raw materials into production. More than 20 minutes later, Su Wu received the first bucket of anti-radiation paint, about 10 liters in volume. This is not much. Not worth considering. The cost of building a chemical laboratory. The raw materials for producing paint alone cost 200,000 contribution points. Looking at the light green anti-radiation paste paint, Su Gu compared the list of consumable raw materials, and only one thought remained in his mind. It was expensive. Looking at all the raw materials used to make anti-radiation paint, you can see that they are quite common. Even the special fluorescent powder purchased from the official supplier has a low price per unit. But this cannot compensate for the incredible losses and cleaning costs during the production process. It is not surprising that the official price of the finished product is 22,000 points per unit. Liter. It's not that they're too suspicious, it's just the price. It's much more honest than selling experimental equipment. At that moment, Su Wu realized that the official manufacturer of the finished anti-radiation paint actually had no intention of deceiving them with a sales pitch. Price. The price is only 10% higher than the cost price, and it is still a virtually monopoly product with strong demand. Even before the end of the world, it can be said that it is cheap. Su Wu shook his head and called the construction robot. Let it take the anti-radiation paint it had just prepared and go to production. Since the paint is precious, we can only choose the most important ones. For robots and automatic equipment such as engineering vehicles, it is enough to modify the main electronic components and apply a coat of paint to ensure their normal operation and protection from radiation. However, large trucks are almost beyond repair, whether it is a cabin or a closed compartment at the back. Given the possible need for personnel and cargo transportation in the future, they need to be painted. And the outer walls of the shelter itself should also be coated with a layer of anti-radiation paint, Su Wu thought. Painting the entire shelter with anti-radiation paint is a large-scale project. Just thinking about the area of the shelter walls can be terrifying. According to standard calculations, 1 liter of anti-radiation paint is enough to paint 10 square meters. I want to paint the outer walls of the first 4 underground floors of the shelter, including the ceiling of the first floor and the floor of the 4th. It will take at least 180 liters of paint, worth more than 3.6 million points. But it is extremely important. Although the shelter is underground, the soil, rock layer, and thick, concrete walls can withstand radiation to a certain extent. But if the radiation from outside is strong enough, it will not reach the level of a radiation catastrophe. Even if it is slightly weaker, it is enough to have a certain effect on the interior of the shelter. The shelter is Su Wu's home. As long as he does not want to stay at home in the future, he must carefully avoid places with radiation. For now, he wants to eat the usual products of hydroponic farms and livestock farms. The costs of these anti-radiation coatings cannot be saved in any way. Not only cannot be saved, Su Wu even planned to use the survival glasses to enhance the anti-radiation properties by applying anti-radiation coatings. But after much thought, he still suppressed this impulse for now. The lesson of the last storm was still fresh. No one can be sure that the next radiation storm will only result in radiation disasters. But what if other incidents occur, but all the survival points are used up in advance? Then I'm afraid all I can do is just stare blankly. From that point of view, only by acquiring enough survival points, one can gain initiative. Of course, they still have to be used where necessary. For example, Su Wu's gaze stopped at the exit passage on the 3D map. With the micromech, their own safety is completely guaranteed. The exit passage from the shelter, which was originally the most important checkpoint, may be slightly facilitated at this time. Daily supplies to the shelter are allowed through this passage. Since it is necessary to maintain communication with the outside world, given the radiation problem, it is necessary to use a special design of the outlet passage to build a multi-stage purification chamber to eliminate the residual radiation. In addition, the outer door of the outlet passage and the inner insulation door should be covered with a layer of special lead plate, and then painted with anti-radiation paint. And the door wall next to the lifting platform on each floor should also be painted. Then it is necessary to modify the vertical passage on the 5th underground floor, which is currently being developed and used specifically for the transportation of construction waste, etc. Build another place nearby to eliminate residual radiation. Well, there is also a lifting platform for drones, and the numerous isolation doors on the platform's passage also need to be painted. Then the ventilation duct and air purification system. Su Wu made some changes based on a 3D map of the shelter. Try to strengthen and complete all places where there may be a connection with the outside world. Thanks to these changes, the workload of engineering and construction robots will be immediately fully loaded. It will take at least 3 to 5 hours to complete these modifications. That's it. The raw materials for the anti-radiation paint should be sufficient. No need to purchase additional ones. Once again convinced that there were no omissions in his plans, Su Wu sighed with relief. The special fluorescent powder must be purchased from an official supplier. Although it is one of the basic materials for anti-radiation paint, its cost is only 1/20th of the total cost. In other words, each litre of anti-radiation paint requires only 1,000 contribution points of fluorescent powder. After the modification of Su Yu, the consumption of fluorescent powder may only take up about half of the current supply. But next time you buy from the government, you can also buy plants that can extract fluorescent powder. In the future, open a special area on the 5th underground floor or other floors to grow them. This important resource must be completely self-produced so that people can feel comfortable. The new shelter plan has been completed. Some of Su Wu's work has been completed. Now that was left was to wait out the radiation storm in peace. On the console, switch the main screen to the ground monitor. Su Wu looked at the trucks and bustling engineering equipment parked in the ruins of the destroyed cattle yard, waiting to be unloaded. These large shelters had taken out most of the engineering equipment, but a small part still remains. This will not affect loading and unloading. Su Wu has done all the preparations, and these workers who are still on the surface. How many of them can safely die under the influence of a radiation storm? However, the management of the large shelters to which they belong must take these into account. 2. Su Wu, being a selfish participant, has no direct relationship with these workers. Knowing that their future is not too bright, he cannot afford to share the precious anti-radiation paint with them. Ready or not, whether you want it or not, time will continue to flow in turn. As the sky gradually gives way from the daytime greyness to the evening darkness, the earliest possible time of arrival of the radiation storm indicated in the forecast imperceptibly arrives. And a quarter of an hour later, just when everyone who held their breath in anticipation of the impact was ready to sigh with relief, the purple light, which had been gradually fading for the last 10 hours, suddenly blossomed 100 times brighter than before. For a moment, the entire sky seemed to be enveloped in a purple halo. It looked huge and majestic. At the same time, all the radiation sensors installed on the surface began to howl sharply. They recorded that the radiation level on the surface was constantly increasing at an incredible rate. Soon, it exceeded the permissible limit and continued to grow by tens or even hundreds of times. Here it is. This news plunges into despondency all who closely follow what is happening. Just a quarter of an hour later than the earliest predicted time, giving virtually no additional time for anyone to prepare. Any shelters that took the risk and failed to take precautions in time will continue to suffer the consequences of insufficient preparation. And to atone for this mistake, many may have to pay for cancer or even life. Near a small private shelter in the city of Jianghe, several young people in simple thermal suits with oxygen tanks opened the heavy door of the shelter. Rolling waves, warmth penetrated the not very dense layer of insulation they were wrapped in, causing slight discomfort. But soon, this strange feeling was replaced by excitement. Look, I didn't lie to you. The sky outside is so beautiful. It's better than the polar lights I saw in Antarctica. The young man leading the group was proud. Since the change in the sky had only recently been recorded by the camera outside, he had had to work hard to convince the others to open the shelter door. Now it seemed that it had all been worth it. If you missed the opportunity to see this magnificent landscape with your own eyes, you can regret it for the rest of your life. His companions did not object at this moment. Each of them was immersed in a purple light that illuminated the earth and even gave it a dreamy look. It would be great if the temperature were lower. Prepare a cold, beer and snacks. It must be a great place to eat, one of the companions said regretfully. Just standing and watching isn't as great as enjoying the food and drink. Just imagine a piece of barbecue with sauce and a cold beer. The thought of this suddenly made his expression slightly change, and he felt slightly weak. Subconsciously closing his mouth, he tried to suppress the slight discomfort in his body. He raised his head and let his eyes reflect the aurora in the sky through his mask. Such a rare opportunity to go out. Nothing could spoil the pleasure. We'll discuss everything when we get back. Behind him, the metal door of the shelter reflected a faint light, like a tombstone lost in the wild. Official Vault 9, residential area. Old man Zhao, are you really leaving? I heard from others that there is serious radiation outside. Going outside is bad for your health. You can get cancer. The middle-aged woman looked anxiously at her husband, who was about to go outside. Her eyes showed deep anxiety. That's when there is no protection. The shelter gives us radiation protection suits. There are specially equipped rest areas a few hundred meters from the worksite on the surface. There won't be any problems, Zhao Haihua consoled his wife. True, deep down he had doubts, but they quickly gave way to helplessness. During the period of working on the land, you will be paid 3 times more, and you will be able to buy yourself medicine. Yuan has had a headache lately and can't sleep, right? You also have a slight anemia, and you need to make up for it. And you'll have to stock up on more food. They say the daily ration will be cut again in a little while, the middle-aged man said grumpily. Having moved to the shelter, he had always seen the plight of his family. Now that there was an opportunity to improve the situation, he had to take it at all costs. But if something went wrong... The middle-aged woman swallowed slightly. She felt sorry for the child, and she wanted him to have a better life. But, she thought again, if her man died on the surface, she would be inconsolable. You're just thinking too much. I'll only be here for 3 days. What could happen? Zhao Haihua was about to continue when a hurried ringing of an OK came from outside. It was the manager inviting them in. Pull himself together. He broke off his unspoken words and patted his wife on the shoulder comfortingly. Everything he wanted to say was compressed into one sentence. Wait until I get back. Half an hour later, a group of workers in heat-insulating and radiation protective suits made of metal fiber left shelter number Deprived on a modified bus. They entered a world bathed in purple light that seemed somehow majestic and fabulous. Next to them, on the transport network nearby, as before, a never-ending stream of all sorts of cars rushes by. However, compared to what it was more than half an hour ago, the probability of these cars breaking down on the road has obviously increased significantly. Every now and then, you can see a car inexplicably stall, stop on the road, or just crash into an obstacle on the side of the road. A sudden radiation storm. It, in its own way, constantly destroys those who cannot adapt to its existence on the surface. The ruins of a cattle farm, courtyard, the second floor of the underground shelter, the brightly lit control center. With the onset of the radiation storm, Su Wu created a monitoring network covering 10 kilometers around the shelter and extending 40 kilometers into the mountains. Finally, it began to really work. Latest data about environmental changes are continuously transmitted. Thus, in the entire city of Jianghe, except for the official shelter, he is the first person with inside information about the overall situation in the city. Based on the inference and modeling of these environmental data, artificial intelligence. The place with the most serious radiation level was found in a certain area in the mountains, reaching 20 millisieverts per second. That is, if people are left there without protection, they face death in 3 to 4 minutes at most. In urban areas, the situation relatively better, but as a rule, they cannot move for more than half an hour.